The Renegade Agent, a Blake Barrett thriller, Book 2. Written by R.J. Patterson. Narrated by John Pirhalla. For a man who'd shot, strangled, and stabbed to death more than his fair share of men, those were all assignments, enemy targets of the British government. Killing them was what he was supposed to do. It was what he was paid to do. Yet if he was being technical about it, this was an assignment too, one he'd also be paid for, and handsomely so. But there was no protective net to fall into. Once he opened the door, there was no going back. He paused, another deep breath, another glance down the hall. Green grasped the handle before swiping his colleague's security card in front of the panel. The door clicked, and Green twisted the knob. He strode into the secure server room nestled in the bowels of the Secret Intelligence Service Building, the home of what was more commonly known as MI6. The acrid smell of floor cleaner and warm plastic overwhelmed him, giving him a renewed appreciation for working above ground, and oftentimes outdoors. He resisted the urge to show any displeasure, instead moving forward with a confident gait that masked how he felt inside. And on the outside, he also didn't appear to be someone venturing into a foreign environment for the first time. An environment ruled by binary codes, motherboards, and data geeks. The MI6 agent had spent weeks prepping for this moment and knew exactly where to go. Upon locating the aisle that contained the server Green was tasked with stealing, he walked straight toward it. Based on everything he knew about the layout of the MI6 data room, the server that contained the information he needed to steal was approximately 50 meters down the aisle. It wasn't that far, a distance he could cover in a matter of seconds if forced to run. But the rapid clicking of his shoes on the tile floor would certainly draw the attention of others in the room, and if Green was going to be successful, he needed to remain anonymous during his short trip into the room. That dream was dashed when someone stopped in front of him, stepping into his path from one of the horizontal aisles that divided the long vertical rows of servers. And it wasn't just anyone. It was Lucy Werner. The bespectacled agent, with her brown hair twisted up in a messy bun on the top of her head, smiled before lines creased her forehead. "Hello, Ollie. What brings you down here?" "What brings any agent into the underbelly of the MI6 building?" he asked with an easy smile. "A locked file," she said with a laugh. "I go hell for leather down here every single time I can't get into something." "It's a common occurrence, unfortunately," Green said, following her lead. He was about to wish her a good day and continue his march toward his target server when she reached out and touched his arm. "How was your last assignment?" she asked, tilting her head to one side. "I heard it was a little challenging." He forced a tight smile. "I guess that's one way of putting it." "How would you put it?" Green looked down, hoping to play up the idea that he was embarrassed about what had happened and make her feel uncomfortable for asking. Then he sighed, his eyes remaining on the floor. "Oh, God, I'm so sorry. If you don't want to talk about it, I understand. I just thought that," she said, before she stopped, letting her words hang. "It's fine." The truth was, his last mission, and the way he was treated afterward, was why he was milling around in the server room on the cusp of betraying his country. He wasn't fine. He was anything but fine. No, he was livid. And he had to put on the performance of a lifetime to keep that a secret from Lucy Werner in the moment. Instead of exposing his true emotions, he did what he excelled at in the field when he found himself in a predicament without an easy way out. Let the other person lead you. It always gave Green more time, enough time to formulate a proper escape. "Well, if you ever want to talk about it, you know how to reach me," she said with a coy wink. "Thanks for the offer. It's really kind of you. It beats the hell out of meeting with an agency shrink," he said, meaning it as a way to dismiss their interaction and move on. But Lucy Werner took the comment as an invitation to continue their conversation.
I'm glad I'm not the only one. The last time I had to visit McDonald,
Green held up a hand in an effort to end the conversation as politely and quickly as possible. I'd love to hear your story sometime, Lucy, but I'm in a bit of a hurry, and...
Oh, I'm so sorry. You know how I'm just prone to prattle on about things. Even my therapist, the one I visit outside the office, she's told me so many times how I just don't know when to stop talking. She said I can't read social cues very well, and, well, just look at me. Here I am doing it again. You have a nice day, and good luck getting that file unlocked.
She patted him on the arm and continued moving down the perpendicular aisle. Green let out a long breath as he watched her walk off, her hips swaying a little extra in the skirt that hugged her svelte figure. Then she glanced over her shoulder, glimpsing him once more, before flashing another wink. I've got to get out of here, he thought. He pinched the bridge of his nose, revisiting his nerves. Just 2 minutes earlier, he'd convinced himself to go through with the act. All he had to do was copy the drive, shove it into his coat pocket, and walk out of the room. A hacker he worked with when bureaucratic red tape prohibited legal channels walked him through the best approach to copying the drive and escaping unnoticed. Green had made several practice runs, executing all of them with flawless precision. He had nothing to worry about. Except Lucy Werner hadn't been part of the simulated runs, and neither had flustered nerves. But it's 50 million pounds, he thought, and Green suddenly remembered he had 50 million reasons to continue the operation. Forget Lucy Werner. There were 1,000 Lucy Werners out there waiting for him if he had the life-changing money he could get for completing the assignment. Just copy the damn drive and leave. Green looked up and marched forward, continuing on until he reached the designated server. Once he found it, he initiated the process of copying the drive. He reached into his pocket and removed a connecting cable before inserting it into the back of his drive in a port on the side of the server. Then he tugged on the keyboard tray and typed in the sequence the hacker had given him. While he had memorized the string of commands, he double-checked his work on a small card he'd laminated from his hacker friend. Green's eyes bounced back and forth between the screen and the card. Once he was satisfied, he hit the return button. A string of information flashed across the screen and scrolled upward, moving so quickly that he couldn't tell what was happening. Then the scrolling slowed, revealing each line of data reporting the name of each file that had been copied. In the top corner of the screen, a progress bar displayed 15% of the files had already been copied. Green chewed on his lip as the number slowly rose. 20, 25, 30, 35. He drummed his fingers nervously on the side of the monitor. This position was a new one for him. He usually was in control of every element of an operation once it began. But this one? It was an exercise in patience, something he wasn't good at. Something that had landed him in trouble on his last mission. However, he reminded himself that he could only control what he could control, and the speed of the server copying files to his drive wasn't one of them. As the progress bar reached 70%, Green swallowed hard as he heard slow and deliberate steps approaching. Since he'd run into Lucy, he'd seen no one. He hadn't even heard anyone in the massive room aside from a stray cough or throat clearing. Not even a word of conversation. His time in the server room had been akin to a visit to a monastic library. Yet someone with heavy footsteps threatened to upend his peaceful moment. Come on, let's go. He watched the progress bar slow as a long shadow appeared from a man walking along the nearest horizontal aisle, no more than 10 meters away. The man was hunched over, studying documents on a clipboard in one hand, while toting a leather briefcase in the other. The man, still stooped over, stopped and pushed the glasses up the bridge of his nose. Then with a furrowed brow, he slowly turned his head toward Green before squinting. Green gave the man an acknowledging nod before turning his attention back to the server. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the man spin toward him and begin walking at a brisk pace. The man stopped a few feet short of Green and stood akimbo. "Can I help you, sir?" Green asked, hoping to show he wasn't the interloper that he was. The man drew back, allowing Green to read the man's name badge. Green swallowed hard when he realized it wasn't just some random from the IT department. It was Mr. Richardson, MI6's cybersecurity director. But the damage had already been done. The fuse lit and lobbed into the foxhole of a man who wasn't just going to throw it back. He was going to shove it down his enemy's throat. "Sir?" Richardson asked, his eyes narrowing. "Did you just address me merely as a common sir?" "No, sir," Green said, his mind worrying as how best to mitigate this misstep. Then he remembered Richardson was a big supporter of West Hampton FC, one of London's worst luck teams. "I was just surprised to see you here." "I suppose you were, based on how you reacted." "I meant nothing by it, Director." "What do you think of West Hampton's match yesterday?" "Their 5-0 loss to Chelsea? Are you just trying to stir things up with me? Because if you are, mission accomplished. Now, mind telling me what you're doing down here?" "Didn't HR tell you?" Green asked. Richardson shook his head. "Tell me what?" "I'm one of the new techs." Richardson squinted, as if he recognized Green but was still trying to fully place him. "But weren't you a field agent? And was a field agent," Green corrected. "It became a bit too much for me, so I started working on my IT degree. I want to use my expertise from the field to help our data analysts know how to look for certain patterns that can be useful to field agents." "And why was I not informed about this? I don't let just anyone march in here and start working on my servers." "Of course, sir. They told me you were out of town last weekend at a conference, and they didn't want to delay deploying me to this sector, so I already started." Richardson grunted, and then stomped his foot before spinning around and walking away. 98, 99, 100. The server beeped, signaling the task had been completed. Green unhooked the cord and stuffed the drive into his pocket as he headed back toward the exit. He'd almost made it when he felt a firm hand on his shoulder. "Where do you think you're going?" bellowed Richardson. "I'm done, Director, sir." "You know what's funny, Mr. Chalmers?" Richardson said, reading the ID badge in Green's hand, which he'd used his thumb to cover up the face and first name of Gretchen Chalmers. "What's so funny?" Green said. "I was about to arrest you earlier for tampering, but I decided to let you finish instead, so I could get a proper peek at what you were doing." A security guard sauntered up next to Richardson. "It's now or never." Green looked down, appearing as solemn as possible. "I know it's not a good look." "Not a good look? Are you being serious with me?" Before Green could answer, he lunged toward both men, grabbed a fistful of material from the back of their collars, then slammed their heads together 3 times before both men were rendered unconscious. The scuffle attracted more footsteps, and this time it was Lucy's. "What have you done?" She covered her gaping mouth with her hand. "You never saw me here, Lucy," he said. Then Green darted into the hallway and raced for the exit. Chapter 2. Copenhagen, Denmark. Blake Barrett closed his eyes and visualized a fight, one in which he'd have to kill his target without a weapon. If he ever reached the point where a shootout was required, he was as good as dead, and he knew it. Reluctantly, he'd killed a few men on various operations while serving on the U.S. Air Force Special Reconnaissance Team. But never with his bare hands, and never in such an urban environment where the odds were heavily tilted in his target's favor. Barrett stopped the mental exercise and walked to the bathroom. He studied himself in the mirror, his blue eyes darting from feature to feature to make sure every part of him was groomed to perfection. He leaned closer to the mirror, examining a few obstinate strands atop his shock of brown hair. As he reached for a comb on the counter, he felt another hand stop his.
"Let me help you with this," Jasmine Watt said. "I might be your hacker extraordinaire, but I once dreamed of being a hairstylist."
Barrett drew back, a gesture that Watts ignored as she wet the comb. "I have to be honest. All these hidden talents you have are a little surprising." Satisfied that the comb was sufficiently moist, she leaned uncomfortably close to him and wrangled the stray hairs.
"If I stick around, I promise this won't be the last time I surprise you."
She smoothed them down with the comb, forcing the hairs to comply.
"There. That ought to hold for a while."
Then she picked up a bottle of hairspray and unleashed it all over the top of Barrett's head.
"Now that's not going anywhere. You and Jimmy Johnson can stand on a beach in Florida in the middle of a hurricane and discuss your perfect hair. Because, I'll tell you right now, there's not a single strand that's going anywhere."
Barrett squinted as he inspected his hair once more. "I think you might be right."
"I aim to please, especially when it's a situation of life or death."
"Huh. At least if I die, the mortician may give you a discount."
"Let's hope it doesn't come to that."
She patted him on the shoulder before returning to the desk in the corner of the room. "Well, it's coming to that," Grant Stone said from the main room in their hotel suite. He was positioned near the window, studying Madhus, the restaurant across the street where Barrett was scheduled to meet his target, Russian oligarch Artyom Solkolov. Ever since Blake Barrett had fended off his best friend, Slade Gordon, in a surprise attack before eventually killing him in self-defense, he'd been hesitant to come out in public without a disguise. As a result, Barrett preferred to work in the shadows and stay far away from potential cameras. But tonight, he had to put aside that fear and embrace the job. He had to do what had to be done. No excuses, no fear of failure. If he wore a mask and it wasn't perfect, Solkolov would know, and Barrett knew he'd meet a swift end. That's why he knew everything about this night had to be perfect, and not just in a literal sense. Magazines that profiled Solkolov, the Russian billionaire who claimed to have built his fortune on shrewd real estate investments, all portrayed him as demanding, a perfectionist who refused anything but the best. And according to every intelligence report Barrett read, that was an accurate characterization of Solkolov. However, there was something in the CIA briefings that no reporter had ever sussed out. Solkolov didn't just make his money from real estate investments. He also oversaw the world's largest human trafficking operation. Over the years, U.S. law enforcement agencies had worked together to disrupt Solkolov's network. They'd even partnered with European countries to curtail the trafficking of young boys and girls. But Solkolov was slippery, displaying the resiliency and adaptability necessary to not only stay operational, but also profitable. With demand soaring, Solkolov's people worked hard to find teenage girls, sometimes forcing them into the market through coercion, blackmail, or outright abduction. General Clarence Underhill's niece, Anna, had been one of the latter, before ending up dead, prompting a new and strong approach to dismantling Solkolov's trafficking empire. Lieutenant Colonel Jerry Simpson, who worked as a liaison between the Pentagon and the White House, was Barrett's handler, or, to be more specific, Slade Gordon's handler. Barrett had managed to disguise himself and his voice enough during an in-person meeting at a Washington park to avoid being outed by Simpson, who continued to carry on as if Barrett really was Slade Gordon. For Barrett, the mystery regarding who was really in charge of whatever this organization was, if it even had a name, still loomed. Barrett didn't know if he was working as an assassin for the good guys or some anarchistic general who wanted to overthrow the U.S. government through subversive means. But he concluded that General Underhill couldn't be the boss, since his name was bandied about so much in discussions regarding why this operation was even necessary. Barrett surmised that whoever Underhill was close friends with was likely Simpson's boss. But that was all speculation, and for now, it didn't really matter. All Barrett really wanted to know was who was responsible for ordering his assassination, and why. He would sort out the rest later, applying his own brand of justice if the judicial system failed him. However, all that mattered to him at the moment was killing Sokolov. In the past, Barrett worried that he might eliminate someone who didn't deserve it. He feared that he might be simply the pawn in some power-tripping leader's petty game. But Sokolov wasn't debatable. If anyone ever deserved to die for the hell he'd unleashed on so many young people, as well as their loved ones, the Russian oligarch did. "How are we looking?" Barrett asked Stone, who continued his surveillance of Madhus across the street. "I count 4 bodyguards in the restaurant, along with Sokolov, and 4 more patrolling the streets," Stone said. Another beat before he continued. "Are you sure you want to do this? In case you've forgotten, I don't have much choice in the matter, especially if I want to live, and even more so if I want to find out why Slade tried to kill me. Remember?" "I know, but..." "But what? You think I can just bail on this assignment and Simpson is going to shrug and move on?" "No, but..." "What, Stoney? What other way is there?" Stone's lips formed a tight line. "Just be careful, okay?" "Always." Watts walked over to him and inspected his full Windsor knot one final time before patting him on the shoulder and wishing him luck. "I'm going to need more than luck." "We've got your back, no matter what." Barrett gave his 2 colleagues a short salute. "Catch you on the flip side." He walked out the back entrance of the hotel and made a large loop around the block, so that he didn't cross the street until he was 4 blocks away and out of sight of Sokolov's men. When Barrett rounded the corner to Madhus, he would be coming out of virtually nowhere, preventing the Russian's men from getting to study him for very long before going inside. It wouldn't matter in the long run, but it would rattle them, which is why Barrett did it in the first place. "You were right," Stone said over the comms. Barrett just offered a faint smile, unwilling to respond, since he realized he was being watched. "They're scrambling now," Stone said. "And you're inside." Barrett tugged on the door and entered the restaurant. Despite the establishment being emptied of all patrons, a young woman in a low-cut black dress welcomed him. He wondered if she was one of Sokolov's girls, maybe one of his favorites. Not that Barrett could help her. Besides, that wasn't the job. After Sokolov was dead, she would be able to walk away, though she would likely have to run in the midst of the chaos. Then Barrett stopped, realizing he was getting ahead of himself. "One step at a time, Blake." Madhus was a gem among a virtual treasure chest of classy Danish restaurants. To Barrett, the interior encapsulated the essence of Scandinavian architecture and art. Bright, open spaces with a skylight, rich dark wood panels encircling the lower half of the wall, and large pictures of the great outdoors. But the approaching darkness muted the joy that Barrett suspected would be found more readily during a lunch when the sun was beaming overhead. Barrett took in all the details of his surroundings, noting that Stone's observational powers were still stellar. 4 of Sokolov's men were inside, 4 were outside. The hostess led Barrett across the dining room floor to a booth in the back corner where Sokolov was waiting. Barrett hated the position, which made him vulnerable. If someone wanted to shoot him from behind, he'd never see it coming. But that wasn't his most immediate problem, which was selling his idea for a partnership to Sokolov. 2 guards patted him down before gesturing that he was free to sit down and join the oligarch. Barrett was posing as an English owner of a Ukrainian orphanage for abandoned children, offering a partnership to give children to Sokolov's organization. Explaining what Barrett's organization supposedly did sickened him, but it had to be done. a means to an end, and the only way he was going to get out alive was to at least sell the illusion that he believed what he was saying. Yet as the words oozed from his mouth, they churned his stomach. How did I end up doing this? When Barrett finished talking, he looked at Sokolov, who seemed mildly interested. Sounds like the beginning of a promising relationship, Sokolov said. But before we discuss terms, let's drink. Sokolov filled their glasses with a generous portion from a wine bottle with a label so old Barrett could scarcely make out the date. But he was more focused on making sure Watts was listening so she could work her magic. What a lovely idea, Barrett said, uttering their previously discussed code phrase. As he reached for the glass, the power went out, giving Barrett just enough time to drop a small dissolvable tablet into Sokolov's glass. A second later, the lights flickered back on, and Barrett's hand was back, close to his glass, but almost a little past it. That alone was enough to signal to the fastidious Sokolov that something was amiss. What did you do? What did I do? What do you mean? What did you put in my drink? I saw you put something in my glass of wine. I did no such thing, Barrett said. Prove it. Then he pushed his glass across the table toward Barrett. Go on. Drink it up. Blake looked at the glass sheepishly. I swear I did nothing. Drink it, the Russian said, his voice stiffening with each demand. Barrett smiled and held up the glass. A toast. To our health. Sokolov didn't move, refusing to show even a scant amount of emotion as he watched Barrett bring the glass to his lips. Come, Barrett said in his fake English accent. Join me. To our health and to our partnership. When Sokolov didn't touch his glass, Barrett put his down. Where I come from, this is something we do together. And where I come from, everyone does what I say. Now, look under the table. Barrett leaned to the side, glanced under the table, to see Sokolov pointing a pistol at him. Drink it. Okay. Barrett picked up his glass. You don't really have to coerce me like this. The wine in that glass is probably worth $20,000. Try 30,000. Well, this ought to be so good going down. Barrett tilted the glass back and took several long gulps before draining the last drop. He smacked his lips together. That was outstanding. Then Barrett grimaced. Are you all right? Sokolov asked. I don't feel well. Barrett scooted out of the booth. Don't stand up. Just stay right there and let death come for you. It's better that way. Barrett collapsed to the ground, his face contorted, saliva dribbling off his lips, his eyes open in a vacant stare. He writhed on the ground for a moment, guttural gurgling noises emanating from him before silence. Barrett's face had fallen into a motionless 1,000-yard stare. Sokolov laughed at Barrett's demise, chuckling before chugging all the wine in his glass. Now, this wine is never tasted sweeter. Who was this bastard anyway? He dared to come in here and get me somehow. He knows nothing. Then Sokolov put a pair of fingers on Barrett's neck to check for a pulse. A victim of his own stupid... But Sokolov's words stopped, and he began to choke, flopping on top of Barrett. His whole body writhed as he was a fish trying to flop his way back into the water. Then Barrett looked up at Sokolov and smiled before sliding the Russian's gun out of his breast pocket. Sokolov tried to say something, but nothing but grunts came out. A second later, Barrett rolled aside and took aim at the 4 guards rushing to his side. One by one, Barrett dropped them. However, he ran out of bullets with 1 guard crouching behind a booth and taking aim at him. Barrett scrambled to his feet, took off toward the back alley. "What's the situation outside?" he asked. "Everyone's rushing inside," There's one peeling off, but I can take care of him." A gunshot cracked through the comms, and the guard's legs buckled before he crashed face first into the sidewalk. "You've got a clear path out if you can make it," Stone said. "Watts, where are you?"
"I'm around the corner, gassed up and ready to go."
"Good. I might be coming in hot. Just be wise and get out of there. I'll take care of the rest." Barrett raced through the kitchen, turning what he guessed was a serene place into a den of chaos. Pots and pans overhead clattered together as he brushed them while running past. Bullets pierced the steel surfaces in the kitchen as the guards fired their weapons in a haphazard fashion, almost as if they were simply hoping to hit anything. Barrett dove to the ground and slid beneath a table. He scanned the area around him and noticed a set of cutting knives on a nearby board. Snatching them, he flung both at the hostiles. One found its mark, lodging in a guard's chest, while the other fell harmlessly to the floor. More bullets peppered the stainless steel prep tables, causing a plethora of sparks around Barrett. He was wondering if this was going to be it. Then he noticed a steaming pot just within arm's length on a nearby burner. Without hesitating, Barrett lunged for it and then flung the contents at the men. Boiling water scalded one of the men, while the last remaining guard managed to evade it. More bullets rained down on him as the man drew closer. Barrett was out of options that allowed him to stay and fight. It's now or never. He flipped over one of the stainless steel tables, using it as a shield as he crawled toward the back door, unsure of what he'd find once he reached the alley. "Let me know when you're out," Stone said. The last guard's shots chipped the brick, with chunks of it dropping on Barrett's head. He dove for the exit and kicked the doorstop aside, allowing him to squeeze through. More bullets ate into the wooden door, splintering it before he could get away. Once he reached the back hall, he scrambled to his feet and raced into the back alley where Watts was waiting with the car. She pushed the door open with her foot. "Never wanted a valet to deliver my car more than right now," he said.
"Jazz the valet at your service,"
she said, not waiting for him to close the door before stomping on the gas. The car lurched forward and sped away from Madhouse. Barrett turned around, slapping the side of the door. "The girl! We have to go back for the girl." Watts resolutely shook her head.
"Blake, we're on a tight timeline, in case you've forgotten."
"Go back, now." His eyes were fixated on Madhouse. Seconds later, the entire place erupted, a fireball exploding skyward, the flames looking as though they were lapping at the clouds. She stopped and looked at the carnage with him. The back door flung open seconds later, and Stone slid inside. "Let's go!" He pounded the seat. "Did you guys see that? Oh, I've missed blowing things up." Watts put the car into drive and stepped on the accelerator, the tires barking on the asphalt. "Now what?" Stone asked. "That was more fun than I thought it would be." "You weren't the one who almost got killed in there."
"I know, but it was still fun." "Before we go anywhere, we're making a pit stop," Watts said.
"I'd just as soon go straight to Miami if it's all the same to everyone," Barrett said.
"Not unless you've suddenly lost interest in the mystery behind the Marja 6. After all, it was your name on that list from Slade Gordon's apartment, and everyone else is dead but you."
Barrett arched an eyebrow. "Wait, did you crack that file we found named Doyle's Folly?"
"Still working on it."
"But you found out something else, didn't you? Did you get a hit on that post you made about the Marja 6?
She nodded. "Apparently you're not the only one wanting to know what the hell that's all about."
"So, where are we going?" Barrett asked, his spirits lifting.
"Maine," she said. "We're going to visit a guy by the name of Peter Gaines."
"Was he in the military?"
"Nope. His brother was."
"Then why aren't we talking to his brother?"
"Because his brother is dead."
Chapter 3. Washington, D.C. Lieutenant Colonel Jerry Simpson put his glasses on to inspect his work, leaning across the bathroom sink to get a better look in the mirror. He wanted to make sure his mustache was extra perfect. Running his hand both with his whiskers and against them, he deemed it satisfactory before moving on to the rest of his morning routine.
"What's taking so long in there?"
called Jackie Simpson's wife, who was still cocooned in their bed.
"Are you meeting with the president again?"
He poked his head around the corner, grinning. "How'd you guess?"
"Well, it was either that or you've got another woman."
Simpson returned his gaze to the mirror, slowly and methodically separating his part and combing his hair to the side. "Honey, I've got my hands full with you. How do you think I could possibly have time for someone else?" He poked his head back around the side of the door and caught her staring at the ceiling with a broad smile on her face. For a moment he thought she was reveling in his comment, a compliment. But then she responded. She whipped her head toward him, her demeanor quizzical, serious.
"Are you suggesting that I'm a demanding wife?"
Simpson paused, sensing that if he wasn't careful, he would tumble headlong into a menopausal-induced fight. His wife had been laid back for years, until recently. Since she'd entered menopause, she was wound tighter than a $2 watch, and seemed to always assume the worst about him. Fortunately, he'd spent his entire career learning how to negotiate military higher-ups who lived with a bug that had taken up permanent residence in their ass. "I'm the only one demanding here," he said, waiting a beat before continuing. "Demanding that I devote myself fully and wholly to you." The smile returned to her face. She patted a spot on the bed next to her.
"Do you have to go right now?"
"I wish I didn't, but it's not polite to keep the president waiting." She bolted upright.
"I knew it! You are meeting with him, aren't you?"
He held up 2 fingers. Scout's honor.
"Ask him if Alexis had a chance to make my shortbread cookie recipe yet, and if she liked it."
"Of course. And I'll let you know what she said." But he'd never given President Clark the recipe, and if he had, he doubted the leader of the free world could keep track of such trivial things, even if he was skilled at working a room, especially one full of wealthy donors.
"Hurry home tonight," she said. "We're going over to the Burtons for a dinner party."
He put on his jacket and adjusted his stars and bars before walking over to Jackie and kissing her on the forehead. "I'll see you at 6. Have fun at the club playing tennis." Simpson enjoyed his semi-private meetings with President James Clark, though he wished Tom Ackerman, Clark's chief of staff, didn't have to join them every time. Having another person in there kept Simpson's guard up. He knew Clark, had served under him, and even helped bury all his figurative bodies. But he'd been in Washington long enough to understand the dangers of sharing secrets with someone who wasn't trustworthy, and Ackerman hadn't done a damn thing to earn Simpson's trust. As he sat at a table, hunched over a stack of files with President Clark, Simpson dismissed his reservations about Ackerman and spoke openly about every topic introduced. "Now, I've been saving the best for last," Clark said, flashing a smile accented by his bright white teeth. "How is the Pentagon working to ensure United Front is operational by the launch date?" Simpson wondered when the president would bring up his pet project, a system he and a Washington think tank conceived that would enable more real-time communication between the Western world's intelligence communities. The big hang-up had been the security of the system, although many foreign leaders saw the advantages of being able to share information about dangerous criminals and terrorists at lightning speed. Considerable concern existed about how much more dangerous such a system could be if it was hacked. A breach could enable bad actors to access sensitive information from so many more intelligence agencies, spelling disaster. "We're still working on it, sir," Simpson said, "but we're getting close, very close." "That's what I like to hear," Clark said, clapping his hands once and then pumping his fist. He shifted in his chair and nodded at Simpson, as if he knew something. "What is it, sir?" Simpson asked. "Can you believe all that we've been able to accomplish over the last 7.5 years? Pretty unbelievable, right?" "You've certainly done a good job establishing a lasting legacy." "And if United Front proves to be what all the experts think it will become, the world will be a much more dangerous place for criminals." "I think that would be an incredible legacy, sir." Cut the sir shit, Jerry. You've known me long enough to know that I'm just a normal guy who happened to be blessed with a winning smile and a double dose of charm and connections to the right people. The only thing I ever wanted from my time in the White House was to leave the world a better and, more importantly, safer place than when I first arrived here. Those are honorable intentions, Ackerman chimed in, reminding Simpson that the chief of staff was still in the room. But do you know why I made the latter one of my big goals? Clark asked, continuing without waiting for a response. It's because of what happened to my father. My father was simply a research scientist at the University of Minnesota, doing his job when he was suddenly murdered, and police still don't know who did it, much less why. And it's the why that bothers me so much, like a pebble stuck in my shoe. I can imagine that would be irritating, sir, Simpson said. Jim. Clark stood and then paced the floor of the small conference room as he talked. I'm not sure there's enough words to convey how I feel about growing up without knowing why my father was senselessly murdered. But I started thinking that I'm the president, damn it, and I should be able to get some answers. About your father's death? Ackerman asked. Absolutely. I find it disturbing that nothing has happened with the case. And not only that, but last week someone sent me a note anonymously. Simpson wanted to challenge the president. His father's death was not actually a cold case. It had been ruled an accident, though there was considerable speculation at the time that it was a homicide. But in an effort to avoid having uncleared cases, someone in the Minneapolis Police Department quietly ruled it an accident and removed it from the books. But Simpson had long since learned that there was a level of delusion that existed among high-level leaders that subordinates simply had to tolerate. He decided to act interested. You received an anonymous note here? At the White House? Simpson asked. Kind of crazy, I know. But I know it had to be from a staffer who either knows something or knows somebody who knows something. I had Secret Service try to figure out who it was, but the cameras in the mailroom don't have a full view of the people who are actually inserting the mail into the slots. It'd be cumbersome to interview every person who had access that day. And even then, we don't have footage to prove everything. There's obviously a reason they chose to remain anonymous, but it's worth looking into. What did the note say? It simply said, the truth about your past will soon be revealed. You've been warned. Crazy, huh? And you think it has to be about your father? I've run a tight ship, scandal-free, according to some, and since I won 2 terms in this office, you'd be crazy to think that every inch of my life hasn't been already combed over and leveraged by political foes and friends alike. So I think this is the only thing in my life that the note could possibly be referring to. So do you have someone in mind? Simpson asked. I've got you in mind for looking into this. Think you're up for the job? Simpson's breath hitched. I mean, I'm not exactly a detective. Oh, don't give me that lame-ass excuse. When we were in Iraq, who was the one who figured out who was skimming beers out of our stash? Well, I did, but no buts about it. When properly motivated to expose a secret, I'm confident you can do that. Ackerman chuckled. Everyone in my fraternity in college became detectives when a keg went missing at a party once. Yeah, but they were probably too drunk to figure out who took it, Clark snapped. That's probably pretty accurate, though we eventually found out who was responsible. After it was all gone, right? Clark said, receiving an affirmative nod from Ackerman. So, see? It didn't matter. You and your fraternity's detective brigade aren't who I'm looking for right now. I need someone to handle this who's well-connected, well-respected, and well-suited for the task. And that man is Jerry. Sir, Jim, I'm trying to help manage the United Front operation at Jerry, Clark said, interrupting, cocking his head and narrowing his gaze as he locked eyes with Simpson. "I don't need it solved tomorrow. I know that's how you work and think, but just start looking into it for me. Will you?" "Next week?" Simpson asked. "Why wait until then?" Clark said. "Get a plan together tomorrow and go visit one of your pals at the Bureau. I'm sure they'd be happy to help you once you tell them who you're doing this for. At the very least, I'd like to know why the FBI was even involved in the case and what they still have on file about it. If I'd known about this before, I would have done this myself a long time ago, but I'm just too busy." "But not too busy to be curious," Simpson said. "Exactly. Now, I know you're going to do a fine job, Jerry. Keep me posted on whatever you find." "Of course." Simpson left the meeting wondering how he would juggle everything, especially if he needed to prepare to launch his own quiet murder investigation. This would require a precise plan, the opposite of what he had done when he learned that Buckshot Billy was taking more than his fair share of beers. Simpson had merely stumbled on the sharpshooter digging up a cooler he'd buried behind a clump of bushes and icing down his extra brews. But bringing up that fact to Clark would only make it sound like he was conjuring up excuses not to do that job. Simpson would figure it out, and he'd get the president the answers he wanted. Simpson's mind then drifted back to Jackie. He knew she wouldn't be happy when he told her that he'd have to take a rain check on dinner with the Burtons. As Simpson pulled into a parking space at the Pentagon, his cell phone buzzed with a call from his real boss, the one whose real name he didn't know. The man went by Colonel Sanders, which seemed apt, given how much the man droned on about fried chicken and spoke with a genteel accent of someone from the hills of the Deep South. They'd never met in person and had been connected when one of Simpson's superiors at the Pentagon handed a phone to him one day and told him to do whatever the man on the other end requested. That was how Simpson became a handler for a secret government operative, providing a cushion between the man calling the shots, Colonel Sanders, and Slade Gordon, an assassin plucked from the U.S. Air Force's reconnaissance program. It wasn't all that interesting of a story, though what had transpired since then had been a wild thrill ride, making Simpson nervous about what could happen to him one day if Colonel Sanders and whoever else was behind this project started to believe he might expose the operation and its results. But Simpson had a secret of his own. He sometimes leveraged his asset to handle Simpson's personal missions. Slade Gordon would never know the difference, and likely wouldn't care as long as he got paid. "Good morning, Jerry," the colonel said. "Would you like the white meat or dark meat with your order?" Simpson had learned it was the colonel's way of asking him if he wanted good news, white meat, or bad news, dark meat, first. "The way my day is going, might as well go with the dark meat," Simpson said. "You need to make contact with your operative, ASAP. We have a pressing issue that needs to be dealt with right away." "That doesn't sound so bad." "I haven't given you all the details yet, son." "Maybe I want the white meat." "In that case, this mission is dispensing with our regular rules of discretion." "No rules?" "That's right. This is a results-oriented mission, meaning we want the target eliminated, no matter what the cost. If it's public and there's collateral damage, everyone is fine with that." "Must be a big bird." "Not exactly, but what he's carrying is a brood of secrets that nobody wants made public." "All right." Simpson climbed out of his car. "Send me the briefing and I'll get it to my guy right away." "Let him know that under no circumstances can he fail." "And if he does?" "If he fails, we might just have to bring on a replacement." Chapter 4. Rangeley, Maine. Blake Barrett climbed out of the SUV they'd rented for the hour-and-a-half drive from the Augusta airport to Gaines Brothers' dairy farm. His boots crunched the gravel along the makeshift parking lot designed for summertime tourists interested in getting a peek at authentic farm life from the 19th century. But on this late spring morning, the lot was empty. That didn't surprise Barrett, since he noticed stubborn patches of snow still lurking in the shadows, accented by sugar-frosted mountaintops. He also noticed the pungent odor of cow manure, offset slightly by the sweet smell of all the wildflowers that dotted the surrounding hillsides. He paused to wait for Watts and Stone before the trio marched toward the nearby barn.
"I'm sorry, but we're not open to the public yet," called a woman.
Barrett spun to his right to see a gloved woman with a flannel shirt and rubber galoshes marching toward them. She blew a tendril of her brown hair out of her face as she came to a stop a few feet away. "We're not here for a tour," Barrett explained. The woman looked them up and down.
"And you don't look like no state inspectors either. So what's your business here? We don't want no hormones either, since we only produce organic milk here."
Watts put a hand on Barrett's chest and stepped forward, speaking with a softer voice.
"We're not here for that either, Miss. It's Mrs. Gaines, and unless you have an appointment, we don't have time today. We're extremely busy getting ready for the summer tourism season."
"I understand, Mrs. Gaines, but a Peter Gaines asked us to meet with him. Is that your husband?"
She nodded. "Pete invited you? What the hell for?"
"I think it has something to do with his brother, Tim." Mrs. Gaines shook her head slowly, her jaw set.
"Did he tell you he had some secret information about his brother's death?"
She set off the word secret information with air quotes.
"Damn it. I told him to leave it alone. Nothing good's ever going to come out of that."
Barrett winced, partially at the woman's defiant opposition, partially at the gust of wind that blasted his olfactory senses with more cow dung. "I can understand your frustration, but I can also understand his. I have some unanswered questions related to the death of someone close to me, and it's not easy just to let go." Mrs. Gaines sighed and threw up her hands before dropping them and slapping the sides of her work jeans.
"Fine. Go talk to him. If it'll help him get over it, I'm all for it. But I don't want you leading him on and letting him think you're going to get all the answers he's looking for. But he needs someone to talk to about it, because Lord knows I'm tired of listening to him."
Barrett thanked her and started walking to the wooden red barn before Mrs. Gaines stopped them.
"Where do you think you're going? He's not in that barn. He's in the one over there."
She pointed to a modern building constructed out of bricks and stone.
"The barn is just for tourists. Farming's evolved."
When Barrett and his two colleagues reached the milking parlor, a man wearing coveralls and rubber boots rested one foot on a steel gate as he gestured for the cows to keep moving into a pen. Once the cows stopped, an automated milking machine attached the animals' udders and began draining them. With a man intensely studying the cows to make sure the process was running smoothly, he didn't notice his guests until Watts cleared her throat. The man looked up and walked toward them.
"Can I help you?"
"Peter Gaines?" Watts asked.
"You got him. Who are you?"
He stretched out his hands wide. "Who are you?"
"I'm Jasmine Watts, and these are my two colleagues, Grant and Slade. I spoke with you on the internet a few days ago about the death of your brother."
"Oh, yes." He glanced at his watch. "I forgot what day it is. Sometimes happens around here when you do the same thing every single day."
Watts smiled and offered her hand. Gaines looked at it and then shook his head.
"Trust me, you don't want me shaking your hand right now. Let me get someone else to watch the cows so we can talk."
He darted through a doorway and shouted at someone. Seconds later, Gaines returned with another farmhand, giving him instructions.
"Let's step outside to talk. If you found me here, you must have met my wife."
Watts nodded, but said nothing.
"I hope you didn't tell her what you came to talk with me about."
"I did,"
Watts said.
I bet that didn't go over well.
Let's just say we were glad she wasn't holding a sharp object.
Oh, goodness gracious, she's a farmer's wife. She knows a dozen ways to kill something without a knife. Sometimes when I watch her butcher a pig, I wonder if she has a secret life I don't know about. I mean, she does have a family in Boston that once had ties to the mafia.
At least she hasn't butchered you yet, Watt said.
Yet. If I ever wind up headless, you'll know who the culprit is.
All four of them laughed, Barrett politely and a little nervously. He felt somewhat empathetic towards Gaines, though he imagined that the farmer was embellishing his wife's hardened exterior. Now, Mr. Gaines, we didn't come all the way here to counsel you on your marriage. Tell us about your brother, Tim. What do you know about his death?
Gaines sighed and sat down on a large overturned bucket. He gestured toward a fallen log that made a convenient bench for his guests. They all sat as he recounted Tim's death, one officially caused by suicide when he hung himself a year ago.
So what makes you question that's actually what happened?
I'd just seen him a few days before. You know, he was excited about getting out of the military and retiring on the farm with me. It's why I named this farm Gaines Brothers. It's only ever been me. But Tim promised one day when he retired, he would get out and join me. Me and my brother were thick as thieves when we were younger. He was the smarter one, the real smart one. Getting a job in the military with the Army Corps of Engineers, he was going to help with the expansion of our farm and oversee the business side of things. I'm just a husbandry guy who's had to learn more stuff that I want to cram inside my head.
You can't be that dumb if you've figured out how to get onto the dark web.
Truth is, my son is the one who showed me how to do it. He goes to MIT, studying computer engineering, gets all his smarts from his mama.
And what made you want to get on the dark web? Barrett asked.
I heard that's an unregulated place, one of the few places you can get real answers from, a place where the government doesn't intrude into your life.
I mean, I live in Maine, and you won't find many fellow Mainers who welcome the government for any reason.
But you mentioned on your message to me that there was something your brother told you. Something about the Marja 6, Watt said.
Gaines removed his cap and studied it in his hands for a moment.
In our last conversation, he was home on leave and came by for a few days. We were on the porch, drinking beers and talking about the good old days, when he got real serious all of a sudden. I thought maybe the alcohol was starting to affect him, because he was more of a quiet drunk, which was the exact opposite of how he was in real life. But then I realized it was something else.
What did he say?
Watts prodded. He told me that he was worried he was participating in something that was illegal.
Illegal?
Stone asked. Yeah, and I asked him how he could be doing something illegal when he was just moving equipment around. That's when he said he had a hunch, that there was more than just equipment he was loading onto the Army's ships.
And did he give you a reason for his hunch?
Barrett asked. Yeah. Something to do with extra markings on the equipment, and the way some of it was stored.
What do you mean, stored?
He didn't go into much detail, but he mentioned how some of the equipment was disassembled and stored, and apparently some of the pieces formed compartments that he couldn't see into. They were sealed with these keys that he'd never seen before. And on top of that, the weight seemed off. My brother knew the approximate weight of all the equipment the Army Corps of Engineers used. He had to when he was loading it up and filling out the manifesto. But someone had changed what he'd written, making him nervous that he could get in trouble if something came of it.
So something sketchy was happening with the equipment, Watts condensed. But where did he hear about the Marja 6 from?
That was a different time, Gaines said. That was in the letter he sent to me. I got it a few days after he died. He told me not to let any police or military people see it because they might bury the truth.
And what did this letter say?
It was a strange letter. At least, that's how I viewed it at the time. Now, I understand it was a goodbye letter, though maybe he wasn't sure it was goodbye at the time. I think he still held out hope that nothing was going on. But that wasn't all that the letter contained.
Gaines reached into his back pocket and produced an envelope. He rooted around inside and dug out a key, one that had a stubby blade attached to a thick circular piece of plastic. It looked like one used in a rental locker, found at amusement parks or train stations. He held it up and then unfurled the note to show a long string of numbers.
"Got any idea what this means?" Gaines asked. "I would ask my son, but my wife saw it and made it clear that she didn't want him involved in this. He was close to my brother, and I don't think she wanted him getting distracted from his schoolwork."
Barrett leaned closer, examining the key for a moment before holding out his hand.
"May I?"
Gaines hesitated before placing it in Barrett's hand. Barrett sat, stooped over the key, turning it slowly to study each part of it. While he did this, Watts asked to see the letter.
"This won't be easy to tell what this goes to," Barrett said, holding up the key. "Though there is a number 57 imprinted on the back, but there might be hundreds of lockers this could go to." "What about the string of numbers?" Gaines said, pointing toward the note.
"I'm not sure about this either. There are," she counted under her breath, 34 numbers in this string. This won't be easy to figure out, but we'll give it our best shot."
"And what about Marja 6? Barrett pressed again. "It's in the letter. He told me that he overheard some high-ranking official. I guess he couldn't tell if it was a general or colonel or whatever, telling another guy in civilian clothes to get someone to handle the Marja 6. Tim said he wasn't sure that he heard it correctly, but then he heard the man repeat it again before handing him a piece of paper."
"Interesting."
"So, what does that mean to you?" Gaines asked.
"We found the list, maybe even that same piece of paper," Barrett said. "I knew all of the men. They all served on a mission with me, and now they're all dead."
Gaines let out a low whistle. "This sounds serious."
"It is," Watts said. "And might I give you a little advice? To not breathe a word of this to anyone, especially your wife. Tell her something like, we were a family farm, looking into automating our milking or whatever you think she'll buy. Or tell her that we offered to buy your farm."
"That's a better story," Gaines said. "She's never leaving this place."
"Thank you for letting us know about this," Watts said. "Can I take a picture of all this?"
"Be my guest. And you'll keep me in the loop?"
"We will, though it may be a while before we're able to really dig in. We have some more pressing matters we have to attend to."
Gaines stood and offered his hands.
"Who are you guys again?"
"We're just some people who like to look into these things," Watts said. "Consider us Nancy Drew and the Hardy Boys."
"Oh, I loved those books, except the ones where they were all tricked in the end."
He squeezed Barrett's hand as they shook.
"You have nothing to worry about with us," Barrett said, feeling the farmer's pain, both emotionally and physically. "Trust me. We want answers as much as you do." "Don't let me down, please," Gaines said.
"Fair warning, but you may not like what we find," Barrett said, drawing his hand back.
"I don't care. I want to know everything."
Like the beginning of Chapter 5. Hong Kong. As the elevator ascended, Oliver Green shifted his weight between his feet, casting furtive glances at his hulking escort. The man wore a suit, sans a tie, his biceps appearing to be in danger of ripping the jacket along the seams if he merely flexed. Despite Green's training, he recognized that immobilizing the giant guarding the panel containing floor buttons would be a formidable task, and Green wanted nothing to do with it. He had already been wanded by the hotel's security team when he entered a secure section of the luxury hotel overlooking Victoria Harbor, and had no intention of causing any trouble. Just hand over the drive, get my money, and disappear. That was the best Green could hope for, since he created a stir in the British intelligence community with his brazen betrayal. There was little doubt that an MI6 agent was searching for him right now, carrying an SOS order: shoot on sight. Vauxhall Cross didn't want an explanation. They merely wanted him dead for what he'd done. Green couldn't blame them either. He also couldn't blame himself for wanting revenge after what they'd done to him first. And considering what he was tasked with stealing, he didn't see the ultimate harm in it. He justified his actions by the fact that it wouldn't cause the upheaval in the intelligence world they were likely to suggest it would. As far as Green knew, the information he carried on the flash drive in his pocket was one of the worst-kept secrets in the world of espionage. Outsiders, namely useful idiot journalists, would express utter shock, while other intelligence agencies would feign disappointment, despite also engaging in the practice. But it would change nothing. It wouldn't expose some gaping hole in the fabric of intelligence that bad actors could exploit. It wouldn't cripple intel-gathering methods. It wouldn't be the equivalent of putting out a welcome mat for terrorists, though Green could already imagine the talking heads yapping about such dangers with Piers Morgan on his live television program. But some wealthy man wanted to pay him £50 million for the benign information. An orchestra version of a Taylor Swift song wafted through the elevator speakers, and Green would have sworn he saw Hercules swaying to the beat and subtly tapping his foot. Maybe I could take this guy, he thought. About a minute later, the last floor lit up and the elevator came to a stop. Hercules twisted a key in the panel, activating the door. He yanked it out as the door slid open. Green entered the room slowly before picking up his pace after receiving a sharp nudge in the back. He glanced around at the Georgian columns supporting the vaulted ceilings, architecture that was an artifact from the British colonization of the area. White marble floors glistened, reflecting the sunlight pouring in through the large plate-glass windows, offering a majestic view of the harbor and Hong Kong Island. In the distance, Victoria Peak towered above the cluster of high-rise office buildings and apartments, highlighting the clash between nature and the concrete jungle. But it was the art on the wall that really made Green do a double-take. Instead of gazing upon paintings that matched the decor, Green stared befuddled at the canvases, containing what appeared to be close-up imagery of motherboards and computer components. While strange and jarring, it was understandable, given that he was working for a tech mogul. Green stopped to view the art before Hercules gestured toward a doorway that led to a veranda along the side of the penthouse suite. Green followed the steps outside and found an Asian woman in a tight dress and shortly cropped hair, waiting with her hands clasped in front of her. She showed no emotion, giving nothing more than a knowing, subtle nod to Hercules before he disappeared back inside the suite.
"Mr. Green," she said in an English accent, "please, have a seat. I will let him know you have arrived." Then she descended a set of steps near the side of the veranda, vanishing from view. He followed her instructions, sitting in a chair that faced the steps she'd just taken. Given his training, he knew better than to let his guard down, and determined to take up a position where he could see the only two entrances he'd identified. He remained there for a moment, his eyes shifting between the pair of entryways. It wasn't what he wanted to do, though. He preferred to turn and face Hong Kong Island while enjoying the cool breeze and the serenity that comes with watching the business of a city 50 stories below.
But there'd be time for that soon enough once he exchanged the files with the billionaire for a life-changing payday. But where was the eccentric man? It was taking him a long time to arrive, especially after he was the one who appointed it, Green thought. A pigeon alighted on the veranda's ledge, strutting back and forth, then another and another. Before Green knew it, a flock descended on the ledge, the birds announcing their presence with a cacophony of cooing. Moments later, the chaos rose to a crescendo as a man stalked up the steps and waved his arms, shooing the pigeons away. Green stood up as they took flight and made a pass overhead before descending toward a nearby park and landing on a large patch of concrete ringed by park benches. Then he turned his attention to the man who'd been walking up the steps. His gun was out and trained on Green. "Let me see the files," the man said, holding his hand out. Green eyed him cautiously for a moment. "Where's Mr. He's busy. I was under the impression that My name is Mr. Delgado. But I thought, shut up and give me the copy of the files," the man barked, his hand still outstretched, his fingers now snapping. Inwardly, Green kicked himself for letting his guard down. Those damn birds. But outwardly, he calmly dug into his pocket and forked over the device. The man put one hand in the air and snapped his fingers again. This time, the Asian woman who'd escorted Green to the veranda was now toting a laptop, rushed over to Delgado, and handed it to him. He placed the computer on a glass coffee table in the center of a cluster of chairs and couches and inserted the flash drive into one of the laptop's ports. His fingers whirred across the keyboard, clicking and clacking before he pounded the return button. After glancing at the screen for a few seconds, he pounded his fist on the table. He yanked out the flash drive and held it up. "What is this?" "It's the information I was contracted to retrieve," Green said. "No, it's not. This is worthless." "What do you mean?" Green's face was awash with confusion. "I downloaded all the files. I even checked them before I came." "Are you slow? They're all encrypted." "Well, of course they are," Green said. "I wasn't asked to—" "You were asked to extract files from a certain server at the MI6 building. And how do I know if you completed the job or not? These could be files of anything. They could be renamed files of pictures you took on holiday last summer." Okay. What do you want me to do to prove it to you?" "Get them decrypted so we can use them," Delgado said, shoving the flash drive against Green's chest. "You want me to... You think I can just... MI6 uses some of the most sophisticated encryption technology in the world. It's not like I can just find someone to do this for me." "You are right," Delgado said. "There's only one man in the entire world who can do this. The same man who conceived and developed the encryption program." No, Green said. "You can't expect me to—" Delgado stroked his scraggly goatee and smiled as he nodded. "Oh, yes, I can." "You want me to get Alistair McCutcheon to decrypt these files?" "If you want your money." "Yes." Delgado handed the thumb drive back. "And there's a zip file on here for him. Password is his social security number." "What's he supposed to do with it?" "Don't worry about that. Just give him the file. And good luck." I don't even know where McCutcheon lives." Delgado patted Green on the shoulder before he turned and walked back toward the staircase. "I'm sure you will figure it out." Green felt like his world was spinning out of control. He needed the $50 million to disappear. He knew some MI6 agent was hunting him, maybe 2 or 3 by now. And now he had nothing. No money. And according to the henchmen sent to verify the files, nothing to trade either. He had no choice but to find McCutcheon if he wanted the money. And Green wanted the money. He walked over to the edge and looked down at the pigeons begging for crumbs in the park from poor peasants.
I'm no different than the damn pigeons, he thought.
Green gritted his teeth and turned back toward the door. He determined he wouldn't ever have to beg again. He'd return soon, and next time with the decrypted files. That is, if he didn't get shot by one of his former colleagues first. Chapter 6. Washington, D.C. Lieutenant Colonel Jerry Simpson wrinkled his nose after tasting the stale coffee. He wasn't sure when it had been brewed, but he was certain it hadn't been in the past 12 hours, maybe even 24. Nudging the paper cup aside, he checked his watch and wondered if the administrative assistant had forgotten to tell FBI forensics expert Kyle Callahan he was there, just like she'd forgotten to brew a fresh pot. A moment later, the door opened and Simpson turned around to see who'd entered.
"Don't drink that stuff,"
Callahan said, pointing to Simpson's cup.
"Oh, it'll kill you. Everyone on this floor uses a French press because Alicia's coffee is so god-awful. We've suggested to HR that brewing a proper pot of coffee be part of the interview process next time."
Callahan sat down across from Simpson, offering his hand.
"Thanks for taking the time to talk with me," Simpson said, as the two men pumped hands. "I know this is probably a big inconvenience for you."
Callahan placed a file folder on the table in front of him.
"This is my job, Jerry, and if the president asks for help, I'm rearranging my day. But I am busy, so let's cut to the chase." "Before we start," Simpson said, "do you have any idea why the FBI was involved in a murder investigation?"
"If it was actually murder," Callahan said, holding up his index finger.
"Everything that I read on the case made it sound like it was inconclusive. The Gipper's old man had a little too much to drink, took a curve too sharp, and wound up at the bottom of a Minnesota lake, entombed in his 1970 Pontiac Le Mans. Not a lot of signs pointing to murder there. Except for the fact that the president said his father didn't drink. Maybe in front of him, but that doesn't mean he wasn't getting sauced after putting little Jimmy to bed."
But his mom corroborated the story, saying she'd never saw him drink or even smelled it on his breath. Callahan placed both palms on the table and leaned closer.
"Look, I can't explain that. I'm just telling you what the talk screen results showed, and when you're simply looking at all the forensics of a case, you're only allowed to consider the evidence. People will lie to you, but the evidence gives you the straight truth. Understand?" "Yeah, but I'm not here to argue or consider what people said nearly, 50 years ago to a detective during a homicide investigation. I just got word that you wanted to see the evidence that the FBI gathered. Now, do you want to see this or not?"
"Sure," Simpson sighed. He realized that while Callahan was complying, he was interested in parsing the details of the case. He just wanted to get back to his lab and look at things under his microscope, or analyze evidence on his computers. Simpson would have preferred to do other things as well, but this was the president who'd requested his help on a special project, and it was always a good career decision to impress the president. And if Simpson was being honest with himself, his curiosity had been piqued regarding the veracity of Clark's claim. Why did he think his father had been murdered when law enforcement had concluded it was likely just an accident? Better yet, why had the FBI gotten involved? Callahan pulled out an evidence bag that showed some paint chips that were pulled from the bumper of the Corvette.
"When this case was investigated, some of the tools we take for granted today weren't even available. However, when questions arise on old cases, we can revisit them. So, that's what I did."
Callahan pushed a piece of paper across the table toward Simpson. It was a printout that contained numbers with percentages and words that appeared too esoteric for Simpson to understand what he was looking at.
"You're probably asking yourself, what the hell does all this mean, Callahan?" And I wouldn't blame you. It's confusing to me, too. So I can only imagine how mind-blowing it is to someone who's not immersed in the world of forensics. But, simply put, this is the breakdown of the paint chips that were taken from the scene. And this is what we were able to determine. Simpson's eyes bulged as he looked at the numbers. Which is what exactly? Well, about 10 years ago, we assembled a task force that assembled the chemical makeup of all the paint used on automobiles in the United States over the past 75 years. They could have gone back further, but there aren't too many of those cars on the road anymore, and if they are, they've probably been repainted. Anyway, it's helped the Bureau work with local law enforcement divisions to solve more than 24 crimes. Seems like a lot of work for 24 crimes. Of course, but it mattered to the victims of those crimes, Callahan said. And it also helped us stay out in front of criminals today. Simpson was growing tired of Callahan's pretentious and long-winded explanations. Can you tell me what the bottom line is here? Callahan scowled as he looked over the top of his glasses at Simpson. After a heavy sigh, the FBI forensics expert continued. The bottom line is that I was able to determine that if a car was responsible for driving President Clark's father into a Minnesota lake nearly 50 years ago, it was done by someone driving a 1971 yellow AMC Hornet. More specifically, it was of the two-door sport sedan variety, which used an extra special coating that the other Hornets didn't get. That fact alone should make it easier to find. How so? There were less than 800 of the two-door sport sedans produced, and only 22 of them were ever registered within a 500-mile radius of Minnesota. So I've got 22 people to investigate? Most of them will easily be dismissed until you can get it down to a manageable number, maybe 5 or 6. And then you should be able to find out who was responsible for this, or conclude that it was simply what the Minneapolis Police Department said it was, merely an accident. But you'll get better information from the Minnesota DMV. Simpson nodded. One last question. Okay. Callahan made a show of checking his watch. I've got a meeting in 5 minutes now. Can you tell me why the Bureau was involved in a case like this? Because that seems like the strangest detail in all of this. They don't just get involved in things like this unless it rises to the level of a federal crime. Huh. Maybe you should ask the CIA. Simpson drew back, heavy lines forming on his forehead. The CIA? What? I don't understand. Me either. But all I know is that according to the notes I have on this file, someone from the agency requested the Bureau's help. That seems highly unusual, Simpson said. Clark's father was simply a chemistry professor at the University of Minnesota. What interest would the CIA have with him? That's a question you'll need to ask someone over at the agency. Callahan stood and held out the page containing the information on the paint removed from the Corvette's bumper. Good luck. Simpson took the paper and shook Callahan's hand before leaving the room. Instead of getting answers, Simpson only had more questions. Chapter 7. Washington, D.C. While Barrett liked the Miami condo that Slade Gordon had bequeathed Stone, the problem with living in a place like that was that people were always around. And it was retired people, the kind who had nothing better to do with their day than keep track of the comings and goings of neighbors in between walking their small dogs. In most cases, Barrett appreciated those types of people, the ones who looked out for others and their property, just because. But until Barrett figured out why someone had ordered his execution and dealt with them accordingly, He needed to stay as forgettable as possible. As a result, he'd just utilized some of Gordon's ample bank accounts to pay cash for a house in the Brooklyn neighborhood of Washington. Instead of being cluttered with apartment buildings and condos or consumed with multi-million-dollar sprawling homes on expansive lots, Brooklyn was different. It was packed with small bungalows on tight lots, its residents too busy working to know who their neighbors were, and that was exactly what the trio needed. Barrett added an extra level of precaution to his home purchase by having it owned by an offshore shell corporation that Watts established. The company's leadership was also fabricated with legends that she gave all three of them, making it impossible for Simpson to track them in case he grew suspicious or too nosy for his own good. Barrett hadn't anticipated anything like that happening as long as he successfully completed his assignments. But paranoia had become not an irrational fear, but a mechanism he deemed necessary to survive. He stood on the front sidewalk and looked at the house, which had a screened-in porch and no more than a few square meters of grass that required maintaining. For his team's purposes, the place was nearly perfect. But he couldn't help but long to go back to living in the Ozarks, fishing whenever he liked, working jobs that required more finesse than violence.
"I told you you'd love it,"
Watts said, slapping Barrett on his shoulder as she walked past him, schlepping some of their equipment.
"Wait until you see how I had it furnished inside. I've got it all mapped out where our rooms are."
Barrett hadn't been nearly as excited as Watts, but her enthusiasm for the bungalow was contagious. He tightened his grip on his rucksack and headed up the small walkway. Once Watts sorted everyone to their rooms, including her getting the master suite because she was a woman and didn't want to share a bathroom with the guys after growing up with three brothers, Barrett unpacked. As he was finishing, his phone buzzed with a text message from Simpson. He scanned it and then knocked on Watts' door. "Jazz, are you decent?" She opened the door with a wide grin on her face.
"Don't you just love this place, Blake?"
"You did a great job of picking this out, but we're kind of on a ticking clock right now."
"What's going on?"
Her smile vanished. "It's Simpson. He wants to meet with me in about an hour."
"In person? We don't have time to get you properly fitted for—"
"Relax. It's a video conference call."
"Well, that's still not going to be easy. Give me a second. I'll be out to start working on it. It's going to be tight, but I think I can do it."
She disappeared into her room, while Barrett entered the living room and waited for her. When Watts emerged, she looked serious, toting 2 laptops, a camera, a strange-looking machine he'd never seen before, and what appeared to be miles of cords. She placed it all on the coffee table and began arranging everything. "What's all this?" "It's just a video call, Watts."
"Yeah, and maybe one he could go back and analyze if the tech isn't working perfectly. You can never be too sure. Isn't that what you're always telling me?"
"Well, yeah, but—"
"Now it's your turn to relax. I'll explain everything to you in just a minute."
"You do realize what happens to all of us if they figure out what I did, right?" Watts patted him on the knee, gave him a thin smile.
"There's a reason you asked me to join the team, right? Now, sit tight while I set this up. Oh, and make yourself useful by putting these on your face."
She handed him a plastic bag full of small dots, presumably to let her computer know where to superimpose Slade Gordon's face on Barrett's. He dutifully followed her instructions as she fiddled with the cords and connected the laptops to one another, as well as the camera and the odd-looking device that looked like a wireless router box she had moved to the floor. "What's that?" Barrett asked, pointing at the box. "I thought we already had internet service set up here."
"It's a scrambler, or in a hacker parlance, a VPN router. You didn't think we'd just be able to stream from here on the house's network, did you?"
"I don't know. I guess I didn't think about that."
"Which is why you have me."
She clicked one of the wires into the router.
"I'm going to make sure you don't get caught, and that you look good."
Barrett sat patiently while the two discussed their childhoods. Barrett didn't like talking about his formative years, but she'd brought it up and he didn't want to come across as rude.
Barrett glanced at his watch. How close are you to being finished? Simpson's going to call any minute now.
Almost there.
She tapped commands on her keyboard.
There. Now, let me give you a little test. Can you move your head from side to side? Like this.
He mimicked her movements, but their test run was cut short when Simpson's number flashed up on the screen. Shit, I gotta take this now.
You'll be fine. Good luck.
Barrett answered the video call on the laptop, which Watts had routed through his phone. He could see his face on the other computer screen, his real face. He panicked for a moment before looking back at the other screen and seeing how he appeared to Simpson, the spitting image of Slade Gordon. So good to see your face, Slade, Simpson said. I know, Barrett said. It's been a while. Well, keep up the good work out there. Eliminating Sokolov was a huge win for everybody, not to mention the bonus of getting most of his hired thugs. Who doesn't love a 2-for-1? More like a 5-for-1, but who's counting? I've got a great team helping me now, Barrett said in Slade's accent. I told you we'd be more effective and efficient. Well, that'll be the last time I question you, Simpson said. Now, since you were so efficient, I've got another one for you. I just forwarded all the information to your encrypted account. Let me know when you receive it. Barrett saw a notification pop up on Slade's laptop, signaling the file's arrival. He clicked on it and began skimming the file. You can read it over in more depth later, but I want to read you in quickly here. What's the job? The down and dirty version is that I need you to eliminate a hacker named Alistair McCutcheon, who lives on a dairy farm in Finland. Barrett almost mentioned that he'd just been to one before catching himself and staying on topic. And what's this hacker done? Plenty, but as it relates to the issue we have right now, nothing yet. Am I working in some pre-crime division now, like a Philip K. Dick story? Simpson laughed. No. We haven't turned into some real-life version of Minority Report yet. But, as you'll see explained more clearly in the briefing, MI6 had an agent named Oliver Green. Green went rogue, stole some of their most sensitive information. What kind of information? According to my contact there, the kind that could bring intelligence worldwide to its knees. In other words, the kind that would burn underground agents everywhere. Barrett noticed his face glitching and glanced over at Watts, who gave him a shrug and gestured for him to continue. Is everything all right there? Simpson asked. Just some technical issues. Now, why hasn't MI6 sent some of their own after Agent Green? They have, but they requested reinforcements, especially someone who isn't agency trained. They're having a difficult time pinning him down, as he's been able to stay several steps ahead of all their agents, anticipating their moves. Why not just set a trap for him with McCutcheon? For starters, we're the only agency that knows where he is. And why is that? Because he's helped us on several projects, and we don't want MI6 to know that we've been employing him, though we haven't heard from him in about a year. Nobody has. McCutcheon used to be one of theirs, and is responsible for the MI6's state-of-the-art network. It's impenetrable from the outside, and damn near unbreakable from the inside. So McCutcheon is the only one who can crack the files that Green stole? Barrett asked. Exactly. But you want me to kill McCutcheon first as a preemptive strike? In a nutshell, yes. What about the files? With McCutcheon dead, they'll be useless, and MI6 can hunt down Green at their leisure. It's just imperative that we get to McCutcheon before Green does. And how's Green going to find him? Hopefully, he doesn't, which is why this operation is as simple as they come. Go to Finland, kill McCutcheon, collect a fat payday. "Copy that," Barrett said. "Excellent. Let me know when it's done," Simpson said before ending the call. Barrett closed the laptop and leaned back in his chair, a long sigh escaping him. That was close.
Too close. I'll have to look more closely at the software I'm using.
You'll have plenty of time to do that on our long flight to Finland. Barrett looked behind him. "Hey, Stone." Stone stumbled, bleary-eyed, out of his room.
"Can a guy get a nap around here?"
"No time to nap. Get your gear together. We're heading back to another dairy farm. Only this time, it's in Finland."
"What?"
Chapter 8. 1 year earlier, Kapayama, Finland. Alistair McCutcheon sloshed through the muddy path, leading out to his hillside pasture. The pine trees swayed in the breeze, their fresh scent mixed with the much-welcomed sunshine, invigorated him. After spending so much of his life cooped up in rooms full of computer servers, he'd begun to appreciate the outdoors. Just over a small rise, he observed the cows meandering from one spot to the next in search of easy food. In some ways, he was jealous of the animals, enjoying a carefree existence, with their biggest decisions being which patch of grass to munch on. If only it were that simple. To any oblivious outsider, McCutcheon appeared to be enjoying his own carefree life. Instead of slaving away in the city, he managed a small dairy farm with 50 cows. It provided organic milk to a handful of natural restaurants in the nearby town of Siilinjärvi, a half-hour drive from his slice of paradise on the banks of Lake Kupasalmi. But in reality, the cows, along with his newly minted Finnish wife, provided McCutcheon with the cover he needed to blend into the background. None of his neighbors, albeit distant ones, would have ever suspected the Scottish transplant to be one of the world's foremost hackers, once employed by the UK's world-renowned MI6. For the past 2 years, he'd enjoyed a peaceful existence. He'd lived as Cameron MacDonald and oversaw a small staff that managed his dairy farm. But there were times when he was required to do more than simply provide supervision. Like today, when the man who managed the manure pit was sick at home with a flu-like virus, McCutcheon needed to check on it and make sure everything was running smoothly. As he approached the pit, the noxious fumes nearly gagged him, though that was better than the alternative. The worst gases were the ones you couldn't smell, creating a toxic environment. It wasn't glamorous work by any means. In fact, it wasn't desirable work by any measure. But it needed to be done. Everyone in his hometown had joked about how nobody really wanted to see how the sausage was made. But somebody had to do it. Somebody also needed to tend the manure pit. And today, that somebody was McCutcheon. He pulled up his kerchief, giving him a brief respite from the pungent smell, if only for a few minutes. Shovelful after shovelful, he tossed manure into the pit and watched as it was raked back and forth by a metal device. The whole process didn't take more than 20 minutes, but it was the toughest part of his day. Satisfied, he put up the shovel in a nearby storage shed and returned to the more pleasant area of the farm. McCutcheon stopped as he reached the highest point on his farm, which was located on a peninsula, jutting about a quarter mile into the lake. A lone man in a boat navigated the water with a trolling motor. McCutcheon recognized him as Edvin Escola, a farmer who grew various row crops from the other side of the lake. Surveying the property again, McCutcheon wanted to smile, wanted to relax, wanted to appreciate the small kingdom he lorded over, but he couldn't. The minute he let his guard down was the minute he met his demise. For the past 2 years, he'd avoided detection by the MI6 and everyone else, as far as he knew. But if they ever tried to come for him, he'd be ready. McCutcheon's wife, Emilia, thought her Scottish husband was slightly paranoid, installing a state-of-the-art security fence that prevented anyone from accessing his property from the road. The local workers he'd hired were subjected to a biometric analysis every day before entering the farm gates. Motion sensors positioned along their property notified McCutcheon if anyone ever breached the perimeter. Even the delivery guy who picked up the farm's milk 3 times a week had to submit to the security measures. And for an added layer of protection, he hired several guards to watch the property gates after dark. He told Amelia he established the extra precautions because where he grew up, stealing cows was a common practice. She believed his tale. Amelia gobbled up McCutcheon's deceit like Sunday dinner after a week of fasting. Since he closely guarded the books and she wanted for nothing, she had no idea that the farm consistently lost money. He fabricated reports that showed how much money they were making, giving her the freedom to travel to Kuopio, the region's largest metropolitan area, and indulge herself. While he rarely traveled, when he did, he claimed to be going to farmer expos, while he instead visited places like Paris or Berlin or Copenhagen to discuss sensitive projects. Yet he couldn't shake the feeling that one day someone would come for him. McCutcheon hustled back to the house, leaving his boots in the mudroom before washing up and then taking a shower. He took his time shaving, removing 3 days' worth of stubble. Amelia never complained about his scruff, but she always complimented him whenever his face was smooth, and he wanted to look his best for her when they ventured out in public later. Every Thursday night, he took Amelia to Restaurant Gron, her favorite restaurant in Siilinjärvi. He'd made an agreement with the owner to keep the dining room and kitchen open after 8 o'clock, the normal closing time, so he could dine privately with Amelia. She believed it was just another perk of the farm being so successful. When they arrived at Restaurant Grun, the owner greeted them at the door with outstretched hands and a wide smile. He ushered them to their seat and then scurried into the kitchen. Finally alone, McCutcheon reached across the table and took Amelia's hands. He stared deeply into her blue eyes, her round face framed by her golden locks. She smiled back at him.
"Cameron, why do you love me so much?" she asked.
He looked at his watch. "I'm not sure we have enough time." Amelia batted her eyes and waved dismissively at him.
"Why do you always make such jokes?"
"I never joke about matters of the heart. To be honest, dear, I'm not sure I could actually tell you without hours and hours."
"Okay, then tell me one thing. Why move here to farm? Why not stay in Scotland?"
He stroked the top of her hand with his thumb. "Because I knew one day I'd meet you."
"But you didn't even know me. How could you?"
She stopped and shook her head.
"I know there's more to you than just being a tough farmer, but if you won't tell me—"
She let her words hang and studied him carefully. McCutcheon drew back and placed his hand in the air. "I guess it's time that I confess. You deserve to know the truth."
"Finally,"
she said with a nervous laugh. "I only came here to visit. I had been to several different countries, looking for a new place to settle down and do something different. You know, I've told you that I worked in the city and hated fighting traffic every day and dealing with insufferable people who'd surrendered and succumbed to their misery. I didn't want to be like them. So I thought the farm life would be a better pace for me. Then I saw you."
"You saw me?"
she asked, her mouth falling agape.
"Where?"
"At the farmer's market. Figured that was the best place to meet women who might want to be a farmer's wife."
"Quite the opposite. Most women born on the farm look for a way to get out."
"But not you. I asked about you after he left and found out who you were and where I'd have the best chance to meet you."
"You were stalking me."
"I think of it more as I was expressing a strong interest in you."
Oh, how do people say it? Cheeky."
"Cheeky works.
And so do we, right?
Yes, but that still doesn't answer my question, my original question. Why do you love me so?
The short answer is that you were everything I imagined you to be that day I saw you at the market selling strawberries. You are kind, compassionate, and the best partner a man could ever want.
The owner returned with a bottle of wine on ice. He poured them each a glass before leaving. McCutcheon knew they wouldn't see him again until he returned with their food, since they ordered the same meal each week.
Look at me blushing. I need to go to the loo.
She excused herself and left the table. McCutcheon grinned as he watched her walk away, proud of his wife as well as her grasp of those words and phrases unique to the UK. He also winced as he considered the part that he didn't tell her, the part where he went online and hacked her dating profile and knew all her favorite hobbies and activities so he could suggest them as dating excursions. It only took 2 months before he won her over. Mentioning that he had bought a farm in the neighboring village from where she lived closed out the deal. He knew he'd never lose the twinge of guilt until he told her the truth, but he wasn't sure he ever would. The truth would dampen the shine of their magical romance, at least for Amelia. He'd tell her some other time, maybe when they were old and gray. She still believed he could do no wrong, and he didn't want to give her any reason to distrust him. A few more minutes passed, and McCutcheon sat up when he saw the door to the kitchen swing open and the owner emerge carrying 2 platters with their meals.
"Is Miss Amelia freshening up?" the man asked. "It would seem so," McCutcheon said.
The owner asked if McCutcheon needed anything else. He dismissed him and waited for Amelia. 5 more minutes passed, and she didn't appear. Growing concerned, McCutcheon got up and knocked on the door of the women's restroom. No answer. McCutcheon called for Amelia several times, but she didn't answer. He stopped short of going inside, unsure if his story had spooked her. Maybe she'd gone outside to get some fresh air. Her behavior was unusual. But by the time he returned to his seat, he found a note next to his plate. He snatched the letter off the table and ripped it open. "We have your wife. If you want her back, you will comply with these demands within the next 24 hours. Call us when you are done." He glanced at another piece of paper tucked behind the note. It contained a phone number, along with bank accounts that the ransomer wanted drained and transferred into their account. He clenched his fists and looked up at the ceiling before unleashing a sorrowful groan. Then the owner rushed out from the kitchen.
"I'm so sorry, Mr. MacDonald. They didn't leave me any choice." "Who?" "I don't know. I've never seen them before." "Do you have security cameras?" The owner pointed up at the ceiling. "The footage is kept in my office." "Lead the way." McCutcheon followed the man back to his office. Within a few minutes, McCutcheon had clear images of the trio that had abducted Amelia. "What is this? Who are you?"
"I don't know who those people are, but I'm going to make them return Amelia."
"We should call the authorities."
"No. Too many questions, too many problems. I'll handle it myself."
"Are you sure?"
"It's fine," McCutcheon said, patting the man on his shoulder. "Just not a word to anyone. Understand?" Later that night, McCutcheon called the phone number and told the man he'd moved over half the money, promising the other half after Amelia was returned to him. Then McCutcheon gave the man GPS coordinates and told him to meet him there in an hour. McCutcheon parked his car in the middle of a field. He placed a radio receiver on the hood before retreating to a tree stand used for hunting deer. When the men rolled up, McCutcheon clicked his key fob, turning on the lights to the car. The other car drove toward the lights and parked. "Pick up the radio," McCutcheon said. "Where are you?" the man on the other end asked after a brief pause. "Don't worry about that. Where's my wife?" "She's in the car.
and will stay here until you complete your assignment. Once she's in the car, I'll initiate the transfer, McCutcheon said, but not a second before.
The man grunted and then agreed. McCutcheon watched as Amelia's silhouette drifted across the other car's headlights, and she climbed into the passenger side.
Okay, she's in your car. Your turn. Give me a minute.
McCutcheon complied with his end of the bargain.
Done.
Then McCutcheon raised his rifle and put the man in the middle of a scope. But before he could get a shot off, the man's accomplices jumped out of their vehicle and emptied their weapons on McCutcheon's car. He let out a guttural scream before he took aim and fired. One by one, the men dropped. McCutcheon slung the rifle over his shoulder, slid down the ladder, sprinted across the field. He could hardly see by the time he arrived, tears streaking across his face. Without hesitating, he put a bullet in each one of their heads for good measure, and then rushed to Amelia. He didn't want to look, wasn't sure he had the stomach for it, but instead of finding her bleeding and riddled with bullets, she was staring, mouth agape, at the scene in front of her.
You did that. You killed them.
They'll never hurt you again. I'm so sorry. Did they touch you?
She turned slowly and looked at him.
Who are you? And who are those men? And why would they do this to me?
He looked down, waiting a moment to gather his thoughts.
We need to finish our conversation that we started at Restaurant Grun. There are some other things you need to know about me.
I think that's, how do you say it, an understatement.
He could see that she was mad, but he didn't care as he threw his arms around her neck and hugged her. She was still alive, unharmed even, while the men who tried to use her as a pawn to force him to do something illegal were gone, never to hurt anyone ever again. He'd have to take care of them later, donate their money, create a digital trace that would put them far away from Finland, all while erasing the fact that they ever paid him a visit. But there was something he needed to do first, something he needed to tell Amelia, something he knew she wouldn't want to hear. But he had to, for her own safety. No more date nights, no more going into public, no more chances. This couldn't ever happen again. No more hacking either. He'd have to figure out a way to make the farm work and his money last, because, as of that moment, he was officially retired. Chapter 9. Present Day, Minneapolis, Minnesota. Spending half his morning at the main office for the Minnesota Department of Motor Vehicles made Jerry Simpson ponder his life choices. While waiting for help, he burned through 3 cups of tasteless coffee, made only somewhat palatable by the powdered creamer and copious amounts of sugar. Characterizing it as drinkable was charitable at best. But the worst part was dealing with a cadre of cranky old women who hated their job or the inconvenience he presented. Or maybe it was a combination of the two. Either way, he realized that nobody truly wanted to help him. Despite being sent there to investigate on the president's behalf, Simpson was like every other person who came through the doors at the DMV, made to feel like a schmuck with his hat in his hand, begging for assistance in a sea where everyone was drowning in red tape. If Simpson had a letter from the White House, it would have likely expedited the process, maybe even inspired a few managers to get involved. But President Clark wanted to keep his private investigation that way. Private. As a result, Simpson had to navigate the tedious halls of government on his own. It wasn't until he'd been passed off to a 6th worker that he got some traction. A bright-eyed intern who excitedly told him she'd just finished her sophomore year of college at Bemidji State. She flashed a wide smile when she offered her hand, the first hint of joy Simpson had seen by anyone there. and she seemed eager to help, quickly ushering him back to the archives to comb through old records in search of all the AMC Hornets. They had been chronicled by interns several years earlier, but the information remained private, mostly shared only with insurance companies and law enforcement. In an effort to speed up the process, he searched only for yellow Hornets. He conceded that it was possible someone repainted their vehicle, but figured that fact would have also been revealed in the FBI's forensic analysis of the paint chips removed from the bumper. And to Simpson's delight, there were only 2 that matched his criteria. He jotted down the names and addresses of the owners the cars were registered to, thanked the young intern, and left the DMV. From his car, he called one of his contacts at the Social Security Administration office, Leslie Perkinson, the daughter of one of his wife's friends. Owed him a few favors after he arranged for her to meet President Clark and get a photograph with him. He later helped her get an internship at the SSA headquarters, eventually leading to a full-time job. Time to pay the piper. He dialed her cell number and she picked up on the second ring.
Mr. Simpson. Lieutenant Colonel Simpson. How are you?
They exchanged pleasantries before he got to the point of his call. Look, Leslie, I need a big favor.
Sure, whatever you need.
I need the addresses of 2 people.
Oh, I can't do that.
Can't or won't?
Well, I could look them up, but that's against protocol. If anyone caught me...
No one's gonna care. Just look around your office. Do people look like they care about their job?
She paused a moment, seeming to consider. That doesn't matter. I need to do the right thing, even if nobody cares or is watching.
Simpson decided to play a hunch. Is that the same standard you held yourself to when you were sneaking out of your bedroom window to go drinking with Brad?
Hey, how do you...
That's not important. The important thing is that you help me out. After all, who knows what lousy job you'd be working if I hadn't helped you get that internship there. Probably some low-level grunt at a giant corporation, barely paying you a livable wage, while you cold-called octogenarians to see if they'd be interested in a loan to make their bathrooms more accessible.
That's oddly very specific.
Simpson chuckled. It was the first thing that came to mind. And while I say that, tongue-in-cheek, you know there's more than just a hint of truth to it.
Just because you helped me doesn't mean I need to compromise myself here to help you.
Of course it doesn't. But don't come crying to me when the federal budget cuts President Clark is going to announce next week means you've got no one to advocate on your behalf. She sighed.
Whatever. Tell me what you need.
Simpson gave her the names and social security numbers of 2 men who were registered owners of the only yellow AMC Hornets in all of Minnesota the year Clark's father died. He sat quietly, listening to her fingers clack across the keyboard. After a minute, she spoke, this time in a hushed tone.
Got a pen?
Lay it on me. She read out the name and current address of one of the men, who fortunately was still living in Minneapolis. The other man had died in 1976.
I'm not sure how accurate these are.
What do you mean?
Well, it takes a while for everyone to be processed in our system. That one guy is really old, and if he didn't report his move right away, he may not be updated in our database.
What about next of kin for both these men? Leslie said nothing. Leslie, you still there?
Yeah, I'm here. I just want to state, for the record, that I don't like this.
So, what have you got? She identified the living man as having a daughter, while the deceased man had a son, with both offspring still residing in the Minneapolis area. Thanks for doing the right thing and helping me out.
The right thing? Goodbye, Mr. Simpson.
Simpson didn't like Leslie's attitude. At least she could have acted grateful. He shrugged it off and entered the address for the first name on the list into his GPS. The first man on the list, Herbert Knutson, had died 2 months earlier, according to the real estate agent who was in the middle of showing the house to prospective buyers. The agent said Knutson had been an insurance salesman and passed along his daughter's number in case Simpson wanted to contact him. And while Simpson figured he could revisit the man in case the second one didn't pan out, he didn't want to stay in Minneapolis any longer than necessary. He plotted a course for the second address belonging to the son of the dead man and started driving. By the time Simpson pulled up to the house, it was 6:30 p.m. He hoped that the man who owned the house, a guy named Michael Ellis, would be home from work and available to talk, and Simpson had his doubts. In his experience, men who owned homes like this spent an inordinate number of hours at a downtown office somewhere. The White House was a 2-story Victorian-era design that stretched to both sides of the expansive lot. The cobblestone driveway led to a 4-car garage affixed to one side of the house. He walked up the steps, slicing through the well-manicured yard, highlighted by a bubbling fountain in the center. Before knocking, he double-checked the address, then proceeded. After about a minute, a woman in a navy blue power suit answered the door.
"Can I help you?"
she asked, bending over to wrestle off her dress shoes. "I was looking for Michael Ellis."
"You and a million other people. Did you try him on his cell?"
"I actually don't have it. I just needed to speak with him about a private matter."
"That's all lawyers deal with, private matters. You should probably try and catch him down at the office tomorrow, or maybe tonight, if you can get up to the 20th floor of his practice."
No, it's not like that. It isn't about a legal matter." She tossed her shoes aside before standing upright and craning to look past Simpson.
"Never mind. You can ask him yourself. He just pulled up."
Simpson spun around to see a black BMW M8 competition convertible roaring up the driveway, with the Jimmy Buffett song blaring over the sound system. Michael Ellis sang along, loudly and out of tune. He skidded to a stop, drawing a disapproving cluck of the tongue from Mrs. Ellis. Simpson walked toward Ellis, who'd already hopped out of the car and repositioned his sunglasses atop his head. He loosened another button near the top of his tieless dress shirt and gave his visitor a wary look. "Can I help you?" Ellis asked. "I hope so," Simpson said. "I was hoping you might be able to tell me about your father." "Why? What else did the old man do?" "What else? He was always into something. Mr. Lieutenant Colonel. Actually, Lieutenant Colonel Jerry Simpson. Well, Jerry, why don't you join me on the veranda out back and we'll have a drink and discuss whatever it is that's so pressing you felt the need to come to my house." Simpson was taken aback by Ellis's grandiose nature, unsure if he was being sincere or sarcastic. "If you've got the time, I'd certainly appreciate that. Anything for a man who's serving our country." I guess he was sincere. Ellis ushered Simpson through the house, the walls lined with a combination of modern art and personal photos of Ellis and his wife with various celebrities, ranging from rock stars to athletes to politicians. Once on the veranda, he gestured toward a chair for Simpson and then meandered over to the wet bar. "You like martinis?" Ellis asked. "I'm not picky." "That's not an answer." "They're not my favorite, but I don't mind." "How about a glass of bourbon?" "Now that's more my speed." Ellis joined Simpson with a martini and a bourbon, the latter which he took and rested on the arm of his chair. Ellis took a sip of his drink before leaning back in his seat. "So, what's so important about my father that the military would send a lieutenant colonel to my house?" "To be honest, I'm not so sure why I'm here, but I'm hoping you can maybe shed some light on that for me," Simpson said. "What do you mean?" "I'm investigating an accident that happened years ago. Though we only just now have the technology that might be able to help us solve what really happened." "An accident?" "Yes, there was a collision
between a 1970 Pontiac Le Mans and a 1971 AMC Hornet, a yellow AMC Hornet. Simpson studied Ellis's eyes for recognition. They flickered. What's this got to do with my father? Did he drive a 1971 yellow AMC Hornet?
Of course he did.
Mrs. Ellis sauntered onto the porch, joining them.
You remember that thing, Mike. You used to talk about it all the time. If I'm not mistaken, it was the car you picked me up in for our first date. Surely you haven't forgotten.
Ellis glared at his wife, looking at her like he wanted to slice her up and feed her to a pack of hungry sharks. No, I haven't forgotten, dear. Like always, you didn't give me a chance to speak. Then the lawyer turned toward Simpson. So, your father did have one of these cars? Yes, Ellis said with a sigh. He loved that car. Bought it used from some damn dealership that used to advertise with those kooky commercials. What was it?
Wild Bill's,
Mrs. Ellis said, and she sat down in a chair next to her husband. Simpson snapped his finger. That's right, Wild Bill's. He used to sit on a bull as he walked through his car lot talking about his specials each week. And one of them reeled in your dad? Simpson took a long pull of his drink. Ellis smiled. Yeah. Saw it on a Saturday morning, had it in the driveway Saturday afternoon. Mom wasn't too happy about that, but she eventually got over it. What happened to your father? Simpson asked, changing gears once he'd established the elderly Ellis owned the vehicle. He died of a degenerative disease, kind of like ALS, though the doctors never knew what it really was. He fought in Vietnam, and when he came back, he was never quite the same again. I was just a kid when he left, but he returned a different man than I remembered him. Ellis sighed, and he seemed lost in thought about his father, then resumed his story. My dad contracted something while he was in Nam, but nobody in the government wanted to help him, or seemed to even care, for that matter. It's what inspired me to go into law, specifically tort law. I saw what a big machine that didn't care about people did to my dad and his quality of life, and I wanted to fight for other people, so that stuff didn't happen to them. I also learned it was a great way to get rich. Quick. Didn't take too many cases before I was draining these smug corporations of all their ill-gotten profits, and that's what I've been doing ever since. Mrs. Ellis patted her husband on the leg before she stood up.
Always making it about you, Mike. I'm sure this poor man didn't want to hear you brag about how rich you are.
Ellis waved dismissively at his wife as she returned to the house. My wife is one to talk. She'd be gone in a heartbeat if I hadn't drawn up a prenup. You can bet your last cent she's only still here because of my money. Anyway, why were you asking about all this? I think you said something about an accident? Yeah, it's probably nothing, but I just wanted to interview people with yellow Hornets in the Minneapolis area that might have been involved in that accident. Maybe my father was, and maybe he wasn't, but he can't tell us himself, since he's been gone for so long. Simpson looked at his empty glass and stood before handing it to Ellis. I appreciate the time, Mr. Ellis. Good luck to you and your practice. And, for what it's worth, sorry about your dad. Me too. He was a damn good man. Vietnam just pulled all the fight out of him. He didn't deserve whatever happened to him over there. Of course not, Simpson said. Nobody deserved what happened to them there. Ellis escorted Simpson through the house and to the front steps before waving goodbye. Simpson climbed into his rental car and gripped the steering wheel, his hands tightening around it. What have I just stumbled into? Chapter 10. Kapyama, Finland.
Barrett slogged along the muddy banks, his hands gripping the bow of the boat. He looked at Watts, who was seated comfortably at the back, clutching a parasol and twirling it as if she were posing for a Claude Monet painting. Gritting his teeth, Barrett put all his weight behind a massive shove, pushing the boat into the water. He took a few steps in the knee-deep water before clambering over the side and into the aluminum watercraft. Watts, with her hand clasped tight against her face, snorted, then cackled, unable to control her laughter. "What? Have you never shoved off from shore?"
"All the time, though never as inelegantly as that."
"Laugh it up, Jazz. But I'm not in a ballet company. Sometimes the job is the job, and you just need to get it done."
"You do realize I've spent most of my adult life in the San Juan Islands, right? I'm out on the water every day."
"Of course I know that, which is why you shouldn't make fun of a landlubber like me." "Do you know how to operate an oar?" Stone called from the shore. Barrett looked over his shoulder at Stone, who was waving at his two colleagues with a wry grin. "Don't you laugh at me. I'll row this thing back over there and let you take this assignment." "I'm good. Just be careful, and don't rock the boat." "I would never do that." This time it was Barrett's turn to wear the wry smile. Upon arriving at the small village of Capiyama, Barrett learned that McCutcheon, who went by Cameron McDonald, had tightened down access to his dairy farm, making it nearly impossible to get in. One of the locals said he hadn't seen him in public in nearly a year. The man had said there were rumors whipping up to create an explanation for such a well-respected member of the area to virtually vanish, but he didn't believe them. He'd told Barrett that the most fanciful one revolved around the kidnapping of his wife, Emilia. Some people said he had to pay a ransom. Others said he had to do something for the abductors, according to the local man. Whatever the reason, Barrett understood that if he was going to catch a glimpse of McCutcheon's farm, it'd have to be done from the water. Barrett put his back into his rowing, which devolved into a 10-minute rant about how the desire to save the planet wasn't going to matter if protecting it killed everyone. His complaining ended when Watts pointed out that the only reason he was grumbling about it was because local regulations prohibited a gas engine from operating on the water. "This," he said, pausing to row, "is the dumbest thing I've ever heard." Barrett held the oars out of the water and rested for a moment as the boat glided across the smooth surface.
"Been a while since you hit the gym?"
Watts goaded. "You're enjoying this a little too much," Barrett said, out of breath.
"Maybe. Just a little."
Barrett huffed before dropping the oars back into the water and resuming. He found the exercise annoying but not unmanageable. Part of his grumbling was for show. When he resumed, he put his back into each push, turning the boat into a speeding vessel. They rounded a point as McCutcheon's farm came into view. Trees emerging from their winter cocoons provided a porous wall and gave him a better view of the property. With only sparse leaves to shroud the farm, Barrett could see through to the large field where cows grazed. He used a pair of sunglasses designed for covertly capturing images. Barrett studied the farm. Meanwhile, Stone, who commanded a computer connected wirelessly to the sunglasses, zoomed in on McCutcheon's place. Then Stone came in over the comms. "Keep your head still, Blake. You'd be less conspicuous sending a drone buzzing overhead than making me look like a victim of Medusa as we sail around the point here."
"We should have rigged the camera to the parasol."
"Agreed." Barrett's neck started to ache from holding still while looking at the farm. "All right, I got it," Stone said. Barrett turned back toward Watts and let out a long breath. "I'm pretty sure you two are doing all this to me so you can mock me later. Maybe make a meme of me looking stupid while I rode and posed like a statue." "We'd break the internet," Stone said. "I'm going to break you when I get back to shore." Barrett resumed rowing, going well past the farm before returning to the point where they'd started from. The sun glinted off the water as he hopped out of the boat and dragged it ashore. "What do you think?" he asked.
"It's definitely got its weak points," Stone said. "The real trick will be getting off the perimeter security system."
"He's got one of those?"
Watts asked. "If what that man in the village told us is true, I'm not surprised. I'd take extra precautions, too, if someone abducted my wife and forced me to do something illegal as ransom." Stone held his arm at a 45-degree angle as he wrapped a cord around it.
"A bullet isn't going to be bothered by his perimeter security system."
"It doesn't matter, because we're not going to kill McCutcheon." Both Watts and Stone stopped and stared, slack-jawed at him.
"What did you say?"
Stone asked. "You heard me. We're not going to kill him."
"That's the job," Watts said. "You can't just go rogue on Simpson. That'll definitely make him suspicious. And I don't want him sending snipers after me and—"
"Just hold up. It's not that difficult, Jazz. We don't have to tell Simpson what we're doing. See? Not so hard."
"Capturing him will be incredibly more difficult," Stone said.
"Maybe. Maybe not. But we need McCutcheon."
"What for?"
Watts demanded. "To crack the Doyle's Folly files that you haven't done anything with yet." Jazz sighed.
"I can do that. Just give me a little bit more time."
"I'm not sure we have much more time. We need to figure this out now, and we both know that McCutcheon is our best bet. I don't want to pretend to be someone else my whole life. I want my life back." Nobody said anything for the next few minutes, everyone returning to mindless tasks as they gathered up their equipment. Once they were finished, the silence continued until they arrived at their hotel in Siilinjärvi. After they settled into their room, Stone urged Barrett and Watts to discuss a plan.
"Not talking about this isn't going to get it done," Stone said. "We need to hammer out a way forward, both with this mission and with Barrett's situation. I wouldn't want to be conscripted to living someone else's life either."
"None of us would," Watts said. "But I agreed to help because of the money, and—"
"It's always about the money, isn't it?" Barrett said. "For just a few minutes, I was starting to think that you were doing this because you cared, because you wanted to help."
"If you think you can find a better tech person who cares about your feelings, please, by all means, replace me. While I'm sticking around for the money, I don't want to jeopardize my own life by shirking the mission. If Simpson said the objective is to eliminate McCutcheon, that's what we need to do."
Barrett scrunched up his face, grabbing 2 fistfuls of his hair and mumbling to himself.
"What was that?" Watts asked. "I couldn't quite hear you."
Barrett took a deep breath and sat down, extinguishing his exasperation and responding in the most patient way he knew how. His face fell before he locked eyes with Watts. "Jazz, years ago, Slade Gordon and I were up for the same job. We went on a mission that I just thought was another training run, but then it transitioned from training to an actual one. Our lives were on the line. We had to kill these guys, and I couldn't do it. I read the files on them, and they weren't the kind of people who deserved to die. It seemed very strange to me that we had the authority to kill American citizens, mind you, without giving them a proper trial. Based on the information I had, I wasn't convinced we were doing the right thing. But not Slade. He didn't care. He mowed down all 3 of them when I locked up and refused. I apologized to him, but he told me to forget it. It was almost like he enjoyed it. The killing, that is."
"What's your point, Blake?"
"That's why I didn't get the job, and why he did. He was the stone-cold killer. Slade didn't care about taking someone's soul, and he would look you right in the eyes as he did it, too."
"Just like you did?"
Stone asked. "If I had to kill him that way, I'm not sure I could have done it. Maybe that's why he was trying too hard to turn around and face me. He knew I'd go weak-kneed and cave. It was his only chance at survival once I got him in that grip, and he knew it.
You understood you were going to have to do this when you accepted this assignment, though, Stone said.
Barrett looked at his hands and stretched his fingers as he considered how to respond. This whole assignment, this whole becoming a killer, has changed me, though I'm not sure how yet. I've become more comfortable killing people, that's undeniable, but I'm still clinging to a moral justification for doing so. And this, McCutcheon, doesn't feel right to me.
We can't take our feelings into account, Watt said. Not when you do what we do. Feelings don't matter.
I agree. To a point. I'm not going to let my feelings dictate how I should handle each case. But I still want to know that whoever our target is actually deserves to die. And McCutcheon isn't one of the bad guys. He left MI6 because he was burned out, according to the file. And the only jobs he takes now are freelance jobs from various intelligence communities that need help hacking bad guys.
You can't assume he hasn't taken other jobs, Jazz said. Did you know that his farm is failing big time? Pardon the pun, but he's got no cash cow. His dairy hobby thing is literally draining him, but he's infusing the business with money he makes from helping other nations cripple bad actors. I doubt his wife even knows this.
But you can't assume that he's taken bad jobs, Barrett countered. Simpson was clear that killing McCutcheon was a preemptive strike on Oliver Green. Stone chewed his lip before speaking. Okay, let's say you're right, and McCutcheon is completely innocent, and he moved to the other end of the world to more or less disappear. What do you think we should do about it? I think we make McCutcheon the bait.
For what?
For Oliver Green, of course.
So, you've thought about this?
McCutcheon has a private cabin in the woods closer to the Russian border. We spare McCutcheon, nab Green, and return him to MI6. It'll make everybody happy.
I wouldn't be so sure about that,
Watt said.
I think MI6 wants Green dead.
Once I give Green over to them, it's out of my hands. And if they do, I won't care, because I know he's a bad actor and deserves whatever he gets. Watt sighed.
Look, if you're really doing this all because of the Doyle's Folly file, I just need a little bit more time. I can...
It's not about that. It's ultimately about doing the right thing. So, are you guys with me? Watts gave him a sideways glance.
You're one hell of a mess, Barrett.
But he's our mess, Stone said, putting his arm around Barrett and shaking him. And we'll still get the job done. Then we'll figure out the rest so you can get back to living your life as Blake Barrett. That's all I want, guys. It's not too much, is it?
Let's go,
Watt said.
I'm in.
Chapter 11. Helsinki Airport, Finland. Oliver Green had entered foreign countries dozens of times without concern while carrying a fake passport. But those had been supplied by MI6, not a Romanian named Anatoly, who wore white tank tops, incessantly drank vodka, and had a setup in the basement of his furniture shop that had original technology from the 1970s. For the first time, he felt the angst those involved in criminal enterprises must have felt every time they encountered someone in law enforcement, and rightly so. He'd crossed over, joining the criminal ranks when he hacked his way onto the MI6 servers, and there was no going back. Green tried to calm his nerves, reminding himself that Finland wasn't the kind of country that would scrutinize his entry. He had an English passport, albeit a counterfeit one, and the two countries had an amicable relationship. Then there was also the fact that some sectors of the Finnish economy relied heavily upon European tourism, And if customs agents created a hassle for tourists, word would get around. In Europe, there are plenty of other places to visit and spend money. The customs line moved at breakneck speed in comparison to other places he'd been, with agents seemingly stamping passports to the rhythm of a drumbeat. One by one, visitors raked their passport off the counter and plodded to the next room, where they gathered their luggage, which had endured a brief X-ray before being returned. And out the door they marched. For most people, the process lasted no more than 10 minutes. As Green approached the open kiosk, he hoped for the same. A gruff customs agent with a wobbling turkey neck held out his hand without saying a word. Green understood the gesture and forked over his passport. After a brief review, the man handed the passport back to Green without stamping it. He looked over the top of his glasses and nodded to the right. "Wait here," he said, activating a red light above his booth. A few seconds later, 2 armed agents strode up to Green and directed him in the opposite direction. He looked behind him toward all the visitors gathering their documents and shuffling toward the next phase. Green turned back toward the guards. "Is there a problem?" "This way, please," the guard said, pointing in the opposite direction from where Green wanted to go. "But this way," the man said, his eyes narrowing. Okay. Green followed the man's directions and entered a dimly lit hallway before he was ushered into a small interview room. A pair of chairs sat opposite one another across a wooden table. "Sit down. Someone will be with you shortly." After a couple of minutes, a man entered the room holding Green's passport. He sat down in the open chair and studied Green for a moment, his eyes bouncing back and forth between the passport picture and Green's face. "Mr. the man said, before squinting at the document. "Baker. What exactly is your business in Finland?" "Tourism." "Where do you plan to go?" "All over. There are several places in particular. Nuuksio National Park, Sulimalina, Lemmenjoki National Park, Åland Islands." "And how long do you intend to stay?" 2 weeks. "That's a busy itinerary for 2 weeks." "Got to make the most of my time," Green said. "I suppose you do," the agent said, as his eyes drifted back toward the passport. Green swallowed hard, his heart thumping in his chest. He wondered if this was it. Busted by a Finnish customs agent, extradited back to England, imprisoned for life. Then he considered how much worse it would be if his employer caught him after abandoning the job. Green considered making a run for it. He canvassed the room for a sharp object, began formulating a plan. He was certain he could take the 2 guards in the hall, though escaping would be a bit of a challenge. "I'll just change into one of their uniforms," he thought. The plan was coming together. He just needed that sharp object. "Mr. Baker. Mr. Baker." Green snapped out of his thought and looked at the agent. He held out the passport. "Seems like everything is in order," the agent said. "I'll take you to collect your luggage." Green relaxed, easing out a long breath. "So, I'm free to go?" "Absolutely. This was just a random check. Go enjoy our beautiful country." Green took the passport. "Thank you. I'm sure I will." He grabbed his bags, shoved them onto the X-ray belt, and walked to the other side, where they were waiting for him. Once outside, he went to the rental car agency, secured a vehicle, and began his drive north to Kapayama. The closest Green could get to McCutcheon's farm was in the neighboring town of Silinjärvi. By the time he arrived, night had fallen. He'd have to wait until morning to coax McCutcheon into helping him. In the meantime, he needed to get something to eat. In the end, there was a cozy restaurant with a bar. 2 couples were eating in booths along the far wall when he walked in. He decided to sit at the bar and get a drink. After ordering, Green interlocked his fingers and rested them on the bar. He glanced around the room again as he thought about what he had to do to finish the job. It was simple at its essence. Convince McCutcheon to decrypt the information, return the intel to his employer, sail away with more money than he ever needed to live a comfortable existence. But he knew the first step was always a doozy. McCutcheon had made it well known when he left MI6 that he wasn't fond of the direction of the agency. He felt there were too many lines being blurred, too many lives being needlessly ruined, too many laws being trampled. Green considered the possibility that he might be sympathetic to his plight and want to help out of principle. But if not, Green had a backup plan. Green tossed his money on the bar and thanked the bartender. He glanced over his shoulder and noticed 3 people sitting at a booth in the corner. 3 people he hadn't noticed when he came in. They seemed to be casting furtive glances at him. He shrugged it off, chalking it up to paranoia. It seemed to be hanging over him like a thick cloud since the moment he breached the MI6 servers. "I'm sure it's nothing. Just my imagination." He didn't give the trio a second look and retired to his room for the evening. Green awoke the next morning, ate a quick breakfast, then used an encrypted cell phone to call McCutcheon. The call went to voicemail. Then Green tried McCutcheon's farm. It rang several times before it also went to voicemail. According to the message, it was open by appointment only. How the hell am I supposed to make an appointment if nobody answers? Green tried again. Voicemail again. He cursed as he hung up his phone. A plea for help would go over so much better in person. But Green was starting to wonder if he'd get that chance. After 3 more tries and 3 more voicemails, he grabbed his stuff and headed for the McCutcheon's farm. The road into Kapayama was tight, a mix of dirt and fine gravel that was only visible for half the year. Flimsy stakes, periodically marking the sides of the road, swayed in the breeze. They looked awkward amidst the greenery of burgeoning vegetation, but for the 6 months of the year that snow persisted on the ground, they served as vital guideposts. He turned onto a long road leading to McCutcheon's farm. Kerman Matilat, or Cream Farms in English. He drove 5 kilometers before he reached the front gates. A gaudy sign positioned above the entrance served as the only inviting element to the property. Flanking the gates, hinged to plain brick columns, was a fence that extended indefinitely into the dense pine forest blanketing the region. Razor wire, curled and electrified, and security cameras sat atop the fence to serve as warning to anyone who dared to consider climbing over it. Save the sign, nothing about the place suggested that there were milk cows on the other side. 2 security guards stood watch, both armed and wearing radios. Green thought it was gross overkill for a dairy farm. Based on his experience, the security detail and other measures were more suited for a villain's lair. Green brought his car around the side and rolled down his window so he could speak with the guards. "Hello," Green said. "I was hoping to speak to—" He paused as he glanced down at his notes, partially to make sure he didn't screw up McCutcheon's legend, partially to look like he was just there for a business visit. To Cameron MacDonald," Green continued as he looked back up at the men. "Is he around today?" One of the guards looked at the other one as if he was struggling to understand Green. The other guard held out a hand to his colleague and then stepped forward. "Do you have an appointment with Mr. MacDonald?" he asked. "No, but I was hoping he'd just be willing to speak with me for a few minutes." "What's the purpose of your business?" "I'm part of the new tourism initiative for the region, and I'm trying to connect with local business owners who might be willing to host tours from guests." "I doubt Mr. MacDonald would be interested, but I'll be happy to let you in if he says he wants to talk with you." Green cursed under his breath, knowing that his Hail Mary was likely to be unanswered. "Call him yourself," the guard said. "Any chance you can patch me through?" Green said as he got out of his car and walked closer to the gates. The other guard trained his gun on Green, who quickly raised his hands and stopped. "Hey, now, I don't want any trouble. I just wanted to speak to Mr. McDougal." "Mr. MacDonald," the lead guard said. "Like I said, give him a call and see if he answers. If he doesn't, you best be on your way." Green walked backward, keeping his hand raised. "Just give me a minute." Once Green returned to his vehicle, he dialed the number again. A predictable result ensued. He opened the car door and poked his head out. "He's not answering," Green called. "Yes, he is," the guard said with a chuckle. "And if you aren't getting the answer by now, you might not ever get it." Green climbed back inside his car and slammed the door. "Smart-ass," he said to himself. Green made the trip back to his hotel and defaulted to Plan B, an email to McCutcheon asking him to decrypt the files and the one additional attachment for 10 million euros, which was more than enough for him to continue running his farm for years to come. Then Green closed the computer, laid down, closed his eyes, and hoped that when he woke up, he would finally make contact with McCutcheon. Green badly needed to hear from the computer savant. There was no Plan C. Chapter 12. Langley, Virginia. Simpson took a seat in CIA Director Mason Farnham's spacious office. The walls contained soundproof panels, along with replica art pieces from the National Art Gallery, highlighted by an oak desk with every stack and file neatly cropped. The decor and obvious fastidious nature of the desk owner created an austere atmosphere. Then Simpson sat down and noticed a stray pack of Marlboros he hadn't seen before, hidden behind a pile of file folders. Farnham shook Simpson's hand before glancing at the cigarettes. "You need one?" Simpson said. Farnham looked up at Simpson. "Would you mind? It's been one of those days." Simpson leaned back in his seat. "Trouble in paradise?" Farnham picked up a cigarette and held it between his fingers, keeping it unlit as he leaned forward to answer the question. "Don't ever tell anyone I ever said this, but working at Langley is like hell on earth. Endless miles of bureaucratic red tape required to ever get anything done. Territorial squabbles between agencies, requests from legislators who ought to know better than to even approach us about getting involved in certain affairs. The days of cloak and dagger, the thing that drew me to the agency years ago, are all but gone. Computers have made intelligence lazy and people less necessary. Excuse me. So the ones of us who are still here are left to referee this bullshit." Simpson smirked. "I'm going straight to the press with this." Hell with it," Farnham said, finally lighting the cigarette. "Do it, so I can get the hell out of this rat race. Now, I know you didn't come here to listen to me moaning about the agency's problems, so what is it I can do for you?" "I'm not sure I want to tell you, especially since I think I fall into one of those categories of people asking you to get involved in some affairs that I should know better about." Farnham took in a long drag and exhaled, sending a plume of smoke straight toward the sprinklers overhead. "Oh, those? Don't worry, they're disconnected. Probably by some low-level maintenance man who doesn't like my illegal requests either. But it's what we all do, right? We justify reasons why we deserve special treatment over others. And at the end of the day, we can only conclude that it's because we are who we are. We believe that we're inherently special, and others aren't. That egotistical and selfish attitude causes problems all over the world. And
while I hate it, it's that same attitude that enables us to catch the people trying to destroy this country. At least, the people trying to destroy it from the outside. I can't do jack shit about the people trying to do it from within. But here I am rambling again. You came here to me to talk about a problem, and whether it's something you should know better about or not. I want to hear it. Before I begin, Simpson said, I want to be clear that I'm here on order of President Clark. He doesn't want it getting around that he's secretly investigating his father's death, but he feels like he's entitled to get some answers, and wants to get some before he's just a commoner again. That's understandable. What does he want? Ultimately, he wants to know who killed his father. But in the interim, he'll settle for finding out why the CIA was involved in his father's homicide investigation.
Farnham didn't say anything as he took another long drag on his cigarette. He tapped his ashes into the trash can and stared vacantly at his desk.
Based on your silence, I'm guessing this doesn't surprise you, Simpson said. I figured he'd come asking one day. But I don't have anything to give him. I remember seeing the information come across my desk when the agency was vetting President Clark for security clearance in his run-up to the election. Supposedly, we had a file on him, but it's gone.
What do you mean it's gone?
Farnham pursed his lips. He eyed Simpson. You ever been in a situation where you know you're pushing for information that you know is the kind you can't unsee? And the moment you see it, you regret that you looked? Simpson nodded slowly. Well, I work as a liaison between the White House and the Pentagon. That's a daily occurrence for me. Same here. And to be honest, I didn't want to dig too deep, though it didn't seem like a big deal from what I saw. All I know is that we turned that material over to the National Archives, where a federal judge promptly embargoed its release for 75 years. Can they do that? Let's just say the laws around such things are a bit fudgy. Fudgy? Yeah. It's not a legal term, but it's just what I say when I see stuff like this happening. It might be legal, it might not be, but I'm not going to fight it. And, to be honest, it didn't set off any alarm bells for me. So what did you see? Like I said, on the surface it seemed a little benign. Clark's father was involved in some CIA work. What kind of work? I don't know, nor did I care to know. It seemed like one of those things that behooved me to butt out. So, I did. Was he an assassin? An informant? Carrying nuclear secrets to our allies? Who the hell knows? Though I don't think you'd find it in those files anyway. How come?
Farnham flicked the ashes from the end of his cigarette into the trash can again.
This city can be very good at keeping secrets sometime. And whatever the president's father was doing, it seems like the people he was doing it for wanted to keep it under wraps. So, they mention him in a report that I consider unofficially redacted. In other words, they only mention him once, and in passing, but nothing else. They don't explain the nature of his work or his role in it. It's a way of covering their ass if he does something, so they can add him into the report. But otherwise, it was something they didn't want people knowing anything about.
Simpson stared at Farnham quizzically.
I thought every agency operation had to have a plan and a budget attached to it. They do now, and were supposed to back then. But like I mentioned earlier, it's fudgy, and people in this town will bend as many rules as they feel necessary to cast themselves in the best light or get a project approved. It's what I call legal corruption. And you should be able to do something about it. Maybe, if I was at the Bureau, Farnham said. But the agency is focused on everything happening outside our borders. Doesn't mean I don't see all the shady activity transpiring on a daily basis. But that's not my lane, my man. And if there's one thing I've learned about having longevity in this town, it's that staying in your lane is imperative. Simpson leaned back in his chair and sighed, rubbing his forehead. Can the president get this information from the archives? You can't just go to the archives and start picking through them. It's a pretty complex process, and you have to know exactly what you're looking for. And to be honest, if you just find what we found, it's not going to be anything anyway. But surely there has to be someone who knows, right? I mean, why else would a federal judge embargo information like that? Maybe you should ask the judge. You got a name? Barnum nodded. Better yet, I'll give you his address. A phone number will be fine. I doubt he'll answer your call. He's the kind of guy you need to go visit and look him in the eyes. He'll respect that, and it might help you get what you're looking for. Well, I'll take what I can get, though President Clark isn't going to be happy about how long this is taking me. Just remind him that, just like the wheels of justice, the wheels of bureaucracy turn painstakingly slow sometimes. He still won't like it. Farnham scribbled down a name, address, and a phone number on a sticky note and handed it to Simpson. Judge Lester Penton, Farnham said, lives on a lake in the middle of Louisiana. Good luck. It's one hell of a haul to get there, and he won't be happy to see you. Simpson eased to his feet. Seems like nobody ever is these days. Chapter 13. Kapayama, Finland. Barrett crouched behind a dumpster as the Metson Metan dairy truck prepared to leave the dock. He put a finger to his ear, securing his earbud. Confirming it's truck number 65 that makes the visit to McCutcheon's farm? Affirmative, Watts answered. We'll be following as close as we can. Barrett tapped his jacket pocket, checking to make sure he had everything he needed. Satisfied, he turned his full attention to the docks behind the milk delivery company preparing to launch for the day. He watched as a delivery driver trundled to the truck. The man hiked up his pants, weighted down by his ample gut, grabbed the handles near the door, and hoisted himself into the truck. He slid the door shut and fired up the engine. Barrett watched as the truck backed away from the dock, executed a three-point turn, and then headed toward the exit. He glanced over his shoulder to see if anyone else was watching before darting behind the truck and lunging for the grab handles on the side. Once his grip was secure, he leaped onto the bumper, ducking down and remaining out of view of the rearview mirrors. After the truck traveled a block, he eased open the roll-up door just far enough for him to slide inside. He slithered underneath it and held the door shut as the truck rumbled over the pothole-laden streets. "How's it going in there?" Watts asked over the comms. "Let's just say it's a bumpy ride. Are you picking me up on your tracker?" "Your signal is coming in strong," Stone said. "We're right behind you. Stay safe." Barrett rehearsed all the movements necessary to complete the mission.
Watts had dug up property records on McCutcheon's wife, discovering that she owned a cabin in the woods on Lake Nuasjärvi, about 150 kilometers north, near the famed Vuokatti ski resort. Watts figured that McCutcheon had put the deed in his wife's maiden name to avoid being easily found. But once the team learned of this property, Barrett had all he needed to construct a plan designed to lure Oliver Green into a trap. After a half hour, the brakes on the truck squeaked as it came to a halt, gravel crunching beneath the tires. Barrett listened as a brief conversation transpired between the driver and a guard.
"You in yet?" Stone asked. "We quit following you at the last turnoff."
"Almost there," Barrett said. Once the conversation outside concluded, the driver shifted the truck into drive and proceeded through the gates. He wound through the property, arriving at the back near a barn where the milk was collected. From what the team could gather, Metson Metan acted more as a distributor than a processor, delivering McCutcheon's raw milk to businesses in the area, and the driver was simply there to collect the bottles and begin his delivery route. But Barrett had other ideas. As soon as the driver killed the engine, Barrett slid open the door separating the front and back, surprising the driver. The man stared at the interloper with a confused look before Barrett clamped down on the man's mouth, then spun him around and put him in a sleeper hold. The driver kicked and flailed for a few seconds, his boots slapping against the side of the van, before it stopped. Barrett swapped clothes with the man, covered the man's unconscious body with a tarp, and then proceeded to gather the milk from the barn. While Barrett conducted the mundane task of transferring bottles from the barn to the truck, he scanned the area for McCutcheon. Just as Barrett was lugging the last crate of bottles, he spotted him. The last thing Barrett needed was for the tech savant to identify him as an intruder and summon his guards. Although Barrett was confident he could eliminate the guards in a gunfight, such a confrontation would derail the heart of the plan. As McCutcheon approached, Barrett tugged his cap low across his brow. "Hyvää huomenta," McCutcheon said. Barrett acknowledged the Finnish greeting with a slight nod of his head, but continued loading the truck. McCutcheon continued walking toward the truck. Barrett took a step back and used the side mirrors to keep track of McCutcheon in the most subtle way possible. He reached into his pocket, flicked off the protective tip of the needle he'd been concealing. He ran his fingers along the edge of it, making sure his thumb was positioned on the plunger. He knew he would only get one shot at this. "Hyvää huomenta," McCutcheon repeated his warm welcome. Barrett turned around to face McCutcheon, whose eyes bulged as he came to an immediate stop. "Missä Anton on?" McCutcheon asked, his brow knit. "Anton couldn't make it this morning," Barrett said. His English also jarred McCutcheon, who slowly turned to run, before Barrett snatched him, yanked him close, jammed the needle into his neck. McCutcheon turned around with a confused look. "Who are you?" McCutcheon said, as he swiped with his hand where he'd just been punctured. He pulled away from Barrett and glanced at his fingers to see if any blood had been left behind where the needle had entered. "You've just been injected with poison," Barrett said. "You have 48 hours to live before the antidote I have won't work anymore, and you drop dead. Also, your wife's search history will show that she's been looking up ways to poison a spouse and not get caught. Now, think very clearly about your next move." McCutcheon glared at Barrett. "Did MI6 send you? I knew they were upset with me leaving. But—" "No, but this is an MI6 matter. Now, if you want to live, I want you to get your keys and tell your wife that you need to run a quick errand. You're going to take me out of here." McCutcheon peered around Barrett, trying to get a glimpse of what was in the back of the truck. "It's not a dead body, and I don't plan on killing you either, as long as you comply." "What's all this about?" "I'll tell you what you need to know along the way, but not until we're out of here." "We?" "Yes. You're taking me with you." "And where are we going?" "I'll tell you once we've left." McCutcheon turned and headed back for his house. "Not a word to your wife," Barrett warned. He hustled into the back of the truck and changed into his original clothes before redressing the delivery driver into his original uniform. When he finished, McCutcheon was walking up the hill. "Ready?" McCutcheon asked. Barrett nodded. "Lead the way." They got into McCutcheon's Volkswagen Atlas and sped toward the gate. He nodded at the guard without stopping as the gate swung open. As McCutcheon drove, his eyes bounced rapidly between Barrett and the rearview mirror. They continued for about a mile before either man spoke. "So, will you tell me what this is all about, or are you going to keep me guessing?" "There's no need to keep you guessing. No need to keep you in the dark any longer, either." "You know this is insane, right?" McCutcheon said, slamming his hand on the steering wheel. "Abducting me? Framing my wife? And for what? This is just like the agency." "Do you want me to explain, or would you rather just continue your rant?" McCutcheon sighed and gestured for Barrett to continue without saying a word. MI6 wants you dead for the simple crime of being the only person on the planet who can unlock a series of files stolen off their servers at Vauxhall Cross. It's a lazy approach to a problem, in my opinion, and I'd rather not kill you." "How kind of you. What are you, some CIA stooge?" "Not in the least bit. I prefer solving problems with the lowest body count possible, and it's for that reason alone that I haven't already put a bullet in your head." "Make no mistake that MI6 wants me dead. It's just a real convenient excuse." Barrett arched his eyebrows. "You think this was a cover to have you eliminated?" "I wouldn't put anything past those bastards, but they're more opportunistic than anything. But there's plenty of reasons they want me dead." "You have an exemplary record. We checked." "The real stuff they have on me is in another file somewhere. Somewhere hidden, deep within the bowels of their building. And they don't want anyone seeing it either." "Why would you even think they would want you dead?" Barrett asked. "The longer I stayed, the less and less ethical they became. So, why wouldn't I think that everything culminated with them trying to kill me? I don't just know where the bodies are buried. I know who buried them, and why." "Maybe that's why they're so concerned you're going to try and burn them." "I wouldn't dare. MI6 and its bureaucracy is what I detest, not the agents themselves. They're good people who are trying to make a difference, people who care. But the leadership, most of them belong in prison somewhere. And that's exactly why I don't work for the CIA. It's why you think you don't work for the CIA. But from what I've gathered, everyone works for the CIA on some level or another in U.S. intelligence. I'm not in intelligence, but that's neither here nor there. I still want to know how you breached my security measures. That's a conversation for another time, under different circumstances. But in the meantime, you need to understand that I need your full cooperation, or there's a good chance you're going to end up dead, either from the poison or from someone else finishing the job. Just tell me what you want me to do." "Just keep driving." "Where are we going?" "To a little cabin on Lake Nuasjärvi." McCutcheon's voice hitched before it dawned on him what was happening. He suddenly became very compliant, which made Barrett start to wonder if something suspicious was happening. "If you're going to kill me, please, just go ahead and get it over with. I don't want my wife to find my body there and ruin the place for her." "I'm not here to kill you. In fact, I just need your help." "How long is this going to take? Because my wife will get suspicious." "Tell me something. Have you received any detailed communications from someone named Oliver Green?" "Yes, but I ignored him. I thought..." "If you write him back and tell him to meet you at the cabin tonight, I'll have you back before midnight." "Midnight? My wife's definitely going to need some answers." "I'm pretty sure you'll think of something," Barrett said, his pistol now trained on McCutcheon.
For now, just drive. Chapter 14. Petäjäniemi, Finland. Oliver Green rolled down the sunroof on his rental car, the last rays of sunshine streaming perfectly onto the pine trees lining the highway. He glanced over at the package on the passenger seat and smiled. It felt like he'd been on this journey for a long time, a search for peace, a quest for vindication. He knew he'd never really get what he was looking for, but 50 million euros would make the pain far more tolerable. Green would never forget the day he walked back through the office after it happened, the moment when his world fell apart. With his head down, he left his supervisor's office, and everyone knew. They couldn't help but know after the shouting, but they knew before he even walked in the door that day. Green knew too. Failing to protect a high-value target who had the information to put away the boss of a global crime syndicate had serious consequences. Even months later, when a full investigation exonerated him from any wrongdoing, the damage had already been done. Nobody looked at him the same anymore. Instead of being one of the most celebrated agents in the organization, he was still regarded as a pariah. One marked to avoid at all costs, at least by those who valued their careers. And despite being proven innocent, Green could feel the disdainful looks that would never fully go away. He certainly would never get another chance to ascend MI6's corporate ladder. Green was, and would forever be, the agent who lost an important asset due to his incompetence. Now he was determined not only to hit them where it hurt, but also to prove that he was more than capable. After all, nobody at the MI6 had been able to find Alistair McCutcheon, but Green had found the tech wizard in a matter of days, and together the two disenfranchised former employees were going to break the whole system. At least, that's what Green hoped they would do. Green rolled down the window and poked his hand outside. He enjoyed the last few minutes of daylight as the sun vanished behind the towering trees that covered the area on both sides of the road. And after McCutcheon finished cracking the files, Green would be enjoying much more than that. He veered off Highway 6 and onto a local road. He trundled along a gravel road, driving up and down several hills and valleys before reaching the street that McCutcheon's cabin was located on. Once Green reached the driveway, he dropped his car down a few gears and began his winding ascent. When he started, he couldn't even see the house through the dense cluster of trees, but as he continued driving, a small clearing became visible, enabling him to see the cabin. Only the outdoor porch light and a light from the kitchen were lit. Green parked and hustled up to the front door, the package tucked beneath his armpit. McCutcheon met Green at the door, took the package, and then escorted him toward a couch. "What's going on here?" McCutcheon said. "So, this is all business, I guess," Green said. "You asked what it would take to help you with hacking into some files you stole. I named my price. You drove here and delivered them to me. You're not here for tea and crumpets." "I just thought." "You thought wrong. Now, there's something else you need to know about." McCutcheon nodded toward the kitchen. Green looked in that direction and saw a silhouetted figure stepping out of the shadows with a gun trained on him. "What's the meaning of this? If you want more money—" "It's not about the money," the gunman said, his voice muffled. "It's about you threatening to upend years of cooperation agreements between global intelligence agencies." The man, wearing a Guy Fawkes mask, stepped out of the shadows, his figure even more imposing. He wore a hood that shrouded his head and gloves that covered his hands. Green was puzzled by the move. There was no way that McCutcheon had enough time to summon an agent to arrest him, and even if he did, McCutcheon had made his disdain for the MI6 clear and obvious in the most public of ways before he parted. Based on his desire for secrecy, he wasn't about to announce his location to anyone affiliated with the agency. That left Green with a nagging question. Who was the man behind the mask? "What's on that flash drive is benign information," Green said. "MI6 doesn't think so," Guy Fawkes said. "And let me guess, neither does the CIA." "He's not with the CIA," McCutcheon said, "but who he's working for is the least of your worries right now." "You're lying," Green said. "Are you willing to stake everything, your life, your freedom, and whatever it is that you're getting paid to sell your soul on the fact that I'm telling you a lie?" "You walked away from the agency. They put me in a virtual prison, conscripting me to a small windowless office where I did nothing but push paper all day long. You don't know the ridicule that I endured, and—" "Spare me the sanctimonious bullshit. We're going to find out what's on this flash drive and hold you accountable for it." "What is this? Some vigilante justice?" Green said, his voice full of derision, before he turned toward McCutcheon. "This is who you partnered with once you left the agency? Some coward who hides behind a gun and a mask? How different is it than hiding behind a gun and a badge? It's semantics at this point." "No, it's not, and you know it." "Right now, all I know is that I'm going to find out what's on this drive, and if you're lying to me, you're going to regret it." I don't know what's really on there. It's just the files I was told to download." McCutcheon grunted and shook his head. "You really did sell your soul for this, didn't you? What are they paying you? 15 million? 20? 30? 50, Green said. "And to be honest, at this point, I don't care what they're paying me. I'd probably do it for free. This might very well transform the intelligence community, ultimately in a very good way. And you and I both know that some things need to be dismantled. We're more alike than you might think." McCutcheon glared at Green. "We're nothing alike. Don't ever forget that." Guy Fawkes moved closer to Green, indicating a nearby door with a gun. "On your feet. We've got work to do, while you've got somewhere to be." "Somewhere to be? What are you— You must have mixed me up with someone else." "I don't think so. Oliver Green, former MI6 agent, the same guy seeking a flash drive to be cracked so he can read the files. Sounds about right, doesn't it?" Green said nothing as he walked slowly toward the door. "The thing is, I know far more about you than you could possibly imagine." "I know you're CIA," Green said. "I can hear it in your voice." Guy Fawkes opened the door and nodded toward the stairs leading to the basement. Green balked, refusing to turn around and start the descent. "Suit yourself, genius," Fawkes said as he stepped back and gave a head nod toward someone who appeared to be standing behind Green. As he turned to see who it was, he felt a sharp blow to the back of his head, and his vision faded to black. Green awoke with a pounding headache, lying on the ground in pitch darkness. He groaned as he sat upright and leaned against a pole his hands were tethered to. As he grew more aware, Green realized his entire body was sore, likely from laying on the ground in the position he'd been in. He didn't know how long he'd been there, but based on how he felt, it had to have been for an hour or two. The door at the top of the stairs creaked open, allowing light to pour into the basement. Green squinted and made a move to shield his eyes with his hands before realizing it wasn't possible. "He's awake," a man at the top of the stairs said. This man's voice was different, signaling to Green that there were at least 3 men in the house. Based on McCutcheon's body language, Green wasn't sure if the computer guru was complying because he had to or because he wanted to. And given what Green knew about his current situation, that detail was vital. It could be the difference between a 1 versus 3 scenario or 2 versus 2. He obviously preferred the latter, though he couldn't be certain that was the total number of hostiles in the house. "Good," came the familiar, muffled voice. "I need to speak with him." Slow, deliberate footsteps followed as Guy Fawkes descended the steps. He carried a flashlight and shined it at Green.
who closed his eyes, refusing to fight the brightness. After a few seconds, the shuffling of feet stopped as Guy Fawkes stood a few feet away. "You comfortable?"
"Hardly."
"Good. We're not running a 5-star hotel here."
"Just go ahead and get it over with."
"You want me to shoot you? It'd make things a lot easier." "I bet it would. MI6 would try to spin it that you were killed in the line of duty and avoid a messy public relations situation on their hands."
"Not sophisticated reasoning, but I appreciate it."
Just the kind of response I'd expected from someone who thinks he's the smartest guy in the room. Newsflash, you're the one tied up right now.
Just because I'm tied up doesn't mean I'm still not the smartest person in the room. It just means I'm outnumbered.
Trust me, it'd be a disservice for you to believe that you'd survived a one-on-one fight with me.
So, I'm the smartest guy in the room, and you're the toughest. May the best man win."
"I've already won," Guy Fawkes said. "Take a look around. You're the one tied to a support pole right now."
"But you clearly don't know what you have on your hands right now, do you? I mean, I find it ironic, given that you're wearing the mask of a man who fancied himself as a man who would right all wrongs within British government by assassinating the king."
"It's just a mask. No need to think too deeply about it."
"Then why don't you show your face, coward?"
"I have my reasons, but it's certainly not cowardice. Now, do you mind telling me what you think we can expect to find in those files? Because you're not going anywhere until we hack them and know what we're dealing with."
"You're looking to slide in and steal my cash, aren't you?"
"No,
"You are. Your demeanor tells me everything I need to know."
You still think you're the smartest person in the room?
Reading my body language? Is this part of your stand-up routine? Because if so, it's hilarious. Oh, that's right. You don't do stand-up because you can't stand up. How long did it take you to come up with that joke?
Not nearly as long as it took for me to subdue you and bind you to a pole, which wasn't very long.
Look, did you want something or did you just come down here to annoy me?
I wanted to know what was really on that drive. Now, we can do this the hard way or the easy way, and I don't think I need to explain to you which is which.
You'll find out soon enough, but in the meantime, you can go to hell.
So disappointing. Enjoy the rest of your night. Green gritted his teeth as the man climbed the steps and disappeared, extinguishing the light behind him. After a few minutes, Green slumped back into a more comfortable position and quickly fell asleep. He slept hard for a few hours before he thought he heard the creaking of footsteps and then the door to the basement closing.
"Hello? Is anyone there?"
No reply. Irked by the interruption in his sleep, he readjusted his hands on the pole before his fingers came across something on the ground behind him, something that wasn't there before. It was a pocket knife. Not that it would do much damage in a fight, but it could loosen his bindings. Green hid the blade up his sleeve and began to plot an escape. Then he felt something else. It was a piece of paper that had been folded up. It was a note, though he couldn't read it until he had sawed through his bindings.
"One step at a time," he thought.
Chapter 15. Colfax, Louisiana. Lake Hideout. Jerry Simpson's rental car rumbled over the ruts along Lester Penton's driveway, rattling the loose change in the cup holders. Looking straight ahead, Simpson could see the peaceful waters of Lake Hideout. The sun peeked just over the tops of cypress trees, casting long shadows, while the aromatic smell emanating from blooming azalea bushes hung in the air. Simpson pulled to a stop in front of the judge's home, a white, two-story house with a wraparound porch. A woman with her back to Simpson was kneeling next to a rosebush with a pair of handheld clippers. She looked over her shoulder at Simpson as he got out of his car.
"If you're here to sell me something, let me save you some time.
I'm not interested. She returned to her pruning.
Mrs. Penton?
Who's asking?
I'm Lieutenant Colonel Jerry Simpson, and I work at the Pentagon. I was wondering if your husband's here.
The Pentagon, you say?
Yes, ma'am.
What business has he got with the Pentagon?
It's kind of complicated, ma'am.
Well, Mr. Smart Guy, make it easy for me.
Simpson paused for a moment, his mind churning through several approaches to soften their interaction. I have a simple question about one of his rulings from years ago.
You could have called.
I heard he wasn't much of a phone talker. Mrs. Penton stood up and brushed her dirty gloves off on the side of her pants before turning around to face Simpson.
He's not much of a talker at all, to be honest. But if you want to see if you can extract a few words out of him, be my guest. He's on the back porch, reading the latest John Grisham novel. Did you know Lester was a guest professor at Old Miss one semester, and Mr. Grisham took his class? Now, if you ask him about that, you might get more than just one complete sentence out of him. But otherwise, good luck.
Simpson thanked her before walking up the steps, the wooden planks groaning beneath his weight. He meandered along the wraparound porch until he reached the back and found Judge Penton sitting in a rocking chair, hands wrapped around a thick hardback novel as he read through a pair of thick glasses. He didn't look up, acknowledging Simpson only by pointing at the chair next to him. "Sit," Penton said, his eyes still focused on the book. After a few more seconds, the judge slipped a bookmark between the pages and placed the novel down on the side table next to him. Then he interlaced his fingers and rested them on his ample gut. "So, what's someone from the Pentagon doing here?" he asked. "You heard my conversation with your wife?" "I did, Lieutenant Colonel Simpson." "Well, I just had a question for you about a case you ruled on." "Ask it." Simpson wondered if it was possible for the judge to say more than a 10-word sentence. The judge reached onto the side table and snagged a canister of snuff. He positioned it in his hand and started to thump the side of it, packing the tobacco inside. "You just gonna sit there, or are you gonna ask a question? This novel is pretty damn good, and I want to get back to it." "I heard he was once a student of yours." "I know the Pentagon is notoriously wasteful, but I doubt someone sent you all the way here to talk about my favorite author. Now, do you have a question or not?" "I actually wanted to ask you about your decision to embargo evidence in a case regarding the president's father." Penton removed his glasses and placed them on the side table. Then he leaned on the right arm of his rocking chair and studied Simpson. "You need to be very careful right now. I don't think it's a crime to ask you about this. Just because it's not a crime doesn't mean it's wise. I'm not here asking on my own, sir. Did the president send you?" "I can't really say." "You don't need to say a word. Your face already answered it for me." "Okay, so, if you know who sent me, would you answer my question about why the evidence in that case was turned over to the National Archives and embargoed for 75 years? You ever lived on the water, Lieutenant Colonel?" "I lived near the Potomac." "Near is not the same as on." "So, I guess not then." "When you live on the water, especially a big body of water where lots of people fish, swim, recreate, whatever people do for fun on lakes or rivers, inevitably, someone will drown. Now, sometimes they have too much to drink, dive in and get disoriented, but other times someone who isn't inebriated will jump into the water
and never return to the surface. I've never heard of that happening before. And how do they find those people? They don't, sir. Penton said, holding up his index finger. Not don't. They won't. It might seem like a difference in semantics to you, but it's an important distinction. So it's too expensive to go looking for someone? No. Sometimes they'll send divers out looking for the body, and sometimes they'll find the body. But there's a surefire way to find a dead body, and that's by dredging the riverbed or the lake bed. But authorities don't do that much anymore. Almost never. And you know why? Simpson shook his head. Because sometimes the best place to bury secrets is at the bottom of a lake or a river. The longer things stay beneath the surface, the longer people can pretend like nothing's wrong. Not everyone likes to deal with the ugliness that accompanies truth, and that's especially true of your pals in Washington. The president actually wants to know the truth, sir, about what happened to his father. I'm not sure he does, son. What do you mean? You're a smart man. You'll figure it out. There has to be a reason files from a local investigation were confiscated by the feds and then transferred to the CIA, where they were embargoed for years. Of course there's a reason. And since you seem to need some extra help understanding what I'm trying to so delicately tell you, I'm going to be very blunt here, son. Stay far away from this one. And if you care about the president, you'll listen to me. Is it possible to lift the embargo? The judge leaned back in his rocker and rubbed his face with his hand. What's so difficult about this for you? Could the embargo be lifted? Simpson persisted. Anything's possible. But I don't know you're grasping what I'm trying to tell you. Which is what exactly? Because all I'm hearing is that there are secrets that you don't think should see the light of day. But you haven't given me a reason yet to think those secrets should stay buried. I did, but you obviously missed it. So, I'll say it again, this time very slowly. If you care about the president, you'll drop this. Comprende, amigo? The president wasn't involved in anything at that point in his life, at least not politically, and his father was just a chemistry professor at Minnesota. As far as you know. Now, if you keep this up, I might as well just go inside and hand you a rope so you can hang yourself from that cypress tree over there, because that's what you're effectively doing. If not to yourself personally, to your career for sure. You can say goodbye to that nice pension you'll get if you continue down this path. You see, that puts me at an interesting crossroads, sir. Because the president is the one who's sanctioned me to look into this on his behalf. Then come up with a reason why it can't be done. Tell him the archives lost the papers. Tell him they were lost in a fire. Tell him the investigation showed inconclusive evidence, and that his father simply drove into the lake in a single-car accident. Just do whatever you can to end this. Right here, right now. You realize you're only prompting me to look into it more, right? At this point, I think I could tell you that I'm the one that ran the president's father off the road and give you a written confession, and you'd still keep looking beneath rocks that are best left unturned. I'm just like Jake Brigance in that novel you're reading right there. Oh, Jake Brigance wasn't a moron, and he's trying to uncover the truth in order to save his client. You're doing it because the president is curious. Big difference. You're not Jake Brigance. The judge grabbed his book off the table and flipped it open to where the bookmark was. I guess I'll leave you to your book, sir. Penton picked up his glasses and paused. When every measure of calamity befalls you, Lieutenant Colonel Simpson, you can't say you weren't warned. The judge put on his glasses and turned his attention back to his novel, without another word. Thank you, Simpson said, before walking around the side of the house. He hopped off the porch and found Mrs. Penton still at work. Did you get what you came for? Her head was still buried in a rosebush. Not exactly. Well, I hope it works out for you. Sometimes the trick is to ask the right questions. I wasn't asking the right questions. Then a cry from around the side of the house. Audrey! Leave that man alone! She poked her head out of the bush and looked at Simpson. Sorry, didn't mean to poke my nose where it didn't belong. It's all right, Simpson said, lowering his voice. In almost a whisper, she said, It's just that. Audrey! Leave the man alone. He's got a long flight home. Of course, dear. Good luck, Mr. Simpson, and safe travels. Have a nice day, ma'am. He walked back to his car, climbed behind the wheel, and eased onto the gas. He glanced the rear view one last time and saw through a thin cloud of dust Mrs. Penton standing up, staring at him as he drove away. Chapter 16. Petäjäniemi, Finland. Alistair McCutcheon winced and massaged his neck around the place where his abductor had pricked him with a needle. The spot felt sore, and he was starting to develop a headache. He wasn't sure if it was from staring at a screen for so long, or if it was the poison that supposedly had been injected into his veins, or was it all a ruse? McCutcheon couldn't be sure, and for that reason alone, he couldn't take a chance. This man and his crew seemed competent, at least competent enough to make good on their promises. Dying only to have Amelia become the prime suspect in his murder was insult to death. He couldn't allow it. The reality was, McCutcheon felt just like he did that night, about a year earlier, when Amelia had been abducted and there was no way out. Back against the wall. No way to fight back. But McCutcheon hadn't given up yet. Even if he could somehow swing Oliver Green to his side, they'd still be outnumbered. Both men who were holding him captive appeared like they could hold their own in any kind of fight, but Green hadn't even seen the other two members that were in another room. If Green thought there was only one man, he might come back and fight. But was that the best form of revenge? McCutcheon couldn't be sure about anything. For all he knew, once he unlocked the files, the men would tie him up and flee, leaving him to die. He needed to ensure that Amelia would not be blamed for his death if it came to that. But how? That was the nagging question McCutcheon couldn't figure out. He was tired and stressed, unable to solve problems as quickly as he had in the past. Then an idea came. It wasn't foolproof, but it was the best he could conjure up under the circumstances. I need a break, McCutcheon announced before standing up. I need a cigarette. You're on your own there, Chief. Smoking will kill you, and in my line of work, I need to reduce all causes of mortality. McCutcheon snorted. You should indulge yourself more. Depriving yourself of some of life's simplest pleasures when people are shooting at you, trying to kill you all the time, seems a little short-sighted. You're going to go sometime. Might as well enjoy life while you can. I don't consider sucking on a cancer stick as some pleasure I'm missing out on. Mind if I check the pantry? There might be a stray pack in there somewhere."
McCutcheon didn't smoke, but Amelia did when she was at the cabin, usually after she'd gotten well into a bottle of wine. He hated the stuff, but he needed a reason to step outside. "What shelf?" "Check the top." The man reached high and felt around until he touched a pack, the familiar sound of cellophane crackling as he picked it up. He held it up for McCutcheon to see. "Will this work for you?" "Sure. Lighter's in the drawer next to the stove." The man forked over the pack of cigarettes and then pulled out a lighter. He held it out so McCutcheon could ignite the tobacco. After a long drag, McCutcheon stepped outside onto the back porch. The man turned the light on for McCutcheon and left him alone. Once about a minute had passed, he pulled a piece of paper out of his pocket and scrawled a brief note on it, then eased down the steps that wound around next to the door leading to the basement. He dug into his pocket and removed a flash drive and hid it along with the note under a decorative gnome just outside the basement. Then he hustled back up the stairs and sat on the porch swing until he finished his cigarette. The man opened the door and poked his head outside. "You done?" McCutcheon stood up, tossed down the butt, and ground it out. "All ready to get back at it." But he'd already finished. He planned to clack on the keyboard for a few more minutes and then announce that he was finished. Needing to go outside after completing the job might create suspicion, but he could see the finish line now. He just needed a little help from Green. McCutcheon sat back down and feigned like he was continuing to hack into the files. 15 minutes later, he stood up and announced that he had cracked it. "You did?" "It's all here for you to confirm." He indicated the screen. He gave the man a quick primer on how to navigate the files and then stepped away from the table. The man sat down and began clicking on various files. "So, are we going to head back now?" McCutcheon asked. "There's still one more thing I need you to do." The man returned to his post and cracked the files in a matter of minutes. "Now we can go back? After a good night of sleep, we'll take you home." "Good. I have a bad headache and was sort of dreading the long drive. There's a pillow and a blanket on the couch over there for you." McCutcheon padded toward the living room before collapsing onto the couch. He pounded the pillow a few times in an attempt to fluff it up, threw the blanket over himself, and closed his eyes. Barrett glanced over at McCutcheon, whose body was rising and falling in rhythm with his snoring. The noise was so loud, some of the pictures on the wall rattled. Satisfied that he was asleep, Barrett locked the doors and placed a piece of tape on the door jamb and door, an old trick he'd used while in the military to ensure that nobody was spying on him. This time he used it to make sure McCutcheon hadn't slipped outside while sneaking to one of the rooms and showing what he'd found to Stone and Watts, who were taking turns resting and checking on Green. "Either of you checked on Green in a while?" "He's asleep," Stone said. "So's McCutcheon, but you need to both see this." Watts was lying on her back on the bed, hands clasped and resting on her stomach. "She looks so peaceful. I don't really want to wake her up."
"Because if you do," she said suddenly, "you know I'll bite your head off."
Her eyes were still closed.
"How come you're still so feisty at 2 a.m?
"I'm feisty 24/7, awake or asleep, happy or sad, busy or bored, and you'll thank me for it later."
"Well, I've got something to make you even feistier. Wait until you see the files MI6 wanted us to kill this guy over. It's not what they told us."
"What do you mean?"
"See for yourself." Barrett placed the laptop on the desk. She started scrolling through the files, opening them one by one. A gasp escaped from her mouth before she covered it with her left hand. Then she looked wide-eyed over her shoulder at Barrett.
"This isn't at all what they told us we were in such a rush to catch this guy for."
"I know, but in a way it's worse," Stone said.
"How do you figure?" They told us that if what was on the stolen files fell into the wrong hands, it had the potential to burn dozens of deep cover agents embedded in terrorist organizations the world over. What could be worse than that?
Maybe from burning the agents, it's bad, real bad, but this shows how the agencies are spying on one another. If this were to become public, trust would be eroded between the various agencies, and they all need each other. Dozens of intelligence agencies in numerous countries make any information a single agent gets exponentially more valuable. But if none of the agencies trust one another, it makes any gathered intel that much more impotent. In short, this is an utter disaster for the intelligence community. It would have been an utter disaster, Watts corrected. We dug into this and stopped it from falling into the wrong hands. Now we can all sleep easier at night.
So, what? Stone asked. We just take McCutcheon home and then deliver Green to MI6 before calling it a day?
Sounds like a plan to me, Watts said.
And then we find out what Doyle's folly is all about.
Smooth and efficient. This couldn't have gone any easier.
Agreed, Barrett said, before turning his attention to Stone. Before we call it a night, can you go check on Green while I go check on McCutcheon?
What if he tries to run? Watts asked.
He's as good as dead. He's not going anywhere.
Be back in a few,
Stone said, before he left the room and went to the basement. Barrett returned to the living room before checking the tape. It was all in place, and McCutcheon was still there, snoring loudly, so much so that Barrett almost couldn't hear Stone shouting from the basement, but between the breaths, he thought he heard Stone calling. What the hell? Barrett hustled over to the basement steps and took them two at a time. When he reached the bottom, he searched the darkness for Stone. What's going on here?
It's Green,
Stone said, shining a flashlight toward a support pole.
He's gone.
McCutcheon heard it all from beneath his blanket and smiled. He figured it out. Chapter 17. Etayaniemi, Finland. Barrett grabbed a pair of infrared goggles out of his rucksack and headed outside with his gun. He exited through the front door and crept into the woods. Stone stayed behind to watch McCutcheon, while Watts tracked Barrett with a GPS tracker and communicated with him over comms.
See anything yet?
Watts asked. It's all quiet out here. I'm not seeing any significant heat signatures.
That must have meant he left a long time ago. But Stone checked on him maybe a half hour ago, and Green was still there.
If you gave me 30 minutes, I could virtually disappear. But he had to have something to help him break through those bindings. I put them on him myself.
Maybe he hid something that helped him cut through the bindings.
I took his weapon and checked him. There's no way he could have done this on his own.
Well, I sure as hell didn't give him anything. And you know Stone didn't either.
McCutcheon is the only one who could have done it.
But when did he ever leave your sight?
Barrett cursed softly. He went to the bathroom twice, and he went outside for a smoke.
But he was on the front porch the whole time when he was smoking, right?
Yeah.
So, how did he do it?
Check the bathroom window. Is there a screen? A few seconds passed before Watts returned.
No screen. And there's a drainage pipe right next to the window. I could easily see him shimmying up and down using the pipe.
McCutcheon had to do this.
Let's just shoot him now. We can tell Simpson that Green beat us to McCutcheon.
That might save our own ass, but there's something else going on here. Not to mention that Simpson is going to start questioning my ability to do my job, and if he decides I'm useless to him, who's to say he won't send someone to kill the man he believes is Slade Gordon? No, we have to track down Oliver Green and do whatever we can to mitigate the situation.
And how are we going to deal with McCutcheon?
I'll handle that. Satisfied that Green was in the wind, Barrett came back to the house and stormed into McCutcheon's room, turned on the light. The tech guru was sitting up in his bed, hands clasped and resting on his lap, a smirk on his face.
Did you find him?
Where is he? He trained his gun on McCutcheon.
Depends on how badly you want to find him.
Did you give him what was on that drive?
I thought it was only fair, based on how you were treating him.
Barrett narrowed his eyes and spoke with a slow and deliberate pace.
What did you do? Agent Green came all this way and endured a lot, so I thought it was only fair for him to get what he came for.
I don't think you realize what you've done, Barrett said.
What? Gave him some benign files about how all the agencies are spying on each other? Everyone knows that already.
Maybe within the agencies, but if that goes public, that's where it gets really problematic.
Problematic for who? The politicians? The overpaid bureaucrats who don't care about anything but securing a nice fat pension? Or is it problematic for you because you failed to keep Green from getting his hands on those decrypted files?
I don't know what kind of game you think you're playing here, but maybe I need to remind you that you're going to be dead soon with your wife as the prime suspect?
Oh, I remember. And it's exactly why I'm not helping you.
I don't want to kill you. I only wanted your help. I didn't think you deserved to die.
Yet, here you are, running around in a foreign country, playing God with everyone's lives.
Save me the philosophical bullshit right now. You're going to help me find Agent Green.
And how do you think I can do that?
You gave him the files on one of your flash drives, didn't you?
Maybe I did. Maybe I didn't. Don't try to get cute with me, McCutcheon. I'll tie you to the bed and leave you here to die. It'll look that much worse for Amelia. Okay. I used one of my flash drives. And from what I've read in your file, all your flash drives have GPS trackers on them, so you can extract revenge on anyone who double-crosses you, correct? It's how I prevent people from screwing me over. Yes, there's a mutual understanding with all my clients about how we handle business.
Barrett lowered his weapon. Now, since Green wasn't a client, and you didn't have much time to talk with him, if any at all, I'm betting that he doesn't know about this mutual understanding.
A keen deduction, Detective.
But you should be able to give me the location of the flash drive.
You are good. Look at you, putting everything together like that. So get up and get on your computer and get me his location. Sorry, can't do it.
Can't or won't?
In order for me to track one of my flash drives, I have to know the number assigned to the drive. It's the only way I can look them up.
You don't have a map that charts them all?
Wouldn't that be handy for you to have? No, I'm afraid this is the system I've set up to protect myself against intrusion by law enforcement or intelligence agencies trying to get at the information through a security breach, he said smugly as he rose to his feet. Not that anyone has ever managed to break through my firewall.
So, you need to go back to your house?
Another brilliant deduction, Detective. If you're going to let me die, it's not going to be here, so that Amelia is a suspect. You're going to take me home, and your face is going to be all over my security cameras. So, if I die, you're the suspect. Now, feel free to go ahead and kill me right now, but you're clearly not as clever as you think you are.
Seems like you've got me by the balls, McCutcheon.
And I've got them in a vice. Now, I'll help you, but then I want you to disappear, forget where you found me. Otherwise, I can make your life hell. I could drain your bank accounts or put some inappropriate pictures on your computers. But that depends on how much you're willing to escalate things, because, trust me, I can escalate.
McCutcheon swatted at Barrett's weapon.
And put that thing down. We both know you're not going to shoot me.
Barrett looked at his watch. It was nearly 3 a.m. He was getting tired and realized that he needed some sleep or else he wasn't going to be able to function at the level he needed to in the morning.
Get back in the bed, Barrett said. We'll leave in the morning after we've had some semblance of sleep.
Barrett set up a quick perimeter alarm outside McCutcheon's bedroom window at his door. Then he retreated back to the other bedroom to discuss his ideas with Stone and Watts. When he finished sharing his thoughts, he sat down on a chair in the corner of the room. "I think it'll work," Stone said. "We just have to make sure he doesn't have a way of contacting anyone else until we get our hands on the tracking mechanism." "The tracking mechanism is a simple website," Barrett explained. "But according to McCutcheon, you can only look up each flash drive if you have the number assigned to it." "And if we don't?" "Then we're screwed," Stone said. "But I want to keep you both out of this. I want you to follow us back to the farm, but stay far enough back that you're never seen by the guards." "And how are you going to get out?" "I've got a plan for that, too. Just be ready, and meet me on the other side of the manure pit." Barrett's phone buzzed with a message from Simpson, demanding an update. He let out an exasperated breath and tossed his phone on the dresser next to him. "Simpson?" Watts asked. Barrett nodded. "He wants to know what's going on." "Don't tell him anything. Don't say a word until there's something to say." "I hope this will all be over by this time tomorrow night." But he knew it wasn't likely. McCutcheon was in the room at the end of the hall, but Barrett could feel the vice tightening, and he did not like the position he'd been put in. He'd underestimated McCutcheon, but there'd be time to lament over that fact later. Barrett needed to be at his best in the morning to match wits with the man and get what he wanted, and get it before he killed the rogue tech. Chapter 18. Kapiama, Finland. The next morning when Barrett and McCutcheon were about a mile away from the farm, they stopped their SUV. Barrett climbed into the back seat and cloaked himself with a blanket. Meanwhile, Stone and Watts, who'd been following Barrett in a separate SUV, pulled off the road and parked in the woods. They camouflaged their vehicle and began walking toward the designated meeting spot per Barrett's instructions. As McCutcheon resumed the short drive to the gates of his dairy farm, he expressed his frustration to Barrett. "I don't understand how you can work for these people." "What people?" "The ones who are handling you. Who in their right mind would think that they're one of the good guys when these people order you to assassinate someone without any sort of due process? It's insane." "It's not quite that black and white." "But it is. They told you to kill me, and they aren't interested in talking with me about why I left." "Would a conversation make any difference?" "Probably not, but that's beside the point. They want me dead because of the mere potential threat I pose to them." "I doubt that's all there is to it. There has to be some other reason." Barrett's phone buzzed with a text. "I did some more digging on McCutcheon during our drive. I uncovered his secret email address. He's been working for terrorists for the past 6 months. Dangerous ones, too. He's far from innocent. Makes sense why MI6 wants him dead." Barrett winced and closed the text. "It's never as black and white as anyone wants you to think it is," he thought. "There is no other reason. I'm just out here trying to live my life on a farm with my wife, and these people send someone to kill me." Barrett's phone buzzed again. He hacked into the World Banking Federation server 3 months ago that enabled terrorists to know where to set up bombs for a meeting 4 weeks later that killed 22 innocent people. "And it has nothing to do with you working for terrorists?" "I'm not working for terrorists." "So you just thought hacking into the WBF website and handing that information over to a Saudi sheik with ties to terrorists the world over was helping in some way?" McCutcheon said nothing as the car slowed down while approaching the gate. "I've got a gun aimed at the back of your seat. If you try anything with this guard, I'm not going to hesitate to riddle you with bullets." "Don't worry. I'll get you the flash drive tracking details. You give me the antidote, and then you get the hell out of my life. I'm not looking to pull anything right now." Barrett wanted to believe him, but he just couldn't. McCutcheon was proficient in his abilities to deceive, and he'd told several lies in the past few minutes. However, it was less like straight lying and more like masterfully twisting the truth, much like a politician would do in order to maintain that he or she never lied, but instead omitted gaping holes with pertinent information to paint a different picture altogether. McCutcheon wasn't shy about proclaiming his disdain for politicians, but he'd certainly picked up a few things from them. Barrett heard the tires crunching on the gravel, reaching a complete stop, followed by the mechanical hum of the window lowered. The guard exchanged pleasantries with McCutcheon before wishing him a good rest of his day. Barrett held his breath as the engine re-engaged and McCutcheon slowly drove forward. Barrett didn't say a word until he heard the window roll all the way up. "Good boy," Barrett said. "I already told you that I don't want any more trouble. Just give me the antidote and you can get on with your life." But Barrett remained silent. He couldn't rationalize allowing McCutcheon to continue to harm people anymore. The assignment had been to neutralize him, stopping any chance that harmful information could get leaked to the public. But the new information about McCutcheon, not the intel spoon-fed to him by Simpson and MI6, but the kind that Watts pulled straight from the source, showed Barrett he was operating under a false pretense. It also made him start to question everything about Slade Gordon. Were Slade Gordon's missions actually noble? Had someone simply passed along bad intel about Barrett, lumping him with some sketchy activity by another special ops team? Or was there more to it? Was it sinister or merely a mistake? Barrett needed more time to dissect that information and find out who was behind the order to kill him, and why. But did McCutcheon deserve more time? What if McCutcheon had been extorted into providing that information to terrorists? It all made Barrett's head start to swim. Trust your instincts, Blake. He wasn't sure what he was going to do, but he counted on knowing when the moment arrived. McCutcheon's SUV came to a stop and Barrett slowly sat up before putting on a pair of sunglasses. "Get out," McCutcheon said. "I need to go inside to get the information for you, and I'll meet you back in the barn." Barrett didn't like the idea, but he felt like pushing back could create a hostile environment, which he didn't need. McCutcheon needed to believe that Barrett was sincere about their bargain, even if Barrett still wasn't sure how he was going to handle the computer genius. If Amelia saw Barrett, she might be able to identify him, and if any of that footage found its way back to Simpson, Barrett would be done. Instead of fighting it, Barrett nodded in agreement, and then slipped into the barn, which was empty. He surveyed the space and sought out a position behind hay bales in the far corner. After checking his ammo, he waited for McCutcheon to return. "We're almost in position," Stone said over the comms. "Copy that. I'm just waiting for McCutcheon to return with the intel. Stand by." "Standing by." For the next 2 minutes, Blake scanned the structure, searching for alternate exit routes and places to retreat to in case things went sideways. With as long as McCutcheon was taking, Blake was starting to wonder if he hadn't gathered all his security detail and was planning an attack. However, Barrett had carefully considered as many scenarios as possible, including one where McCutcheon decided to ambush him. If that happened, he would be ready. "Jazz, I've got one final question for you." "Fire away." "Are you sure that McCutcheon helped those terrorists?" "Without a doubt." "Do you think he was coerced into doing it?" "What do they always say? Follow the money?" "And?" "I followed the money, of course. I remotely disabled his phone, but not before I found all his account information. And there was one belonging to an offshore shell account that I tracked down. It just so happened to receive a deposit of 2 million euros on the same day he completed the task." "No chance that was a coincidence?" "A coincidence is a coincidence, though I'm not a big believer in them."
Consider me a cynic, if you will, but I find it hard to believe that anyone would randomly receive payment for a legit job on the same day someone completes an illegal job for hire that matches the market's going rate for such hacking services. I was born at night, but it wasn't last night.
With that said, it's still possible that it was a coincidence.
Like I said, I don't believe in coincidences, but I guess it's possible. Just not likely.
Thanks for your insight.
Hey now, don't go soft on us, Blake. Stick to your convictions.
You just stick close to the fence for when I need that antidote. Understand?
Copy that.
A couple minutes later, McCutcheon returned, his laptop bag slung over his shoulder. You find it?
McCutcheon tapped his bag.
It's all in there, and you'll get it as soon as I get that antidote.
That's not how it works.
It is now. That is, if you want the location.
Barrett looked at his gun, then trained it on McCutcheon.
I'm not the one who's going to die.
Sure, maybe not today, but one day soon. Face it, you screwed up. Agent Green escaped with intel on the inner workings of MI6 that they don't want public, and while I have no idea who's hired you, whoever it was, Mossad, MI6, CIA, FBI, or any other alphabet agencies, is going to be pissed that you failed to stop him from decrypting that file. So, I get the antidote first, or I die without you getting the information.
And you're okay with Amelia getting blamed for your murder?
It's too late for that now. We're back here. Why do you think I wanted to come back to the farm? If she's seen me, I'll be recorded as being on every security camera here, and then I'll make a video confession about what really killed me so nothing happens to her. Checkmate. You got beat at your own game?
Barrett realized McCutcheon had him over a barrel. The mission would be a complete failure if he didn't get the tracking code. Then Barrett started to question if there was even a tracker. Let me see the tracking website first.
You're not saying anything until I get that antidote. Can I be any clearer about that fact?
Okay. Follow me.
I'm not going anywhere without that antidote.
Well, if you want the antidote, you're going to have to come with me. I don't have it on me.
You don't?
This isn't negotiable. I can't make it appear out of thin air, but I need to take you to the place where I've hidden it.
You hid it? On my farm?
In a manner of speaking.
McCutcheon narrowed his eyes. If you're messing with me, you're the one who's running out of time.
McCutcheon broke into a coughing fit, his eyes watering. He bent over in an effort to stem the heaving, but it took half a minute before it subsided. That's the poison. It only gets worse from here on out. Ready to go?
McCutcheon glared at Barrett, but nodded.
As Barrett ambled along the perimeter of the farm, he ran his hand along the chain-link fence. Lost in thought, he considered his situation. It was moments like this that he remembered how much he hated the idea of being an assassin. He was literally playing God with a man's life, a married man who had a loving wife. Never mind that she didn't know who he really was or what he really was. At least, Barrett didn't think Amelia knew. Yet as Barrett walked, he had a decision to make. McCutcheon was dangerous, no doubt. But did he deserve to die? Barrett weighed the decision in his mind, comparing the pros and cons. Choose wrong and he could end up dead, or on the run from local police, or in the crosshairs of a hit squad, and in every one of those scenarios, he knew his chances of finding out why Slade Gordon had tried to kill him would be all but gone. Then it'd be a confused life for Barrett, one where he'd be constantly looking over his shoulder, hoping nobody was lying in wait for him when he came home for the day. No, the only way to get his life back was to get to the bottom of Slade Gordon's assignment, figure out who gave it and why, and then eliminate them. Barrett's quest for the truth while living a lie was a burden that grew daily. His only place to be himself was with Stone and Watts.
And while he treasured their company, he couldn't go on like this forever. But could he continue to blindly follow the edicts handed down by Simpson, killing one target after another? That was a question he could only answer in time, if it took that long to figure out the who and the why. He only needed to answer one question in this moment. 10 minutes later, they drew close to an isolated part of a farm. No cameras, no workers, no sight lines from the lake. Just a berm ringing an unsightly liquid manure pit. The sides of the pit extended upward toward the berm, forming a steep slope. The boundary line buttressed up against the eastern side of the berm, which was separated from the water by a sliver of thick trees. Barrett looked toward the woods and saw Stone and Watts peeking around one of the trees. He examined the area near one of the landings where a truck could be backed over the pond and a load of cow manure could be more easily shoveled into it. However, the gases emitted from the pit were noxious and could overwhelm someone if they remained around very long. "This is an odd place to take me," McCutcheon said. "I grew up living downwind from a farm," Barrett said. "Most days we got to enjoy the pleasant aroma of cow dung drifting toward our house." "Sounds like a shitty place to grow up," he chuckled at his own joke. "If you only knew. But we made a deal, and I'm going to uphold my end of the bargain." He snapped his fingers, and Stone rushed over to him, handing over a syringe loaded with the antidote. Barrett took it through a small opening in the fence. He examined the liquid for a moment, and then handed it to McCutcheon. "For you," Barrett said, handing the syringe to the former MI6 tech guru. McCutcheon slid his sleeve up, but stopped when he heard a metallic click. "Not so fast." Blake's gun was trained on McCutcheon. "I need the tracker information." McCutcheon held the needle against his bicep. "After I'm done." Then he plunged the needle into his arm. "Shoot the son of a bitch," Stone said. McCutcheon laughed and wagged his index finger at Stone. "That would be a big mistake. My wife knows you're here. She's going to call the police if I don't come back." "And what evidence will they have that we were here?" Barrett asked. "You think you're so smart and that you've got it all figured out. I feel better already." "Have I missed something?" Barrett asked. "Other than the fact that I have a robust security system that has recorded you on my property." "Security cameras that will never be able to identify my face with these," he said, pointing to his sunglasses. "IR blockers, ensuring that your infrared cameras will never see my face. Now, let's don't make this any more difficult than it needs to be. Hand over the tracker." McCutcheon opened his satchel and showed there was no computer inside, only a book about the size of a laptop. "It's over now. I told my wife if I wasn't back in 15 minutes to alert my security team and have them come find me." Watts shrugged as she stepped closer to the fence.
"That won't be so easy, since I jammed all radio signals."
"Where's the tracker?" Barrett asked deliberately. "In the house, but you'll never find it, not without showing your face to my wife and getting on camera. So you can forget about it. Now, if you don't want the full weight of Finnish law enforcement bearing down on you, or some of my friends from the underworld hunting you down, I suggest you turn around and leave." Barrett holstered his gun and clapped slowly. "Well played. You got us. We don't have much choice but to leave. You thought about everything. Always one step ahead." "What are you doing, Blake?" "We can figure out another way," Watts said. "We can't leave without that tracker." McCutcheon grinned and nodded, reveling in his victory. "Ha! I enjoyed the challenge, Mr. Slade Gordon." Then, without warning, Barrett took 3 quick steps toward McCutcheon and put a shoulder into him. The sudden move caught the Scot by surprise. He fought to keep his balance, but tumbled head over heels into the manure pit. In a matter of seconds, the noxious gas began to overwhelm him, while the thick manure entrapped him. He fought against the slush, trying to wrest himself free from the bottom that suctioned his legs and lower torso. McCutcheon looked up and screamed, pleading for help. He raised one hand as high as he could. "Come on! You can't let me die like this!" "Always one step ahead. Until you weren't," Blake said. I can get the tracking information. I do have it, I swear. Just throw me that rope and help me." Barrett shook his head. "You deserve this." "Are you insane?" "I've found out the truth about you. The kind of people you've been secretly helping. The kind of people who indiscriminately kill. You're the ruthless killer." "Am I? There's a difference between killing a man and refusing to save one." "They'll come for you. They're going to kill you." "They can take a number," Barrett said. Moments later, McCutcheon slipped beneath the surface. "Let's get the hell out of here. I wouldn't want anyone to think we had a hand in this unfortunate and accidental death." Barrett slid beneath the fence and joined Watts and Stone, the latter putting his arm around Barrett. "I thought you were going to go soft on us," Stone said. "Not for a man like that. But we have to forget about him now. We've got to figure out a way to find Green and stop him before he makes that information public. And I may have very well just killed our best lead." Chapter 19. Hong Kong. Agent Green ambled along the sidewalks of Hong Kong on his way to the luxury hotel where his employer awaited. Double-decker buses, Italian sports cars, and expensive sedans zipped past him on the crowded city streets, while professionals, young and old alike, drifted along like objects floating in a lazy river, content to go wherever the current took them. Green wondered what it would be like to retire in a place like this, to blend in and disappear. The idea was a tempting one, maybe even better than the first one he'd had. He found the breeze whipping off the harbor cool, but the smells that the wind carried? Not so much. Green shoved his hand into his pocket and felt for the copy of the files that had been left for him by McCutcheon. The mere thought of the former MI6 tech wizard made Green wince with regret. McCutcheon had stuck his neck out for Green, but could he be blamed for not coming back? The whole situation seemed rather bizarre, luring him to a cabin in the woods and tying him up in the basement, only to release him quietly. Along with the decrypted files, McCutcheon had left a note asking Green to come back for him, but Green had already offered to pay McCutcheon handsomely before the out-of-the-way meeting place was arranged, and returning would undoubtedly jeopardize his ability to deliver the files. After receiving 10 million euros, McCutcheon would get over the slight. That is, if he survived the maniacs he was working with. And if he didn't, well, that was 10 million euros saved for Green. Once he entered the hotel lobby, he was met by Hercules again, who escorted Green to the suite atop the hotel. Upon being led to the veranda, Green stopped and scanned the area. "Where's Mr.?" Green said, before Hercules held up a hand. "He'll be here soon enough. Just relax." Green ignored Hercules once he left the room, wandering over to the edge and watching the activity on the street below. People and cars appeared to be the size of ants, scurrying back and forth. It was both breathtaking and terrifying. He hated heights, though he couldn't deny he loved the views they provided. Sometimes the different perspective was all he needed to readjust his approach to something. The solitude, while perched over the earth, gave him time to reflect and consider the choices he faced. It pulled him out of the busyness down below that had a way of sinking its teeth into him and dragging him into the abyss. And that was the exact lifestyle he hoped to escape. 50 million euros would more than make it a reality. To think I'm only minutes away from this reality. Green walked over to the couch and sat down, propping his feet on the coffee table in front of him. He spread his arms wide.
resting them on the back of the sofa cushions. He closed his eyes and basked in the sunshine. However, Green's respite ended when he heard someone clearing his throat. Scrambling to his feet, Green stared at the man striding toward him with an outstretched hand. "Agent Green?" Green nodded as he took the man's hand. "Mr. Kingston? It's a pleasure to meet you. Please, call me Charles. Sorry about not being able to meet you before. As you might imagine, I get pretty busy at times." "Of course. I totally understand," said Green. "Good. I was hoping it didn't sour our business deal." "Not at all," Green said, as he dug into his pocket and pulled out a flash drive. He placed it on the coffee table. "What's that?" "It's a copy of all the files you requested." Whoa. I don't want this. I don't even want to look at this." "But I thought—" Green drew back, confused. "Don't get me wrong. I wanted you to get the files and decrypt them, but I can't really look at them. Plausible deniability and everything. You know how it goes." "Then what am I supposed to do with this? Was this some sort of test?" "Oh, no. It wasn't a test. I genuinely wanted you to do what you did with those files, though there's still more I want you to do." "Now, wait a minute," Green said, standing and then putting his hands on his hips. "Last time I was here, your people told me that all I had to do was decrypt the files, and then the deal would be completed." "And that hasn't changed, of course, but I just don't want to be anywhere near those files." "How come?" Kingston twisted his thick gold ring with a shield embossed on it as he considered his reply. "You look like a smart man, Agent Green. I'm going to bet that if you think about it for very long, you'll figure it out. As a matter of fact, it'd be a great question for you to ponder by yourself as you deliver the flash drive to complete the assignment." "What all does that entail?" "Nothing you can't handle." "Why do I get the feeling you're about to ask me to do something that's next to impossible?" "Probably because you're an intuitive agent with a knack for figuring his way out of impossible situations. For example, I know that you were tied up in Cameron McCutcheon's basement about 24 hours ago before someone freed you. How'd you wriggle your way out of that little predicament?" "To be fair, I had a lot of luck." "And what I've found is that successful people make their own luck," Kingston said. "A lot of people think I'm lucky, and based on my track record, with all my investments and company takeovers, it's hard to deny that accusation. Damn lucky is more like it. You have no idea how many times I was on the verge of losing tens of millions of dollars before the pendulum swung back the other way, and I made tens of millions." "You never seem to fail these days," said Green. "That's because I've figured out how everything works. Once you do that, everyone thinks you're lucky. But the truth is, you've simply learned how to navigate the system." "And this job you have me on is part of navigating the system?" "I guess you could say that. But I'd like to think this is more of bringing to light the awful and horrible things that happen to innocent people in this world, and leveraging that information for change." Green looked down, unsure if he could believe the businessman. "You're doing all this just to leverage information?" "More or less. People need to know what their governments are doing." "So how do you expect me to do this with the simple delivery?" "By taking it to a reporter. At the Sunday Times, of course." "You want the newspaper to do all the heavy lifting for you?" "Why not? They need scintillating content. I need a well-respected mouthpiece. It's a relationship that's mutually beneficial." Kingston handed Green a business card that contained a picture of a male journalist and his contact information. "Here, set something up with him, and—"
He's based in London, Green asked, his eyes wide in disbelief.
That's where the paper is located. Why did you think it would be anywhere else?
I don't know. Maybe the fact that you researched me thoroughly before connecting me to take on this job.
What do you mean?
Green cocked his head to one side, almost as if he wasn't sure Kingston was being serious. You do realize MI6, my former employer, is trying to capture me so they can make an example out of me, right?
I thought you might be in some kind of trouble, but didn't think it'd be that significant.
Yeah, well, if I set foot back inside the UK anytime soon, they're going to find me and immediately arrest me, not waiting to ask questions now. Kingston grinned and slapped Green on the arm.
Small price to pay for 50 million euros, isn't it? Besides, I have faith in you that you'll figure out a way. Remember, that's what you do. You're an intuitive agent with a knack for getting out of tight spots. Otherwise, you'd probably already be dead.
Green snatched the flash drive off the table and returned it to his pocket.
Don't look so glum, Agent Green. It's one little task, and then I'm going to wire all that money into your account. I swear to it. Okay?
Looks like I don't have much of a choice, do I?
Oh, we always have a choice, Mr. Green. But sometimes those choices are clouded by those things we decide that we must have, no matter the cost. Is that how you feel?
How about you give me half, and you find someone else to do that for you?
Not a chance.
Why not?
It's going to be far more credible if it's delivered by you.
You want me to give this to the reporter, in person?
Yes, that's the whole point. He needs to know that it's coming from someone within the agency. Otherwise, he won't be able to sell it to his editor.
Green put his hands on his hips and scanned the veranda once more. I'll make the delivery. He spun and walked toward the doorway, leading back into the penthouse suite. Hercules was waiting for him, with a faint smile curling his lips. He didn't say anything until they were in the elevator.
You made the right choice, the man said in a low, gravelly voice.
And if I hadn't?
I'd be beating the shit out of you right now, and then dragging your body into a dumpster.
Seems like I'm dodging bullets left and right, both literally and figuratively. Maybe I should go buy a lottery ticket, Green said.
You'll probably have better odds if you just follow through on Mr. Kingston's request.
Trying to sneak back into the UK is going to be a lot like playing the lottery too.
Best of luck to you.
The elevator dinged as it reached the lobby, and the doors swung open. But the odds didn't matter to Green. One way or another, he didn't have a choice, if he wanted the money. And he definitely wanted the money. Chapter 20. Kapayama, Finland. Barrett returned to the hotel with Watts and Stone to discuss how to move forward. They'd accomplished the mission's goal, which was to kill McCutcheon, but Barrett had lost the ultimate objective, prevent the stolen MI6 files from leaking. His only solace was that the files seemed benign, though obviously MI6 didn't agree with such an assessment. The British intelligence agency thought whatever was on those files was worth killing for. Maybe we need to take a closer look at what's on those files, Barrett suggested as they gathered in one of the rooms. Unless there's something hidden in them, like a virus or something, it's completely benign, Watt said. I checked them thoroughly. I wondered if maybe Green had stolen the wrong files. It's certainly not out of the realm of possibility, Stone said, cracking open a beer. Green could be working for someone else and just following orders. Barrett reclined on the bed, staring at the ceiling.
Let's suppose for a moment that Green did know what he was doing and got exactly what he was looking for. The question is, what damage could he really do with those files? Because they're certainly not the ones MI6 thought he was after. Stone took a swig of his drink. That never made sense to me, unless something very egregious happened to him. You don't just turn on everyone you know if that's the case. What did we know about Green? That he was just some rogue agent. One day he was doing his job, and the next day he was stealing files. What would make him do that? Those are valid questions, but we need to stay focused here and assume he meant to get those files. But why? And how would making that information public benefit anyone? I mean, so what? Agencies spy on each other all the time. That might be one of the worst-kept secrets in the intelligence community. So we need to think a little more along the lines of how it could benefit someone. Maybe it was a grudge against a foreign agent, who really was secret, Watt said. He wanted to get back at someone for spying on him and reporting him somehow. That's possible, Stone said. Watt stretched on the floor, reaching for her toes and holding the position. Or maybe he just wanted to prove it could be done. Wasn't he angling for a position in cybersecurity? Stone asked. Barrett dug out Green's file and scanned it. Right here. It says he applied for a position in cybersecurity about 6 months ago, but was denied. That's motive right there, Stone said. And the kind of motive that might negate what he was trying to steal. It just proves that a file could be stolen. Stone took another swig. I'm not sure any of this is going to help us find Green right now. Who knows? Maybe Simpson won't want us to go after Green. Watt stood up and bent over, touching her toes. I wouldn't be so sure about that. I think the whole purpose of eliminating McCutcheon was to neuter Green. Without McCutcheon, Green wouldn't be able to decrypt the files. Well, we need to stop all this jawing and call Simpson to find out. You're up, Barrett. It's why you get paid the big bucks. Barrett cursed under his breath as he picked up Slade Gordon's phone with the voice modulator Watts had added to it. He dialed Simpson's number and waited for him to answer. I sure hope you've got some good news for me, Simpson said, skipping the pleasantries, because I sure could use some. It's more of a good news, bad news situation, Barrett said in Slade's voice. Shit, what happened? So, you want the bad news first? I really think it'd be better if I told you the good news first. Whatever. The good news is, McCutcheon is dead. That's not good news. That's great news, Simpson said. That's what I sent you and your team there to do. Yes, but, like I said, it's not all good news, or great news. Did he get one of your team members? No, but apparently he'd already decrypted the files that Agent Green had stolen. And how do you know this? Barrett paused for a moment, unsure if his version of the truth would satisfy Simpson's curiosity. It's a long story, sir, but the shortened version is that McCutcheon told us he cracked the files. But you haven't confirmed it yet? We found the files on his laptop. Simpson cursed again. MI6 brass isn't going to like this development. And what, sir? What was on them? It wasn't the identities of deep cover agents embedded in terrorists' organizations around the world, that's for sure. Then what was it? It looked like intel regarding interagency espionage. It's hard to derive a motive from that, but someone could be trying to derail the United Front rollout, Simpson said. Was that all you saw? Yeah, that's it, Barrett said, Slade's accent getting thicker. He waited a beat before speaking. Do you want us to go after Green? You know where he is? No, but there might be a way we can track him. Do it, but you better do it before he makes those files public. And, Slade, yeah? This is more sloppy work. Get it together, man. Of course. I'll clean this up. Don't worry." Simpson hung up without responding.
"So, was it as bad as it sounded from this end?"
Watts asked. "Worse. We've got to find Green and eliminate him before he goes public with those files." "But McCutcheon was our best lead to getting the files." Stone crumpled the beer can and tossed it into the trash. "Seems like we might have jumped the gun on killing him." "Mr. Hindsight strikes again," Barrett said, "which is rich coming from you, the man who practically wanted to put a bullet in McCutcheon the minute I led him to the pond." "I deserved that," Stone said, "but it's water over the dam now. We've got to figure out a way to track Green." Barrett walked over to the window and thought for a moment before spinning around to face his two colleagues. "And I've got an idea." "A good one?" "Jazz, can you monitor Amelia's phone?"
"I can't listen in unless I'm within a certain range, but I have a way to determine what number she calls. All I have to do is hack the—"
"Spare me the details for now. Just get it set up."
"Then what?"
Stone asked. "We're going back to the farm, and we're going to get that tracking information, if there is any." 3 hours later, Barrett and Watts sat in their rental car along the road leading to McCutcheon's farm. A police car zipped past them, with its lights blaring. Barrett waited a couple of minutes before pulling onto the road and following them to the gate.
"What if this doesn't work? We'll be losing valuable time."
"This is our best option," Barrett said. "And if we don't pursue this, we'd be doing ourselves a big disservice. If it does work, we're going to hold the upper hand on Green, and can hopefully capture him before he has a chance to make that file public or get it to someone who will." Barrett adjusted his mustache and cap, which was pulled low across his brow. Watts checked her hair in the mirror and then loosened one of the top buttons. Barrett shot her a look.
"What? It couldn't hurt, right? A little cleavage?"
"Guess not."
"Flaunt 'em if you got 'em."
"We're supposed to be British agents. The only ones who dress like that are the ones on television. I wouldn't want it to give us away." She sighed.
"You're probably right. But in the U.S., it works 10 out of 10 times.
It just hits differently in Finland."
A few minutes later, they arrived at the front gate of the farm. A security guard slowly shook his head and gestured for Barrett to turn around. Barrett didn't comply, drawing the man over to the car. Before he could speak, Barrett held out an MI6 badge. "We're here on official business," Barrett said in his best English accent. "Whose official business?" "MI6. We've been searching for one of our former agents and heard that he was murdered on this farm earlier today." "That was fast," the guard said, casting a wary look at Barrett. "Feel free to call the British consulate in Helsinki if you don't believe me. We've been cleared to be here." Barrett held his breath, hoping the documents and his confidence would be enough to convince the guard to let them pass. "Wait right here. I need to verify this." Barrett rolled up his window as the man walked off. "I thought you had him eating out of your hand,"
Watts said. "He's probably just being extra cautious, as he should."
"Don't worry. He'll let us through."
"How do you know that?" She smiled and held up a small transmitter device.
"Because he won't be able to get a signal, at least not while we're here. I'm jamming everything."
"Did I ever tell you how much I love having you on this team?"
"Make it up to me later. Drinks are on you."
"Fair enough."
Another minute passed before the guard sauntered back to the car. He indicated the window. Barrett rolled it down.
"Did you get verification?" he asked.
"Not yet. I'm having a problem with our cell signal, but I'm going to keep trying. But follow me back and I'll take you to my boss, who can decide what to do with you."
"Sure," Barrett said, before he rolled up the window.
They followed the man on an ATV along the pathway leading to the back of the farm. Amelia stood atop the berm, her face red, undoubtedly from crying. 2 Finnish police detectives surveyed the scene, along with the farm's head of security. They all turned and looked at the approaching caravan. When they came to a stop, a cloud of dust drifted past them and rolled across the field.
The guard hustled over to his boss and they chatted briefly before discussing what to do with the detectives. "Can we see the body?" Barrett asked. "We need to confirm that the man floating in the pond is Cameron MacDonald." Amelia broke into tears again. Watts moved toward her and put a comforting arm around her without saying a word. One of the detectives crept down the embankment and used a pole to turn over McCutcheon's body. "That's him," Barrett said before turning to Amelia. "I hate to do this to you right now, ma'am, but your husband had state secrets that we need to secure. Would you mind if we did a quick search of his computer for any MI6-related information that he may have been holding?"
"Right now? You need to do this right now?"
she asked through bleary eyes. Barrett stopped. "Has your life ever been in danger since you were married to your husband?"
"Yes, but—"
"Those people won't stop, and he was likely the only thing standing between you and some unimaginable atrocity. If we're able to remove this information, it will keep you from being at further risk. Understand?"
"But how will they know it's not here anymore?" "We have our ways,"
Watt said. Amelia closed her eyes and bit her lip.
"Okay, do it."
"Do you object to any of this?" Barrett asked the detectives. "We're only concerned with the crime scene," one of the men said, "and according to Mrs. MacDonald and the security chief here, no one came onto the property. It seems like this was merely an unfortunate accident." "You can never be too sure about those things," Barrett said. "Look for your files and follow proper crime scene procedures, please. Do you need gloves?" the detective asked. "Got our own pair here, thank you," Barrett said, pulling latex gloves out of his pocket.
"I'll show you his computer," Amelia said, "though I'm not sure you'll be able to get into it. He didn't even tell me the password."
"My colleague can manage." He nodded at Watts. Amelia rode with the guard from the gate, leading Barrett and Watts to the house. The widow led the two agents into McCutcheon's study and turned the lights on.
"Help yourself. Do whatever you can to make these people stop coming after me. I need it for me and—"
She paused and rubbed her belly.
"Little Cameron."
Barrett swallowed hard, a sick feeling stirring in his stomach. He exchanged a quick glance with Watts, who gave him a faint look of regret, but they both sat down and got to work. Watts admitted that she had set up a camera to record McCutcheon's keystrokes whenever he logged onto his laptop at the cabin. She used the password to immediately access the desktop in his study. Then Watts reviewed the security footage and quickly deleted sections where Barrett was present. Even though he wasn't identifiable with his glasses, they wanted the investigation to stop right then and have the detectives rule it an accident. Next, Watts moved to searching for files that might include GPS tracking. She identified a website that he used for following where in the world his flash drives were. A prompt on the simple homepage requested an 11-digit number.
"Do you know the ID number?"
Watts asked. Barrett shook his head. "I thought you knew it."
"Hang on," she said. "There might be another way."
Watts' fingers flew across the keyboard until she let out a triumphant cry.
"Yes, I've found it."
"What?"
"A spreadsheet with all the numbers and a brief description of what he put there."
"This would be gold," Barrett said. "We could track the location of all these nefarious clients."
"I'll save them," she said, "for another time, but we need to find out where the hell Green is."
"But there are over 100 numbers here. How are we going to narrow it down?"
"I remember the last 2 digits, 5 and 7.
They both scanned the list for the numbers.
"I've got one,"
she said. "And I've got 2 matching those ending numbers."
"Let's plug them in."
She quickly entered the first set of digits. After she hit the enter button, a globe came onto the screen and spun around quickly before slowing down and stopping in Greece. It registered that the device had been there for 2 years. "Not Green," said Barrett. The next number they entered also came up with a long time since it had recorded any movement.
6 months. Strike that off the list.
Then she entered the final number. The globe spun around and around, this time stopping in Beijing.
"This one was last active 2 weeks ago,"
Watt said with a sigh. She pounded the desk and cursed. When she did, a sticky note that was attached to the desk hutch wobbled, catching Blake's eye. He leaned closer and counted the numbers. Then he snatched the piece of paper and handed it to Watts. "Try this one." She entered the numbers, and after another spinning globe, it stopped. But this one had lots of movement, tracking the location over the past 3 days.
"Look at this. This has got to be it. Finland yesterday, and then Hong Kong this afternoon."
Barrett squinted as he studied the screen. "But that's not where it is now, is it?"
"It says relocating, but not where."
"He must be on a plane," Barrett said. Watts saved the spreadsheet to a file while tucking the note into her pocket. She cleaned all the files and their history before closing out the computer. They left McCutcheon's study and thanked Amelia before leaving the farm. And, until the device reported in with another GPS location, all they could do was wait. Chapter 21. Washington, D.C. It wasn't even 10 a.m., and Simpson was eyeing the bottle of bourbon on the dry bar in the corner of his office. His top asset, Slade Gordon, seemed to be slipping lately, and his ineffectiveness was costing the Pentagon liaison. But that was only part of his troubles. Volunteering to help President Clark track down information on his father's death proved to be far more difficult than Simpson had anticipated, and disappointing Clark was the last thing he could afford to do. Before Simpson made it to his office, he'd already spoken with Slade about his missteps in Finland, and within minutes of learning that Agent Green had escaped with a decrypted version of the files he'd taken to McCutcheon, MI6 Director Nigel Pearson called, wanting an update on the progress of Simpson's team. The bad news was coming at him faster than a Russian track star on steroids, and he couldn't hide from it. The buck stopped with him. An inconvenient and undeniable truth for someone at the top of the pecking order. But he couldn't shrug off the failures, especially in Pearson's case. 6 months earlier, Pearson did Simpson a favor, albeit a mutually beneficial one. A terrorist who'd killed 3 U.S. agents in the DRC, along with a member of the British consulate in a brazen attack, was located in South Africa. The CIA didn't have any agents who could quickly respond, and someone at the agency quietly turned to Simpson for help. Unable to get anyone there to eliminate the terrorist in a timely manner, he asked Pearson if he had any MI6 agents in the region who could respond, and he did. The terrorist was neutralized by a British agent within hours, making Simpson the toast of the CIA. He told Pearson he hoped he could repay the favor someday. That moment came when Pearson requested help tracking down Oliver Green. However, a meeting with President Clark loomed in less than an hour, and there was no escaping it, nor was there any way to present a shit sandwich like it was filet mignon. Simpson rubbed his face with his hand and then eyed the bottle. Just one drink to take the edge off. He walked across his office toward the alcohol before stopping and turning back to his desk. Maybe later. The costs were too high, and he knew it, even if he was on the verge of drawing Clark's ire. Maybe he'll surprise me and be more forgiving. But Simpson knew that was more wishful thinking than anything. Clark was a demanding leader, expecting his high standard to be met by everyone, himself included. If he had asked Simpson to look into the death of his father, nothing short of having more useful information was going to be met with scorn and derision. That's the way Clark was. Simpson couldn't manufacture evidence out of thin air. Catching a break was about the only thing that could save him, though even that was a long shot. He needed to buy more time, but was he willing to deceive the president in order to get it? A failed attempt could put Simpson's entire career in jeopardy. No, it wasn't worth it. He'd be gambling with all the power and position he'd been working his entire life to attain, and for that reason Simpson was equally scared of failing, as he was of doing something sketchy and getting caught. They could both lead to his demise in Washington, though he wasn't ready to accept that his reign was over. There's still time. Simpson leaned back in his chair, took a deep breath, and exhaled slowly. Then he glanced at his watch. There wasn't time. He had to leave immediately if he was going to make it to the White House in time. Being late would only further aggravate the punctual Clark. Simpson scooped his keys off his desk and headed to his car. Once inside, he placed his cell phone on the console and looked at it, hoping that would make it buzz with some good news. But the only time it even quivered was when he drove over one of Washington's numerous potholes. After parking, he snatched up his briefcase and marched toward the security gate to the White House. He felt like there were guards and an executioner accompanying him, the latter just itching to take a swipe at him with a sharpened axe. While the weight of his walk and the burden of his embarrassment caused his shoulders to slump, he soldiered on, praying for a reprieve or a miracle. By the time Secret Service ushered him into a conference room to meet with President Clark, Simpson realized no one was coming to save him. He swallowed hard as Clark entered the room and greeted him with a broad smile. "I know you're probably busy, but I really wanted to have this conversation in person." "Look, I'm sorry about everything. No need to grovel, Jerry. I know this is a difficult task, and I didn't expect a miracle overnight. Now, tell me what Judge Penton said. Every last word of it." Simpson remembered Penton's warning and wondered if this was the moment where he ignored it and charged ahead, or if this was where he needed to fall on his sword for Clark's sake. For a moment, he hesitated. Then he remembered he wasn't the kind of guy to fall on his sword for anyone. He had a mission, and he was going to fulfill it. The dodgy old judge could defend himself if he wanted to. Simpson wasn't going to lie. "Judge Penton suggested I drop my investigation and make up a story to convince you to do likewise." "He wanted you to lie to me?" Clark asked, an edge of contempt in his voice. "I don't recall his exact words, but it was something along the lines of this. If you care about the president, you'll make up a story that convinces him to drop his investigation, or something like that." "That's a bold ask, Jerry." "Mr. President, Penton is the kind of guy who'd have a decorative pillow on his couch with a message embroidered on it that said, 'Ask me if I give a shit.' He's too old to care about something like this. I haven't reached that point in my life yet, which is why I'm telling you everything, just like you asked." Simpson wasn't going to win any favor from Clark for finishing the job, so he figured he might as well garner some favor with a show of undying loyalty and honesty that wasn't cheap. It didn't hurt to kiss the president's ass either. "How long have you known me, Jerry?" "I don't know, maybe 10 years, sir." 12, to be exact. And during those 12 years, whenever someone tries to tell me I can't do something, what do I do, Jerry? You prove them wrong. Exactly. Now, I don't know this Judge Penton or what his agenda is, but if there's something damning in my father's file, I'll deal with it like a man. But I sure as hell won't stop looking. I'm not afraid of what I might find. And if I was, what kind of leader would I be? Not the kind worth following, Simpson said, laying it on thick. There's a reason why I wanted you to be the liaison between this administration and the Pentagon, Clark said, smiling and pointing at Simpson. And you're proving I was right about you. Thank you, sir. Now, we could go to the National Archives and figure out a way to get into the files from there. You're probably going to need an excuse. not to mention the exact location of the file you're looking for. It's not easy hunting things at the archive, sir."
Clark stood. Simpson joined him. They shook hands before parting.
"I'm counting on you to finish the job, Jerry," Clark said as he strode away.
Simpson left the White House somewhat relieved, but there was an underlying suspicion that wouldn't leave him. Judge Penton didn't want Clark seeing what was in that murder investigation file. But why? Was it really that detrimental to the president? The only way for Simpson to find out was to get to the bottom of it. Then, and only then, could he determine if Judge Penton's warning was warranted. Once Simpson was headed back to the Pentagon, his phone buzzed. He accepted the call.
"Hello?"
came a woman's feeble voice on the other end of the line.
"Yes,"
Simpson said.
"Is this Lieutenant Colonel Jerry Simpson?"
"Speaking. And who is this?"
"A friend,"
she said, continuing without stopping.
"I heard you were asking about the embargoed documents pertaining to the homicide investigation of the president's father."
"That's right. You know something?"
"I believe I do. Would you like to meet to discuss it?"
"Of course. Where can I meet you?"
"New Orleans. Tomorrow evening. I'll send you the information for where to meet. See you then."
Another brief pause. Simpson was about to hang up when he heard the woman call out.
"And Jerry?"
"Yes."
"Bring quite a bit of cash. I'm not doing this for charity."
"I'll have it. And who is this again?"
"I'll tell you everything tomorrow."
She hung up, and a smile returned to Simpson's face.
Finally, a wish that's coming true.
Chapter 22. London. Oliver Green checked both directions along the street before descending the steps into the below-ground nightclub. The music from the DJ pumping through the speakers rattled his chest, the beat nearly matching his heart rate. While he didn't see any MI6 agents follow him inside, Green knew MI6 could cast a wide net with the city's CCTV system. In the moment, he felt a strange kinship with the murderer in Edgar Allan Poe's Telltale Heart. But Green wasn't about to confess to anyone. There were 50 million euros at stake. The last 48 hours had been a blur. After getting his marching orders from Charles Kingston, Green had flown to Paris, making his way to the coast before finding a young man with a rusting red Peugeot. Green had offered the man 10,000 euros to drive him through the Channel into England, an offer that was eagerly accepted. Once on his home soil, he donned a disguise and took a train to London and set up a secret meeting with Will Umberton, an investigative reporter for The Times, who covered national security matters. Green now sat in a corner booth waiting for the reporter to arrive. He nursed a beer as the minutes ticked past. 15 minutes, 20, 30, an hour. Still no sign of Umberton. Although Green refused to reveal his identity to the reporter, it shouldn't have been a deal-breaker. In the past, Green had used eager journalists, planting stories to either frighten suspects into making rash moves or force their hand after exposing a plot. And they'd always been more than accommodating. But not this time, the time when he needed a reporter the most. The interaction would take all of 15 seconds if the reporter was in a hurry. Green stared at his cell phone. He wanted to text Umberton, see if he'd forgotten. But then Green wondered if MI6 agents were monitoring the reporter's phone. It wasn't worth the risk. Green could try again another night or with another reporter. He just needed to keep his head down and avoid the city's numerous cameras. He glanced at his vibrating beer, the base sending tremors along the surface of the liquid. After another gulp, he looked around the room. Still no Umberton. Green checked his watch and decided to call it a night.
Maybe it was a miscommunication or some other breaking story that prevented the meeting. No matter. Green determined that patience was the key. In his experience, good decisions rarely happened when made in a rush. That was how MI6 operated. Put a suspect under pressure and wait for them to make a mistake. Sometimes it took longer than expected, but it would happen eventually. Will I make a mistake? He wondered. Green determined to avoid such a fate, though it couldn't always be helped. On his watch, criminals and terrorists rarely outsmarted him. He knew the game well, maybe even better than the fellow agents hoping to snare him and reap the windfall of his capture. He would be careful. Green finished off the rest of his drink and was digging in his pockets for his phone when he saw Umberton stagger into the club. Is he drunk? Umberton, who was wearing a loosened tie, white Oxford shirt, and a pair of khakis, looked like he'd guzzled more than his fair share of pints already. His eyelids drooped as he warily scanned the club. Swatting at the smoke machine's manufactured haze, he took a moment before he made eye contact with Green. In Green's text to Umberton, they both shared what they would be wearing. For Green, it was a black t-shirt, blue jeans, and a black leather jacket. It was nondescript, in a way, but also made him susceptible to being confused with someone else. But he was counting on Umberton to figure it out, especially since Green had said he wouldn't be dancing. As Umberton ambled toward Green's booth, the rogue agent spied 2 MI6 agents walking through the door. Shit! Green got up as casually as he could and headed toward the back. He used a mirror to see if the agents were following him. They were. Green increased his pace and walked around the corner toward the hallway, leading to the alley behind the club. Once he was out of sight, Green broke into a sprint, bumping into a drunken woman in high heels and causing her to spill her drink. She screeched at him, pleading with her boyfriend to get Green. But he wasn't going to stick around for her or anyone else. He put his shoulder into the door, which gave way easily and sent him tumbling into the alley. Green fell and rolled before leaping to his feet and racing down the alley. A few seconds later, he heard the door smack open and voices shouting. "He went that way," a man said. "Get him," shouted the drunk woman. Green glanced over his shoulder to see the 2 agents pumping their arms, charging after him at full speed. As he approached the corner, he rounded it in stride and headed north along the sidewalk. In an attempt to appear casual, he slowed his pace, meandering aimlessly along with many of the other partygoers who'd run out of steam for the night and were starting for their homes. However, the screeching of tires behind Green arrested his attention. He spun to see a car roaring along the street, parallel to him. He wanted to ignore the ruckus, chalk it up to his paranoia, and find a hotel with a vacant room. But the engine grew louder and louder, his heart thumping faster and faster. With a quick peek over his shoulder, he saw the car's headlights aiming straight for him. He knew they were putting him under pressure. Green recognized he couldn't outrun the vehicle, so he scanned the area for another escape route. Across the street, he eyed a park, lush green trees extending well into the darkness. He couldn't quite remember the name of the park, or if he knew it well enough to navigate it under the guise of night, but his choices had been reduced to either outrunning the car or trying his hand in the void of a public park. It wasn't really a choice, just like MI6 would have wanted. He feigned as if he were going to dart down an alley before breaking back left and across the street, and when he did, the driver of the car found another gear. He gunned the engine and swerved toward Green, clipping him on the leg and sending him flying into the air. He hit the ground with a thud, his head smacking against the concrete, rendering him unconscious. Will Umberton's eyes widened as he stumbled out of the bar, and after the man who'd promised to deliver him the story of a lifetime. He'd nearly forgotten all about it while chatting up a social media influencer who'd latched onto him at a pub 3 blocks away. enticing him to linger at the bar by promising to live stream an interview with him on her channel. He stayed longer. She bought him 2 more drinks, stretching 5 minutes into an hour. His memory was growing hazy when he looked up on the television and saw a report about the Unified Front, a system he'd written about that promised to strengthen Europe's intelligence community by creating stronger bonds through shared intel with agencies across the Atlantic. That was enough to jog his memory. "My meeting," he remembered. Disoriented and feeling the effects of 5 drinks, he meandered down the street until he reached the nightclub where he was supposed to meet his contact. In a flash, it all came back. He checked his phone to check what the man was supposed to be wearing, but the second Umberton recognized him, 2 men rushed toward the guy, and a wild street chase unfolded. Had Umberton been sober, he would have had the wherewithal to pull out his phone and record the encounter. But all he could think about was catching up with the man before the 2 men who fit the bill for MI6 agents killed Umberton's contact. The reporter sobered up fast as he hustled down the sidewalk, his breath short while his mind grew more focused. Then the contact dashed across the street, only to be upended by the agent's car. With all the people around, they sped off, likely to avoid getting caught for their gross abuse of power. Umberton couldn't focus enough to catch the car's license plate, but he was less interested in the people behind the attack and more interested in the information held by the man lying in the road. If MI6 was willing to kill the man for what he had, it must have been damning, a scandal that could rock the entire British intelligence community. At least, that's what he hoped it would. It'd be a story that could propel him to the forefront of every British commentator's lips. He could almost hear them saying his name as he held out a hand and crossed the street to the downed man. In an earth-shattering story by Times reporter Will Umberton. His dad would be proud, God rest his soul. Umberton knelt next to the man who was groaning on the sidewalk. His gaze fell on the reporter. "Help me," Green said. "I will. Just tell me where the files are." "In my pocket." Umberton jammed his hand into the man's front pocket and felt for the device. After a brief search, he emerged with a flash drive. "Is this it?" Yes. Ambulance. Please." Umberton whistled at one of the pedestrians who was transfixed on the scene, filming it with his phone instead of rushing over to help. "Turn that damn thing off and call for critical care." The young man flashed an obscene gesture at Umberton. He whirled and looked toward a group of young women, arms locked as they weaved back and forth across the sidewalk. "Will someone please call critical care? This man needs help." One of the women nodded and quickly dialed a number on her phone. Umberton waited for the paramedics to arrive before quietly slipping into the darkness of the nearby park. He got what he came for, and he quietly said a prayer for the man, hoping he would survive. A half-hour later, Umberton sat in front of his laptop, mouth agape. "This can't be real," he thought. He knew he had not only a bombshell of a story, but one that would have rippling implications across the world when it came to intelligence. For a moment, he considered that this wasn't the kind of story he needed to tell. But how could he refuse? He was almost completely sober, his mind clear as he weighed the information on the flash drive, while Umberton knew it was important to verify everything. He asked himself if it was truly necessary. He'd just witnessed 2 men, undeniably MI6 agents, try to run down a man in the middle of the road, likely for the information contained on the small flash drive in his pants pocket. If Umberton knew the MI6 like he did, they'd probably have someone at the hospital waiting to collect the injured man's personal effects. One flash drive would be missing, and no one would be the wiser. Only, it wouldn't be there. He wondered if that would make him a target. Umberton dismissed the idea. MI6 committed some brazen crimes, but even the top brass at the agency would know the dangers of attempting to snuff out a reporter who'd just written a damning piece on them. He picked up his cell phone and dialed his editor's number.
"This better be a good one,"
the editor croaked, his voice gravelly after being awakened in the middle of the night.
"It's better than good," Umberton said. "I've got the story we all dream about getting."
Umberton quickly explained what he'd found.
"Good God, man. Meet me at the office in a half hour, and bring coffee. We're going to need it."
Chapter 23. London. When the GPS tracker had revealed that Oliver Green was in Paris, Barrett, along with Stone and Watts, had flown there in search of the rogue agent. But before they could locate him, he'd already left for London. During their drive through the night, Watts tracked Green's movements around London, taking note of the places he lingered for more than a few minutes: a restaurant, a nightclub, an office building. The last location led Watts to cursing aloud.
"What is it?"
"The tracker has the flash drive at the Times office."
"You think he went to the press?"
Stone jumped in.
"Even if he did, any reporter covering national security would shrug at what was on those files. To anyone who pays close attention to these matters, it's a well-known fact most agencies spy on fellow agencies, even ones they're allies with."
"If you're not paranoid, you're susceptible to getting surprised, and by one of your friends, no less," Barrett said.
"Exactly."
"Which is why this makes for an interesting move for Green. He has to know what was on those files was a big nothing burger. The Times wouldn't likely publish that story."
"But they might, just because the files were stolen."
"What do you mean?"
"Suppose there's some internal politics at play at MI6 that we don't know about. The Times might want the files just to prove that there was a stolen file, and the squabble over it could be the impetus behind a clash in upper leadership."
"That's a lot of speculation, Blake. We've got no idea if any of that is going on."
"What if this was all about the United Front program? Someone could be trying to sabotage the new technological alliance between all the Western countries involved."
But again, the Times would have to have a reason to publish what was on that file, and I just can't imagine a knowledgeable reporter would find those files newsworthy. The trio continued to bandy about theories as to why those files could be perceived as so important. When the team couldn't find any reasons they deemed valid, Watts revisited the files and talked through each one, looking more closely for something they might have missed. But when she finished, they concluded that either it was a fool's errand by Green to give the files to a reporter, or there was something else in them that they couldn't see because they didn't know the inner workings of MI6 well enough. They rode on in silence as dawn's first light began to illuminate London in the distance. Barrett turned on the radio, scanning for a news station. He checked his watch, noted that it was nearly 7 a.m. The team was tired, but they were all jolted with a shot of adrenaline when, after a commercial break, a newscaster began talking about a big story that broke overnight.
"In one of the most stunning stories in decades regarding British intelligence, the Times reported on its website this morning that a former agent, branded as a traitor by MI6, has retrieved files that prove the agency is targeting private citizens and spying on them outside the auspices of British law."
"Turn it up,"
Watt said, bolting forward from the back seat. Barrett glanced at his two colleagues while tweaking the volume as the report continued.
"The Times listed several prominent people in various areas of influence that MI6 was monitoring illegally. Some of the more recognizable names include Tottenham footballer Jake Williams, pop star Kelly Young, and cricketer Archie Baker. There were also names of tech moguls, politicians, and university professors, all of who have been critical of Britain's prevailing political party."
"What? Did you see any of that?" Barrett asked.
"How could I have missed any of that?"
Watts wondered aloud.
Were there any hidden files?
Watts sighed, opened her laptop, fingers flying across the keys. She mumbled to herself as she revisited her dive into the files. The newscaster continued.
So far, the only response by an MI6 spokesperson was a terse post to social media channels that read, "The SIS denies any and all accusations in the Times' irresponsible report this morning. Our agents abide by all applicable British laws and are unwavering in their commitment to do so. So far, all of our reporters' calls to the office have yet to be returned. However, the SIS response didn't address, possibly, the most damning part of the story. The reporter who penned the article claimed to witness MI6 agents attempting to murder the rogue agent by running him over in the middle of the street. This is a breaking story and will be updated throughout the morning."
Barrett let out a low whistle. "That sounds bad."
"Yeah, but who knows what the hell is going on?" Stone said. "Do you think MI6 would attempt to murder a rogue agent so brazenly? They wanted to keep this whole thing under wraps. But if they did, why didn't they stop and check Green's body for the files? And how did the reporter get these files anyway? Maybe they were supposed to meet, and Green gave the files to the reporter before the attack."
That does make sense, though that means Green is in serious trouble, if not dead already. Barrett heard more pounding from the back seat before a final hammer on a keyboard, and then a laptop slamming shut. "I take it you didn't find anything?"
"Not a damn thing. Either this is a completely fabricated story, or McCutcheon hid those files so well that I couldn't find them."
"Think he gave us the real file?"
"Well, based on what I know, and my previous hacking of MI6, the files we have are authentic. But it's entirely plausible to think that McCutcheon gave us a fake set of files while leaving a flash drive for Green that had the actual files on them." "The reporter never mentioned anything about interagency spying, did he?"
"I don't remember hearing him say anything about it."
"I'm calling up the article right now."
She opened her computer. A few more seconds passed before Watts announced her findings.
"Turns out the radio guy left off an important part of the story."
"And what's that?"
"Apparently, authorities transported the supposed agent to a local hospital, where he's in stable condition. However, he's been arrested and will be arraigned once he's well enough to leave acute medical care." "Bastards."
"There's more?"
Stone asked. "Yeah. That radio guy wouldn't know a good story if it smacked him in the face." The article also mentioned that there were other files contained on the flash drive the agent stole, including ones that detailed MI6 agents spying on other European intelligence agencies.
"It probably wasn't mentioned because everyone knows that," Stone said.
"Yeah, but it confirms that whatever files Green had were the same ones that McCutcheon decrypted for us."
Barrett took a deep breath, pondering whether he should even ask the question. He decided to forge ahead and endure her wrath. "Is it possible you missed something, Jazz?"
"Not a chance." She set her jaw and shook her head. "I double-checked by calculating the size of each of the files, then adding them up before comparing that total to the total usage on the drive. It all adds up."
"What if McCutcheon hid files inside files?"
Stone asked. "It's possible, but I've been through every single one of the files, and there wasn't a single one that looked too large based on the information inside. I'm just not willing to accept that I missed something."
"Then what are we left with? Is the reporter lying? Does he have an axe to grind with MI6 that we don't know about?"
"I don't know, but something isn't adding up."
Barrett's phone buzzed. Simpson. "What the hell is going on over there?" Simpson asked. "I've got a morning flight, but I just got a call from the director of the CIA, followed by a call from President Clark, both livid about MI6 spying on intelligence agencies that are supposed to be allies." "I know," Barrett said in Slade's voice. "We just got to London." "A little too late, if you ask me," Simpson said. "We were tracking Green and his flash drive and followed him to Paris, But then by the time we got there, we went to London and unleashed an atomic bomb on the intelligence community worldwide. Didn't you already know that this is a common practice? Barrett asked. Of course. But now that it's public, Clark said he'll have to do something about it beyond making a window-dressing statement. Well, when you talk to the president, let him know that we're not sure about the veracity of that report's claims, let alone the entire flash drive at this point. What do you mean? Simpson asked. When McCutcheon decrypted the files, nothing about the potentially illegal spying was on there. It was all a surprise to us. Who cares? The damage has already been done. Just tell the president not to pull out of United Front, just yet. At least, don't do anything rash until we can figure out what's going on. And how the hell are you going to do that? Simpson said. MI6 has Green in custody, and they're going to spin this however they want, leaving everyone in the dark about what's really happening. Then we'll do what we originally came to do. Nab Green and get the truth straight from the horse's mouth. Just be careful, Simpson said. We don't want this debacle mushrooming into a bigger disaster than it already is. Of course not, sir, Barrett said. We'll keep everything nice and tidy. Next time, just do what I tell you to do without your own damn notion of what's best. Understand? Yes, sir, Barrett said, before ending the call. He tossed his phone onto the dash and drove on. So, we're going to break Green out of the hospital? Right under the noses of the people who we're supposed to be working for? It's the only way to get the answers we need, and the only way to stop the dismantling of the best cooperative intelligence apparatus in history. You're making this sound very important, Stone said. That's because it is. That, and I hate being played for a fool. Chapter 24. Camp David, Maryland. President Clark closed one eye as he pressed his cheek against the stock of his Browning 725 Pro Sport shotgun. The Turkish walnut felt cold, a brief respite from the warm sun already beaming through the cluster of trees ringing an open field. A man gave a warning that he was about to launch 2 clay discs and then released them. Clark squeezed the trigger twice on his 12-gauge, turning the discs into 2 puffs of dust. "Not bad, Mr. President," one of Clark's aides said. "If any thieves break into the White House looking to steal any jewels or historic paintings, they're going to have their hands full," the president said with a wink. The aide nodded towards 2 of the stock Secret Service agents posted near the path leading to the clearing. "I doubt anyone will get that far, but if they do—" Clark indicated toward the launcher, and 2 more discs were launched, both taken down with the same ease as the previous ones. "I'm on fire today, Tom. You're not riggering this thing, are you?" "You're the only one shooting, Mr. President. If only the rest of your day goes as easily as this." "Pull!" Clark shouted. 2 more discs flew skyward. Clark hit the first one with 1 shot, but needed 2 shots to take down the second. "Damn it, Tom. Now you've got me all distracted, reminding me about the intelligence debacle I've got to deal with." "Sorry," Ackerman said. "Didn't mean to throw you off your game. That's just what's on my mind this morning." "Mine too, but I was trying to forget about it for a half hour before I jumped back into the fray," Clark said. "And it's messed up my perfect streak. Might as well quit while I'm ahead." He gestured to his aides that he was done and removed all the shells before handing over his gun to one of the nearby Secret Service agents. Then Clark methodically removed his gloves, tugging on each finger first. He pocketed his gloves and then took a deep breath, pausing to look up at the clear skies. After a moment, he turned his attention back to Ackerman. "Any more news since this morning's debriefing?" Clark asked. "Not any good news, sir. Germany and France are both so upset over the revelations in the stolen MI6 files that they're threatening not to participate in United Front." Clark cursed through clenched teeth.
This whole thing is going to fall apart, isn't it? It certainly looks that way, but we're not there yet. All it needs is a strong leader to rally everyone together, convince them that it's not nearly as scandalous as it sounds, and entice them to get back on board. In other words, it needs your statesmanship and deft leadership. That's one way of putting it, Tom. But it also sounds like it's up to me to salvage this program. Since there's no one else who can do what I just described as well as you can, sir, on the global political stage. That's exactly what I'm saying. Damn it, Tom. Now I don't want to just shoot something. I want to punch something. This isn't how I wanted to start my day. And if it's that much work, I'm not sure I want to do this. Why not, sir? Because it might not be worth saving. It could be your legacy. I shouldn't have to fight for my legacy, nor should I be forced to craft one. My legacy is what I leave behind by the way I lead, not something I cajole. You can define it however you like, sir, but your legacy is what the historians say it is, and you need some crown jewels to top off your term, something like United Front. To be the president whose idea squelched global terrorism, that's quite the legacy, and I think it's worth fighting for. I'm not going to chase a legacy, but I have some serious questions, one that I need answered. Well, I'm not supposed to know this, but I happen to know that Lieutenant Colonel Jerry Simpson has some connections with MI6 Director Nigel Pearson and has some first-hand knowledge of that whole situation. Clark furrowed his brow. Simpson? From the Pentagon? That's the one, sir. He's involved in this mess. I'm not sure how or to what extent, Ackerman said. I just know that he's got a close relationship with Pearson, and they've discussed this situation. Interesting. Can you get him on the line for me, now? Of course, Ackerman said. They continued walking back toward the main residence as Ackerman dialed Simpson's number. After 2 rings, he picked up. Jerry, the president wants to speak with you, Ackerman said, and then handed the phone to Clark. After Simpson and Clark exchanged pleasantries, the president dove into the reason for his call. I understand that you might know a thing or two about this situation with MI6 and the rogue agent who stole some files. Who told you about that? That's not important, but I'm assuming, based on your response, that it's true. Director Pearson and I have exchanged some favors over the years, and he asked for my help on this one. You're not using any federal agents for this, are you? No official agents, sir. I swear, if we get dragged into some global spat over this, there's no need to worry, sir. If the team is ever identified, they won't be found as anyone on a current government payroll. It better stay that way. Absolutely. Now, I can fill you in on some of the behind-the-scenes activities and separate some fact from fiction, if you like. Let's hear it, Clark said. According to the team I've been working with, the only files that were originally stolen from the MI6 servers were the ones detailing who the Brits are spying on in the various foreign intelligence agencies. That's the most troubling one to me. Spying on suspicious targets doesn't bother me, but if they have embedded assets within our agencies, that's troubling for several reasons. You think they might have differing objectives than our intelligence and would place British goals ahead of our own? Yes, which are some of the main reasons I find all this news very disturbing. I don't blame you, sir, but there is another problem with the files. My team has told me that they're compromised, so there may be other files on there that were added or tweaked. Someone's trying to sabotage United Front, Clark growled. And maybe plenty of other things as well, sir. I would just advise you to wait before making any drastic diplomatic moves, at least until we know more. Hell, I may not want the U.S. to be in United Front after all this. It's a good idea, but If everyone is stabbing everyone else in the back, it's not going to end well. I might want to distance myself from this while I still have a chance." "In the end, you might be right, sir. But please consider being patient. Right now, the burden of proof is on your team, or MI6, to prove that the information isn't accurate. We both know they probably have millions of reasons to keep it quiet, and we already know that they lied about what was stolen from the servers in the first place. When I was first read in on this development a week ago, the files that were stolen were ones that contained the identities of undercover agents embedded in terrorist cells all over the world. Apparently, that isn't true." "I agree, sir. But please, you get me the proof I want, and I'll act accordingly. In the meantime, where are we with the investigation into my father's homicide?" "I'm still trying to get more information on it, sir. I've got a lead, someone who claims to know a lot about it and has agreed to meet with me," Simpson said. "Who's this person?" "To be honest, I don't know. It was a woman, and she didn't give me her name." "And you're going to meet with her?" "Later tonight, I hope, if all goes as planned." "Okay. I know you're busy with all the stuff you have going on, but please let me or Tom know as soon as you find out more on the British intelligence debacle, and call me directly if your investigation finds anything of note about my father's death." "Of course, sir," Simpson said. Clark thanked the Pentagon liaison, then ended the call. He frowned as he handed the phone back to Ackerman. "More problems?" the Chief of Staff asked. "I hope not, Tom. But I'm not about to make any predictions on which way things will break. I just know things aren't looking good." He asked Ackerman for a moment alone and waited until no one but a handful of Secret Service agents could see him. Then he let out a primal scream, frustrated over the way his second term was closing out. He'd hoped to ride out on a wave of good fortune, leaving the future of the country in good hands for whoever took his place. But it was starting to look more and more like there'd be some measure of chaos, not to mention he still might not know who killed his father. There were other ways to get what he wanted, though he didn't want to use those means. At least, not yet. Chapter 25. New Orleans, Louisiana. Simpson flicked the lighter repeatedly in an attempt to ignite it. He ran his thumb quickly across the metal-ridged wheel and down onto the plastic lever. Nothing. 5, 6, 7 times. Still no flame. A man with a dirt-smudged face and a tattered coat meandered nearby. A smoldering cigarette lolled on his lip as he veered toward Simpson. "Light?" the man grunted. Simpson nodded, and the man flicked his lighter once, producing a full flame. Leaning close to it with a cigarette tucked between his fingers, Simpson sucked on the filter end as the tobacco crackled to life. "Thanks," Simpson said. The man didn't move, holding his hand out while looking off in the distance. Simpson dug into his pocket and fished out a $5 bill. It was all he had, but didn't mind parting with it. It was an expensive light, but the man appeared to need it far more than he did. With a long drag, Simpson inhaled the smoke into his lungs before releasing it in a thin stream out the corner of his mouth. The lights along the New Orleans Riverwalk winked on, casting a pale light on the bricked pathway, while the sun vanished behind a wooded area to the west. Simpson leaned on the railing, separating the walkway from the Mississippi River, which slithered through the sunken city. He looked at the levees and wondered at the feat of engineering to keep New Orleans inhabitable, as well as the lunacy to build a city in the middle of a giant swamp so close to the Gulf of Mexico. He checked his watch. The woman told him to go to the Riverwalk near the port of New Orleans, and she would call him. She wasn't all that late yet, but it was 10 minutes past when she said she would call him.
He watched as a paddle-boat steamed away from the port, the deck lined with partygoers ready to enjoy the famed river from a slice of American lore. The vessel labored to gain speed, the red paddle churning through the dingy water, but the people on board didn't seem to mind, letting out whoops and shouts of delight. They weren't there for the speed, nor were they in a hurry to get anywhere. The point was to be on a boat with a drink in hand, and maybe at a craps or poker table. For a moment, Simpson envied them. He wished he could live as carefree as the people aboard the ship, unconcerned with cold case murders and dangerous espionage episodes, and instead focused on life's pleasures. But then he stopped, realizing that most of the people on board only read stories about what he did every day. Yes, floating on a river in a life full of such weighty decisions as which 401k plan to invest in, or where to go for vacation, or which show to binge-watch on television, or what book to read, would all be nice for a while. But the carefree lifestyle wouldn't satisfy Simpson forever. Eventually he would get bored, and he knew it. No, he was right where he needed to be, even if his big decisions entailed who to direct Slade Gordon to kill. Simpson checked his watch again. He started to wonder if he'd made the entire trip for nothing. As the minutes ticked past, he moved from mild irritation to frustration to seething anger. The woman insisted on speaking to him in person, afraid of who might be listening over the phone. But who was she? He had a hunch, but wasn't sure. Confronting the woman about it wasn't the best way to go, but maybe it's what he needed to do in order to get her to talk. However, he was only spitballing that perhaps the woman who called him was Judge Penton's wife. There was a way to find out for sure, though it'd likely cost him a favor in the future. But as he stood on the riverwalk, standing in virtually the same place he'd been for the past 2 hours, he figured it would be worth it to at least get some answers. Simpson called up his friend, Tyler Franks, at the FBI San Francisco field office. "Jerry, my man, you just caught me before I was about to walk out the door," Frank said. "They say timing is everything in life." "Well, yours is impeccable. Now, what can I do for you, since I'm assuming this isn't a social call?" "Oh, that I wish it were," Simpson said. "It'd be so damn much more fun to talk about how your Giants are going to finish behind my Dodgers again." "Your Dodgers? You're East Coast now, Jerry. Don't you root for that dreadful team in Washington?" "Oh, don't tell me. The Washington Capitalists? They're the Nationals, but you know I bleed Dodger blue. You grow up in L.A., and it's that one team that sticks with you your whole life. Makes you remember what it's like to be a kid eating a Dodger dog overlooking Chavez Ravine from the upper deck of Dodger Stadium. It's a beautiful sight, if you like looking at dumpster fires. Let's be serious for a moment. You know that the Bay is the best stadium backdrop in all of baseball, right?" "All right, Tyler. I know you're just trying to get me going." "Too easy, man. But I tell no lies." Simpson chuckled, then resisted the urge to launch into a full-fledged debate, putting away all his talking points about why Dodger Stadium was the best. "Well, I actually needed something work-related." He transitioned the conversation. "I need to know about a phone number." "What do you need to know?" "Who it belongs to. Think you can help me with that?" "Give me the number, and I'll put it in our database." Simpson read back the woman's number and could hear Franks entering it on his keyboard. "So why does the Pentagon have you chasing down random phone numbers?" Franks asked. "Now that's a long story, Tyler, and it's one I'd rather not get into for the sake of time. But I'm just helping out with an investigation." "That's different for you." "Kind of fun in a Detective Poirot sort of way." "Well, I'm sure you are. You'd make your old man proud. God rest his soul." Simpson smiled at the thought. His father had been a detective for the L.A. Police Department and solved some of the biggest murders in the city during the 60s, 70s, and 80s. But the exercise of deadening the pain by drinking every night eventually caught up to him, costing him his marriage, then his liver, before he died on dialysis. Simpson tried not to reflect on the last part, but his father's drinking problem was the reason he never considered police work, even though he was learning that he enjoyed it as he poked around on President Clark's behalf. A brief moment of silence followed before Simpson finally asked about the progress. "Anything yet?" "Just popped up on my screen," Frank said. "And, unfortunately, you got yourself a burner phone." "Just my luck." "Hang on a second. Not all is lost." "You get something else?" "Yeah. Might be able to tell you the geographic location where most of the calls are being made from. Would that help?" "I'll take anything I can get at this point, Tyler." "Ever heard of Colfax, Louisiana?" Simpson pointed his rental car toward I-10 West and began the 4-hour drive toward Colfax. He figured the judge's wife lost her nerve, maybe got cold feet, or maybe the judge found out what she was doing and forbid it. But Simpson didn't intend to find out her reason over the phone. He wanted to stand in front of her, face to face, and make her tell him why she didn't come. It was aggressive, maybe even somewhat threatening, but Simpson didn't care. He'd lost plenty of momentum, and he was reaching a point where he needed more answers than questions. And if the judge's wife had them, then he wanted them, and he wanted them as soon as possible. Simpson intended to spend the night at the first motel he could find in the area and pay her a visit first thing in the morning, giving him just enough time to return to New Orleans for his early afternoon flight. But a phone call from Judge Penton derailed those plans. "Hello, sir," Simpson said. "Did you have a change of heart about what we spoke about a few days ago?" "Listen here, you little son of a bitch," Penton said, his tone stern and measured. "My wife apparently decided to tell you everything, the kinds of things you have no business knowing. And now she's dead." "What? I'm so sorry, Judge Penton. What happened?" "You're what's happened, son." "Me? What did I do?" "Don't act all innocent with me. You know you called her up and asked her what she knew, and—" "Well, you've already got that first part figured wrong, because I never called her and asked her anything," Simpson said. "She's the one who reached out to me and told me that she had something to tell me, but I didn't even know who I was talking to." "I don't care. You were the one who came to my house and started poking your nose in places you had no business being, and now my wife's dead. It's all your fault." "Can you please tell me what happened, sir?" "She went for a walk this morning, and after she didn't come back, I went out looking for her and found her collapsed on the sidewalk. I called the paramedics and felt for a pulse. Nothing. Then, when the ambulance arrived, they rushed her away to the hospital, telling me that she was still alive and would make it. Now, mind you, she'd just been to the doctor 2 weeks ago and got a clean bill of health. But during the ambulance ride, they pronounced her dead and said there was nothing they could do." "I'm so sorry, Judge. Of course, I never would have said anything if I thought it would have put you in danger, but I'm not sure why you think this is my fault, sir." "Because I found out what she was doing. I was cleaning out my computer like I do once a week, and that's when I noticed someone had been looking for good places to meet in New Orleans on a search browser. So I checked her phone, thinking maybe she was having an affair on me, but instead I got her phone and saw that she'd called you back and spoken with you. Then I confronted her about it." "We weren't having an affair, sir." "I know that, you asshole. I'm 10 times the man you are, not to mention 10 times better looking.
she would never leave me for anyone like you. But I asked her why she was talking with you, and she just told me it was time. Then I got really upset with her and forbid her to talk with you since it was illegal and very unwise. Look, I know you're hurting and upset right now, sir, and justifiably so. I can't imagine what you must be going through. But I want you to know that I never solicited her to tell me what she knew. It was all voluntary. She called me. Because you came to my house. Again, I'm sorry, Judge. We had another good 10 or 15 years together, years we'd been planning and dreaming of for decades after all the time I spent serving as a goddamn judge. And then, just like that, he snapped, she's gone. And all our dreams along with her. Simpson realized there wasn't anything he could do to assuage the raging and freshly minted window. He just needed a graceful exit from the conversation. Let me offer my condolences a final time, and wish you peace during this time of grieving. Penton laughed humorlessly. I told you they didn't want anyone finding out about what they did. I warned you, and you refused to listen. Simpson paused. If the judge was going to persist, so was he. Who's they, sir? Simpson asked. Damn simpleton. If you haven't figured out by now, you're never going to figure it out. Help me figure it out, sir. Don't think they won't come for you next if you don't stop poking around. Who's going to come for me, sir? Penton hung up amidst a flurry of cursing. Simpson sighed and sought the next highway exit so he could turn around and head back toward the city. Another dead end. Chapter 26, Washington, D.C. President Clark strode into the conference room and surveyed it, looking each person in the eye. When he first took office, he worked diligently to select people that he could trust. My cabinet and advisors will be filled with people I'd give my life for, and people who I hope would do the same for me, he'd told one reporter. Now he wasn't sure he could trust a single one of them, not because he had legitimate suspicion, but because the files stolen from MI6 proved that no one was to be trusted. The murmur of conversation that had been prevalent as he made his way down the hall toward the open doorway was gone. Everyone sat tight-lipped as they looked at him. Only Dennis Randall, the U.S. Secretary of Defense, seemed comfortable enough to speak before being spoken to. "Welcome, Mr. President," Randall said. "You've had an eventful morning, haven't you?" "Not the kind I'd prefer," Clark said, still scanning the room and registering the mood of each person present. "But it beats a hole in the head." Clark's mild attempt at a joke loosened up a few of the faces, but he recognized the need to go farther. "I mean, if I did get a hole in my head, you'd all be having a much worse day, since that would mean that Ted Flagler would be your new president." More snickers, more loose faces, and even a few broad smiles. Clark clapped his hands, realizing some of the advisors didn't possess a sense of humor, and no amount of comedic comments could crack their hardened exterior. He noted that the real humorless ones had all been in Washington longer than their counterparts. It's why he was excited about leaving and getting on to the next stage in his life, far, far away from Washington. He didn't want his soul corrupted any more than it already had been. "Let's get down to business. I think we all know why we're here, which is to discuss how to proceed with the United Front program and determine how to handle the news that our intelligence agencies have been infested with spies. Would anyone like to begin?"
CIA Director Mason Farnham raised his hand, waiting until Clark nodded at him before speaking. "I have some thoughts on this, if I may," Farnham said. Clark gestured for him to continue. "This isn't really news to me or anyone else who's been involved in the world of espionage. Everyone knows that this is a common occurrence and is mildly tolerated. We have assets at MI6 headquarters that we pay to keep us updated on what the Brits are doing. Likewise with France and Germany. We never want to get caught off guard about anything, and that's really what intelligence is at its heart. Information that enables you to make informed decisions and avoid getting surprised by your enemies or your allies." "So what are you suggesting we do?" "Nothing?" Clark asked. "We can make a show of things by throwing out a diplomat or two, but I don't want to go on some kind of witch hunt at the agency. We're sharing 99% of what we know with England or France or Germany anyway, so why turn a non-issue into a diplomatic nightmare?" "I agree," Randall said. "This type of spying is commonplace in the realm of espionage." "But that doesn't mean we should tolerate it," Clark said. Carol Keller, the Secretary of State, raised her hand. "Carol, you have something to add?"
"I was just going to say that if you want to start kicking diplomats to the curb, just remember it's going to come back on you. Whatever you do, count on it being done to you in the same manner, 5 or 10-fold.
"Do you find that problematic?" he asked.
"What? Losing 5 or 10 diplomats at various posts in retaliation? Absolutely."
"So would everyone here rather I just ignore this situation and move on?" Clark asked. Nearly everyone nodded. Clark stared at the people around the table. "All of you?" More incessant nodding. "Then I think none of you are considering the political fallout from this, and—"
"That's your job," Randall said. "You're the president. You're the one who's elected. It's our job to keep everything running smoothly behind the scenes. Ultimately, you've got to do what's best for you, but I can't imagine a world where elected officials act this petty regarding time-honored practices that don't really affect how we conduct our intelligence agencies."
Clark narrowed his eyes. "Careful, Dennis."
"Look, I'm not here to sugarcoat things for you," Randall said. "If you wanted that, you wouldn't have put me on this committee. And while I might be the only one who's voiced this position right now, I know I'm not the only one who feels this way." Clark closed his eyes, rubbed his face with both hands, then scratched his neck. When he opened his eyes, he took a deep breath and turned his attention back to his advisors.
"Okay, I know you're right, Dennis. I don't want a table full of yes-men and yes-women. I want people who will tell me the truth. So, does anyone else want to second what Dennis was saying?"
One by one, hands around the table went up until it was almost unanimous. But one hand that didn't go up was that of Clark's chief of staff, Tom Ackerman.
"Tom, you look like you're adamant in your dissent," the president said. "Want to tell me why you have a different perspective?"
"In cases like these, what I've learned is that perception is reality," Ackerman began. "And I've been following some of the polls lately, and Americans think you're soft on intelligence. They list that as one of your biggest weaknesses."
"At this point, do you think I really care about most polls? I'm not running again, never mind that most Americans don't understand how espionage works."
"Perhaps you're right. But the New York Times released an editorial this afternoon that talked about how our country's security is weaker under you than it's ever been. Now, you can shrug your shoulders and say you don't care, but if something were to happen right now, you'd be remembered as the president who didn't care enough to do something to plug the leaks in our own intelligence agencies, and you'd be the one blamed for it. If it happens to be a big event that leads to a catastrophic loss of lives, that'll be your legacy."
I already told you that I don't want to have to chase a legacy." Ackerman held an index finger in the air. "You told me your legacy would be what you leave behind, and if you leave behind an intelligence agency that's maligned for inaction and thousands of dead Americans, that will be how history remembers you as well. But I agree, how people view you won't be important if Americans die because of your inaction." "I don't know," Clark said. "Just leave it," Randall said. "Or make a token gesture," Ackerman said. "You can placate the old guard while also appearing to do something about an issue that shouldn't be consequential in any way." Clark thought for a moment, the competing ideas warring in his mind. His entire advisory board suggested that he ignore it. And why shouldn't he listen to them? It was their world, and if he spoke out against the practice, that would affect them. But if he did nothing, and then something did happen, he would be leaving a pile of dead Americans and the perception that he didn't care. "Okay, here's what we're going to do," Clark finally said. "I want each of our major intelligence agencies, CIA, FBI, NSA, all of you select a tribute, a symbolic figure to eject from your agency. Just one. We'll make a point of it with the media at our next intelligence briefing, and then I want heightened alert, just in case this is a smokescreen for something else that's going on." "And what are you going to do about United Front?" Mason asked. "The CIA really could use the ability to share information like we have been." "Then continue to share the information with the agencies that you see fit. But I'm going to have us pull out of the proposed agreement, at least until I can be sure we've gotten all the kinks worked out and that we can run this informational sharing network in the way it needs to be run. Understand?" Everyone nodded, including Ackerman. With another deft stroke of statesmanship, Clark was going to lead with vision, purpose, and strength. After the president left the room, Dennis Randall fumed while the advisors began to get up. "What's the point of even serving for him?" Randall asked aloud to anyone who would listen. "He's like my wife. She asks me if I like the new tablecloth, I say I love it, and she buys a different one. Or if I say I hate it, it becomes a permanent fixture in our home." Mason Farnham felt his shirt pocket for a pack of cigarettes, removed a single one, and let it hang on his lips. "Symbolic or not, it's going to cause problems with the agency. I'm going to hear it from so many officers who will be upset over the move that they'll view as highly politicized and little more than window dressing." "And they'll be right," Randall said. "But there's nothing we can do about it," Carol Keller said. "If the president wants to do something, that's his prerogative. We're just a sounding board." "I was led to think we were more than that," Randall said. "Something more important than a group of ears to absorb his asinine ideas and rubber stamp them." "Don't worry," Farnham said. "In a few short months, he'll be gone, and maybe we can get someone in here who actually cares about this country." Randall smiled and nodded. "Let's hope you're right, and that we can survive this in the meantime." Chapter 27. London. London Bridge Hospital cast a long shadow along the dark waters of the Thames River, which was humming with activity. At a nearby port, tourists and partygoers marched up ramps to board ships, hosting dinner cruises and nighttime sightseeing of London from the waterway, snaking through the city. On a warm spring night, the city was alive, creating the perfect environment for Barrett and his team to carry out a tricky operation. It was one thing to ambush a terrorist in underground tunnels, or steal aboard an isolated yacht miles off the coast, or even take out a would-be sniper in a crowded park at a political rally. But creating the kind of diversion necessary to abduct one of MI6's most highly prized detainees in decades was teetering on insanity.
And to attempt such a feat with just 3 people? Might as well just contact your legal representation ahead of time. Despite the odds, Barrett remained undeterred. He had a plan, a good plan. At least that's what he believed. Only time would prove him right or wrong. The London Bridge Hospital cafeteria was nearly deserted at this time of night. Aside from a couple orderlies on break and a doctor eating a late meal, Barrett and Watts had the place to themselves, allowing them to talk freely, albeit in hushed tones, in a corner booth.
"Are you sure we aren't going to kill anybody if we do this?"
Watts asked. If I thought anyone would be harmed as a result of this operation, I wouldn't do it, Barrett said, adjusting the collar on his white lab coat. Besides, I only need 30 seconds. Nobody's going to die after just 30 seconds without power. Watts grimaced.
"I hope you're right, because this is not what I signed up for."
Barrett twirled the stethoscope he'd been wearing around his neck. If we don't do this, I can almost guarantee you that innocent people will die by the hundreds, if not thousands. Everyone will think the material from those supposed stolen files is true if we aren't able to counter with the actual origin story. And we need Oliver Green to unravel this whole thing. Stone, who was listening over the comms, chimed in. What if he didn't know about it? What if McCutcheon added those files on his own? I believe Oliver Green will admit the truth, even if it takes a little persuasion. What's he got to lose at this point? MI6 wants him silenced. Whoever he's doing all this for won't want anything to do with him, and he's never getting another job in intelligence, even if he wanted one. He'll tell the truth. I'm glad one of us is confident, Stone said. You just be ready for us. Oh, I'll be ready. Barrett looked at Watts. Meet you on the Queen's Walk.
I'll be ready.
On my mark, he said before walking away.
Copy that,
she said over the comms. Barrett replaced the stethoscope around his neck as he approached the elevators. Waving his security card in front of the security panel on the staff elevator, the doors slid open, and he stepped inside. As the elevator ascended, he considered Watts' question about how their plan could kill someone. It wasn't a pleasant thought. He'd read that hospitals had generators. The patients in dire straits wouldn't lose power. At least, he hoped they wouldn't. The hospitals had to prepare for all scenarios. If they were to get caught, the last thing he wanted was a manslaughter charge hanging over his head, if the British courts would even view it as such. Barrett certainly didn't want to hurt any innocent people, but he couldn't afford to spend the time necessary to avoid all potential pitfalls. Sometimes he had to roll the dice and live with the consequences, and this was one of those times. Once he reached the 6th floor, the elevator slowed to a halt and the doors sprang open. Barrett walked down the hall, his eyes searching for the location of any MI6 agents parked outside the door. He found one at the far end, a man in a suit and tie who watched every person with a careful scan, almost as if he was searching their eyes for anyone who recognized him. No one seemed to pay Barrett any attention. His lab coat did exactly what it was supposed to do, help him blend into the usual bustle that occurred on every hospital floor. But it was about to get a lot more chaotic than it already was. It's showtime, Barrett said. He continued walking down the hall toward Green's room when the lights on the floor went out. Most of the life-saving devices that had some measure of battery backup to last while the generator powered up started beeping, alerting the staff to the trouble. As Barrett had hoped, the activity became frenetic and swift. The once navigable corridor became clogged with nurses, physician assistants, and doctors charging into the various rooms to deal with the most vulnerable patients. Barrett, who quickened his pace to match the sense of urgency flowing through the floor, kept his eye on the agent stationed outside Green's room. The man looked around, confused. What's going on? He asked one of the nurses jogging by.
Power outage.
What's that mean? She ignored him and kept moving. Meanwhile, the agent continued to search the faces of those passing him, begging for answers from anyone who even looked in his direction. But no one else stopped, except Barrett. "Doctor, can you tell me what's going to happen?" Barrett nodded. "Chaos." The man stared back with a confused look on his face. "Let me better explain," Barrett said. He calmly took his hands out of his coat pockets and grabbed a fistful of the agent's hair before slamming his head against the wall behind him. The metal frame surrounding the window made it even easier to render the man unconscious. His head lolled forward, and then his body went limp. Barrett scooped up the agent and put him on a nearby gurney. Wheeling him into Green's room, the renegade agent sat up and tugged at the handcuffs, chaining him to the bed. "What's going on?" Green asked. "Shut up and follow me, unless you want to remain in MI6 custody." Green's eyes flickered with recognition. "Wait a minute. The last time I saw you, you tied me to a pole in a basement. I might be better off staying here." "Doubt that. No poles, no basement this time. I swear." "I'm not sure I can trust you." "Well, you have about 10 seconds to make a decision before the lights come back on and everyone sees what's going on." Barrett didn't wait for an answer, rooting through the agent's pockets and digging out a key to the cuffs. Seconds later, Green was free and rubbing his wrists. He eased his feet onto the floor, wincing in pain. "Can you do this?" Barrett asked. "Probably, but I'm not sure I want to," Green said, eyeing Barrett cautiously. "We can do this the hard way if you'd prefer." Green looked down and sighed. "No, I'd rather not do it the hard way." "Good." Barrett shut the door, then hefted the agent onto Green's bed and handcuffed the man to it, removing his gun and taking his wallet. The lights came back on, halting the frenzied rush in the hallway, but nobody entered the room to check on Green. Barrett removed his lab coat, pulled out his rope and 2 harnesses, and flung one of them at Green. "What's this?" "Our exit strategy. Now put it on." Barrett and Green pulled on their harnesses. Once they were finished, Barrett tethered a rope to the bed, then raised a window. He tossed the other end of the rope outside, which stopped about 8 feet above the Queen's Walk, a path that wound in front of several businesses and other properties along the banks of the Thames River. "You ready, Stoney?" Barrett asked over the comms. "Your favorite stone is ready to rock." "And Jazz?" "She's here with me, both waiting for our final 2 passengers." Barrett turned toward Green and handed him the rope. "Hitch in and enjoy the ride. And no funny business." "Wouldn't dream of it," Green said, before he latched his harness to the rope and began his descent. "The target is headed your way," Barrett said over the comms. He peered out the window and watched as Stone ushered Green over the railing and into the waiting boat, which was being operated by Watts. Once they were clear, Barrett followed them, zipping down the line. But by the time he hit the ground, he saw a police officer standing there. "Bloody hell, man! You think you can just rappel down the side of a hospital?" Barrett shrugged. "There's a lot of things I do that I'm not supposed to." The officer arched an eyebrow. "A brash one, are we?" "I'd love to talk, but I've got to get going." "Take a look around, mate. You're surrounded." Barrett glanced over his shoulder to see that 2 more officers had joined the man, with one of them tapping his bobby stick in the palm of his hand. Then the other officer grabbed Barrett's wrist and was bringing down a pair of handcuffs on them when Barrett spun hard and yanked his hand down, freeing himself. He leaped over the side railing, using it to propel himself into the boat that was idling near the pathway. "Go!" Barrett shouted. Stone, who'd reassumed his duties as the boat's captain after helping Green aboard, shoved the throttle forward. The passengers lurched backward for a moment before righting themselves. "That was close back there," Stone said. Barrett didn't respond. Instead, he focused on the strobing red and blue lights from a boat roaring toward them. "You're gonna have to push it, Stoney." Stone looked over his shoulder and cursed. Watts worked on stowing all their gear while Barrett explained the plan to Green. "They're going to kill all of you. You know that, don't you?" "Nobody's dying tonight, if you listen to what I say and comply. But if you give us any trouble, I'll leave you faster than a knife fight in a phone booth." "A phone booth? You ever seen a knife fight in a phone booth?" "I've never even seen a phone booth. What is that?" "Oh, never mind. Just stick close and listen, and do what I say. If you do, we all get out of here and do what we really came here to do." "Which is what?" "Prove that those files are bullshit." "But they are not." "We'll discuss it later." Barrett looked behind them, his thoughts drifting toward his risky getaway plan. It could have been easier to escape through the hospital and drive away, but it wouldn't have afforded him the opportunity to vanish from all law enforcement pursuing him. However, that wouldn't happen if the Marine Police unit patrolling the Thames ran them down. "You know, maybe we shouldn't have tried this a mile away from MPU's headquarters," Stone shouted. "Not helpful right now, Stone. Just go." Stone navigated the boat through the winding river that split the city, racing past plenty of cruisers and tourist boats meandering across the water. Barrett noticed the MPU boat behind them getting closer. "Come on, Stoney." "I'm giving her all she's got, Captain," he said in his best Scotty voice. Barrett cracked a smile at the Star Trek reference before his expression turned dour. "Shit." He pointed straight ahead. "I see it. Everyone hold on." Stone aimed their boat straight toward the oncoming MPU vessel heading east on the Thames. Barrett's knuckles turned white as he clung to the railing on the side of the boat. Neither Stone nor the MPU captain flinched as they sped toward one another. But at the last moment, the British police boat darted right, clearing the way for Stone. The MPU vessel following them was forced to slow down in order to avoid striking the other boat broadside. Barrett looked back at the two boats struggling to resume their pursuit. "That scared the hell out of me, but I think that might have given us the time we needed." "Keep those fingers crossed." Less than a minute later, he roared around a bend and veered down a small tributary called River Wandle. The shallow stream was just deep enough for the boat to travel about a quarter of a mile before they pulled up next to a rope ladder the team had rigged earlier that day. Stone cut the engine, and one by one they scampered up to the street level and then hustled to a waiting car. Once they all piled in, Barrett gunned the engine. Sirens wailed in the distance as he checked the rearview mirror. "Anybody see any cops?" "Nothing on my side." "Ditto over here," Watts said. Then, seconds later, a police car merged onto the road and roared up behind them, lights flashing. Barrett warned everyone to brace themselves. Without another word, he whipped the car behind a delivery truck and slammed on the brakes. The move caught the police cruiser off guard, and it didn't hit its brakes in time. Barrett quickly exited the highway and rerouted toward their destination, a waiting semi. Using his connections with Simpson, Barrett asked his handler to arrange a semi to be waiting for them on a service road beneath an overpass. When Barrett came up on the waiting vehicle, he drove their car up a ramp and into the trailer before jumping out to secure the ramp and the back doors. Within seconds after the trailer was buttoned up, Barrett heard sirens of approaching police cars. Then Barrett turned his attention to Green, but the Renegade Agent appeared passed out, still in the back of the car. "What the hell?" Barrett asked as he rushed over to his target. Watts reached inside and felt for Green's pulse, and then placed the back of her hand against his forehead. "He's not doing well. He needs a doctor, and if we don't get him one soon, this is all going to be for naught." Barrett slapped on the front wall of the trailer, and the engine coughed to life. The semi lurched forward and eased onto the highway. "He needs help," Watts repeated. "I know," Barrett said. "And where we're going, he'll get it." Chapter 28. Tokyo, Japan. Charles Kingston adjusted his bow tie in the mirror and then bared his teeth, checking for any stubborn food particles from lunch. Satisfied, he turned his attention to his hair and his ever-present cowlick. He pulled out a canister of gel and scooped out a small dollop with his index finger. Leaning closer to the mirror to inspect the trouble spot, he eased the goop into his hair. working the holding agent back and forth until the cowlick yielded. Based on his hair's history, he knew it wouldn't last all day, but it would last long enough for him to make the speech that was about to change his fortunes. Kingston peered at himself in the mirror, almost as if he was trying to see into his soul.
"This is your moment, Charlie. Your moment to show the world that you belong."
And he couldn't wait. When Charles Kingston broke into the tech scene, he was little more than skin and bones, with a pocket full of novel ideas. His nasally voice and diminutive stature, combined with his thick, dark-rimmed glasses, made him look like the quintessential computer software programmer, a stereotype hammered home in every Hollywood movie. As a result, Kingston hired a full-time personal trainer to bulk up, as well as an acting coach to train him how to deepen his voice. His public image changed dramatically, going from being the butt of Silicon Valley jokes to cover stories in various tech magazines. However, he refused to lose his trademark bow tie and insisted on wearing it, even when he was asked to post for a men's health magazine. Despite changing the perception of who he was by changing his appearance, Kingston remained on the outside, looking in, when it came to the tech industry's titans. No one ever questioned his drive and work ethic, but his revolutionary idea was lacking. Even more painful was the fact that Hank Long, one of his company's top engineers, had pitched a half-dozen ideas that he dismissed, that Long took elsewhere, and became seismic game-changers in the tech world. Kingston's company, Kingston Dynamics, had prospered by taking good ideas and improving upon them. But the difference between making millions and billions rested on the ability to invent and patent an idea that would become commonplace and used by every tech firm in the world. And it took the ever-optimistic Kingston 3 decades to realize this. By the time he did, he'd sunken into the depths of cynicism, no longer willing to fight it. He'd simply resigned himself to being the second-rate tech mogul that he was, finally accepting that the jokes about him were true. He was never going to be the innovator he thought he was. And with his dreams of surpassing Steve Jobs as the most creative tech mind in the 21st century gone, he turned his attention to the next best endeavor, becoming filthy rich. Kingston had always wanted to be wealthy, figuring that exorbitant riches would follow his unique ideas. But when the initial idea never came, he turned his attention toward doing something that would simply make money, and loads of it. However, he struggled with that idea as well. Even his good ideas were sometimes stolen by other companies, repackaged and promoted with slick marketing campaigns that became cash cows. After more frustration, Kingston decided to do something he'd never done in his life: cheat. But he understood that the key to successful cheating was making sure nobody knew he was doing it. He figured some people would wonder how he landed a presentation on the main stage at Expo Tokyo, and a few would likely speculate that he paid someone a handsome sum to secure the slot, and they wouldn't be wrong. But Kingston knew everyone would forget about it once he shared his new product. Someone rapped on his door.
"Mr. Kingston?"
a woman called. He opened the door and flashed a broad smile at the woman, who was sporting a headset and clutching a clipboard. "Did you need something?"
"You're needed in the wings in 2 minutes. On stage in 5.
"I'll be there," he said, before closing the door and inspecting himself in front of the mirror one final time. "Knock 'em dead, Charlie. You got this." 5 minutes later, he strode onto the stage to a tepid applause beneath the harsh glove of a tight spotlight. "I'm sorry, but can someone please turn off this spotlight and bring up the house lights?" Kingston said, shielding his eyes from the light. A brief moment passed before his wishes were granted. The soft house lights turned the auditorium much brighter, allowing him to see the audience, which was much larger than the subdued applause had indicated. "That's so much better. Now, I'm here today to talk about
transparency. Specifically, digital transparency. And while we tend to think of transparency as a good thing, that's not always the case, especially when we're referring to our online presence. He scanned the faces, searching to see if he'd been able to engage the crowd. A few seemed interested, but he realized he had more work to do to hook them. When I walked out here a minute ago, you could see me clear as day, since I was lit by the equivalent of a blinding sun. However, the light was only focused on me. There could have been bears balancing on unicycles, and a juggler tossing around a half-dozen swords. Maybe even a daredevil launched from a cannon across the auditorium toward a net. But you wouldn't have seen any of it. Why? Because you were focused on me, the only thing in the room that was lit at the time. Why do I bring that up, you might be wondering to yourself? I bring it up to show you that a spotlight isn't true transparency. You can only see the single thing that's being focused upon, and if it shines bright enough, you can see everything. At least, what they want you to see. He paced the stage as he spoke and noticed more interested expressions from the audience. When we turned up the house lights, you could see everything that was going on up here. There weren't any bears or unicycles or jugglers or swords or cannons or daredevils. It was just me. But the point is, there could have been so much more. These days, governments the world over talk about transparency. But they don't want real transparency. They want the illusion of transparency. They want you to think you're seeing what's really going on. So they use a spotlight to illuminate the one thing they want you to see. He stopped pacing and pointed to the soundboard. Would you mind turning the spotlight back on and dimming the house lights? Once the spotlight was back on, Kingston resumed his speech. But here's the reality we're facing today. Globally, governments are clamoring for transparency, but it's only your transparency that they want. They want to know where you're going, what you're doing, how you're spending your money, what politicians you're praising, what politicians you're trashing, what policies you find appealing, what policies you find revolting. Centuries ago, some governments sought to serve the interests of their constituents. They were true representatives. Today, governments crave power and will do whatever they can to cling to it. In days of old, sly politicians would hold a finger in the air to determine the political winds of the day. Now, they just turn up the house lights and see whatever they want to see. Kingston returned to the lectern, placing both hands on the side of it and leaning forward before resuming. Just this morning, a report released from an English newspaper showed that I was among the handful of people targeted by MI6. They were watching me closely and had invaded my privacy by turning off the spotlight and raising the house lights on my digital profile. Do you have any idea what it feels like to know that someone went through all my digital photos, messages, and contacts? It made me feel extremely violated, even though I don't have anything to hide. It also made me wonder when someone was going to use what they'd learned about me to coerce me to do something. Maybe I'd have to shell out a donation to a particular politician or make a public statement, something against my will because they had scrounged up embarrassing information on me and were threatening to make it public. But I say, no more. Don't let the government or some criminal dig through your digital profile and hold you hostage. Today, Kingston Dynamics is rolling out the most essential tool we have in this century to combat both identity thieves and snooping government officials, called Privacy Fortress. This app has been designed to protect you from any and all invasions, alerting you if someone even attempts to break into your phone, and reports the would-be criminal's IP address and geolocation. It's going to help us be more proactive about preventing privacy invasion before it starts.
Kingston snapped his fingers. The spotlight disappeared. Then, as the house lights came up, on the stage behind Kingston was a bear on a unicycle, a juggler tossing swords into the air, and a daredevil climbing into a cannon. Then, with a boom, a man was launched across the room into a net. The audience jumped to their feet, roaring with applause and cheers of approval. Kingston took a bow and then walked off the stage amid the glow of pyrotechnics near the wings. He took a deep breath and scurried off to his dressing room. 5 minutes after he'd finished his talk, his company's vice president texted him. "Great talk. It worked. Downloads are through the roof." Kingston smiled. He'd finally arrived. Chapter 29. Eifel Mountain Range, Germany. Barrett squinted as he drove along the stretch of asphalt, snaking its way through Germany's forested country. The sun had just risen above the aging pines that blanketed the hillsides, and after a long night of driving, he was starting to get hungry. So were his traveling companions, now all snug in the Tesla Model S they'd transferred to upon entering Belgium. The hunger pangs had become audible and had moved from barely audible to roaring and gurgling. "Don't worry. If Nancy's awake when we get there, she'll have us a proper breakfast in front of us in half an hour." Nancy was Dr. Nick Goodlet's better half, a retired military couple that had served at Ramstein Air Base in Germany before deciding to retire there. Barrett had met Dr. Goodlet and his wife, who worked as a physician's assistant, when he took a spill during a paratrooper training exercise and broke his right arm. To properly repair it, Dr. Goodlet recommended a surgical procedure that required temporary screws while the bones healed. Barrett joked that whatever Goodlet did repaired the vicious slice on his golf swing. But Barrett wasn't there for a broken arm, or even breakfast. He needed the Goodlets to provide them with a refuge while they moved to the next stage of the plan. And even more importantly, he needed Dr. Goodlet to revive Oliver Green and nurse him back to health. Barrett turned off the main road and climbed a gravel driveway that sliced through a lush countryside exploding with wildflowers. Rocks kicked up against the vehicle's wheel well, creating a popping sound that roused Green. "What's happening?" he asked, his eyes barely open. "Where are we?" "Shh," Watt said. "Just relax." Green yanked hard on the handcuffs looped through the handle that protruded from the side of the door, and also doubled as an armrest. They didn't give. "What are you doing?" Green growled. "Are you trying to kill me?" "Quite the opposite," Barrett said. "We're trying to save your sorry ass." "You should have just left me with MI6. At least when they kill me, it'll be quick." "Settle down. Nobody here is trying to kill you. We need you." "You need me? For what?" Watts patted him on the knee. "We need you to get better first, and then we'll tell you all about it." "If this is about you hoping that I'll refute the story that says MI6 has embedded spies in other intelligence agencies, I won't do it." Barrett studied Green's reflection in the rearview mirror. "And why not?" "I already told you. Because it's true." "What's true?" "All of it. MI6 has agents everywhere. Or at the very least, informants. Nobody at MI6 wants to get caught off guard by a maverick agency making a bold move without them knowing about it, or at least being prepared to respond." Green paused to cough, a fit that lasted roughly 20 seconds before subsiding. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, brushing away blood before he continued.
But those files were what I stole, Green said. How could you possibly know? Stone asked, turning around to face Green. You couldn't see what was on them before McCutcheon gave them back to you. That's why you went to see him in the first place. He's the only one who could get into them. Green paused and coughed some more. I studied the file names to make sure. Well, there are some stark differences between the files you gave to that reporter and— I never gave any files to a reporter, Green corrected. I was supposed to meet one, and then, when I woke up, they were gone. Then I guess you don't know the whole story, Watt said. The Times printed a story from a reporter who's claiming he witnessed MI6 agents try to kill you. Wait a minute, Stone said. If you didn't give a flash drive with those files to the reporter, how'd he get it then? He must have followed me and taken it off me when I was unconscious, Green said. And then he just left you in the street to die? Somebody came for me, or else I wouldn't be here, Green said, grimacing as he lifted up the bottom of his shirt. Watts gasped. What is it? He turned around. Green winced in pain. We need to get you help, ASAP, and I'm hoping Dr. Goodlet will be able to take care of you immediately. Green bit his lip and shook his head. Okay, I guess I could be wrong, but I'd need to see the files again to be sure. But you don't have the files anymore because the reporter took them. I uploaded a copy to a cloud server, Green said. We can cross-check the information with what was published in the article. Green came to a stop in front of the Goodlets' modest house, a 2-story structure replete with exposed woodwork, a gabled roof with white plaster walls. A fence buttressed against the west side of the house extended into a small clearing, corralling a pair of milk cows. One of the cows shuffled over to the fence and greeted the visitors with a moo. Barrett and Stone rushed around to Green's door and eased him outside, allowing him to sling his arms around their necks as they assisted him toward the front door. Nancy Goodlet, wearing an apron and cradling a mixing bowl, stood on the front porch and shook her head. She stared slack-jawed at him. I thought you were— Barrett put a finger to his lips, his eyes bulging out to send a message. She acknowledged his gesture with a subtle nod. Nick, company's coming. Add a cup of water to the coffee pot. A smile played across her lips before dissipating as Barrett came into full view with the injured MI6 agent. It's good to see you, Nancy, and I look forward to all the ribbing you can dish out as soon as you and Nick help my friend. You just show up here without any warning? The least you could have done was call. I'm afraid we couldn't, Barrett said, as he and Stone helped Green up the steps, and just showing up without calling was literally the least we could do. She held the door open for her guests and then rushed into the house behind them. Where can I lay him down? Does this him have a name? Ollie. Just call me Ollie. Very well, Ollie. Let's get you into our downstairs guest room. You can lie down in that bed. She darted past them, then stood in the doorway, gesturing for them to hurry. Barrett and Stone gently hoisted Green onto the bed. When they turned around, Dr. Goodlet stood in the doorway, working his hands through a dish towel. He stared at Barrett wide-eyed for a moment. Barrett rushed over to him and put a finger to his lips, ushering him back into the living room and speaking in a hushed tone. I can see you heard the news. Of your early demise? The doctor asked. Which you can clearly see isn't true, but I'm impersonating my killer, at least until I figure out who was behind this. Shit. It's Slade. Slade Gordon. The name drew another wide-eyed stare from the doctor. I know. It's complicated, and I'll have to tell you about it sometime. But right now, we've got more pressing matters, like the man in there who needs some medical care. Goodlet patted Barrett on the back before re-entering the guest room. And who do I have the pleasure of serving here today? Goodlet asked. Ollie.
Green said, trying to push himself into a sitting position. No, don't move. Just stay right there, Goodlet said, and then turned toward Nancy. Honey, can you get some extra pillows to prop up our friend Ollie? She hustled away to retrieve pillows. Want to tell me what happened? Got hit by a car. And you haven't had any medical care? I had some right after I got hit, but that guy thought it'd be a good idea to break me out of the hospital before someone else tried to kill me. Well, always listen to that guy. He knows what he's talking about. Now, let's have a look. Goodlet pulled up Green's shirt and looked at the bruise on his torso. It was dark purple and tender to the touch, but Goodlet insisted on feeling around the area to better assess the damage. Now, I don't have access to an MRI machine, but I don't feel any internal injuries. Nancy returned with several more pillows, which Goodlet used to prop up Green. Then the doctor proceeded to work through a series of questions to determine if he was missing something. When he was finished, he shrugged. I think you're going to be okay, Goodlet said, other than what appears to be a likely concussion and some external bruising. I think you're going to be okay with some rest. And after getting hit by a car, if this is all that's wrong with you, I'd consider you to be a very lucky man. Thank you, Green said. I appreciate the care. Is there anything you can give me for the pain? I might have just the thing for that. Let me go get my bag. You can stay here as long as you like, Nancy said, but I must warn you that we're going to be leaving in a few days. Nick and I have been planning for a Norwegian cruise for several years, and we're scheduled to leave in 2 days. We certainly don't want to interfere with your plans, Watt said. Oh, you don't need to worry about it, Nancy said with a dismissive wave. We actually have a little 3-bedroom cottage farther up the mountain, if you'd like to stay there for the next week or so. We've got someone coming in to stay there in 8 days, but until then, you can make yourself at home. Dr. Goodlet returned with a vial of Valium. I've got the hard stuff, he said with a wink. He handed a pill to Green, who readily accepted the pill and chased it down with a glass of water Nancy had brought back with the pillows. Thank you, Green said, before he closed his eyes and curled up on his side. Dr. Goodlet urged everyone to leave the room and shut the door behind them. On the back porch, they filled Goodlet in on what was really going on. Barrett ran through the basics of his situation, explaining the different identity, before outlining how they'd ended up in Germany with a spy on the run who'd been hit by a car. You think MI6 tried to kill him? Goodlet asked, once Barrett finished. Certainly looks that way, but you taught me a long time ago that the truth doesn't always readily present itself. I'm glad you learned something during our talks at the hospital. And on the golf course. So, now what? I mean, once Oliver is ready to go, what are you going to do? We plan to make a video of Green admitting that the files being reported on as those from the MI6 server were faked, or at least some of them were, and then go from there. But we need to be honest with you, Stone said. Barrett scowled as he shot Stone a look and mouthed no, but Stone plowed ahead, ignoring the warning. People are looking for us, and it's possible that they could come here. Goodlet turned to his wife. Nancy, did you tell them about the cottage? Sure did, she said. Goodlet laughed. Excellent. You can stay there and take your troubles with you. Barrett looked at his colleagues and deadpanned. Do you guys feel the love? I mean, really feel it? Everyone laughed. You'll love it up there, Goodlet said. It's got everything you need. Including an electric perimeter? Well, maybe not everything, Goodlet said, but I'm sure you little techno nerds will figure out a way to set one up. Hey, Watt said. I resent that remark. Oh, no, you don't, Nancy said with a grin. Come on, I'll get our ATV and show you how to get there and give you a quick tour of the house. At 9 p.m., Barrett was ready for bed, along with Watts and Stone. Green was asleep in his room, snoring so loud that it rattled the decorative pictures on the wall. Watts was in the living room putting the finishing touches on their electrical fence. "Is it armed?" Barrett asked. Watts made a show of pushing the return button on her keyboard, which led to a sharp, high-pitched beep.
"It is now, and if something happens, everyone will get an alert on your phone. Got it?"
"Sounds simple enough," Stone said.
"Good. Now, I'm absolutely bushed, and I'm in need of some serious sleep."
"It's well-deserved." Barrett glanced at his phone and checked the perimeter cameras through the corresponding app. "Let's all get some sleep." Stone stood up and paused after taking one step toward his room.
"What about Green? Are we sure he can't open his window without us finding out?"
"Correct. Now, get some rest. We've got some more long days ahead of us." Stone retreated to his bedroom, leaving Barrett alone on the couch. He pounded his pillow a few times to get it to his liking before drifting off to sleep. 4 hours later, Barrett awoke with a start as his phone buzzed. He sat bolt upright and studied the message on his screen. Perimeter intrusion. Barrett slipped his shoes on, grabbed his gun, and rushed over to the front porch. His heart was pounding, as he wasn't sure what kind of intruder or intruders he was about to face. He grabbed the door handle and then stopped to review the images on his phone. He scrolled through the app and found the picture of what had set off the alarm. It was a deer. Barrett eased outside and stood on the front porch to watch the deer grazing on the flowers in the garden bed beneath the moonlight. It was a surreal moment, one he couldn't have imagined witnessing just 24 hours earlier. He sighed and returned to bed, only to be greeted by Stone and Watts. "Go back to bed. Just a deer." Both of his colleagues scurried back to bed without another word. Barrett removed his shoes and gun before settling back onto the couch, hoping he could quickly return to his dream of bass fishing in the Ozarks instead of the nightmare he was living every day, pretending to be Slade Gordon. Chapter 30. Amsterdam. Jan Visser laid on his plush bed, smiling as he looked at the ceiling. Then he closed his eyes, interlacing his fingers behind his head while he replayed the events of the past 10 minutes. The woman in the bathroom, a rising executive in his company who was a quarter-century his junior, had just satiated his curiosity about her, and now he wanted more. Then the Euroconnect CEO and founder glanced at his watch and checked his phone. Visser's wife, Fleur, was out with her girlfriends, but he didn't want to get caught. At least, not again. He'd narrowly avoided divorce last time she caught him in one of his affairs, promising that he'd never let it happen again. But that was before he met Alina. The rising star in his telecommunications company was just shy of 30 years old, but she caught his eye for reasons other than her professional skill set. There was little doubt that she had earned her position as the company's executive director of media relations, but he couldn't deny that he gave her an early boost, hoping for a tryst just like the one he'd experienced. She opened the bathroom door wearing nothing but an unbuttoned blue Oxford shirt. The silhouette of her standing in the doorway brought a broad smile to his face.
"Hope this doesn't make things messy at the office," she said.
"It's up to you," he said. "I'd rather keep things professional."
"Well, you're no amateur,"
she said, walking over to him and climbing back into the bed. "Does that disappoint you?"
"Not in the least."
Then Visser's phone buzzed. He scrambled for it, hoping it wasn't an alert letting him know Fleur was close to the house. When he'd last checked, she was still at the bar, being the lush that she'd always been. He sighed in relief when he realized it wasn't her.
"Everything all right?"
Alina asked, as she stared at Visser's face, lit only by his phone screen. "Sure. Everything's fine. I just need to deal with this for a second." Visser had been under plenty of stress lately. He was trying to fend off a hostile takeover that threatened to push him out. Then there was his failing marriage, one he wished to escape but couldn't due to the prenuptial agreement he'd signed. Fleur was from a wealthy Dutch family and loaned him the capital he needed to build his empire with one stipulation, that if he ever left her, she would assume control of the company and retain 90% of the company's assets. Visser figured if necessary, he could live comfortably enough off 10% of what they owned, but it would push him out of the high society he'd grown accustomed to, and he wasn't interested in giving up on any of it anytime soon. Then there was the news that he'd yet to share with Fleur or anyone else. He'd received a cancer diagnosis during his most recent doctor's visit, stage 3 prostate cancer. He intended to fight it, but he wasn't looking forward to it. And that's how Visser had justified his advances with Alina. If he was going to die soon, he wanted to do so without any regrets. Yet even after a few moments of ecstasy with her, he couldn't escape the fact that his problems were all still there. Nothing had changed. Deep down, Visser knew he would have come up with some other reason, even if his life and marriage to Fleur had been perfect. He had an appetite for other women, and only knew one way to squelch it. Visser stared at the message on his phone, puzzled by the cryptic message. "I know what you've been doing." The message was accompanied by an emoji with red cheeks and wide eyes, the symbol for embarrassment. He scowled as he tapped on the message to see the number it came from. Visser thought the number looked vaguely familiar, but couldn't place it. There was a time when he'd memorized every number he ever called, but cell phones had made him lazy. If he was honest, they'd made the world lazy, but they'd also made him very rich. He opened up a Euroconnect customer service app on his phone and entered the number. It was designed for his customer service reps to know who they were talking to whenever a call came into the service center, but Visser, ever nosy, added it to his phone so he could see who'd called him in case the caller ID didn't register a name. And while not every phone number that called him was registered with his company, 80% of Netherlands residents used Euroconnect. However, he recognized this prefix as one of his company's. He entered the number in and gasped when the result appeared on the screen. "Are you all right?" Alina asked. In the darkness, he was certain she couldn't see all the color drained from his face, but he could feel it. His breath hitched as he considered his response. "It's nothing, dear." "Are you sure? You're acting a little strange right now." "No, I'm fine. I just need to respond to something." Visser rolled out of bed, pulled out a pair of boxers and pants, and left the room. He hustled up the stairs to the rooftop terrace on his penthouse suite, towering 20 stories above the ground. It was all over. When his wife returned home, there would be a fight, a blowout, a no-holds-barred brawl. She'd thrown wine glasses and bottles, full ones even, at him in previous fights, and that was over trivial things like getting home late after a night out with the boys or scheduling a tea time when he was supposed to be at a fundraiser to save gray cockatiels. He was done with those fights, but this one would be a mammoth one, and a tongue-lashing, glass-throwing variety that he totally deserved. He sat on a wicker chair and lit the gas fire pit. Blue and orange flames lapped upward, almost instantly creating warmth on the cool spring evening. Rubbing his hands together for a moment, he removed the phone from his pocket and stared at the message. Then he clicked the audio that had been attached to it, listening to him woo Alina. Fleur had recorded him and sent the file from a burner phone he'd given her a few months earlier in case of emergencies. She was just toying with him, hoping to inflict as much emotional pain as possible before he snapped. For a moment he considered sticking it out, but the infidelity clause in the loan would allow her to retain full ownership of the company, something her father slipped in the contract just before Visser signed it. All his hopes and dreams were gone in an instant, but if he was honest with himself, they'd been lost long ago, and he'd never discovered his way back. Back to the days when he valued his own virtue and fidelity. Back to the days when he cared for Fleur. Back to the days when his life wasn't just about climbing another rung of empty pursuits. When he closed his eyes, he pictured himself standing in the middle of a desert, the wind searing his face, his eyes battered by fine grains of sand, and the sun blistering his skin. And in the distance, a sandstorm rolled across the dunes, hurtling toward him at such a breakneck pace that it would destroy everything in its path. He slipped the phone into his pocket and walked to the edge of the rooftop. Closing his eyes, he again imagined the sandstorm rushing toward him. Then he stepped into it and fell headlong toward the ground. The bone-crunching thud resulted in a single scream from a woman walking her dog in front of the condominium. Across the street, a man in a gray hoodie and sweatpants ran over to Jan Visser's mangled body. He felt for a pulse and couldn't find one. The CEO undoubtedly dead on impact. Then the man reached into Visser's pants pocket and removed the phone. Huddled over the body, the man used Visser's face to gain access to the phone. In less than 30 seconds, he deleted an app and trashed all the cookies. Then he used his phone to send a spoofed message to Visser, one from a British government official, threatening Visser if he didn't release all the text messages from former MI6 agent Oliver Green's Euroconnect cell phone. Then he inserted the phone back into Visser's pocket and jogged away. When the man was 3 blocks away, he stopped at a coffee shop and placed a phone call.
"It's done," the man said. "You can scrub me from the CCTV footage."
"It's already gone," the man on the other end of the line said.
"Now what?"
"Move on to your next target." The man pocketed his cell phone, ordered a coffee, and considered the next person on the list. Chapter 31. Washington, D.C. Simpson familiarized himself with some plans that one of his superior officers wanted to share with President Clark ahead of a meeting with him later in the week. Since being asked to investigate the death of Clark's father, Simpson had neglected some of his other duties and was scrambling to catch up. But he couldn't deny how much more interested he was in figuring out who was behind the homicide and why a shroud of secrecy had been thrown over it. He was starting to care about that more than his other quiet responsibility of running Slade Gordon. Simpson wandered over to the window to take a break when the cell phone on his desk buzzed with a call from Clark.
"You get any sleep last night?"
the president asked.
"More than I thought I'd get." "You?"
4 hours at best. 7.5 years into this job, and I still can't manage to turn my brain off when it's time for bed. Too much swirling around in my head.
"What had you up last night, sir?"
"The investigation into my father's death. I feel like the longer this drags out, the more difficult it's going to be for us to get answers. It's like following footprints in a blizzard. By the time you think you've got something to follow, it's gone."
Simpson returned to his spot at the window. "I wish I had more news for you, but the trip to Louisiana was a dead end, and I mean that literally."
"Someone died?"
"The contact who was supposed to meet me."
"I thought you didn't know who your contact was."
"I didn't, but I called in a favor to see if someone could help me track down who the cell number that texted me belonged to. It was a burner phone, but I was able to find out the general vicinity where most of the calls on the phone were made."
"And?"
"They were made from the area where Judge Penton lived."
"The judge was calling you?"
"Actually, it was his wife, who suggested that she knew something about the case that her husband was so tight-lipped about."
"And she was murdered?"
"Not exactly. When she didn't show up, I decided to figure out who the number belonged to. Then, when I found out it was in Judge Penton's general vicinity, I decided to drive up there and maybe speak with him again. But before I got there, he called me and told me that his wife had died. According to him, she had a heart attack and died while on a walk in the neighborhood. You believe him? Of course. Penton seemed pretty torn up about it. He told me that he found out she wanted to talk to me but warned her not to. Then she went for a walk, and he found her, collapsed on the sidewalk. Did you make it to the judge, or did he tell you this on the phone? When he called me and told me, I just turned around and drove back to the airport. Then you weren't curious enough. I mean, who's to say that the judge didn't murder his wife to keep her quiet?
Simpson didn't say a word, pondering what Clark had just said. While Simpson was suspicious by nature, he didn't consider the judge might murder his wife, especially based on his reaction. But maybe it was all an act. Was whatever Clark's father had been involved with worth keeping a secret after all these years? Or was it merely a coincidence that an elderly woman under a lot of stress could collapse and die on a walk?
Maybe I haven't poked around enough, he wondered. I'll see if I can get the coroner down there to do an autopsy on Penton's wife, Simpson said, because if that's true, there must have been something pretty serious going on with your father. What did he know? What was he doing? Exactly. This is why I can't get any sleep at night. Those are the questions that haunt me. That, and the fact that United Front is crumbling in front of us, which leads me to the next point of my call. Have you heard from your team lately? They only call me when they have news to report. In this case, no news is bad news, Clark said. We need to know what the hell is going on if there's any chance of the British salvaging their intelligence relationship with any of these countries, let alone saving United Front. So you've pulled out of the agreement, sir? For now, though I wouldn't be opposed to restoring it after a curt conversation with our friends across the pond. But I want some answers before I do anything else. Answers like what was actually on the files that rogue MI6 agent stole. As soon as I hear something, sir, I'll update you. Clark ended the call, leaving Simpson to mull over how loosely he was treating the investigation. He weighed delving into Judge Penton's background and known associates who might have influenced him or pursuing possible leads at the National Archives. After thinking about the two options, he concluded that pursuing Penton could send him down a rabbit hole, while going the National Archives route was something he could do relatively quickly without having to travel. As much as Clark wanted answers, Simpson had other duties he couldn't shirk. He sat down and was enumerating the steps necessary to get access to the files at the archives when his phone buzzed with a call from MI6 Director Nigel Pearson. "I'll keep this brief," Pearson said, dispensing any pleasantries. "Before you start," Simpson said. "No, you listen to me," the director snapped. "In case you haven't heard, I've got a disaster brewing over here. A committee hearing has already been scheduled, and people want answers. So before I make myself look like the bumbling fool that I feel like I am right now, I thought I'd see if you could help me clear up a few things." "If I can help, I'll be happy to. Tell me what you want to know," Simpson said. "Did your team have anything to do with the disappearance of Oliver Green from London Bridge Hospital?" "What? Haven't you been paying attention to the news, man? Green, our beloved rogue agent, was extracted by a team of highly trained operatives. American operatives." "How did you know they were American?" "From the written report by the policeman who attempted to apprehend one of the men." "This is the first I'm hearing about any of this, I swear." "You're either lying to me, or your team isn't keeping you informed." Pearson's tone was sharp. "I'm not sure why they would do that," Simpson offered. "They did eliminate McCutcheon." "Yes, which is what we wanted them to do, before McCutcheon had a chance to decrypt the files. But look where we're at now, and think about how this is going to play out in the press as this story progresses. It's going to look like we're trying to cover something up. There's no way for us to win at this point." "If there's one thing I've learned about handling situations like this, it's that all is never lost," If you think about the situation, there's always a way to navigate these rough waters and emerge unscathed.
Oh, you have no idea the reckoning that's about to be wrought on this agency, Pearson said. And it's because of the job your guy was supposed to handle for me. Some favor this has turned out to be. You're going to owe me 5 just to make up for the one you attempted.
I don't know what happened, Nigel. Green obviously made it to McCutcheon first. My guy's good, but he can't travel back in time.
This is exactly what I was afraid would happen if we didn't eliminate McCutcheon before Green got to him. It was one simple task, Jerry. One simple damn task, and your guy couldn't get it done.
Green will be found. My guy will make sure of that. Pearson grunted. Huh, I'll believe it when I see it.
Simpson took a deep breath, weighing whether he should even utter the comment bouncing around in his brain. He knew he shouldn't, but he couldn't help himself.
Not to pile on, but there are some other problems you've got too.
Such as?
President Clark isn't happy about United Front, and is likely to make a complete withdrawal from the proposed program.
Is this over him hearing that we allegedly spied on the U.S.?
Come on, Nigel. Don't play coy. It's not some unfounded allegation.
How do you know? Have you vetted the files?
I haven't seen them, but I've been told on very good authority by someone who has that they're real.
It's all lies, Pearson said. Every last one of them. It's obvious for anyone who has a brain. Someone is trying to destroy our alliance. Let Clark know if he pulls out, he let those people, whoever they are, win.
He doesn't want to let go, Simpson said, but he feels like he's been left no choice. Shrugging at being spied on doesn't invoke much confidence in his ability as a leader. He has to make a stand.
He can make a stand in other ways.
Maybe so, but that's not the route he's choosing.
Doesn't he know that's going to make his country more vulnerable?
Maybe, Simpson said, but he isn't going to change his mind until he has hard and fast proof that the opposite is true.
Pearson grumbled and told Simpson that he'd be in touch before ending the call. Simpson glanced at his watch and wondered where Slade Gordon and his team were. Chapter 32. Eifel Mountain Range, Germany. After 2 days of acute care under Dr. Goodlet, Oliver Green perked up. Color returned to his face, and he no longer groaned when he stood up. His lip and midsection were still black and blue from getting hit by the car, but he admitted that he felt much better. As he sat up in the bed, he swung his feet to the side and hopped down onto his feet. "Easy, Ollie," Dr. Goodlet said. "You're getting better, but you still need to take it slow. You're not going to be running anywhere anytime soon. At least you shouldn't be." "I'd like to get some fresh air, if that's permissible," Green said. "Certainly," Dr. Goodlet said before turning to Barrett. "Would you assist my patient?" Barrett crossed the room and spun to stand side by side with Green, offering an arm for support. "It's beautiful outside. Gorgeous day. Barely a cloud in the sky." "You went from nearly killing me to saving my life," Green said, eyeing Barrett closely. "Are you sure you aren't the one who needs care?" Dr. Goodlet winked at Barrett. "Looks like you've got everything under control here, Blake, and there are some things I don't want to hear, so I'm going to help Nancy in the house." "Thanks again, Doc," Green said. Once Goodlet left, Green strode confidently across the room, only wincing once he stopped. "I'm fine. But you, on the other hand, still need some medical attention." Green bent over, resting his hands on his knees, his face grimacing with pain. "You might be right about that, but you still haven't answered my question. What changed? How'd I go from pariah to messiah?" Barrett snorted. "I wouldn't go that far, but I made a miscalculation, one that I needed to rectify, and you're going to help me do it." "Am I?" "I don't have any qualms about shooting you, right here, right now, bum leg and all. Just don't give me a reason to follow through." Stone, who was watching from the corner of the room, smiled as he studied Green. "If you weren't such a damn renegade, you'd probably make a good member of our team." "And what is your team, exactly?" Green asked. "A bunch of misfits and miscreants, searching for the meaning of life," Barrett said as he glanced at Stone. "Does that about sum it up, Stoney?" "That's us, in a nutshell." "Speak for yourself," Watt said, glancing up from working on her computer. "I'm in it for the money." "Who's paying you?" Green asked. "That's not important. We just want to get the truth out there." "I already told you everything was—" Watts clucked her tongue. "What were you, a journalist in another life? We have a copy of the files that McCutcheon decrypted from the flash drive you gave him." She walked over to the kitchen table, placed her laptop down, and spun it around. Then she pulled out a chair. "Come, have a seat. We'll show you." "I thought I needed some fresh air," Green said. "In a minute. Just look at this and tell us what you see." Green complied and looked at the list of files, clicking on each one and opening them. When he finished, he leaned back in his chair and tucked his hand under his armpits. "And what's your point?" "Show us your copy of the files," Watt said. He huffed, scooted forward in his seat, and pecked on the keyboard. A few seconds later, he turned the screen toward Watts. She formed two windows so she could compare the list of files to one another. It took her less than a minute to spot some differences. "See? Right here. That file that's on your copy, the one the journalist published, wasn't on the original you gave him." "Maybe you missed it," Green said. "We didn't miss it," Barrett said, his eyes narrowing. "Now, do you want to tell us how these other files got on that flash drive?" "Well, maybe McCutcheon placed them there. I don't know why you're asking me. You should be asking him." "Well, you see, that's kind of difficult to do now. Unless you've got a Ouija board," Stone quipped. "He's dead?" "He can't help us now. But you're here right now, and you can tell us what we need to know. I'd rather not regret saving you." "Why do you care so much? This hasn't got anything to do with you, does it?" "Doesn't matter. Major decisions are being made. Policies are being drafted. Lines are being drawn. And it's all because of what's on this file. Now, I'd like to know exactly what that is and why. And maybe I want the world to know too." "So, what? I just make a video discounting the report, and it's going to make everything go poof and disappear?" "Yes. We make the video, and then we show the world the proof." "Whatever, mate. I'll say whatever you want me to, but I'm warning you that it won't make a difference. At least not without the proof." "But you know where the proof is, don't you?" Stone asked. "I might know what's going on, but if I tell you, it's going to cost me." "If you refuse to help us, I can make a call and have MI6 come pick you up. They could probably have a few agents here within the hour. Is that what you want?" "Fine. I'll tell you what you want to know." "Let's start with who's behind this. Who hired you?" Green looked down and chewed on his lip. "Just a phone call away," Barrett said. "Ever heard of a guy named Charles Kingston? He's an Englishman who lives abroad and is a tech CEO at Kingston Dynamics." "Never heard of him." "I have," Watt said. "He's obnoxious, fancying himself as some new-era Steve Jobs, but he's more like Pee Wee Herman with that stupid bow tie he wears." Stone grunted and held up his phone with a picture of Kingston. "You ever seen a more punchable face?" Barrett indicated the phone and looked at Green. "This is the guy who put all this into motion?" Green nodded. "But why?" "That I don't know." "So he just reached out to you and asked you to steal files from MI6 encrypted servers for jollies?" "Like I said, I don't know his plan, but I know he has one." "Did he ask you to manipulate the files?" Stone asked.
I barely know a hard drive from a hard return, Green said. But when I took the files to Kingston, one of his people gave me a zip file with instructions to give it to McCutcheon. Watts knit her brow. If that was true, I would have seen the zip file. I didn't exactly hand it to him, Green said. It was attached to an email I sent McCutcheon, along with an offer to pay him to decrypt the files. Barrett slammed his fist on the kitchen table. Damn it! You knew about this all along and acted like we were crazy for thinking something was added. Look, I can tell this was all a terrible mistake, okay? Green said. I mean, just look at me. I'm beat up, almost died, being held against my will, and I have serious doubts that Pee Wee Herman is going to give me a single dime of what he promised. In fact, I'm starting to think it may have been his people who tried to kill me, not MI6. So there's no time like the present to come clean, is there? Are you even telling the truth right now? Barrett asked. Have Wonder Girl check my bank accounts, Green said. I'm about broke, and I'll probably wind up in jail before this is all over with. But for the moment, I'd say you're my best chance at freedom. You're an opportunist. I can respect that, though I still don't trust you. But you need me. Heh. Unfortunately, I know, but you're not getting any guarantees from us. We have a mission, at least we had one, and we seem to be on a detour. Green shook his head and laughed. Huh. What? Barrett said. You're not very smart, are you? You have no idea how powerful these people are. If I were you, I'd turn me in and disappear. You start meddling with powerful people, you end up on their naughty list, and some of them have a way of making you disappear. Nobody's made you disappear yet, Barrett said, and you've got a hell of a lot more people who want your head on a platter over mine. You just have to make a choice. And what's that? Are you going to do the right thing for the right thing's sake? Or are you going to simply do whatever you need to do to survive? And they can't be one and the same? Green asked. Maybe they can. But right now, I just need to know if we can trust you and that you're going to work with us. Because if you do, we'll have your back. If you screw us over, I won't make any promises about what might happen to you. Fair enough. Now, if we're going to do this and prove that those files are from Charles Kingston, you need to get his manifesto. His manifesto? Stone asked. Like a serial killer's screed? It's more like a business plan, but it lays out how he plans to take over the intelligence community and how he's going to do it. And he's probably already started. The intelligence community? Barrett asked, confusion written on his face. How do you do that? Beats me, but it's all in there, and he seems to have a good idea of how to accomplish it. What if you told people about his manifesto on your video confession? Watts asked. Green chortled. Oh, I doubt the public will believe me. But you're going to need proof of the manifesto if you're going to claim it exists. I'll just hack into Kingston Dynamics servers and get a copy of it, Watts said. It won't be that easy. Kingston has his own personal network that can only be accessed on site. So, where are we going? Barrett asked. I saw it at his penthouse suite in Hong Kong, Green said. Security? Stone asked. Plenty, with only 2 entry points, the elevator and the stairs for use in emergency only. Penthouse suite? In that case, there are at least 3 entry points. I don't jump out of airplanes. Settle down. We'll handle the logistics, but we need to know everything. Watts reached for her laptop when the perimeter alarm warning beeped. Got another deer? Stone asked. Watts turned her screen toward her and navigated to the app that displayed cameras from all the sensors, creating the perimeter around the house. She paused and cocked her head to one side as she studied her computer. What is it? A beaver? I don't know. I can't see anything. Probably just a bird. Those critters can be pesky if they start pecking at your sensors.
Then Dr. Goodlet appeared on the porch.
"Oh, it was just you,"
Watt said. "You seem disappointed," Goodlet said. "And all I was trying to do was invite you to lunch. Nancy's made her famous chicken salad, which she's serving on fresh bread that she baked this morning."
"Sounds delightful. I think we could all use a good meal about right now."
Then a crack from outside, a millisecond before a bullet whistled through one of the glass panes at the front of the house. Shards from the window clinked against the floor, while everyone dove to the floor and scrambled for their weapons. Chapter 33. Hong Kong. Charles Kingston flicked his lighter and ignited the end of his trimmed cigar. He puffed on it several times before turning to Delgado, who was enjoying a glass of vodka. Kingston enjoyed the Spaniard's company in moments like these, the times when there was reason to celebrate, and for Kingston, those had been almost as rare as the bottle of Colonel E.H. Taylor Jr.'s old-fashioned sour mash bourbon that he held in his right hand. Kingston puffed on his cigar, then took a swig straight from the bottle. He sauntered over to Delgado and put his arm around the Spaniard. Kingston looked out across the city and drew in a deep breath before exhaling. "We did it," Kingston said. "This is what we've been aiming for, and no one will stop us now." "They will try," Delgado said, pausing to take a swig of his vodka, "but they will fail." Kingston knew his security chief had a difficult task ahead of him. With the new bare-knuckle tactics set to be unleashed on some of Europe's most influential and wealthiest people, Kingston was certain to come under attack. If there was one thing he'd observed during his scramble up the mountain of success, it was that people never liked losing something once they'd attained it. After a standard of living had been achieved, nobody wanted to go back. It's why some people went into deep debt after getting a taste of the good life. They refused to invoke the discipline necessary to regroup and rebuild, instead living as if they still had everything they previously did, all the while slipping into debt. Kingston planned to prey on this flaw in the human psyche as he planned to expand his domain more vastly than the British Empire at its height. Eventually, someone would take their shot at him, but he was confident Delgado would protect him. Delgado and the greatest security detail in the world, one that would result in envy from kings and presidents. That's what it would take by the time it was over. And to think that a heist he ordered to steal files from one of the world's most protected intelligence agency buildings didn't cost him a single euro. The promise of riches beyond Agent Green's imagination were all that it took to propel him to risk his life and throw away his career to do it. Yet Green got nothing, and if Kingston had his way, Green would be dead before the end of the day. The minute his phone buzzed, he'd know it was the call telling him a loose end had been neatly tied up, a potential problem transformed into a decorative bow. And Kingston was only getting started. Kiko's soft voice carried across the veranda, alerting Kingston to his conference call.
"They're ready for you,"
she said. Kingston turned to her and smiled, stopping to stroke her supple cheek with the back of his hand. "I'll celebrate with you later," he said with a wink. Then he entered the house and made his way to his study, where his conference call guests were all waiting for him. He'd invited his small board of 6 men and women to a call to discuss the successful launch of his Privacy Fortress app. He slumped into a leather chair in the corner of the room and stared at the 80-inch television, dominating the wall opposite him. On the screen, he could see each of the board members in small boxes, 3 stacked on top of each other in 2 rows on one half of the screen, while his face hogged the other half of the screen. He was unable to hide his bottle and cigar, not that he cared. There wasn't any reason to be shy about his state of mind.
"A 500 million downloads in less than 3 days, the goateed man from Brazil said. "That exceeds what we all believed was possible."
"That's right," a woman from China said. "I thought you said during our last call that if things went well,
We might be able to get $1 billion within a year, but $500 million in 3 days? It's incredible."
"Thank you," Kingston said, still wearing a broad grin. "To be honest, I thought we could do better than the projections, but I hate disappointing anyone." "I thought what you gave us was overly ambitious to start with," the Brazilian said. "And it can all disappear, just like that, if we're not careful," said a stodgy Englishman. "You may find yourself in more trouble than you care to deal with. That's what happens when you try to take shortcuts." "Oh, Harold," Kingston said, waving dismissively at the camera. "Why do you always have to be so doom and gloom all the time? Can't you give your negative energy a rest for just a few minutes?" Harold Blassingham, a stodgy, bald man in his 60s, with a special knack for being a wet blanket, mumbled something before shifting in his chair. "The only way to truly enjoy your victories is by completely vanquishing your enemies. You have to beat them into submission so that they yield and can never summon up enough strength to fight you again. You must break them. And if you don't take care of the potential problems that may come back and spoil the fruits of your labor, you get what you deserve. I just want to make sure that doesn't happen." "Not going to happen, Harold," Kingston said. "Has your courier been taken care of?" "He's not going to be doing anything for quite some time." "Are you sure about that?" "2 agents ran him down before running him over," Kingston said. "I think it's safe to say he won't be causing us any problems." "Can you say that with certainty? I mean, is he permanently a non-factor?" "Our agent took care of business while they were driving, and he was crossing the street," Kingston said. "The news has been silent about it." "Silence doesn't equate to eliminated. And I think you know that," Blassingham said. "Apparently you haven't seen the CCTV footage of him getting plowed over by the agents." "I don't need to see it to know that if he's still alive, he's still a threat. You must eliminate him immediately, Kingston." Other board members concurred by nodding their heads, some of them even adding their agreement in the chat section of the conference call website. "It's going to be fine," Kingston assured them. "The courier has been dealt with, and if he's brazen enough to raise his head again, we will deal with him in the most severe terms possible." But Kingston wasn't so sure. He got through the rest of the call, though he was distracted by the fact that his phone hadn't delivered him the text message he was waiting on. As the 10 minutes stretched into hours, Kingston grew more and more concerned. He should have heard from them by now. He picked up his phone and looked at the screen, almost willing for something to appear on it, but nothing. No report had been returned. Kingston was starting to get worried, very worried, that Blassingham wasn't just a good business mind, but also a prophet. Oliver Green had to be captured and eliminated immediately. Chapter 34. Eifel Mountain Range, Germany. Bullets stitched the floor in tight lines as Barrett and Stone flipped over a couch. Green and Watts hid behind the kitchen table, while Goodlet was stranded on the other side of the room, behind a chair. "Doc, you all right?" Barrett called after he returned fire. Then he looked at the doctor, who was lying on his side, grimacing in pain. "Doc, did you get hit?" More returned fire. When Barrett paused to look over at Goodlet, his white Oxford shirt was stained crimson around his midsection. "Nancy," Goodlet said with a pained expression. "You look hit," Barrett said. "Got me in the side. I'll live." Barrett glanced at the expanding pool of blood seeping around the doctor. "Not if you're losing that much blood, you won't." "I'll be fine. Just make sure Nancy's okay." Barrett peered over the top of the couch and spotted one of the gunmen, At this point, he wasn't sure how many there were in the surrounding woods, but he figured there had to be at least 2, if not 3 or 4, maybe even more. The amount of incoming fire Barrett and his team had taken suggested it wasn't just a lone shooter, but he noted that no one had fired on the back of the house. Still, Barrett wasn't going to charge through the back door without taking some precautions. However, his first order of business had to be helping Goodlet stop the bleeding and get stabilized before he passed out from the loss of blood.
"Agent Green."
"Yeah," Green shouted back.
"You want to win our trust?"
"What do you want me to do?"
"I'm gonna lay down some cover so you can dress Doc's wounds. I'm sure you know how after being in the field. It's the least you can do for the guy who's helped nurse you back to health."
"Sure, but I don't have medical gear."
Garrett pulled out a first aid kit from his rucksack and slid it to Goodlet.
"Doc's got it. Just get over to him and he'll have what you need. Let me know when you're ready to move."
Green gave the signal he was ready. Then Barrett opened fire, laying down cover for the MI6 agent to scramble 20 feet from the kitchen nook to the living room at the front of the house. More bullets tore through the house's wood exterior and shredded what glass remained in the window panes. But the move was a costly one, as one of the hostiles exposed himself too much and fell after Barrett delivered a headshot.
"Nice shooting,"
Stone said. Barrett looked over at Green, who was breathing heavily and lying on the floor next to Goodlet.
"You get hit too?"
"I'm good," Green said. Barrett ripped off a few more rounds before turning to look at Stone.
"How many you think there are?"
"Now? Maybe 3, 4. I don't know, but there's still more than one out there."
"I'm going to test the back and see if I can draw fire."
The barrage they'd sustained had splintered the front door as it lolled on its hinges. As a result, the hostiles had nearly a clear view from the front of the cabin to the back, and a nearly clean shot, too. Barrett army-crawled to the corner of the room and snared an oversized sitting chair. He dragged it behind the couch and then slid it into the open channel from the front door to the back. It provided him with some measure of cover, though it also telegraphed what he was thinking. But since they were pinned down, he couldn't worry about that. He needed to get a better picture of what they were up against, and maybe even find an escape route. One step at a time. He crawled on his belly to the kitchen, snagged a dish towel from the drying rack. Then he fished a serving spoon out of a jar on the counter. Placing the towel on the spoon, he opened the back door and poked his apparatus outside. Within 1 second, sniper bullets blistered the back door. Barrett cursed loudly as he closed the door and retreated.
"What now?"
Stone asked.
"They've got a sniper out back. This crew is legit."
"How many out back?"
"Only one from what I could tell."
"Why? You got an idea?"
"Maybe. Jazz, can you move those perimeter cameras?"
"I can rotate them, yes."
"See if you can determine the location of all the shooters, or at least how many."
Barrett rushed back to his original position and looked at Green and the doctor.
"How's he doing, Green?"
"He's lost a lot of blood, but I used quick clot, and that seems to have stopped it for now."
Goodlet offered a weak thumbs up and tried to say something, but it was barely audible amid more gunfire.
"What is it, Doc?"
Barrett asked. Goodlet mumbled something again, but Barrett couldn't make it out. He looked at Green.
"Can you understand what he's saying?"
Green shook his head, then asked Goodlet to repeat what he'd said. This time, Green placed his ear closer to Goodlet's mouth as the doctor began speaking again.
"He said there's a way out of here. An underground tunnel in the shed, out back. Said it goes for 3 miles and comes out in the woods near a cave."
"Well, that's a great idea, but we've got to get to the shed first, and that's not easy when they've got a sniper perched out there in a blind."
"What if I give you a spot?" Watts asked.
"You found him already?"
"He's in a tree, about 20 degrees to the left of the back door. Looks like he's about 12 feet off the ground."
"Great work, Jazz. Doc, is there an attic?"
He says no, but there's a small crawl space you can access from the bedroom in the back of the house," Green said, interpreting the doctor's weak response.
Barrett grabbed his rifle and wormed his way across the floor to the back bedroom, which was just to the right of the back door. He identified the hatch leading to the crawl space and dropped down inside. Using a penlight, he navigated toward a foundational vent and tore back the metal mesh designed to keep out pests. Once he arranged his rifle from a prone position, he used his scope to search in the vicinity where Watts had told him the sniper was. Barrett sighted in the man while placing a finger on the trigger. "Say good night, comrade," Barrett whispered to himself before taking a shot. The man didn't say anything as the bullet blew off his face, sending him tumbling backward out of his perch. The only sound he made was when his body slammed to the ground, rustling a patch of leaves. Barrett hustled back to the main floor and reported his kill to the team. "Nice shot!" "No time to celebrate. We've still got plenty of work to do." "And we've got a major problem if you want to sneak out through the shed." "What's that?" "We need someone to lay down cover, but there are multiple gunmen who could come at us from different angles." "You need a distraction," Watts said. "Or backup," Barrett said. "Well, since we don't have backup, I've got your distraction." "Let's hear it." "What about a wild runaway car?" "You're going to hack our Tesla and drive it from here?" "Why not?" "How quickly can you do it?" "Almost there already." "Get everybody ready to move." Barrett checked on Green and the doctor. "Can you two be ready to go?" Goodlet nodded, but then looked up at Barrett and tried to say something. "What'd he say?" "I think he said Nancy," Green said. Barrett cursed. I can't believe I forgot about her." "Well, we're not leaving her, but we need to get as many people as possible over to the shed. Then I'll get her. I promise." Barrett looked at Stone and continued roughing out their plan. "I'll lay down cover for you to make it to the shed with everyone. Then I need you to return the favor so I can get Nancy out of the house. Understand?" Once Barrett was in position, he opened fire on the known locations of hostiles. He oscillated his gun barrel between the two sites, keeping the two gunmen hidden, while Stone ushered Green and Goodlet to the shed. Meanwhile, Watts revved up the Tesla's engine and drove it toward one of the men who was taking cover behind a picnic table he'd flipped over. The man scrambled to get out of the way as Watts swung the back end of the car around, smashing it into the table. The gunman raced farther into the woods where the car couldn't reach him. "Go!" Barrett took aim at the other shooter. Watts darted toward the shed, her laptop still open and in her hands. Then bullets peppered the ground near her feet as she escaped inside, unscathed. "Turn your comms on," Barrett said. Watts followed his orders, and a few seconds later they were communicating privately. "There's either 2 shooters or 3, she said. "One of them almost got me." "Must have been the one we forced deeper into the woods. That's why he couldn't get off a clean shot." "So now what? You're going to go get Nancy? Because I gotta tell you, that feels like a suicide mission at this point." "I know, but I've got an idea. Can you still drive the Tesla?" He heard clicking on her keyboard. "Still running. What are you thinking?" "There's only one shooter on the west side of the property. If you take the car back to the house, you drive it next to us as we walk back to the shed. We can use it for cover from east side shooters, while I take aim at the lone west side hostile. Make sense?" "Yes, but how are you going to get to the house?" "Tell Stone to lay down cover on the west side, and I'll use the car as cover for the east. Can you bring the Tesla up to the front porch?" "Copy that." A minute later, Stone unleashed on the woods, spraying the area with bullets and giving Barrett enough time to get to the car. Watts eased the car down toward the house, while Barrett fired on the other gunman. It only took Barrett a minute to reach the house. He hustled up the front steps, hoping to get in and out as quickly as possible before he got pinned down there with Nancy. He flung open the front door and was greeted by Nancy clutching a shotgun. "Don't shoot! Don't shoot!" "I almost turned you into ground beef. What the hell's going on out there? Is Nick okay?" "I'll answer all your questions in a minute, but we don't have much time. We've got to get out of here as soon as possible." He explained how they were going to do it, and then positioned himself between her and the car. They moved at the same speed as the car, which wasn't much faster than regular walking speed. Nancy struggled to keep up, as Barrett had to beg Watts to drive a little slower, so their cover didn't drive off and leave them exposed. Stone continued firing in the woods, and as they were about halfway there, he heard a scream and caught a figure falling out of a tree.
"Good shooting, Stoney."
Then, just as they reached the shed, Barrett heard more gunshots, this time coming from a different direction altogether. The lone shooter lurched forward, his head vaporized with a close-range blast from behind.
"What the hell?"
Barrett ushered Nancy inside, reuniting her with her husband. Then he heard another gunshot and a yelp of pain. The shooting stopped.
"Maybe we do have reinforcements."
"I don't think we should stick around to find out." Barrett closed the door to the shed, and the two men began to enter the tunnel behind the other four.
"What do you think's going on?"
But before Stone could say another word, high-caliber sniper bullets ripped through the shed wall, sending the men scurrying into the tunnel.
"Someone really wants Green dead," Stone said.
Barrett grunted.
"And us, too."
Chapter 35. Eifel Mountain Range, Germany. Barrett walked backward down the tunnel, his gun trained on the space behind them. The passageway was lit by single light bulbs embedded into the tunnel wall, about 15 meters apart. To Barrett, it felt like an endless procession of walking from shadow to shadow, and despite being able to see, the intermittent pattern of light didn't give him much confidence that he'd be able to hit anyone following them into the tunnel.
"How's it looking back there?" "Quiet for now."
He turned around and glanced at his ragtag band, limping their way toward freedom. Stone lent his shoulder to Green, while Watts and Nancy helped Dr. Goodlet. "How far did you say this tunnel went again, Doc?" Barrett asked.
"It's about 3 miles, Goodlet said. "The man who owned this place years ago used the tunnels to smuggle Jews out of the city. Apparently there was a community of Jews living deep inside the caves farther up the mountain."
"And the Nazis never found them?" Nancy answered for her husband.
"According to the story we heard when we bought the house, whenever the Jews started disappearing, all the locals thought they'd been carried off to concentration camps, so nobody even bothered to look for them."
"This must be one hell of a tunnel."
"You couldn't find the other end of this unless you knew where it was and knew what you were looking for."
They continued on in silence for a few minutes, the only noise that of feet shuffling along the dirt floor. Barrett's eyes swept back and forth on the tunnel behind him, but he didn't see any movement. It was quiet. Too quiet, Barrett thought.
"Where are we going after this?"
Watts finally asked.
"I need a doctor," Goodlet said.
"You know one?"
"Dr. Klein. He's good friends with Nick. They play chess once a week. I'm sure he won't mind helping us."
"Can we get to his place without being spotted? Because if the psycho who was shooting us drives around town, he's either going to see us or run into someone who will."
"We don't need to go through town to see him, but we will be exposed on top of a ridge for a few 100 meters."
"Maybe we should split up,"
Watts suggested. "I'm not sure that's a good idea. We need to stick together."
"And be exposed like that?"
"We'll figure something out." They ambled on, winding through the tunnels until they finally emerged. Nancy was right about the tunnel's exit. It was shielded by the outcropping of a rock that was no more than 2 feet off the ground and hidden by brush. By the time Barrett saw daylight, Stone had hacked away most of the bushes, making Barrett's climb out much easier than those who'd exited first. Dr. Goodlet and Nancy directed the team toward a nearby forest trail that went up over the ridge and down into the city. As they approached the top, Barrett asked everyone to wait while he ran ahead and scouted out the exposed strip. If it left them as exposed as Goodlet seemed to indicate, they would need another route to Dr. Klein's. Barrett hustled up a trail to the top and scouted the area. Then he followed the path with his eyes, which appeared to be one click and completely exposed. If the shooter happened to catch them, at the rate they were moving, he'd have plenty of time to set up and get off several shots. On his way back down, he scanned the surrounding forest for another path, but didn't see any. Moving 2 injured people, along with Nancy, who was in good shape but still frail, wouldn't be easy without utilizing a path. When he returned, he delivered the bad news. "That route is too dangerous. Is there any other way to the village and Dr. Klein?"
There's an old path through the forest, but it might be more dangerous."
"Why's that?"
"I've been told that the Nazis booby-trapped the forest surrounding the village to discourage Jews from trying to escape deeper into the woods."
"And did it work?" Stone asked. "Who knows?" Nancy said. "But instead of clearing the woods after the war, they just fenced off the area and warned people not to use the trails."
Barrett cursed. "So what are we talking about here? Landmines?" Goodlet nodded. "If we're up on the ridge, it's a 50-50 that the sniper would see us. But in those woods?" He let his words hang, his implication clear. "I don't think it'll be 50-50 on that ridge. That guy is hunting us, and it's the highest point around for miles. He's bound to see us, and it's not like we can sprint across it. So, are we going to navigate our way through landmines?"
"What if we create a diversion?"
Goodlet suggested. Barrett eyed the doctor. "Explain."
"There's a flare gun in my medical bag. Someone could shoot the gun off in a different direction in the woods, drawing their attention away from the ridge, and then we make it across."
"But somebody has to shoot the gun in a different location," Stone said.
"Well, it beats testing our luck with a sniper or an old forest trail littered with landmines," Green said.
Watts nodded.
"I second that, but it does leave us with the issue of needing to separate so someone could fire the flare."
Barrett weighed all the possibilities and realized there were only two options that made sense, either him or Stone. "Stoney, think you can lead the crew across the ridge into Dr. Klein's?"
"Of course. Or if you need me to shoot, I can—"
"I'll do it," Barrett interrupted him.
"If you pass near our house," Goodlet said, "there's a dirt bike in the garage. It'd get you back here quickly, and then across the ridge lickety-split."
"Good to know. I'll need a little over half an hour to get out of the tunnel and shoot the flare gun. Don't try to cross the ridge until you see the flare."
"Copy that,"
Stone said. Goodlet shared the directions to Dr. Klein's house, and then Barrett took off, the flare gun tucked into the back of his pants. He raced down the path and back to the outcropping that led to the tunnel. Barrett hustled the 3 miles through the tunnel and then carefully exited the shed. The car belonging to the sniper was gone, while the other 2 bodies remained dead where they lay.
"Interesting. Why wouldn't he take them back with him?" Barrett wondered.
He located the dirt bike in the garage and then jumped on the Kickstarter. After a few attempts, the engine coughed and clattered to life. He wasted no time racing up a hill on the back of the Goodlet's property and fired the flare gun. But nothing happened. Barrett tried again. Just another hollow click. He cursed before removing the flare and inspecting the gun. He pounded the grip on the palm of his hand a couple times, shook it before reinserting the flare. This time, when he pulled the trigger, the flare launched skyward, coloring the sky with a fiery red hue. He fired a second one, and then navigated along a dirt trail toward the top of the ridge. He rumbled across it and went back down the mountain, following Goodlet's directions to Dr. Klein's house. When he arrived at Klein's, he was greeted with a hero's welcome. Though the doctor's patients had grown to include Nancy, who had slipped and fallen, cutting up her right leg as she slid down jagged rocks, Goodlet introduced Barrett to Dr. Klein and received an update on his impromptu triage.
"Dr. Goodlet is very lucky," Klein said. "Another inch or 2 farther in and he would have damaged several vital organs. But based on what I can see, he's going to be all right."
"And Agent Green?"
"He just needed more IVs. I think he'll be fine, and then Nancy will be fine too. Nothing a few bandages won't fix."
Barrett sighed in relief, knowing that injuries to Watts or Stone would have been devastating to their ultimate plan. He couldn't afford any more setbacks. After Klein finished, he offered Barrett a drink, and the crew took over the living room. That was when he decided to share his discovery with everyone. "When I got back to the house, the Saab was gone."
"The Saab? I didn't think that—"
She stopped herself and then nodded.
"Where did the Saab come from?"
Stone asked. "It wasn't there originally when the first 2 or 3 men started shooting. I would have remembered it based on where it was parked."
"So someone moved it?"
Stone asked. "They did, but The very interesting thing was that whoever this person was, they didn't take the dead bodies.
They were still lying there?
Maybe the cleanup crew hadn't arrived yet. That's a possibility, but it seemed strange, like their bodies hadn't even been picked over.
Can you look at any security footage from the house?
Goodlet nodded.
I've got security footage we can access from here. We just need to log in.
Watts pushed her laptop in front of Goodlet, who pecked on the keys, navigating his way to the security website. A few seconds later, he was skimming through plenty of files until he found a clear one of the two men.
Either of these two look familiar?
The doctor asked. Green shook his head. Then Goodlet hit another button and brought up several more pictures, this time a tighter one on the third man's face. Green cursed and sighed.
I know that guy. It's Tony Pelham. He's MI6.
Then those were two separate teams? Watts asked.
I don't know everyone at MI6, but I think those guys would at least look familiar.
Then an idea flashed in Barrett's mind before he turned to Watts. Think you can get the CCTV footage from when they tried to kill Green?
I'll give it the old college try.
10 minutes later, they were comparing the images on the screen. The two men who'd run over Green in London were the same two men who were lying dead in Goodlet's yard. Barrett's jaws went slack. Would you look at that? Those two thugs must have really wanted you dead. Everyone wants me dead. Barrett clapped his hands and rubbed them together. So at least we know who our enemies are now. Yes, everyone out there. The television in the background had been tuned out of their collective consciousness until a news report mentioned Charles Kingston sharing about how his new groundbreaking app, Privacy Fortress, was keeping people safe from government overreach. It had garnered nearly 1 billion downloads in just under 5 days, crushing all kinds of tech records.
The only records Charles Kingston cares about is money, Green said bitterly.
And if we're going to stop him, we need you to make that video and prove it's you refuting him and telling him the truth.
It'll be my pleasure, Green said.
The report continued, outlining how it was being translated to several new languages, including Hindi, allowing Kingston Dynamics to tap into a totally new market, India. Barrett groaned at the news, fully aware that their window to hit the brakes on Kingston's plans were running out.
Let's make that video now, Green said. Then we need to get to Hong Kong and nail this bastard to the wall before everyone willingly gives him access to their data and he becomes worse than the government. Strong words coming from a man whose government wants him dead. I just regret that I played any part in this, Green said.
Save your regrets for later. We've got plenty of work to do before we can even think of shutting down Kingston. Chapter 36. New Delhi, India. Raoul Kumar forced a smile as he looked at the BBC reporter standing in front of him. She smiled back, tucked her hair behind her ears, then pinched the clip on the lavalier mic.
"Hold still, Mr. Prime Minister,"
she said, before clamping the mic onto the front of his pale green kurta. Once she finished, Kumar turned and looked at one of the mirrors adorning the walls of 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, the official residence of India's Prime Minister. He inspected himself for a beat before turning to the reporter. "Is your crew ready, Miss Baker?" Kumar asked. The journalist turned to her cameraman, who flashed her a thumbs-up signal.
"Paul says he's ready, so take it away."
"How much of a tour do you want?" he asked.
"As much as you'd like to give. We mostly want to get some extra footage of us walking through this historic home. I'll conduct the interview in the garden, which is where we'll discuss the weightier topics."
With an election looming, Kumar's advisors suggested he try to reach out to the international community. His isolationist policies played well with a certain segment of Indian voters, but the truth is, he needed to secure foreign government funding to accomplish some of his loftier goals. Kumar held a bold vision for India, but it would never be more than a dream if he didn't make a greater effort to connect with the international community at large. He loathed interviews, but he was willing to embrace his discomfort for the greater good. However, interviews were a minor nuisance compared to the thing he really reviled, being strong-armed into doing something he thought wasn't good for the country, and currently someone was trying to do just that. Just a week earlier, he'd been approached by a representative of Privacy Fortress if he would be interested in endorsing their app. Kumar bristled at the idea, despite his advocacy for privacy rights. He'd spoken several times in front of Parliament about the need for more laws limiting the intrusion of government into citizens' private affairs, and while he was serious about his stance, he held grave reservations about a private company forming a large firewall for private citizens. He worried how that would help cyber thieves who flourished in the country. Instead of hackers going after individuals, they could steal personal data from Privacy Fortress, putting hundreds of millions of people at risk. Kumar told them that in no uncertain terms would he endorse Privacy Fortress. In the interview with Miss Baker, he hoped to avoid the question, though he understood that was unlikely. His outspoken position on digital privacy rights was a fair question, given the global success of the app, which was gearing up to go live in India. He knew that if he encouraged people to get it, most Indians would download it, viewing his position on it as his way of striking back at a stubborn parliament that seems to always be at odds with him on the subject. When Kumar had rejected the representative, the man told the Prime Minister he would regret his decision. But Kumar doubted the man could carry through on his threats. He had no leverage on Kumar, who held all the leverage. Or so he thought. Kumar and Baker strolled down a long hallway, one marked by shimmering marble floors and decorative pillars. He obliged her desire to capture extra footage by talking about everything from the weather in New Delhi to the country's most recent performance in the Cricket World Championships. But when they walked outside into the garden, the topic of conversation changed. He led her by a pond and to a sacred fig tree, which would provide the backdrop for their conversation. 2 chairs had been situated beneath the tree's canopy. "What do you think of this for our interview?" Kumar asked.
"This is a breathtaking scene. It's perfect. Thank you."
As he sat down, he leaned forward, fingers interlaced.
"Would you mind giving me an idea of some of the topics you'd like to cover?"
"Sure. Just not the questions."
"I wouldn't expect that. After all, you aren't an American journalist."
They both laughed at the dig on the American media. Kumar knew how to relate to reporters and create a quick kinship with them, even if it was a manufactured connection.
"I'd like to discuss your economic plans for your upcoming term, as well as what role you'd like to see India take in geopolitics."
"Is that all?"
he asked with a weary smile.
"Of course not. I have to ask you about Privacy Fortress. I think that will be a fun conversation."
"Maybe not as fun as you think."
"Not a fan? That surprises me."
"I like what they stand for, but I believe they will do more harm than good. But I'll be happy to explain my position further during the interview."
"Of course. Give me a moment to make sure Paul has everything he needs for the shot."
The cameraman set up a stationary camera on Baker before positioning another one on Kumar. Then Kumar's phone buzzed. He furrowed his brow as he looked at the number. He stood and held up his phone.
"Would you excuse me for a minute? I need to take this."
"Sure."
Kumar answered the call, speaking in a hushed tone as he walked along the edge of the pond.
"Mr. Prime Minister, I wasn't sure you'd answer. I told you I'm not interested in promoting your app. Perhaps you'll reconsider when you look at the pictures I just sent you. Pictures that I easily gathered off your private cell phone the last time we met," the man said. "Now, if you'd been using Privacy Fortress—"
Kumar felt his face flush red with anger. He clenched his fists as he weighed his response.
"I don't know who you think you are, but—"
"No,
the man said. "Mr. Prime Minister, you're in no position to say anything except what a great app this is, especially as someone who is a big advocate for digital privacy rights.
Now, I know you're about to conduct a very important interview with the BBC, and there's no time like the present to share, what should we call it? Your new-found position. This is outrageous. No, Prime Minister. What's really outrageous is the fact that those pictures on your phone aren't of you and your wife. And I think it would be awful if she saw those for the first time, along with the rest of the world, tomorrow, if you refuse to help out. Besides, it's not like we're asking you to throw an election. Kumar felt another surge of anger as the man referenced another sore spot, the accusation that he rigged the previous election, an accusation that was more fact than fiction. After a long pause, the man resumed talking. Do you understand what I'm saying, Prime Minister? Yes, Kumar said. Good. I look forward to your interview tomorrow on BBC. Kumar hung up the phone and returned to his chair beneath the sacred fig tree. His relaxed demeanor had disappeared, his face now tense, his jovial disposition gone. Are you all right, Prime Minister? Yes, I'm fine. Let's get this over with. I've got a very busy day ahead. She nodded, eyeing him cautiously. Why don't we start with an easy one? Digital privacy rights. You've been a big advocate for them throughout your career. What do you think of the craze surrounding the new Privacy Fortress app? Kumar took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and gave the answer he was supposed to give. I think it's a wonderful tool to prevent government intrusion. He sensed his soul slinking out of his body and burrowing into the mud. And I think every Indian should put it on their phones. After a moment, he thought, I'm going to come back one day as a fly.
Chapter 37, Washington, D.C. Jerry Simpson followed the maid through the sprawling house and into the basement where Judge Ernest Ridgway huffed on a treadmill. The judge, far from optimum shape, glanced at Simpson and mopped his bald head that was dappled with sweat. He offered a hint of a smile, but maintained his leisurely pace. "That'll be all, Eloise," Ridgway said, dismissing her with a backhand wave before turning his attention to Simpson. "Sorry I can't have a proper sit-down conversation. I'm a busy man, as are you. I'm sure you understand." "Of course," Simpson said. "It helps when you can multitask. You training for a race?" "The only racing I'm doing lately is for the bathroom. It's one of the worst things about getting old. That, and you sometimes wake up with your back out of joint after doing nothing but sleeping for 8 hours. Ever happened to you?" Not yet, sir. But you're not the first person to warn me of the random maladies waiting in my near future," Simpson said with a chuckle. "Well, it's nothing to laugh about, son. Enjoy your body while you can, and try to take good care of it." He grabbed at his ample gut. "I've had more than my fair share of rich meals and fine wine, but all those foods now carry a special place with me. Or should I say, I carry them in a special place." "So you're advocating for more salad and less steak, sir?" "Ha!" Ridgway said. "Never. I'm just trying to be the voice of wisdom. I just wish I'd listen to myself sometimes." The two men shared a laugh before Simpson broached the reason for his visit. "Now I know you were surprised to hear from me, so I won't hold you up any longer than I have to. As long as we can talk while I'm on the treadmill, you go for it." "I don't know how to put this, other than to just say it. So here goes," Simpson said. "I've been asked by a high-ranking official at the White House to investigate a cold case of sorts." Ridgway gave Simpson a sideways glance. "Of sorts?" "It's not official. A cold case. But is this about the president's father?" He cut Simpson off. "Yes, sir."
Good Lord, that man gets on a kick every 6 or 8 years and tries to play gumshoe detective. At least this time he's enlisted someone else's help.
President Clark has done this before?
Several times, in fact, and it's always the same thing. He asks me for help. I tell him I can't help him. He persists. I refuse. Nothing happens. It's a dance we do that's about as satisfying as doing the cha-cha with a faceless mannequin.
Huh. Good point. Why are they all faceless these days? When did having a face get offensive? Because I know that's why it's that way. Everything in our world is the way it is now because people are so damned sensitive and have to take offense at every little thing.
I don't know. I always thought plastic faces with 1,000-yard stares were kind of creepy.
He lit a cigar. Simpson cocked his head to one side and gazed in disbelief at Ridgway.
You smoke while you walk? Whatever gave you the impression that just because I was on a treadmill that I was some paragon of physical virtue?
It's just a little different, sir. Ridgway sent a ring of smoke out that circled his head and rose toward the ceiling.
I'll tell you what's not different. Clark trying to figure out who killed his father when the dumb bastard drove his car into the river.
You think that's what really happened?
No, but I'm tired of him bugging me about it. Now you're here, probably at his direction, too.
Simpson shrugged. He may or may not have given me your name.
Come on, I know he did. But he always comes to me after he's exhausted every other avenue, and he just thinks I'm going to let him have unfettered access to papers that are in the National Archives. However, one thing is different this time. He's President of the United States.
It's been over 8 years since he last asked? Ridgway dabbed his brow with his towel.
I think so. Been a while, maybe longer than before. I think I wore him down by refusing every time.
But something is different? Simpson asked, his voice hopeful.
Yes and no. Clark can demand to see the files if they're related to a current national security threat. The problem is these files are... excuse me, it's one of the steaks I had last night. The problem is these files are classified. Now he has the power to declassify them if he knows where to find them in the archives.
Is this the part where you tell me how to find them, sir? Ridgway grunted.
You're going to make me either choke on cigar smoke from laughter or give you a sobriety test before you leave my house.
That would be a no?
It'd be a hell no. However, I can tell you there might be some people who can tell you where to find the files.
And where are these people?
They work at the archives. Oh, come on. I'm serious, Jerry.
Those people aren't going to help me. It's classified. I doubt I have clearance.
I didn't say just anyone would help you. But there are a few people there I know who'd like to insert themselves into a different apparatus of Washington bureaucracy who might be willing to give you a privacy tour and share some of that info with you.
For a price?
More like for a good word with the head of a good organization. I'm sure if President Clark just happened to mention something to some director, that person might find themselves shortlisted for a better-paying job somewhere else in the city.
I think I understand what you're suggesting. I can't look at the files until I know what to ask for, and I can't ask for them if I don't know what they are, but you might know someone who does know the CIA project name and could give me a little hint as to what it might be.
Something like that.
Ridgway took a puff of his cigar.
Or they might just give them to you outright if you ask nicely. There's a world of possibility out there.
When you get done with your marathon training here,
would you mind sending over a list of names and contacts who might want a career boost? You know, Jerry, there were people who thought you'd never be able to adapt to life in Washington, but I knew you would. The city has a knack for sucking souls. Now, that I don't believe. You've still got a soul. And you do too, Simpson said. Don't be so hasty to repay the compliment. You have to have one to begin with in order for it to be sucked away. Thank you, Judge. I appreciate the talk. Any time, Jerry. I'll send over those names and contacts as soon as I'm done here. And I'll put in a good word for you, too. Lord knows I don't want to hear from Clark again about this. Once he finds out, maybe he'll get some peace. Simpson's eyebrows shot upward. Is there a peace to be had? Everybody finds peace differently, so I can't say. Plus, I've never actually seen the document, so I've got no idea. Ridgway unleashed another swirling line of smoke. Simpson smiled and nodded before he headed outside. Chapter 38. Hong Kong. Blake Barrett stood on the balcony and leaned forward on the railing as he surveyed the bustling city below. Lights shimmered and flashed while car engines sputtered, roared, whined, and honked to create a dissonant soundtrack. He knew cameras mounted on surrounding buildings might detect his unlikely approach, but he planned on being long gone before anyone could stop him. Barrett picked up his grappling gun and took aim at the adjacent building, Charles Kingston's primary home, a penthouse with a spectacular view of the surrounding mountains and bay. With careful aim, he pulled the trigger. The hook arced toward its destination, galvanized wire rope whirring as it unspooled. A few seconds later, the hook clanked on the veranda before catching on a square post used to support a pergola jutting out from the roof. He tugged on it several times to confirm it was secure, then fastened the other end around a section of looping pipes. After placing his trolley on the wire, he clipped in and zipped toward the veranda. He looked below at the city's night crawlers, oblivious to his presence as he streaked across the sky. Upon reaching Kingston's veranda, Barrett clamped down on the brake, slowing his speed to allow a soft landing. When he was about a foot off the ground, he jumped, his momentum carrying him a few meters before an outdoor couch cushioned his stop. He rolled over the back of the couch and scrambled to his feet. "I'd give you a 9 out of 10 on that landing," Watt said over the comms. "You weren't supposed to see that." Barrett adjusted his cap, pulled it low across his brow. "Oh, but we did," Stone said, "and we can't unsee it now. If only there was a channel to highlight secret operatives' clumsiness. I'd provide you two with hours of content and endless entertainment." "Don't tempt me to start one," Watt said. "None of this will be amusing if you don't get Kingston's manifesto," Stone said. "Put on Agent Green." While he waited, he yanked on the wire rope, creating slack and pushing a button. The rope recoiled, returning to the grappling hook gun atop the adjacent building. Green's voice crackled through Barrett's earpiece. "You ready?" "Let's do this." Barrett held up a small device next to the security panel next to the door leading to the inside. After a few seconds, it clicked, allowing Barrett to open it. He eased it open and painted a picture of his surroundings to Green. "Okay, good," Green said after Barrett finished. "Sounds like you're definitely in Kingston's penthouse. Lead the way." Green guided Barrett around the room and to a set of tight steel stairs that wound downward. While Green admitted he'd never been in the room, he knew a study existed from his cursory study of the penthouse floor plan, noting that there was a room tucked away in the back corner. "Wait a minute. I thought we brought you along because you knew exactly where everything was." "You did. And I do." "But you've never been in the study?" "Well, not exactly. I just know how to guide you to it." "You could have done that without coming all the way to Hong Kong." "You're still going to need me to get out," Green said. Barrett sighed,
irked at the deception, yet certain he would have done the same thing had he been in the agent's position. Barrett entered the study and searched Kingston's desk. The top was clean, except for a pencil holder and a stack of mail. Moving to the drawers, Barrett found a few noteworthy items, including a printout of an upcoming speech, as well as his agenda for the next fiscal year, but no manifesto. "You find anything yet?" Green asked. "Not yet. You sure you saw this?" "Yes, I know what I saw. It's got to be there." "Does he have another office?" "I don't think so." "Hang on," Watt said. "I think he's got a false room." "How can you tell?" "I'm using a drone to scan the penthouse." "We really didn't need Agent Green, did we?" Barrett said. Watts chuckled. "No comment." "I can hear both of you, you know," Green said. "Oh, we know, but I'm not sure you know how much I detest deceitful people." "You would have done the same thing to survive. Prove me wrong, Barrett." Okay. Maybe I'll forgive you later. But in the meantime, we came all this way for a manifesto, and I'm not leaving without one." "Where are you now?" Watts asked. "I'm in what looks like the master bedroom." And Kingston has awful taste. The paintings on the walls look like a so-called artist got bored and just splashed a few buckets on a canvas. I think it's giving me vertigo." "Well, if this assassin thing doesn't work out, maybe you can pivot toward the world of art," Watt said. "You don't want me anywhere near a paintbrush." "Right now, I just want you near a security keypad so we can get you into that hidden room." Barrett moved closer to one of the paintings and tried to dislodge it from the wall. After fiddling with it, he gave it a sharp tug on one side, and it swung from left to right on a pair of hinges, revealing a numeric keypad. "Jackpot." "You found it?" "It was clear as day behind one of these ugly paintings." "Okay. Use that device I gave you." Barrett removed his rucksack and retrieved a small device. He held it near the keypad and pushed a button. Numbers flickered across a small screen before one by one they stopped. When 4 numbers appeared, Barrett entered them. "You've got to be kidding me." 1111. The door hissed as it unlatched. Barrett tugged it open and stepped inside with a chuckle. "What is it?" "His code was 1111. "And this is the guy who owns Privacy Fortress. Probably never imagined anyone waltzing into his home and exposing him like this." Barrett turned on the lights and saw a thick document sitting on the edge of the desk. It had a title page that read, "Privacy Fortress, a pathway to dominating the personal digital security landscape." He scanned the purpose section and quickly moved to the goals before finding a terrifying line. "Ultimately, the goal of Privacy Fortress is to become the global leader in segmentation for advertisers." He let out a low whistle. "Did you find it?" Green asked. "I can't believe this. That app is as much about keeping prying eyes out as it is about data mining every phone it's installed on." "He's basically prying on people," Watt said. "The plan is simple. Scare them into using your product, and then use your product to do the very thing they're all scared of." "Pretty brilliant, if you ask me," Green said. "I've still got a lot of questions." "And so do I," thundered a voice in the room. Barrett jumped, looked behind him, wondering if someone had followed him inside, but nobody was there. "That's right. Look around. There's a reason you look so skittish right now, because you should. After all, you're committing a crime, doing the physical version of the digital version I'm trying to stop." Then he realized the voice belonged to Kingston. Damn it. Barrett scanned the room and zeroed in on the 2 speakers next to a computer on a desk in the corner of the room as the source of the voice. He reached to turn off the speakers before the voice chided him for it. No. Don't turn me off. I mean, you can if you like, but the viewers on my channel are witnessing what you're doing right now." Barrett's eyebrows shot upward. "That's right. They can all see you. The world right now is watching a live raid by a secret government agent."
Viewers? Barrett pulled his cap lower. That's right. Hide your face more. I would too if I was making an unauthorized entry into someone's home on foreign soil. But don't worry. It won't take long before the world knows your name and everything else about you. The 4.3 million people watching right now on my live stream will identify you before the night is over. Shit, 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 Watt said in the comms, her fingers tapping furiously on her keyboard. Don't say another word, Blake. Barrett scanned the room once more, looking for the camera. This is what happens, ladies and gentlemen, when you take aim at the government's oppressive ways and land a haymaker or two. Barrett noticed the camera on a bookshelf in the corner and turned it around. Now that he's been caught, he's turning the camera around so you can't see what he's doing. But I can tell you that's a sure sign that he's committing more crimes against me, crimes that he'll never be prosecuted for. However, it's not going to stop me from fighting for you, the common people who don't have the resources to go to war over these unnecessary intrusions into our personal life. Barrett gave one final look around the room before turning off the lights and heading toward the door. But before he could get outside, the door slammed shut and a suction noise echoed in the space. "Turn the camera around," Kingston said. "You're trapped, and you obviously have something you'd like to say to the now 6.7 million people watching online right now. You've got a captive audience, our friendly secret agent who's probably just trying to do what you feel is right in your own eyes. But it's not. This isn't acceptable. However, you're more than welcome to try and make your case." "Don't say another word," Watt said. "How am I supposed to get out of here?" "I'll get you out. Just sit tight while I figure something out." Kingston laughed, the sound like a wounded hyena, leading Barrett to wonder if his baritone was Kingston simply using something to tweak his voice. "You're not going anywhere," Kingston said. "You're going to die in that room, the one you illegally trespassed. Well, unfortunately for you, 1111 won't get you out of there, and in a half hour there won't be any oxygen left anyway, so none of this will matter for you." "Don't speak," Stone said, "but don't worry, I'm coming for you." Barrett took a deep breath and slumped against the door. "We're going to drag your body out into the open, and the world's going to know very soon exactly who you are and who you work for. You incompetent morons can't hack me, so you have to attack me. When this is over, you're going to see just how much you underestimated who I am and how I intend to fight all government intrusion worldwide." Barrett felt his chest tightening as he turned around and yanked on the door. It refused to budge. Chapter 39. Tokyo. Charles Kingston thumped his cigar, sending a cluster of ashes fluttering toward the ground. He drew the stogie back to his lips and puffed on it several times, the tobacco glowing orange while it smoldered. Then he held it toward the camera, broadcasting his live moment across the globe. More than 25 million people were watching at that moment, a figure that affirmed whatever he was doing it right. But Kingston knew what he was doing. He had contingency plans for everything, including one in the event that government agents illegally raided his home. Motion detectors inside his home signaled quietly that someone was inside, and he was almost immediately able to stitch the footage into a live feed that he launched over his various social media platforms. "This cigar came from Cuba," Kingston said. "Now, I will tell you that I've traveled the world over, and if there's better tobacco being grown somewhere on the planet, I haven't found it. This is some of the smoothest, boldest, richest, and sweetest smoking tobacco to ever come out of the ground. But if you live in the United States, you wouldn't know it. Economic sanctions from a stifling government keep such simple pleasures from their people simply because they don't approve of the regime in charge."
Kingston jammed the cigar back into his mouth and puffed as he continued. Now, I'm not one to advocate for communist regimes, but you have to look at what just happened and ask yourself, who's the country that operates more like communists? The one that prohibits the sale of certain products, or the one that is targeted with economic sanctions by other countries because they won't allow foreign governments to install approved leaders? Kingston knew the question he posed was riddled with fallacies, but he wasn't there to debate. He'd long since learned that social media was a forum ill-suited for rational debate and discussion. No, social media was a propagandist's dream, a place where you could pitch emotional arguments that would ferment in the minds of viewers in half-minute sound bites as they scrolled to the next piece of infotainment. It was the platform that enabled him not only to exist, but to thrive. Privacy Fortress would have been long forgotten if he couldn't deliver a compelling argument that would evoke an emotional click on the user's phone and a subsequent knee-jerk tap. Seconds later, that tap resulted in a new subscriber, along with a hefty yearly fee that every user believed they needed. Critics hadn't even had a chance to dissect the inherent danger of allowing an app with the access it demanded for protection before nearly 1 billion people had signed on. Kingston cocked his head and pointed at the camera. If you're like me, you're tired of governments treating us like its serfs, without rights, as their dutiful employees rake through our phones. They dig for information that can be used to manipulate and cajole us. It's not right, and I want to see this practice go the way of swords, telegraphs, and 8-tracks. Maybe the politicians who've enforced these draconian measures should also go right along with them. But until we have enough power to collectively retake our world, we can take small steps by exposing their minions. Like this guy. Kingston pointed at the upper right corner of his screen, where a grainy picture of the man who broke into his safe room appeared. Who is this guy, and what is he doing in my house? How did he even know where I lived? Better yet, what was he looking for? How did he even know what he was looking for, let alone where to find it? In a hidden area in my home that no one even knew existed, until this man exposed it. Kingston puffed again on his cigar and paused dramatically. Then he stepped closer to the camera, which zoomed on his face, filling the entire screen. I'm fighting for you, and I want you to know that we're getting stronger every day, 1 billion strong and growing. Kingston nodded at the tech behind the camera, signaling for him to put the image back on the broadcast. Whoever can tell me who this man is will be offered a job at Privacy Fortress, according to your skill set, no matter how great or small. And whatever it is, you'll earn a salary more than double what the going rate is for your position. I want these vermin flushed into the light so we can extinguish them all and retake our freedoms. At the bottom of the screen, he could see the number of approving likes on a small counter. His final statement sent the number ballooning. Don't let anyone tell you that we can't make a difference, that we can't take on Goliath and deliver that stone right between the eyes. We must keep fighting, and we will win. The feed cut off, the screen replaced with instructions on how to report the identity of the man in Kingston's Hong Kong penthouse. What did you think, Delgado? Kingston asked, the cigar lolling on his lips. Some of your best work yet, Delgado said, as he raised a glass of bourbon in the air. I think so, too. Now, let's find out who that bastard is before we kill him. Better make it quick. We have a team assembling at the base of the building right now. Kingston snapped and pointed at the tech. Don't kill the broadcast. Just use the feed from the penthouse. People love a good bit of voyeurism these days, and we're going to give it to them. But, sir, are you sure it'd be a good idea to kill him, even on a live feed? Play stupid games, win stupid prizes, Kingston said with a wink. Besides, he's a foreign agent and isn't supposed to be there. Who's going to prosecute me? Delgado nodded approvingly while Kingston settled onto his couch on the balcony and tuned his television to the live feed. He grinned.
This ought to be fun to watch.
You gotta kill that feed, Stone said, pointing at the monitor. I'm working on it, Watts said, trying to cut power to the apartment. They're going to figure out who he is, Stone said. Green frowned. And who exactly is Agent Barrett? His real name is Slade Gordon, Watts said, thinking quickly on her feet. He's been impersonating Agent Barrett. And you call him that as well? Green said. How interesting. Ever heard of a cover? Stone snapped. It's not that interesting. Whatever you say, mate. Stone looked at Watts. Get it down, now! I'm trying. Then Stone's phone buzzed with an incoming call. He glanced at the number and cursed. What is it now? Watts asked. Stone sighed. It's Simpson. Chapter 40. Hong Kong. Stone took a deep breath as he stared at the screen. He closed his eyes to clear his head and prepared himself for an irate Simpson, a man he hadn't dealt with much. But he was guaranteed to be irate, likely after seeing Charles Kingston's live feed that had mushroomed to 75 million viewers, all waiting to hear Barrett gasp for his last breaths, or get shot, whichever came first. Stone swallowed hard and answered.
What the hell is going on?
Simpson demanded. Stone could almost feel a mix of the man's hot breath and spittle coming through the phone. You're seeing the same thing we are, sir.
Which isn't jack shit at the moment, but I saw enough earlier, and I've got some questions.
With all due respect, sir, we're kind of in the middle of it right now.
I don't care if you're bleeding out. You're going to answer my questions. You understand me?
Okay. What do you want to know?
For starters, who the hell is that in Kingston's safe room?
That's Slade Gordon.
Then why the hell does he look like a former agent of mine named Blake Barrett?
Slade mentioned something about wanting to honor his fallen buddy today, so we created a mask for him that looked like Blake.
Seriously?
I've never lied to you before, sir.
But he sounds like him, too.
Just a few parlor tricks from our tech genius over here. Now, if you don't mind, sir, we're trying to do everything we can to get him out of there.
You actually thought this might happen?
Simpson asked. Gotta be prepared for anything and everything when going up against someone like Charles Kingston. I think he wanted this to happen. It only helps his brand, right?
Okay, we'll cut that feed and get Slade the hell out of there. Understand?
That's what we're trying to do, sir.
I'll call back for an update later.
The line went dead. Watts glanced up. Quick thinking, Stoney. Hope I didn't put you in a tough position, Stone said. We can worry about that later. The thing I'm most concerned with is getting him out of there alive. And along that same vein, I'm worried that if we kill the power, we won't be able to open the door to the safe room. Leave that to me, but I've got to get the power down first.
Having problems? Green asked.
Yes, but it can be solved if you can shimmy up a telephone pole.
What do you need?
I need you to place this device near the bottom wire on the power line running into that building, she said, holding up a small box.
That's all you need?
Put it near the line and let me know the second you've secured it there. It'll help me send electromagnetic pulses through the power line leading into the building. It won't bother most things, but it will cause a reset on the Wi-Fi, cutting off the feed. Stone slipped on his chest plate, racked the slide on his SIG P226, and exited the van. I'll let you know when I've made it to the top, he said over the comms, already moving toward the lobby. He walked inside, his appearance drawing a worried look from the security guard at the front desk who'd been staring at a bank of monitors. The man scrambled to his feet, but Stone drew his weapon, training it on the man.
Don't move,
he said. The man eased into his seat and raised his hands.
I said don't move!
Stone marched over to the desk, confiscated the man's weapon, and zip-tied him to his chair. Then Stone sliced through all the security camera monitor power cords with his K-bar, then proceeded to take the man's security card and hustled over to the elevator lobby. After waving the key card in front of the elevator security panel, Stone jabbed the button for the penthouse suite and pumped his fist as the doors closed and he ascended. You better not screw us over, Green, Watts said over the comms. You don't need to threaten me. Where else could I go? I'm sure you could think of some place, like the place you had in mind when you thought Charles Kingston was going to give you $50 million.
Green's footsteps fell hard as he raced for the designated pole. I'll be lucky if I can get into a homeless shelter after this.
That's a luxury to think about at this point. I'm not going anywhere without my colleague.
Which one, Mr. Barrett or Mr. Gordon?
Just put the device on the pole,
she snapped. She watched his progress on a small camera mounted on the outside of the van. Green shimmied up a couple of meters before he slipped, sliding back down to the sidewalk.
Hurry up, damn it. Someone's going to see you, and it'll all be over if the police come.
I know, just give me a second. Then she watched as he dug his foot into the side of the pole and began a rapid ascent.
That's high enough. Just secure the device to the transformer and get back to the van.
She watched him affix it to the top of the gray cylinder before beginning his descent. Just as she was about to activate it, sharp tapping on the passenger side window startled her. She scrambled to the front and saw a police officer with a flashlight sweeping back and forth across the van's cab. Leaning forward, she rolled down the window.
Is there a problem, officer?
American? The man asked.
No, Canadian.
Which was almost true. Why you here?
Sorry, I'm just waiting on someone.
You move, now.
I'll be leaving soon.
No, now, he barked. She sighed and cranked the van, driving it around the corner. It wasn't ideal, but she figured it was still close enough to enact their escape plan, if they even got that far. But once she climbed into the back and attempted to pulse the power, nothing happened. She cursed, immediately recognizing the problem. By moving a half block away, she was out of range from the device.
Agent Green, how fast are you? I was the fastest in my training group at MI6. Fast enough for you? If you're fast enough to cause a commotion, yes.
What kind of commotion?
I don't know. Let me think. I just need you to distract that policeman long enough for me to get back to my spot and activate the device to cut the power.
I can't get caught.
That's why I asked if you were fast,
she said, craning her neck to look out the front. She noticed a group of women walking down the street, swaying and staggering as if they'd just finished a night of drinking at a local pub.
Could you make a good thief?
I don't like the sound of this.
Simple snatch and run from one of the women rounding the corner in about 10 seconds, headed your way. They all look drunk, so you shouldn't have any problems. And if I were you, I'd target the girl in the blue dress on the end.
There was a long pause.
Agent Green, you still with me?
Yes, I'm here.
Can you successfully execute the mission?
Nick the purse, run around the corner, lead the cop on a foot chase, ditch the purse. Is that it?
Perfect.
She watched as Green hurtled toward the women, hooking his hand around the blue dress woman's purse and absconding with it around the corner. The women erupted in cries for help, summoning the officer. After a few seconds, he raced off in the direction of Green.
I love it when a plan comes together, Watts said. Then into the comms. He's on your tail, Agent Green.
She jumped into the front seat and twisted the key in the ignition, wheeling the van back to the original spot.
You still ready, Stoney?
Locked and loaded.
On my mark, she said,
before activating the device. A few seconds later, the power to the building flashed. The device was designed to suppress power in short bursts, something that could cripple an enemy in the throes of battle. But would it work on the Wi-Fi used to transmit the sound from the safe room that had imprisoned Barrett? She'd know soon enough. Watts looked at the monitor showing Kingston's feed, and dread washed over her. It didn't work. She cursed and tried again, this time holding down the button longer. Then she looked back at the screen. It flickered, and the feed went dead.
Get ready, Stoney. I'm going to try this again in 3, 2, 1.
She held down the button as the power blinked again.
Go,
she said. Stone drew back and rammed his foot toward the door with all his might. The door loosened with the kick, rattling a moment, but not giving way. He repeated the act, his second attempt earning the same result.
You win, Stoney? I can't hold this forever. If it blows the power completely, you might not be able to get Barrett out.
Just need one more try. His voice was steady and determined. He could only back up as far as the elevator and run the additional 6 feet between the elevator doors and the security door Kingston likely only activated when he was gone. After a deep breath, he barreled toward the door. This time his shoulder drove hard against it, initially holding, but he heard a cracking sound, a slight pop, a sign that encouraged him to keep pushing. He maintained intense pressure, his calf muscles burning as he leaned hard. Then a loud pop. Stone stumbled inside, the door now a splintered mess in the entryway. "I'm in!" He raced around the house in search of the safe room. A cursory search led him to it as he ripped the painting off the wall while looking for the keypad. "You weren't kidding, Barrett," Stone said. "These paintings are hideous." He heard a faint chuckle over the comms, one that came from a man, not a woman. "Is that you, Blake?" A low grunt followed. "I'm getting you out of there. Hold on." Stone entered in the generic code and the door hissed open. With a couple of seconds, Barrett gasped for air, gulping in the fresh oxygen. Then Stone helped Barrett to his feet. "I knew you wouldn't let me down, though I must admit I thought I was going to die. Anything profound you want to share after your ordeal?" "Yeah, mostly that maybe I don't want to keep doing this shit forever." "Ha! Look at that. Your oxygen level restores, as does your sense of humor." Barrett threw his arm around Stone as they shuffled through the house and toward the elevators. But before they got there, the elevator dinged and the doors rolled open. Stone dragged Barrett over to the kitchen, where the two took cover behind an island. "What's going on?" Watts asked over the comms, but Stone ignored her. He didn't want to give away their position. "Can't talk," he whispered as softly as he could. "Why not? Do you need help?" Watt's voice carried over the comms, loud enough in the stillness of the penthouse to give the two hostiles at least an idea of the direction where their targets were. Barrett squeezed Stone's arm before giving him a knowing nod. It meant that Barrett was feeling better and might be able to help soon, but Stone wasn't sure he'd last long. With his clear path to the exit blocked, Stone needed a different path. He had one, but he hated it. Seconds later, bullets tore through the cabinets, shredding them and raining wooden shards on him. He opened one of the drawers on the island that remained intact and discovered a shelf bowed under the weight of stainless steel mixing bowls. Selecting one, Stone tossed it up. Immediately, bullets pinged off it, helping him determine the location of the shooters based off the direction of the bullets. From his position, Stone had hostiles at the 10 and 2 o'clock positions. Seconds later, a drone hummed as it entered the house and then stopped, hovering between the pair of gunmen. Then it inched closer to him until it was almost directly overhead. Kingston's obnoxious voice bellowed another ominous warning from the buzzing device. "Did you think it would be this easy, gentlemen? I'm not sure what else I can summon that will increase the level of difficulty for you." Stone needed another distraction if he was going to get rid of the drone, which endangered exposing Barrett further. The more footage it collected, the more it could be run through facial recognition databases, and his true identity would be known to the world. Stone had managed to keep Simpson at bay with a wild tale, but he couldn't be expected to accept it without investigating it more. And Stone couldn't afford to let that happen. He opened the cupboard, removed another mixing bowl, and tossed it to his right. Gunfire erupted, driving the bowl against the wall, and it was the opening Stone needed to grab the kitchen sink faucet hose and turn on the water. Then he adjusted the nozzle to jet spray and took aim at the drone. The force of the water beat it back before causing problems with the circuit board, and after a steady stream, the device sputtered and shorted out, crashing in a heap on the floor. But the problem persisted. Stone and Barrett were pinned down. He needed to act before both men converged on him and his colleague. He removed the final 2 bowls from the cabinets and tossed them toward the 10 and 2 o'clock positions, and Stone rose with them, and the 2 gunmen raised up to fire at the objects. Stone jumped up and oscillated, shooting between the 2 men, killing both with a deftly timed double tap. Then he scrambled to his feet, yanked up Barrett, and ran toward the door leading to the veranda. But they were greeted by another spray of bullets that shattered the windows. Stone didn't stop. He dove through the opening made by the shattered glass, rolling across the ground before leaping to his feet. More bullets continued to whistle near him. Stone broke to his left, leaving his back exposed to the gunman, late to the party. Seconds later, Barrett followed. "Agent Green, are you in position?" Stone asked, as he and Barrett scrambled for cover behind a couch. "The zone is clear," Green said. "I just don't know how long it'll hold since there's a cop chasing me, so make it quick." "Copy that." Then Stone looked at Barrett. "Think you can handle Plan B?" "Remind me again of what that is. My mind's still a little fuzzy." Stone relayed the instructions, but Barrett nodded as if all the information were coming back to him after being buried deep within the recesses of his mind. More bullets whizzed past them, each one excavating chunks of concrete from the veranda balcony. Stone returned fire, then grabbed Barrett's bicep. "If you aren't ready to do this, we wait," Stone said. "No, I think I can do this," Barrett said. "Okay. Green, light it up," Stone said before he started laying down cover for Barrett. The return gunfire stopped as Barrett leaped over the balcony. Stone continued firing as he backed toward the edge and dove into the night. Stone watched Barrett's chute snap, halting his free fall. A second later, Stone pulled his cord, beginning his descent toward the landing zone. He noticed red and blue lights dancing off the street and windows of surrounding buildings as a squad car roared toward them. 2 flares spewed scarlet smoke skyward, creating a cover window on the street below. Then Stone heard bullets battering the canvas of his chute. The other shooter. "Can someone—" "I see him," Green said, cutting him off. The bullets stopped. Stone hit the ground, softening his landing with an acrobatic roll. Barrett was already on his feet, gathering his chute, when Stone heard a bone-rattling crunch behind him. He turned around to see the shooter, lying dead in the street. "Let's go!" Green shouted. Stone frantically reeled in his chute and noticed red and blue lights penetrating the thick smoke. "We gotta go now," Watt said. Stone hustled toward the van and dove inside. The van was already moving by the time he hit the floor, and almost instantly he was tossed to his left as Watts whipped the van right. "Easy. We don't need to attract any more attention than we already have." Stone situated himself and looked up at Watts, who grinned wide and clutched the steering wheel. "What are you smiling about?" Barrett asked.
"You okay?"
He nodded. "I wasn't sure I was going to make it."
"And you have Agent Green to thank for it, too."
Green shrugged sheepishly. "I did what I could." Watts quickly recounted his heroics.
"Stop being so humble."
"But why are you smiling like that?" Barrett persisted. She reached across the cab and grabbed Barrett by the scruff of his neck and gave him a kiss. After a second, Barrett drew back, eyes wide. "What's that for?"
"You got it, didn't you?"
"The manifesto?" She nodded as she whipped the car right.
"Sorry, got a little carried away there."
"Carried away with the car or with my lips?" Barrett said. Watts didn't say anything. "I'd like to make an observation. Miss Watts, you're not exactly acting as if you're only doing this for the money, as I heard you once claim." She looked at him and smiled before pounding on the steering wheel with her fist, her face euphoric.
"We're going to nail this bastard. God, what a rush!"
Stone slinked back against the van wall and continued wrapping up his chute. "We're just getting started," Barrett said.
"Not the rain on your parade," Stone said. "But we won't be going anywhere if anyone recognized you from that live stream."
Chapter 41. College Park, Maryland. The sun's early evening light needled its way through a section of pine trees serving as a buffer between the National Archives and the University of Maryland golf course. Simpson strode around the massive facility adjacent, following a pathway around the side of the building that led to a back entrance. Only a handful of employee cars remained in the nearby lot, most of them gone for the day. Simpson scanned the area and saw a man leaning against the wall near an employee entrance. He gave Simpson a discreet wave and gestured for him. The man held out his hand as Simpson approached. "Stuart Hampton," the man said. Simpson gripped the man's hand. "Lieutenant Colonel Jerry Simpson."
Sorry about all the cloak and dagger shenanigans, but in this day and age, you have to be cautious." "You mean you have to be careful when you're breaking the law?" Simpson asked with a wry grin. "Technically, we're not breaking the law. Just bear that in mind. But if there's one thing I don't want, it's having some half-cocked congressman issuing a subpoena for me to testify about something because he heard from a friend of a friend that something was going down at the archives." "That's understandable. I'd like to avoid that type of unnecessary waste of taxpayer money as well, not to mention my time." "Amen, brother," Hampton said before turning and swiping his key card in the access panel. The door clicked, and the two men entered the building. Hampton, who oversaw the College Park facility, wore a white Oxford shirt with a tie that hung loosely around his neck. The badge displayed on his pocket bore a grainy photo of him that Simpson concluded could have been just about anyone. While there was a remote chance that someone would see them and ask an uncomfortable question or two, Simpson doubted anyone would get upset with their boss over an after-hours tour for a friend. At least, that's how they'd agreed to speak publicly of the private viewing session that Hampton had granted Simpson. As they made their way to the floor containing special projects and embargoed material, they only passed one other employee, who barely noticed them. He had his head down, pushing a squeaky-wheeled cart loaded with pulled material to be returned to its stored location. The man mumbled a greeting to Hampton and continued walking. "I can't tell you how much I appreciate you helping me out with this. President Clark has been itching to find out what happened to his father. I think the government secrecy around his death made it even worse for Clark. I mean, can you imagine thinking your father died in an accident, but then learning it was part of a government cover-up? And then you're part of this government? I'd be in therapy for the rest of my life." "It's the 21st century. Who isn't in therapy?" Hampton deadpanned. Simpson chuckled. "When I first moved to Washington, I was told to get a good car insurance and a good allergy doctor. I think it'd make sense to add a good therapist to that list. It's one of those professions where the demand is limitless, especially if the world keeps going the way it's going. We're all going to be crazy before this blue rock stops spinning, if we aren't all nuts right now." Simpson followed Hampton into a small room designed to allow for closer inspection of special documents that were at risk due to their environment. In these unique climate-controlled spaces, researchers could inspect critical historical documents while still preserving them for future generations. In the center of the room was a long rectangular table with a pair of white gloves and several boxes that contained file folders. "This is quite the setup," Simpson said. Hampton waved dismissively. "It's how we normally handle our sensitive documents with VIPs. Giving members of Congress after-hours looks at papers we have isn't out of the ordinary. I didn't want there to be the appearance of any impropriety." "And you're sure there's nothing wrong with what we're doing? Are you acting on President Clark's behalf?" Simpson nodded. "In that case, I'll just say it's presidential privilege if questioned. But honestly, if you don't tell anyone this happened, it won't be a problem with me. Even though this information is embargoed?" "Well," Hampton said, dragging out the word and tilting his head to one side, "that's debatable. But I don't think President Clark should be kept from the information in that investigation because some other bureaucrat petitioned for a judge to seal it until it wouldn't matter anymore. Oh, the secrets this country will one day learn about its so-called heroes." "I appreciate it," Simpson said as he pulled on the gloves. "I'll be in and out of here before you know it. Take all the time you need. I've got plenty to do. Just make sure you only handle one file at a time so documents don't get placed back in the wrong folder. This is very critical, and I can't stress it enough. Understand?" "Completely. Thanks again. Just send me a text when you're finished. I've provided a checklist of all the files so you can keep track of what you've looked at. and then you can just work down the list. Good luck. Hope you find what you're looking for."
"This," Simpson said, tapping the side of a box, "is exactly what I was looking for." After Hampton left Simpson alone with the papers, he began combing through them. Based on what he initially saw, he found the link between a possible homicide and a CIA government program to be a weak one. The first page was a budget sheet for the program, followed with a purpose statement and list of goals the program's administrators hoped to achieve. Nothing to see here. Most of the names had been redacted, though a handful of the corresponding names and CIA cryptonyms pertinent to Simpson's search were listed at the bottom of the checklist Hampton had left for him. The project was called KU Argus, but contained scant details about what KU Argus actually was. However, the KU cryptonym itself indicated that the program was an internal one and required usage of CIA assets at home to accomplish the operation. It even included KU City, which meant the CIA's Technical Services Division was involved. Simpson jotted down notes about the program to relay to Clark. According to several documents, he discovered the program involved U.S. Army soldiers and included mind-altering drugs. But if there was a link to Clark's father, Simpson wasn't seeing it. He continued to go through all the papers until he finally had his eureka moment. In one folder, he found the results of a performance test comparing soldiers who used the new drug with those who didn't. The soldiers who used the drug scored, on average, 3 times as high as non-using soldiers. Then there was an addendum to the report about the behavior some of the men exhibited. It mentioned how one soldier had to be put down for his reaction, but still no mention of Clark's father. Then a phrase jumped out at Simpson, as if it had been printed in bright red ink and highlighted. KU Pop. He remembered Clark once saying that he called his father Pop. As Simpson kept reading, he noticed a footnote at the end that said there was an unfortunate incident between one of the test subjects and KU Pop, but there weren't any other documents in the file mentioning it. Simpson growled before he dug back into the box and retrieved another folder with a KU Pop label. His excitement vanished quickly when he found the folder empty. Simpson texted Hampton and asked for him to meet him in the room immediately. "What's the meaning of this?" Simpson asked, holding up the folder as Hampton entered the room. Hampton scowled. "What?" "This folder. It's empty, and it's the one that had all the answers I needed." "Are you sure?" "Well, I didn't tuck the papers in the front of my pants. They're gone. Maybe they just got put back in the wrong place." Simpson pointed to the remaining boxes. "Be my guest." He stepped back and let Hampton rummage through the rest of the files. A cursory search produced nothing. I don't know what to say, Jerry. I thought everything was in these folders. Nobody's touched them for literally years. I mean, hardly anyone even has access to that section of the archives. It'd be a small list of people who could get in there. Well, I need you to make this a top priority. President Clark will be furious. I'll find out who did this. Don't worry. I'll help you get your answers." Simpson didn't believe him. If Hampton was like every other Washington bureaucratic employee, he might one day locate the files, but it'd be too late to matter. "Call me if you find something," Simpson said. "Otherwise, I've got to go pick up my investigation elsewhere." Simpson retreated to his car, dialed Clark's number, took a deep breath before delivering another refrain of disappointing news. But Clark didn't seem to care at the moment. There was another story that had swept across the city while Simpson had been holed up at the National Archives with poor cell service. The apparent resurrection of a dead military operative named Blake Barrett. Chapter 42, Washington, D.C. White House spokesperson Lacey Chambers ascended the podium for the press briefing and arranged her papers on the lectern. She forced a smile as she looked out across the room, a space packed with antsy journalists who looked poised to hit her with the questions she would rather ignore. But she was hired because of her elite talent as a spin doctor. It didn't hurt that she was easy on the eyes and had a lilt in her voice, tinged with an Alabama accent, all served slathered in Southern charm.
"Good morning, y'all," she said,
her high cheekbones reaching for new heights.
"I understand everyone's been busy overnight, so I'm going to get right to it with an opening statement, and then I'll take questions. And if you'll refrain from shouting at me like a pack of wild wolves surrounding wounded prey, well, I'll have a better day. Okay?"
She restacked her papers while surveying the room. A few faces softened with her greeting, but she could almost swear that instead of pens and pads, the drooling journalists were holding knives and meat cleavers, ready to devour her. Before she entered the room, she'd told President Clark that she figured this press conference would be her most difficult one to date. She also told him she couldn't wait for the challenge.
"As a matter of policy, this administration hasn't made it a practice of commenting on events that happen beyond our borders, unless it's something that affects the American public. That's because President Clark is an America First leader. Over the past 8 years, he's restored our country's standing in the free world through a bolder approach to diplomacy and peacemaking ventures. As a result, we've avoided wars, stopped several others, and created a more prosperous place for all. But there are bad actors out there who seek to snuff out the gains we've made, both as an administration and as the American people, something the president views as one and the same. His success is the success of everyday Americans."
She checked her notes, took a quick breath, and then continued.
"Last night in Hong Kong, a live stream initiated by British tech mogul Charles Kingston beamed an alleged break-in of his penthouse to millions of viewers around the world. And during this event, the supposed thief's face was captured and posted everywhere as viewers attempted to find out who the man was and determine his government affiliation. So let me answer a few questions ahead of time and explain what this administration believes happened. Internet sleuths believe they unearthed the name of the man responsible for the attempted robbery of Kingston's home, identifying him as Blake Barrett of Briarcliff, Arkansas, and a former member of a special ops program in the U.S. Air Force. If only it was Barrett. He drowned earlier this year in an accident on Norfolk Lake in the Ozarks. However, the president's team of national security advisors believes it was a stroke of genius by Kingston.
"We want facts," a reporter from CNN shouted from the front row. A low murmur spread across the room before Chambers held up her hand.
"Please, be patient,"
she said with a smile that could shoot darts through an armored truck. She glanced back at her notes before continuing.
"While Charles Kingston has desperately attempted to become one of the world's leading tech moguls for decades, it's only recently that he hatched an idea that seems to have grown beyond the germination stage. His Privacy Fortress app has swept the globe, convincing everyone that it's important to protect against nosy government intrusions. But what you may not know about Mr. Kingston is that he's also got an application on file with the U.S. Patent Office, seeking to earn a patent for an artificial intelligence program he's created. And this morning we gained access to his beta program and asked AI to create a video similar to the one that happened last night. I'm going to show you a split screen with the results."
One of the interns dimmed the lights as a video played showing the two videos side by side. The press corps collectively gasped once it finished and the lights returned.
"I'm guessing that you might not be able to tell much difference between that footage, though there were some obvious parts in one of them that gave away which one was AI. With a little more tweaking and input, we'd be able to have the AI version almost identical to the one that was streamed last night. Now, the real stroke of genius was selecting the image of a dead agent as his foe for the video. The notion that it was real is ludicrous. I can stand here and say unequivocally that the U.S. has not ordered any government agents to go to Mr. Kingston's home in Hong Kong, or any of the other half-dozen locations where he owns one of his 6 homes, and do whatever that agent in the footage is accused of doing. Mr. Barrett is dead, and sharing this kind of information, as if it's fact, is disrespectful to the deceased veteran's family.
She bit her lip as she peered out across the faces, waiting for the gates to open so they could pounce on her with questions. As a result, she decided to at least issue one more warning in order to justify her response of walking off the stage and ending the press conference. Chambers had more to reveal, but she'd long since learned that having something to say and knowing when to say it were 2 different skills. If the press corps wasn't polite, she could rattle them with the real bomb. In the world of news reporting, burying the lead, as they called it, was journalism malpractice, tantamount to telling a friend that a mutual acquaintance was dead before announcing that it was just a joke. In the world of corporate and political public relations, burying the lead was mandatory. For someone as skilled as Lacey Chambers, helping journalists develop a desired narrative was an art. The first hand that went up belonged to the New York Times, Washington correspondent, Sal Gomez. Chambers nodded at him, selecting him over the sea of clambering raised hands. "I watched Charles Kingston's live stream last night, and that was definitely real. We've had several independent experts verify the veracity of Kingston's claim that his home was in fact invaded last night and captured on that video. You're welcome to put your anonymous experts up against the world's best at the NSA and CIA who've been advising the president. If you want to debate about whether it was real or not, I'm not here for that." "I understand, but claiming it's fake when it's clearly not presents a world of problems for the statement you just made."
"Well, are your experts aware of Kingston's vast fraudulent behavior, including his false claims that MI6 was spying on him?"
"What are you trying to say?"
"I'm not trying to say anything, Sal. I'm telling you straight up. The stolen files from MI6 never contained any data regarding Charles Kingston or any other athlete or celebrity. None of them were targeted."
"Are you saying Kingston faked everything?"
"I'm saying as plain as I can that Charles Kingston inserted files into the stolen data in an effort to convince a reporter that the government was watching his every move, and he did it all as a marketing ploy to launch Privacy Fortress, which this administration and the U.S. intelligence agency at large is warning against due to its low security protocols, making it an easy target for cyber thieves."
There was an audible gasp, followed by a murmur from the journalists in the room.
"That's right," Chambers continued. "Mr. Kingston played everyone for a fool. Even I downloaded the app, but it's gone now from my phone."
"When did the U.S. learn of this? President Clark's administration is just now informing the American public about this danger." Chambers now had control of the room. No longer were the questions about the agent and the U.S.'s potential involvement in any raid on Kingston's home, though officially there wasn't any. She'd flipped the tables and was enjoying watching the room erupt. Simpson sat in President Clark's West Wing office, the 2 men glued to the television after Lacey Chambers sent shockwaves through the media. The accusation that Charles Kingston had turned himself into a victim stunned political pundits, the same ones who, just a few days before, had implored viewers to download Privacy Fortress to protect themselves against prying government eyes. But now their credibility was on the line. Had they knowingly duped millions of Americans into downloading a dangerous app? Or had they been played for fools? Either way, their trust would be eroded. However, a few of the pundits staked their reputation on the fact that Chambers had done nothing but spew the administration's propaganda without offering a shred of evidence. But Clark and Simpson knew that the evidence was the second haymaker Chambers had withheld. Simpson smiled wryly as the news anchor jammed a finger to his ear and put a finger to his lips while looking at the smarmy guest, a supposed expert on tech and privacy laws. "I thought she'd never stop talking," Clark said. "I'm still not sure I've seen her take a breath until now." "They're all a bunch of windbags," Simpson said.
and Lacey just punctured their lungs. Here comes another puncture.
The news show host turned toward the camera and looked intently at it, as if he was trying to see inside the soul of each viewer.
I must make a confession, the anchor said. We may have jumped the gun in staking our claim about what really happened with Charles Kingston and the Privacy Fortress app. I've just received word from our producers that there is credible evidence against Charles Kingston, proving that he never was on a British watch list, and that he orchestrated this entire story in order to coerce people into buying his app.
Clark pumped his fist and then slapped the side of his chair.
We did it! We exposed that bastard!
Simpson, who poured celebratory drinks for Clark and himself, smiled proudly as he returned to his seat to watch the rest of the broadcast. The phone on Clark's desk rang. He dismissed it with the back of his hand before turning his full attention to the show, but the phone continued to ring.
Maybe you should get that, sir.
Clark groaned as he stood up and then meandered over to his desk.
Yes? Mr. President, it's so nice to hear your voice, a man said.
The foreign voice startled Clark.
Who is this? And how'd you get this number? Oh, come on now. You don't recognize my voice, Mr. President. I think I'm a little hurt by that. Charles Kingston. Ha! You remembered. I wasn't sure you'd know who I was, but now you've made my day. After we just ruined yours. So, you are admitting that you sent someone on official U.S. government business to my home? That's not at all what I said. You didn't have to say it. I can read between the lines. We didn't send anyone, but we were alerted to the evidence that someone recently gathered from your home. You mean gathered last night? I didn't get the specifics in my intelligence briefing, but it's safe to say the gig is up, mate. Well, not by any stretch of the imagination. I simply called you as a courtesy. A courtesy of what? You started this, Mr. President, but I'm going to finish it. Finish what? You'll see soon enough. I just wanted to let you know that you've been put on notice. Me? On notice? I wouldn't plan anything against me if you value your life. Oh, heavens no. Not like that. Who am I to go against America's vaunted Secret Service, the impenetrable force that serve as an iron curtain around their assigned target? He paused to laugh before continuing. Seriously, I wouldn't harm any of the few hairs you have left on your head. No, I'm going to do something else. And what's that? I'm going to tell the world about what an evil father you had and expose your administration's true agenda. That's right, Mr. President. I'm going to tell everyone the truth about your father. Cheerio. The line went dead, and Clark flung his glass against the wall. Then he turned and directed his fury toward Simpson. If we weren't involved before, we better get involved now. You fix this.
Chapter 43. Monaco. Barrett sat on the balcony of Stone's condo, overlooking the Mediterranean Sea, and propped his feet up on the metal railing. Moonlight glimmered off the steady waves breaking near shore below. The rhythm was predictable, calm and comforting, followed by violence. Barrett thought it seemed like the rhythm of his life, and he wondered how long he could continue with such high and low notes. There were bass and catfish to wrangle on Norfolk Lake in the Ozarks. He couldn't deny that as stressful as his new life was as Slade Gordon, he enjoyed battling a different kind of challenge. He tipped back the beer in his hand and thought, even if he wanted to get out, to ditch the man's life he'd taken, and then taken on, Barrett wasn't going anywhere until he figured out why someone wanted him dead, as well as who that someone was. While he wanted to point the finger at Jerry Simpson, Barrett had begun slowly to realize that he was just the messenger, the handler, the go-between. Unless Barrett had totally misread the situation, Simpson answered to someone else. And maybe that was the person. Or maybe there was an even higher ladder to climb. The moonlight caught Watts's eyes as she sauntered onto the balcony in a flowery yellow summer dress that accented her toned legs and showed off her muscular arms. Some men may have been turned off by the hint of masculinity Watts exuded, but he liked it. He knew he could never be happy with a woman who baked him goodies and spent hours in the kitchen, crafting gourmet dinners. Barrett needed a woman who was hell-bent on adventure, and he couldn't help but realize that Watts fit the bill more than he wanted to admit. As she walked by him, she slapped at his legs, knocking them off the railing. "Quarter for your thoughts." "Quarter? I always thought the saying was a penny for your thoughts." "It was, but inflation," she said with a wink. "I was thinking about how this life chose me, even after I tried to get away from it. No matter what I think, I can't deny that there's a part of me that would like to just pull fish out of the lake and eat them fresh every night." "You'd eventually get bored." "I hadn't gotten bored when Slade tried to kill me." Stone slid open the glass door and walked outside with a small bucket of iced drinks. "You would have been bored in short order. That much I can guarantee." "Well, to be fair, I wasn't just fishing all day in the Ozarks. I did have missions." "Not with these kind of stakes. Be honest with us if you can't be honest with yourself. This is where you thrive, isn't it? Time running out, bullets flying, a madman in need of a bullet in his brain." "Okay, you had me up until that last part. You know I don't like killing people, unless I absolutely have to." "I think you're starting to get a lot more comfortable with it," Watt said. "Why do you think that? Because I shot Green and dumped his body in the ocean?" She smiled. "Exactly. I didn't do that. I let him go. I even gave him enough money to disappear. But why? It's simple. Because he helped us and saved my ass when he could have saved his own." Stone sipped on his drink. "All I know is that I'm glad this is all over. Privacy Fortress has been removed from app stores worldwide, and Kingston Dynamics' market value is dropped faster than Lizzo plunging into the Atlantic." Barrett's phone buzzed, and he cursed his breath as he read off the name on the screen. "It's Simpson." "Why are you upset? He's probably calling to pass on congratulations from the president." "I don't think the president knew what we were doing. We were doing MI6 a favor." "Answer the damn phone, Blake," Stone said, before taking another sip of beer. Barrett stood up and trudged inside before answering. "Where are you?" Simpson asked. "Not in Washington," Barrett answered. "I need to do a conference call as quickly as possible with you and your team. Is there another mission for us? We're not done with this one." "What do you mean? Charles Kingston is ruined." "He's going to ruin the president if you don't stop him." "What are you talking about?" "I'll explain everything on the conference call. 1 hour. Can you make it?" "Think so." "Good. Talk to you then." Barrett hung up the phone and walked back to the balcony. "Guys, we've got a problem." "Of course we do," Watt said. Here we were, enjoying the view and some drinks and good conversation, and Simpson calls. "He wants a conference call with us, something to do with Kingston and the president." "I guess we're not done with this maniac." Watt's breath hitched. "What?" Barrett asked. "You know what else this means?" "I know. I need a mask." Watts hustled into the living room and began setting up the equipment to print a Slade Gordon mask on her custom latex printer. Then Stone helped Barrett prepare the voice modulator. Watts had created an app that made Barrett sound like the late assassin whenever he was speaking over the phone, but video conference calls and in-person meetings required more tech. An hour later, Barrett received a text alerting him that the video conference was ready. He looked at Watts's printer, which was still working on the mask. "How much longer?" "Maybe a minute or two." Barrett texted back his anxious handler, asking for a couple more minutes, but Simpson declined, ordering him to get on the call immediately.
Don't do it. And what can Simpson do to you anyway?
I just don't want him getting suspicious. We already had to explain why I looked like, well, myself, during Kingston's feed in Hong Kong. If he starts questioning things, I'm going to be right back where I started.
I've got an idea. Go ahead and log in.
But the mask, it's not finished.
It won't matter. Just log in and I'll handle it.
Barrett tapped the link to the conference call, but when he did, the video didn't work. Instead, an error message appeared saying that they had a weak Wi-Fi connection. Brilliant, but that's not going to hold him off forever.
I'll fix it when the mask is done.
A series of melodious chimes rang, signaling that Barrett had joined the conference. "Where the hell are you?" Simpson asked, foregoing any pleasantries. "Apparently a third-world country with shitty Wi-Fi," Barrett said in Slade's voice. Simpson grunted. "Is it always like this? I wanted to conduct this conversation over video because I had some documents and videos I needed to show you." "It's like the Arkansas weather," Barrett said. "You don't like it, give it a minute, and it'll change." Watts snapped to get Barrett's attention. He turned and looked at her, smiling as she held up the finished mask. Stone and Watts quickly pulled it over Barrett's head, creating a more than suitable illusion that he was Slade Gordon. "All right, Slade," Simpson said as the picture cleared and showed Barrett in full disguise. "That's more like it." Simpson outlined the problem. Kingston promised to go scorched earth on President Clark for an operation he didn't authorize. "Who are we working for again?" Barrett asked, taking a shot in the dark. "I told you from the start that information is classified, but it's not the president." "Okay, so the president didn't know about what we were doing." "That's not entirely true, but that's beside the point. He's going to have all his dirty laundry dragged into the open, which isn't much, to be honest. But we're worried about something related to his father, something the CIA was keeping from him." "And Kingston has this information?" "We believe so." "And you want us to stop him before he launches it into the public domain?" "In a nutshell, yes. But there's more to it than just that. We're getting reports that Kingston has been collecting private information on dozens of influential leaders and is getting them to do whatever he wants, threatening to release harmful information. It's undoubtedly how he plans on escaping any prison time for what he's done. I'm sure he'll get politicians the world over lined up to keep him out of prison, if he knows where all the bodies are buried." "Exactly," Simpson said. "I mean, I don't know anyone who wouldn't want that information. But he'd be able to exert an undue amount of control over every major government, and we can't let that happen." "So, is this about Clark or about everyone else?" "You're asking too many questions. Just do the damn job, okay?" Then Simpson continued briefing them, outlining the best way to find Kingston and eliminate him with a series of dossiers and maps of various compounds. When Simpson finished, he asked Barrett to give him an update every 24 hours if possible. "We'll handle this. Tell the president he doesn't have any reason to worry. Better handle this cleaner than you did McCutcheon. Understand?" "Copy that," Barrett said in Slade's voice before ending the video call.
"Sounds easy enough," Watts said. Stone nodded. "We find the little bastard and figure out where all the secrets are being stored." "I know," Watts said before Barrett's phone buzzed with a message, rattling across the table and arresting everyone's attention. He picked up his phone and scowled as he scanned the text. "What's this?" "Is it a text?" Watts asked. "Yeah, but it looks like it's from Charles Kingston." Barrett swiped through the phone. "How would he—" "What is it?" Stone asked. "Privacy Fortress is on this phone. I never downloaded this." "It downloaded when you went into his penthouse. He's probably using some special RFID tech to force a download on your phone. It's a way to make sure no one ever screws him over. He gets your sensitive information and uses it as leverage if you get out of line. It's genius and diabolical."
"Does that mean—" Barrett asked, stopping himself. Watts nodded knowingly and held out her hand. She quickly navigated the phone and deleted the app.
Yeah, he could hear everything we were just saying.
Then he might know my little secret, too. We can't worry about that now, Stone said, but it does give us all the more motivation to make sure none of the secrets he's collected ever see the light of day. Now all we have to do is find him.
Watts jumped up from her seat in the kitchen table and rushed over to the living room, snatching her laptop off the coffee table. What is it?
Kingston just went live. Her fingers hammered the keyboard. And I think I know where he is.
He's not masking his location?
Not well enough for me. She leaned closer to the screen and squinted. Looks like he's in Switzerland, off Lake Geneva.
Then we don't have any time to waste.
Chapter 44, Washington, D.C. President Clark pinched the bridge of his nose and winced. He squeezed his eyes shut and wished he could fast forward to January when he was at the inauguration of some other fool who was willing to take up the mantle of the U.S. president. They can have it, he thought. Clark was already being labeled as a lame duck by the media, and he didn't disagree. He was done trying to placate the bloodthirsty media and his adversaries across the aisle. Neither group was ever satisfied. He felt like he was in a battle, pinned down by hostiles in every direction. There was no escape. There wasn't even a reprieve. As sure as the sun rose, the hammer of hatred, disgust, and disdain fell, and it fell hard on Clark. While the president shrugged off most of the criticism regarding his policies, personal attacks still stung, but none of those compared to the gaping wound Charles Kingston was threatening to rip open and expose to the unforgiving environment of cable news programming and political pundits. They preferred to shred their targets and leave them for dead, all for the sheer purpose of amassing millions of views on social media and boosting their standing among viewers who only wanted to have their biased views affirmed. To them, it wasn't even about making a salient point. No, they simply wanted to fling red meat before an audience starved for someone with a platform to say what they were thinking. It was debased politics at worst, shoddy journalism at best, and Clark was going to be on the receiving end of a deluge of attacks set in motion by Kingston. And who knew what other damage might result because of his reckless exposé? Clark just knew it would be devastating, or worse. Whatever his father had done, it certainly didn't warrant the kind of death that he suffered. When Clark closed his eyes and imagined his father's last moments, they were torturous. Clark's father begged for someone to help him as he fought to get free of the sinking car. At least, that's how Clark imagined it. But no one came to his aid, pockets of air bubbling to the surface, a manifestation of the apathy that existed that night and altered the course of Clark's life. Most people would have thought it changed it in a positive way. After all, he'd become the President of the United States, joining a rare club. But there was a rarer club that Clark would have preferred to belong to. The club of kids with fathers in their home. It was a shrinking club, to be sure, if statistics were to be believed, and Clark would have done anything to be a part of it when he was a kid. But now Kingston was threatening to not just pour salt in the wound, but to cram a dump truck of salt into the wound on a live stream and humiliate him in front of the world. If I could drone strike just one person. Clark took a deep breath. Surely it wouldn't happen. Surely Kingston didn't obtain this information before the President of the United States. Surely this was all a stunt. Clark's desk phone rang. He picked it up and mumbled a greeting. "Are you in your office right now?" Tom Ackerman asked. Clark didn't need to hear another word. He already knew what was happening. "I'm heading your way," Ackerman said. Clark shuffled to the corner of the room and slumped into a chair like a load of unfolded laundry. He didn't want to watch the very public humiliation, yet he couldn't not watch it. There was a part of him that needed to see every second of it so he could justify the rage boiling within him. If he could challenge Kingston to a duel, he would. A cage match, a boxing bout. He wanted to settle it like two men, two petulant men with far more power than either ever deserved. Ackerman knocked, then entered without waiting for a reply.
"I want to rip out his throat with my bare hands, Tom."
The president could almost feel the crimson color rippling across his face.
"I understand, Mr. President. But do you, Tom? Have you ever had your family's most torturous secret exposed by a megalomaniac in front of an audience of hundreds of millions?"
"Can't say that I understand on that level, sir."
"Exactly. So don't tell me you understand, because you don't have a clue what this is like."
Clark winced, sat down. He wasn't sure if the pain pulsing through his head was from his blind rage or the excessive drinking from the previous evening. No matter the reason, he didn't feel good, but he wasn't going to shrink from Kingston's broadcast. After all, Clark still wanted to know what happened to his father.
"Turn it on, and start it from the beginning, if you can."
Ackerman plugged the president's laptop into a cord on his desk and projected what was on the screen onto the flat-screen television against the far side of the room. After a brief search, Ackerman clicked a few buttons and Kingston's live stream materialized. Charles Kingston sat in a bare room behind a desk that looked like it was purchased from IKEA. No bookshelf behind him, no pictures on the wall. It was as stark as a blizzard in the wilderness. While Kingston wanted the world to know all about Clark and his father's big secret, the tech mogul clearly didn't want anyone to know where he was. Kingston interlaced his fingers and sat upright as he stared into the camera. He offered a wry smile across his crooked mouth before he began talking.
"Fellow Earthlings," Kingston began, "welcome to today's episode of Who is President Clark?"
Kingston shifted in his chair, loosening up as he continued.
"Now, if you've been following me on various social media channels, you know that I've been teasing this story for a while now. The truth behind the death of President Clark's father. I'd be remiss if I didn't tell you that this doesn't bring me any joy or pleasure, despite the president's aggressive assault to disparage me with lies and other deceitful tactics. Disrobing a family secret that Clark has fought to keep hidden for so long, no, killed to keep hidden, isn't a task I relish. But it's one that must be done so that you know who this man really is, as well as what he plans to do. His term might be drawing near, but that doesn't mean that we won't all feel the effects of his draconian policies the world over for years to come."
Kingston reached to his right, tapped a key on his laptop. The screen split, leaving him on one side and a PowerPoint presentation on the other.
"I want you to know that despite all the lies that have been hurled against me by governments angry over the power they are losing with my new app, I have, as the kids say these days, receipts. Or, for you old-timers, I've got proof. So, I'll be sharing it on the other half of my screen, so you can see that I'm not just clawing back because every company is trying to remove my platform and limit my influence. As you watch this live presentation, you're going to quickly find out why everyone is trying to silence me. And I don't doubt that I won't be the target of a Black Ops assassination attempt before this is all over with. Just know that I'm doing this for you, and you alone, to prove that I've decided to drop all future billing for Privacy Fortress. I've told my tech gurus to make it available on my site, and make it free. You're never going to have to pay for it again. Everyone should be afforded the opportunity to keep those nosy bastards out of your business." Clark shook his head. "He's just going to have more control and sell the information he gathers to desperate advertisers. Can't people see through this sham?"
Ackerman shrugged. "Never underestimate humans' collective lack of intelligence, sir, especially when it requires cogent thoughts and ideas." Clark turned his attention back to the screen as Kingston continued. "Now,
The American president has of course spent 2 terms lying to both U.S. citizens and other government world leaders. But it's what he's held back that's destined to be the most damaging. Let me present to you Exhibit A. The blank screen opposite Kingston was suddenly filled with a document. If you so choose, you may zoom in on this. In fact, I'm going to make these files downloadable on my social media sites. What you're looking at is a top-secret CIA document, one that's been embargoed from public release for another 50 years. He paused dramatically and looked upward, stroking his chin as if in thought. Why 50 years, you ask? Who's going to be around in 50 years to be held accountable for the atrocities that I'm about to show you? The answer tells you why it's been embargoed for so long, and I hope that it's obvious to you, especially by the time I finish. Another image flashed up on the screen, this time a picture of Clark's father. Meet Professor George Clark, President Clark's father. Clark clenched his fists and resisted the urge to snag the paperweight off the corner of his desk and hurl it at the screen. Professor Clark worked at the University of Minnesota, happy to teach eager students all about chemistry. He was a proud patriot, brainwashing his son about the superiority of the United States over other countries. It was typical of men in those days. But then one day, members of a CIA program approached Professor Clark about getting involved in a top-secret program. Curious, the professor agreed to listen. The idea presented to him was to help create a drug that could help U.S. soldiers fight harder and longer and with more aggression. It wouldn't make them super soldiers as depicted on those silly television programs, but it would make them capable of recovering more quickly and heightening their senses on the battlefield. And, being the patriot that he was, Professor Clark agreed to help. The program was called KU Argus. More pictures appeared on the screen showing Clark's father at various points in his academic career. Then it started showing him in a lab, images Clark had never seen of his dad. His tears were a mix of sorrow over the loss of his father and white-hot rage. Professor Clark led a project to concoct this formula and inject it unknowingly into soldiers who fought during Vietnam. At first it seemed like a perfect formula with no side effects, but then things started to deteriorate, moving from bad to worse. Instead of just not working, the side effects began to turn the men into monsters, hallucinations, malfunctioning nervous systems, problems speaking, severe muscle spasms that sometimes became permanent. In essence, he turned the men into monsters. Clark shook his head. He wanted to shout that they were all lies, but he knew it was true. Why else would the FBI and CIA get involved to bury the truth? He thought to himself. Kingston soldiered on. But monsters have a funny way of haunting us. Unless you vanquish them, they will always come back. And Professor Clark fended off 2 attacks from one such monster, attacks that he kept quiet from everyone, even his family. But he released the monster, believing each time that he would change. However, the 3rd time, the monster succeeded, nudging Clark's father into a freezing Minnesota lake and leaving him to drown. The worst part of this story is that President Clark has authorized the resurrection of his program, and it won't be long before he has seeded the world with these monsters, though the CIA will swear that they're all reformed. Don't be fooled. They'll be coming for you as sure as they're listening in on your conversations and punishing you for speaking out against the prevailing party. Clark looked through bleary eyes at Ackerman. Is that true, Tom? I don't know, sir, but it's possible, I guess. I want Kingston eliminated. Clark swept everything off his desk in a fit of rage. He picked up his phone and dialed Simpson. Sir, you realize how that will make him look? I don't care.
He dialed Simpson's number and waited. "Have you been watching Charles Kingston's program?" Clark asked as soon as Simpson picked up. "I'm afraid I have, sir. I'm so sorry. Listen here, Jerry. I don't care what you have to do, but you better fix this. I want a picture of that dead man's body on every news program tonight. Leave no doubt. Do you understand me?" Clark hung up the phone and continued to seethe. All he could do now was wait. Chapter 45. Lausanne, Switzerland. After an hour-long flight on a private jet, Barrett, Stone, and Watt sat in a van parked outside Charles Kingston's chalet overlooking Lake Geneva. Just beyond the house, Barrett noticed the moon flickering off the lake's rippling water. A cool mountain breeze blew through Barrett's window and into the vehicle. He studied the house through a pair of binoculars and considered the best point of entry. "I don't see any guards patrolling the perimeter, so let's proceed with the plan." Barrett pulled a Slade Gordon mask over his head, checked his equipment, and then led the team over the 8-foot-high brick wall surrounding Kingston's property. They scaled the side of the house and worked their way across the roof to a large skylight. After attaching 2 ropes to rappel into the house, Barrett and Stone set a pair of charges. "They're going to know we're here after we do this, so have your weapons ready." Barrett and Stone each blew their charges, shattering the glass and sending it cascading to the floor. The 2 men went right behind it, guns blazing as they were met with mild resistance. Barrett picked off 2 security guards, while Stone hit the other, clearing the room and allowing Watts to follow them. As she zipped down the rope, Barrett and Stone stood watch. Once she reached the floor, they unhooked her and continued to move from room to room in search of Kingston. "Where is the bastard?" He couldn't have gotten far. The house was a maze of rooms, which descended 2 floors beneath the main level, making a total of 4 floors. The trio quickly cleared the top 2 before entering the 2 levels below ground. Barrett descended the first stairs, his weapon trained in front of him. He lowered his gun as he neared the bottom, peering around the side of the wall. A bullet whipped past him and hit the other side of the stairwell wall, chiseling out a chunk of stone. Barrett pulled back, then grabbed a flashbang from his ruck. He counted to 3 in his head before launching the explosive. Barrett and Stone took advantage of the smoky cover and the disoriented guards to reach the open room without taking any fire. They scrambled behind a couch and started shooting toward the direction the gunman had been in when he shot at Barrett. They heard the sound of 2 more bodies hitting the floor, but waited for the smoke to clear before proceeding. After they cleared the floor, they motioned for Watts to join them. Her eyes lit up as she saw a large room off to the left. She tried the door handle, and it opened. "What is this?" "It's a server room, and if I had to bet, this is where he's keeping all the information from Privacy Fortress." "Good to know." Barrett walked back to the stairs. The trio continued their descent, this time reaching the bottom floor, which was completely dark. "He's got to be here. He's still transmitting from here." Barrett put on night vision goggles and swept across the room. He knew he was at a disadvantage, since he didn't know the layout of the floor as well as Kingston did. But if he could see them, it wouldn't matter. As Barrett moved forward, he thought he saw something move out of the corner of his eye. When he turned toward it, he felt 2 large arms wrap around him and drive him into the ground. He tried to fight back, but with his arms pinned against his sides and the full weight of the man on top of him, Barrett couldn't move. Then he felt a piece of cold steel slide uncomfortably against his neck. A second later, the lights flashed on, temporarily blinding Barrett. He squeezed his eyes shut, then his mask was removed. "Let him go!" Stone shouted. The man holding Barrett captive didn't move, except to rip off the night vision goggles. Barrett slowly opened his eyes and blinked in an attempt to adjust. "Let him go, or I'll shoot," Stone said. The man didn't move. Deliberate footsteps from across the room echoed off the marble floor. "That wouldn't be a good idea," a man said. Barrett strained to see who was talking, but he didn't need to see him to know who it was. Charles Kingston. "You're going to release my friend right now, if you know what's good for you." Stone snarled at the muscular man maintaining his bear hug of Barrett. "Release," Kingston said, as he worked over a black spherical object about the size of a baseball in his hands.
That's an interesting word to use, because I can do some releasing of my own right now. In fact, I'll even do it after I'm dead."
"Shut up," Stone said. "I've heard enough from you. I'm talking to your pal right now. If you want him to let your friend go, you might want to tell me, because my guy does whatever I tell him to, without fail. He's not going to listen to you. All he has to do is run that knife along your friend's throat, and it's over. Do you really want his blood on your hands?"
"It's over, Chuck," Barrett said, his voice gruff and blunted by the pressure exerted on him by his captor. "If you want to live, give it up."
Kingston laughed and tossed the object in the air before catching it. "You came here to capture me? That's not very truthful, is it? My sources at the White House told me that you're here on a wet op."
"I don't work for the U.S. government, so whoever told you that was lying. Now, this is your last chance to surrender."
Such boldness from a man on the verge of taking his last breath. "Because if you manage to kill me or even imprison me, my team will release a tranche of material that will make every political scandal in your country's history pale in comparison."
"You're bluffing."
"You're either lying or very naive," Kingston said with a chuckle. "If what I was doing was so wrong, why did so many politicians and government leaders sign up almost immediately? They couldn't wait to get protection from their own kind. But they weren't the only ones who signed up. We had lawyers, CEOs, musicians, athletes, professors, everyone from all the elite spaces. But we also had your mechanics, plumbers, electricians, construction workers, school teachers, your everyday man and woman. Nobody wanted the government to spy on them anymore. They all saw Privacy Fortress as a way to get their lives back and to avoid future embarrassment. Or maybe they saw it as a way to continue their illegal lifestyle."
"But it was all a sham," Barrett said.
"Sham? Such a loaded word. No, its protection power is real, very real. So real, in fact, that I'd already been contacted by various law enforcement organizations around the world wanting to know how to gain access to mobile phones with my app installed. I told them the same thing I'll tell you. You can't. It's virtually impossible."
"Maybe impossible for others, but not for you."
"Ah, therein lies the rub. I can keep everyone else out. But if I want to snoop, well, I can. It's all right there in the terms of service, if you bothered to read it. So I suppose that no one should be surprised, since they were all warned."
"But you're harvesting information and using it as leverage to get people to do what you want."
"What's so wrong with that? We all use leverage in the world of business. We convince each other to do things for one another because it would be in the best interest of our bottom line. What I'm doing is no different." "You can't honestly believe that," Stone hissed. "I not only believe it, I'm demonstrating that it's a viable way to get what you want.
And it's illegal."
"I'm only taking the information someone has legally transmitted to me and given me permission to use as I see fit, and then telling them I'm going to broadcast it to the world. It's less of a warning and more of a heads-up. How do you think we were able to acquire Euroconnect or convince the Indian Prime Minister to go along with this plan? Just give them a little heads-up. Nothing illegal about that." Watts eased into the room, laptop in hand. "Maybe not illegal, but your followers have a lot to say about that."
"Now you're the one bluffing," Kingston said.
"I wouldn't be so sure," she said. "I mean, this is your social media page, right?" She flipped the screen around as she moved toward him, allowing him to see his streaming channel listed as live and airing the conversation to more than 15 million viewers. "No going back now, Charles."
"Consider this your heads up," Barrett said. "Tell your man to release me, right now."
"If that's what you want," Kingston said as he eased back toward the doorway. "Delgado, Drop the knife." Kingston tossed the black orb into the air as Delgado let go of Barrett. They rose to their feet before Delgado shoved Barrett. "We're going to walk out of here, and you're not going to kill us like your president ordered you to, because I'm sure he doesn't want any more of his nasty secrets being made public. And when you see him again, tell him I never again want to see or hear from anyone in his administration. Understood?" Barrett steeled his gaze, but didn't acknowledge the statement. "I need you to affirm that you understand." Barrett didn't move. "Well, if that's how you want to play it, I'll just reveal your big secret." Then he tossed his black orb toward Barrett. It unfurled and then wrapped around his leg. He tried to rip it off, but then sharp objects dug into his skin and pulsed once. "What is this?" Barrett asked. Kingston didn't answer as he walked steadily toward Barrett and reached for his mask. "Talk about a reveal for the ages." Kingston grabbed a handful of hair from the Slade Gordon mask. "Everyone's going to know who you are, won't they, Mr. Blake Barrett?" Barrett wanted to say something, but struggled to get the words out. "What is happening to me?" "I paralyzed you," Kingston said, before he turned and disappeared into the darkness behind him. "Stoney!" Barrett shouted. Stone, stunned by Kingston's surprise, turned just in time to see a knife hurtling toward him. He dove to the floor, then rolled back to his feet and fired a couple of shots at Kingston and Delgado as they ran away, but he didn't hit either one of them as the pair vanished. "Get this thing off me! What is this?" "I read about these things recently," Watt said, rushing over. "Law enforcement are starting to use this device to stop people who are resisting arrest. Apparently it's safer than using a taser and more easily deployed." "Who cares? I'm done now. He just outed me to 15 million viewers." "No, he didn't," Watt said as she continued to work the device loose. "I killed the feed before he did anything." "Turn it back on," he said, an idea striking him like a bolt of lightning. "I want everyone to see that he was lying, and then I've got a little message I want to share with the world." You sure that's a good idea?" Stone asked. Watts nodded as she removed the device from Barrett's leg. Then she replaced the mask and tugged it taut over his head. She got up and ran for her phone and tapped back into Kingston's feed. "I think it's a great idea," she said, zooming in on Barrett and reopening the link. She pointed at him, signaling he was free to talk. "The only secrets are the ones Charles Kingston stole illegally," he said in Slade's voice. "I'm not acting on behalf of the U.S. government, or anyone else for that matter. I'm taking matters into my own hands for the world's sake. My name is Slade Gordon, and I won't disappoint you." Chapter 46. Lausanne, Switzerland. Barrett scooped his gun off the floor and stopped to turn back and look at Watts. In the midst of the chaos, she glanced up at him, the corners of her mouth turned upward. "What are you smiling at, Jazz?" "That was genius. You just blew your cover." "Step one of getting my life back. Now you know what you have to do, don't you?" "Yep. I'll let you know when it's done." He turned it to Stone. "Let's go nail these bastards, Stoney. As much as I'd like to crush him, you take the Spaniard. Kingston is mine." "Fair enough." Then Barrett grabbed the device that had paralyzed him and pushed a button, returning it to its original spherical shape. He pushed the button again, and the device started beeping. He tossed it toward the leg of the table, and within seconds it had wrapped around the table leg and pulsed once. He yanked it free, and then restored it to its rounded shape, then shoved it into his rucksack. "Hurry! We can't let them get too far ahead of us." Stone turned on his flashlight. The two men darted into the hallway. Several doors lined the hallway, but there was only one that was ajar. Barrett yanked on the handle and walked through the doorway, just in time to see the two men roaring away on a pair of motorcycles, the Spaniard on a red bike, while Kingston drove a blue one. Stone cursed. "We'll never catch them in our van." "We're not taking the van." Barrett hinted at a keychain holder tacked to the wall next to the light switch. "I'll take the Bugatti."
Guess it's the Lambo for me." They both grabbed the keys and rushed toward their vehicles of choice. Stone ignited the Bugatti Chiron Supersport. The engine purred as he barked the tires, leaving the garage and embarking on his pursuit of the red bike. But as fast as the Bugatti was, Barrett didn't mind waiting for Stone to clear the garage and driveway. With Barrett behind the wheel of a Lamborghini, a car that registered 0 to 60 miles per hour in just 2.8 seconds, he figured he could wait. Barrett revved the engine and left a trail of burning rubber in the garage before peeling out onto the winding roads surrounding Lausanne and Lake Geneva. "How's it going, Jazz?"
"Quicker than I thought, but I'm not there yet. I'll keep you posted."
"What about the drone?"
"It's locking in on your position right now and following. It's only got a 20-mile radius, so you'll have to do it soon."
"I'll do my best, but you know I can't make a move until you're finished."
"Huh. Way to pile on the pressure."
"You don't get diamonds without pressure." Barrett shifted in his seat as the Lamborghini hugged the road around a tight curve. He barely lost any speed as he kept sight of the two motorcycles roaring ahead in the distance with Stone on their tail. After a half-minute, they approached a fork in the road. The red bike went north, heading into the mountains, while the blue bike stayed on the road, running parallel to the water. "Steady as she goes," Barrett said.
"This guy's nuts," Stone said. "I swear he has a death wish."
"Stay with him. We don't want anyone around who can resurrect Kingston's network."
"I'm doing my best."
Barrett maintained his speed, following Kingston's blue bike as it wound around the lake. Easing back the sunroof, Barrett didn't see any drones. "Where's the drone?"
"It can't keep up,"
Watt said, the background clattering with the clicking of a keyboard. "Then how are we going to get this on video?"
"The drone has suction cups on its landing gear. Attach it to the roof, and it'll situate the camera to capture him."
"Are you live yet?"
"No. I'm a little busy right now. Just hold on."
After a couple of minutes, they approached a construction zone, which had a crew busy in full force since the road wasn't being utilized much at 2 a.m. The construction led through a tunnel that had been reduced to one usable lane. Vehicles on each side took turns going through the tunnel by following a pilot truck. It was Barrett's side that had to wait. He looked up and noticed the drone hovering over him. "Jazz, send the drone down. We're stopped."
"Copy that."
The drone quickly alit on the roof of the Lamborghini. Barrett affixed the landing gear's suction cups to the windshield and let Watts know he was ready. Then he glanced ahead and saw Kingston, the two men separated by a pair of vehicles. The tech mogul revved his engine and looked over his shoulder. Kingston's helmet prevented him from making eye contact, but Barrett knew the man saw him. Moments later, a truck emerged from the tunnel and performed a 180 on the shoulder after pulling over to the side and allowing 6 vehicles to pass. The truck maneuvered back to the start of the other side, but Kingston didn't wait to be led, gunning his engine and entering the tunnel. Barrett whipped out of line and shot past the pilot truck to resume his pursuit of Kingston. It took less than a half-minute to zoom through the tunnel and re-emerge beneath the bright moon and sparkling stars. Under most circumstances, Barrett would have preferred to stop and soak in the majestic scene lording over Lake Geneva. But there wasn't time, not with Kingston driving as if his life depended on it. Because it did. Barrett looked at his mileage gauge. He'd already traveled 15 miles, meaning the drone would soon be out of range, and part of his plan was contingent upon capturing Kingston's death live. "Update, Jazz. I'm going to be out of range in 5 miles.
"Almost there."
A resounding click came from the computer.
"Got it?" "All done. Every file has been deleted and eliminated. Someone might be able to restore them, but it won't be easy, and it'll just be pieces here and there."
"Good work."
"So you're free to engage the hostile."
"Copy that." He eased onto the accelerator and roared up on the back of Kingston. "How's it coming?" Stone asked, his voice faint amid a steady background of static. "About to engage. And you?" Stone said something, but Barrett couldn't make it out. Then he heard gunshots, before nothing but static. Barrett cursed under his breath. "Hang in there, Stoney." Then Barrett turned his full attention to Kingston, drawing closer than ever. Barrett had roughly 3 miles left before the drone would stop transmitting. "Are we live yet?"
"The transmission just started. I had to create a separate channel, but people are finding it. We've already got 10 grand viewing us."
"We need a lot more."
"You worry about Kingston. I'll take care of the viewers."
Barrett nudged Kingston's back tire, propelling him forward.
Without warning, Kingston gunned the engine again. It whined in the night, straining as he darted up a rise. 1 mile remained on the range, and Barrett ran through his options.
"I'm starting to get a lot of static,"
Watts said over the comms. "Adjusting now." He downshifted and whipped into the other lane, passing Kingston and almost immediately tapping the brakes. Barrett watched in the rearview mirror as Kingston lunged slightly forward over the handlebars as the brakes engaged. He came to a complete stop and spun in the opposite direction. "Atta boy." He stomped on the gas and raced toward Kingston.
"The picture's improving, and so's the viewership."
"What are we up to now?"
"Over 1 million.
Barrett expressed his pleasure with a satisfied grunt. "Time to give them the show they came here for." Barrett could see the tunnel in the distance. No cars were waiting at the stop sign held by a lonely construction worker. Barrett knew Kingston wouldn't wait this time. He'd already surveyed the tunnel and would have an advantage navigating his way through traffic. Though the tunnel was about a mile off, Barrett weighed his options. If he didn't act now, he'd lose Kingston, maybe for good, and while he wouldn't be able to do much damage without his files, he remained a formidable foe, especially since he likely had the proof necessary to expose Barrett as a fraud, and he couldn't afford to let that happen, not if he wanted to find out the truth.
2 million viewers now,
Watts said. Barrett rolled down his window, his gun resting on the seat next to him. He zoomed closer and peeled into the adjacent lane to Kingston. The tech mogul paused to flash a middle finger at Barrett before opening up the engine all the way. Barrett reached into his rucksack on the front seat and dug out the orb. He then raced up next to Kingston again and pushed the button before tossing it at his leg. He looked down and removed his foot from the pegs, shaking his leg to rid himself of the device, but Barrett knew it wouldn't come off so easily. Kingston would need 2 hands, which would mean stopping, and he clearly didn't intend to stop. But he also couldn't control his right leg, which meant he couldn't downshift. He could only apply the brakes, knowing he would choke out if he tried to continue. Every scenario would result in Kingston pulling over, and he knew that Barrett would kill him. So Kingston did the only thing he could. He gunned the engine and powered forward. If he made it to the tunnel, he could lose Barrett and then pull over to remove the device. Barrett looked ahead nervously as he eased back to record the event.
3 million viewers.
"Do people know what they're watching?" Barrett asked.
"If Kingston's bragged once, he's bragged 1,000 times about his motorcycles, sharing pictures of him riding that custom blue bike. Everyone who's followed him knows it's him, especially since he's bragged about how this prototype security app keeps everyone but him from riding that bike."
"He's such a genius. Too bad that app doesn't work on his cars." The 2 vehicles hurtled toward the tunnel. Barrett's heart hammered in his chest. He would have to stop eventually because he couldn't avoid a head-on collision like Kingston could. Barrett estimated he had about 10 seconds left, or else all would be lost. He started a countdown in his head and said a little prayer. 8, 7, 6. Still no cars or even headlights. 5, 4, 3. Then a pair of high-beam lights roared out of the tunnel. The driver must have noticed Kingston, but it was too late for him to avoid, let alone slam on brakes with a train of cars behind him. Kingston tried to swerve, but when he did, the bike wobbled back and forth. He regained control momentarily before he yanked the handlebars to the side, hoping to drift past the pilot truck. But instead, Kingston hit the grill, launching himself like a human projectile. He soared through the air, his arms and one of his legs flailing. The other remained limp, making him look almost cartoonish. Then Kingston slammed into the Rocky Mountain base over the tunnel and fell to the ground. A semi-truck that was part of the entourage finished him off, using his unconscious body as a speed bump, and Barrett came to a stop next to the construction worker, allowing the drone to capture the harrowing ordeal. He quickly released the drone, giving control over to Watts, who flew the camera over the scene to show Kingston. Blood pooled around his head. The helmet he was wearing now split in 2 and laying in pieces around his lifeless body. Barrett pumped his fist and shouted. Then his mind shifted gears. "Stoney!" Chapter 47. Lausanne, Switzerland. Barrett rushed back over to his car and waited for the final vehicle to come through the tunnel before roaring in the opposite direction. Instead of celebrating Kingston's demise, Barrett was laser-focused on his colleague. "Stoney, where are you?" No response. "Jazz, where is he?"
"I'm tracking his phone, but it's not moving. It's about 10 miles from your position. Sending you a pin right now."
Barrett flew out of the tunnel, the Lamborghini's engine purring as it zipped along the ribbon of asphalt winding around Lake Geneva. He periodically tried to raise Stone on the comms, but no answer came. As Barrett drew closer, he tried again. Still no response. About a half-mile from the location, Barrett's navigational system directed him off the main road and up a hillside. The gravel road wound its way up to a rocky ridge overlooking the lake. After a short drive, he reached the summit and found the Bugatti parked haphazardly. The door was open, the windshield riddled with bullet holes. Barrett cursed as he hit the brakes and rushed over to the car. The moon had slipped behind the clouds, and the Bugatti's headlights were the only thing illuminating the area. They cast an ominous glow on a motorcycle lying on its side about 10 meters in front of the car. As Barrett ran, he hoisted every prayer he could remember from his childhood days in his Arkansas Baptist Church Sunday school, hoping that he wouldn't find what he feared he would. He rushed up to the door and found it empty, though blood stained the driver's seat and steering wheel. "Damn it, Stoney, you better not be dead." Barrett tried the comms again, hoping that Stone would hear him. Yet no reply. He used a penlight to study the ground and found a thin trail of blood, followed it for a few meters before realizing it led to a small incline covered with scree. Barrett cupped his mouth. "Stoney!" No reply. "Stoney!" Barrett froze, holding his breath. The only thing he could hear was his heart thumping in his ears and the resounding of his voice on the rocky ridge. Then a gunshot shattered the stillness, and a bullet whizzed past Barrett. He killed his penlight and dove to the ground, rolling away into the darkness. Barrett heard bullets ping off the ground near him. 2 more shots, and Barrett scrambled toward a nearby cluster of trees. Taking cover behind a pine tree, he peered into the darkness. His eyes adjusted to the dim lighting, and he noticed a shadowy figure with a gun stalking on the top of the ridge. Barrett picked up a rock and tossed it in the opposite direction. It clanked off a boulder and drew the gunman's attention. Barrett watched as the man jumped down from his position on the rocks and stalked toward the sound. As he moved, Barrett noticed the man walked with a pronounced limp. Stoney must have injured him. Barrett mulled over his options. He was still not sure where Stone was, or if he was even alive, but if Barrett was going to find him, he needed to eliminate the Spaniard first, and there weren't many options that gave him the best chance at succeeding. Barrett clicked off the safety on his pistol, eased into the open, then broke into an all-out sprint. He pumped his arms as he ran, his feet seeming to stretch far beyond his stride's usual distance. As Barrett drew closer, the gunman's shadow spun toward Barrett's direction, but he was ready and had his gun raised. He fired shot after shot at the man, emptying the gun. The barrage of shots caught the Spaniard off guard, and he dropped his gun before falling to his knees, then crashing face first into the dirt. Barrett snatched the Spaniard's gun and fired 2 more shots into his head to make sure the threat was eliminated. Then Barrett turned his attention to the reason he was there. Stone. He shouted again. "Stoney!" Then he heard the rustling of rocks behind him and rushed over. After pulling out his penlight, he swept it across the area and found Stoney, clutching his side, his breath shallow. "Stoney, are you okay?" "I've been better. He got me in the side." Barrett directed his light at Stone's side, which oozed blood, coating his hand. "I'm going to get you out of here. Just stay with me." Stone nodded weakly but didn't move. Barrett reached down and scooped up his colleague, carrying him like a father would carry a sleeping child after arriving home on a long trip. After rushing Stone to the Lamborghini's passenger seat, Barrett buckled him in and then tore off down the side of the hill toward the nearest hospital. "You're going to be all right, Stoney. You're going to be all right." Chapter 48, Washington, D.C. Simpson rubbed his temples with his fingertips and contemplated pouring himself a drink. It was noon, so taking the edge off wasn't completely unprofessional, at least not in Washington. He'd lived in the capital long enough to understand that it wasn't a question of if it would take your soul, but when. But he didn't have much choice in the matter unless he was the president. He knew he'd always be beholden to someone, and even that wasn't a guarantee. The good news for Simpson was that despite Charles Kingston broadcasting the story about President Clark's father to the world, Clark wasn't as distraught as Simpson thought he would be. Instead, the president turned it into a badge of courage. Clark released a statement that said until Kingston revealed that story about his father, he'd been searching for the truth about his death for decades. However, any CIA program that experimented on soldiers had been shuttered years ago, and that KU Argus had not been resurrected, according to Clark. And that narrative had struck a chord with most Americans, if the polls were to be believed. Clark's favorability rating had risen significantly after the live stream that exposed Kingston's true motives for Privacy Fortress, and privately he'd credited Simpson for making it happen with his band of secret operatives. But Simpson's world was far from settled. Colonel Sanders had called in to question Slade Gordon, wondering if he was who he said he was. Simpson scoffed at the suggestion. "I meet with him regularly and speak with him on video conference calls," Simpson told Sanders. "The mere idea that the man parading around as Gordon and eliminating some of the most dangerous targets you've assigned is ridiculous." "Ridiculous or not, I want a DNA test," Sanders had said during a recent phone call, "and I want it done as soon as he returns to the U.S. As a result, Simpson had demanded that Slade Gordon report for a debriefing upon his arrival in Washington 2 days after he'd pulled back the curtain on Kingston's nefarious operation. Simpson arranged for the two to meet at a private restaurant. Barrett didn't mind the inconvenience of meeting Simpson in person. The imposter agent wanted to retreat to Miami with Watts and Stone for some much-needed rest. But hanging around in Washington for an extra day or two would give him a chance to snoop and figure out who was pulling the strings with Simpson. Barrett held the mustache against his lip for a few more seconds before getting out of his car, allowing longer for the adhesive to take to his face. Satisfied that it wouldn't fall off, he got out of the car and headed for the door. While Barrett wasn't that concerned about the faux facial hair, the form-fitting mask stretched across his head scared him to death. After all he'd done to reach this point, he couldn't fathom losing his chance to discover who wanted him dead, and why, not when he was so close. Upon reaching the front door, Barrett gave it a tug, but it was locked. He began to wonder if he'd mixed up the time or the address, when a rail-thin young man turned the deadbolt and nudged the door open. As Barrett entered the family-owned Italian restaurant, the man held the door open before securing it again, then gesturing toward the main dining area. When Barrett entered the room, he found Lieutenant Colonel Jerry Simpson sitting alone at a table in the center of the room. All the surrounding tables were empty, and there was a single waiter standing at attention near the swinging double doors that led to the kitchen. Simpson had already placed his napkin on his lap and was surveying the family-style meal arranged on the table. Wisps of steam rose off the food, and Simpson leaned forward, inhaling the aroma. Using one of his hands, he coaxed the smells toward him and drew in another deep breath, all while keeping his eyes closed. "If you closed your eyes like that at Meemaw's house, my cousins would clean your plate," Barrett said without thinking. Simpson opened his eyes and stared at Barrett like he'd called him a derogatory name. "What?" Barrett said, hoping that his voice modulator wasn't glitching. "Meemaw?" Simpson said, his face still screwed up with bewilderment. "I thought your grandmother was called Nana." Barrett cursed in his head, angry over the simple mistake. Seeing the feast reminded him of his grandmother and pulled him out of his alias for just a moment. He'd let his guard down and recalled the fond memory, mentioning it as a way of connecting with Simpson. It was foolish, but Barrett couldn't reclaim the memory now. All he could do was move on and try to play it off.
You must have been thinking about my mom's mother. That's Nonna. Meemaw is my dad's mother, from Abilene."
Barrett had plenty of expertise in bullshitting on the spot. It had saved him numerous times when his life truly depended on it. And after being thrown into such situations, he'd learned the key was always saying whatever it was you needed to say, with extreme confidence. If it was a minor detail, most people would move on and not give it a second thought, deferring to the person making such a bold claim, especially when it was inconsequential. And Barrett figured the name of Slade Gordon's grandmother, on either side of his family, didn't truly matter. But most importantly, he didn't think Simpson really knew such details. Simpson shrugged and then reached into the breadbasket covered with a towel and retrieved a piece of garlic bread. He took a bite and then gestured toward the chair opposite him. "Come on, Slade. Have a seat. I won't bite." Barrett sat down and followed Simpson's lead by snaring a piece of garlic bread. After a more formal greeting was exchanged, Simpson removed the lids from the different dishes, revealing the cheese ravioli pasta along with marinara sauce, a salad, a platter of Parmesan-crusted chicken. Barrett wanted to ask Simpson how he learned about the restaurant, but caught himself and decided to stick to topics that wouldn't potentially give him away. "I saw 5 people wearing Blake Barrett masks when I went to the store this morning," Barrett said in Slade's voice. "All thanks to you," Simpson said with a shrug. "Too bad Blake can't make any money off his likeness. Kinda hard to do when you're lying at the bottom of a lake." Simpson shook his head. "That was far less dramatic than your latest assignment. Kingston wouldn't have had it any other way." Simpson smiled. "President Clark asked me to pass along his thanks in an unofficial capacity, of course." "Of course." Barrett gulped down a large, opaque red plastic cup brimmed with iced tea. When he finished, he followed Simpson's lead and dug into the meal. If Barrett had been observing the men as 2 strangers, he wouldn't have known the nature of their relationship. And even if he did, he doubted he would have ever guessed assassin and handler. As they ate, Simpson reviewed some of the ways Barrett could have handled recent jobs a little cleaner, as well as discussing a brief primer for some of the possible targets that had been identified. But nothing personal was discussed. Simpson was all business. When Barrett finished his meal, the waiter descended upon the table and cleared it with meticulous precision. "Nice call on this restaurant. Keep up the good work, Slade. Let's do this more often." Barrett offered his hand and the 2 men shook before Barrett drew Simpson closer with an embrace. At that moment, Barrett slipped an ink pen into Simpson's coat pocket, and when he returned to his car, he contacted Watts. "Well?" "Well, what? Can you hear what's being said?" "I think so. Sounds like someone is washing dishes. Wait a minute." "What is it?" "It's Simpson. He's on the phone with someone now. Sounds like he's in his car." "What's he saying?" "He just referred to the man on the other end of the line as Colonel Sanders. He just said that Charles Kingston was right about one thing, that Argus is on the verge of becoming operational again." "You hear anything else?" "Everything's muffled now, no, but there is something else I wanted to tell you." "About Argus?" "No, about Tim Gaines's cryptic message." "And?" "I decoded it. We're going to Boston." Simpson shifted in his seat behind the steering wheel before adjusting his armrest. He dug into his coat pocket and found a pen. After studying it for a moment, he dropped it into the console and closed the top. "What about the DNA sample?" Colonel Sanders asked. "Were you able to get it?" "It's already been sent to the lab," Simpson said. "But I'm telling you, it's a big waste of time. I know Slade Gordon, and that's him. You don't have anything to worry about." "Well, let's hope you're right, because if you just gave a debriefing and an operational briefing to someone other than Gordon, you're going to regret it." "Relax, Colonel. It was him." Chapter 49. London. MI6 Director Nigel Pearson clamped his teeth on the lip of his pipe. He'd yet to ignite the tobacco, taking a moment to inhale the rich flavor that would soon fill the room. He leaned closer to his laptop screen and squinted, studying the image. The footage from several Hong Kong businesses rolled onto his screen. He zoomed in on one of the men standing on the street corner. The man looked pixelated, even after MI6's experts from the technical division enhanced the image. Pearson sighed and shook his head. Though he couldn't make out a positive identification, he figured that it had to be Agent Green. If Pearson pressed the issue, he might be able to find another angle, maybe even apply more pressure on his technical officers to better enhance the picture. But he would likely arrive at the same conclusion. This picture wasn't conclusive. And where did that leave him? In the worst position possible. The traitor was still on the lam, while Charles Kingston, before meeting his demise, had dropped the figurative equivalent of 2 nuclear bombs. The brash tech mogul had exposed MI6's robust plan of spying on other intelligence agencies, as well as sowing mistrust into the public's collective conscience. Nobody would ever trust MI6 again, not even people in his own government. And while it wasn't deserved, it would likely be the end of him. While pondering how he might be able to move forward, a knock at his door shocked him out of his 1,000-yard stare. He pushed back from his desk and stood up before hustling over to the door. Cracking it to see who was outside, he recognized Will Cole from the technical division, standing outside with a large box. "You have it?" Pearson whispered. Cole nodded. "It's all in here." Pearson gestured for Cole to enter. "Come on." The MI6 director held the door open just wide enough for Cole to enter, and then quickly shut it behind him. "There's nothing wrong with what we're doing, right?" Cole asked. "Of course not." "Then why all the cloak and dagger theatrics?" "Old habits die hard, I suppose. Now, let's see what you got." Pearson peeked into the box, which contained charred hard drives an MI6 agent had collected from Kingston's chalet in Lausanne shortly after the fire. An agent had posed as a firefighter and harvested hard drives from several servers, although Pearson was most interested in keeping the private information of millions of people the world over from being stolen and consequently susceptible to blackmailers. He was also curious if there were files from anyone else he might find useful. And there was. Information from the cell phone of the retired Honorable Henry Hastings, MP, the chair of the Intelligence and Security Committee of Parliament. It wasn't the most embarrassing thing Pearson found sifting through the files gathered by his agent, but it was more than enough to ensure he'd have a job as long as Hastings presided over the ISC. With Hastings' dalliance with a young staffer in Pearson's back pocket, the MI6 director had tidied up all the other loose threads, including the elimination of McCutcheon. He also thought there might be just enough doubt sown to help MI6 to revive the United Front Agreement. Despite the ham-fisted way the situation was handled, the ultimate result was achieved. Everything had been taken care of. Everything except one key detail: the status of Agent Oliver Green. First and foremost, Pearson wanted to know Agent Green's whereabouts. He needed a body or pictures of one to take back to the ISC, but he'd yet to receive any, getting only verbal assurances from Lieutenant Colonel Jerry Simpson, the man who was handling the U.S. Dark Ops team pursuing the data, and Agent Green, that the target was dead. Pearson deemed the response unsatisfactory and pressed Simpson for Gordon's direct contact information to conduct a brief interview. Pearson insisted that if Simpson couldn't provide any proof, a conversation with Gordon was the least he could do to help satisfy his overlords. It was a plea that resonated with Simpson, and he acquiesced. But there was another reason Pearson wanted to speak with Gordon. The man in the footage of the Hong Kong operation appeared to be Blake Barrett, a man Pearson had hired on several occasions. When questioned, Simpson explained that Gordon wore a mask to conceal his identity, an account that struck Pearson as odd. It was a curious choice of mask, to be sure, and Pearson wanted to hear the answer for himself, straight from the horse's mouth. He dialed the number and waited for Gordon to answer. Once he picked up, Pearson started talking. "Agent Gordon, I have some questions for you," he started.
"Who is this?" Gordon said. "And how did you get this number?"
"This is MI6 Director Nigel Pearson. Lieutenant Colonel Simpson gave me your number. He said I should discuss an issue I have with you, Agent Gordon. If that's really who you are."
"What the hell is that supposed to mean?"
"Don't be so daft. The images of you in Hong Kong were everywhere. Of course, nobody recognized you, except for those in the intelligence community. And I'll be damned if you weren't the spitting image of Blake Barrett."
"Well, that's impossible, because that was me in a mask. I always protect my identity when I can. Once I'm burned, I'm ruined for good, and it'd be a shame to waste my talents."
"Yes, but you chose Blake Barrett, which is very curious, given that he was also a secret government agent."
"He was a long time ago, but he didn't quite meet the required standards to continue in a Black Ops role."
"What kind of standards are you talking about?"
"He couldn't stomach all the killing. Now, is that what you really called about?" Pearson grunted.
"Where's Agent Green?"
"He's dead. Killed him in Monaco. Dumped his body in the water."
"How did you do it?"
"Double tap while he was asleep. Figured it was the best way to handle him."
"Pictures?"
"Didn't take any. We had to leave in a rush, and I didn't have time for much of anything."
"I find that hard to believe."
"Belief is a tricky thing, Mr. Pearson. One person might believe something because they trust the pillars of truth upholding that idea, while another person can look at the same thing and deem those pillars as little more than an illusion held in the mind of the deceived."
"What's your point?"
"You want Agent Green to be alive, don't you?"
"We have some questions for him. It'd be convenient if he was."
The ultimate mission determined that it wasn't wise to keep him alive, so I did what needed to be done.
"We didn't want him harmed."
"Then maybe you should have handled it yourself, or hired someone like Blake Barrett, Mr. No Blood, No Fuss himself."
"You better not be lying to me. If I find that Agent Green was resurrected from the dead, I will hunt you down."
"Try to tone down your British charm," Gordon said. "Your arrogance is showing."
Pearson abruptly ended the call. He took a deep breath to calm down. There was something about Gordon, something that was vaguely familiar in his voice, though his vitriol for Blake Barrett was almost palpable. Without a picture of a dead body, the ISC would still have questions, but in the end the London media would have a field day writing about all the secrets that Charles Kingston extracted and lost in the fraud he foisted on the world. Pearson filed Slade Gordon's contact info into his phone, then removed a lighter from the top drawer in his desk. Then the MI6 director lit the tobacco in his pipe and leaned back in his chair, taking a satisfied puff. On the other side of the Atlantic, Lieutenant Colonel Jerry Simpson was pacing his office floor when his phone rang. It was Colonel Sanders.
"I received an update from the lab on the DNA test. I figured you'd be calling. I'm beginning to wonder about your assurances, Simpson." "It's Slade Gordon. You have to believe me. But the results were inconclusive. They even drew 3 more samples to test from what you provided, and each one came back inconclusive. That's rather odd, wouldn't you say?"
"I'm not a forensics expert, so I don't know if that's usual or not."
"Well, I'll tell you right now, that's highly unusual and very suspect."
"That is Slade Gordon," Simpson said, his tone measured.
"For now, all we can do is take your word for it, but I want another shot at him, and next time, it'll be a blood test." Do you realize how difficult it's going to be to get that?
I'm sure you'll figure out a way.
It's what you do, Simpson, Sanders said, before ending the call.
Simpson tossed his phone on his desk and resumed his pacing. Chapter 50. Boston, Massachusetts. The U.S. flag stiffened in the Boston breeze outside New England Trust Bank, the metal clip banging against the pole to a haphazard beat determined by the wind. Barrett, face adorned with a costume goatee and most of his wig hair hidden beneath the mesh trucker cap, plodded up the steps to the front doors with Peter Gaines. Watts, who'd figured out the string of numbers were a GPS location, had suggested Barrett go alone with Peter to avoid any unnecessary attention.
"You ready for this?" Barrett asked.
"I can't say, since I don't know what we're about to find," Peter said. "Tim was very adamant that something bad was going to happen to him, and the fact that he's dead, well, it's just hard to believe he committed suicide, even though that's what the investigation found."
Not to pick open a fresh wound, but investigations can be altered.
"I know. I watch television too."
Barrett chuckled as they tugged on the bank doors and entered the lobby. Peter approached a teller and requested help getting into a safety deposit box that his late brother left him. The teller directed them to another section of the lobby where a banker sat at his desk. A balding man with a pencil-thin mustache and glasses gestured for them to sit down in a couple of chairs across from him. They joined the banker and went through the formalities that required signatures and identification. When they finished, the banker pointed at Barrett while eyeing Peter.
"Who's this guy?" "Family friend," Peter said without hesitating. "He's going to have to stay outside. Only box holders named on the lease are permitted into the vault."
"Look," Peter said, cocking his head to one side and feigning a sympathetic look.
"This guy served with my brother in the desert. They were brothers in arms, and my brother said he left something for this guy. Now, I don't normally press people on things like this, but could you make an exception? Just this once." The mustached man shook his head. "Sorry, that's the bank policy. If you don't like it, you can take it up with the manager." "If that's what it takes," Peter said. "Hard to believe this bank treats veterans with such contempt."
Peter and Barrett stood up and turned away from the desk.
"Oh, hold on. We don't need to turn this into a big scene. I'll stay down there with you." "Thanks," Peter said.
The pair followed the banker down a stairwell and into a vault area. He inserted his key and waited for Peter before they both turned and unlocked the box.
"I'll be by the doorway,"
the banker said, before stepping back to give the men some privacy. Peter slid the box out and peered inside. He scooped out a handful of documents and placed them on a table to inspect. Barrett leaned over the papers and examined them carefully.
"What's all this?" Peter asked, confused by the pictures. "It looks like a report or something."
"Yeah, it's a report all right, but not the kind he'd file with his superiors."
"What do you mean?"
Barrett glanced over his shoulder at the banker, who appeared to strain an ear in their direction to eavesdrop on their conversation. Then Barrett hunched over the table and spoke in a hushed tone. "What do you see there?"
"Looks like some construction vehicles."
"Look again."
"I'm not seeing anything else."
"You see that?" Barrett pointed to a section of the photograph behind a bulldozer.
"Yeah. What is it?"
"Contraband."
"Contraband?"
"Illegal items that aren't allowed to be taken out of the country, and certainly not allowed to be taken out using U.S. Army Corps of Engineer equipment."
"Is that opium?"
Barrett nodded. "As well as Russian machine guns and other munitions. They'd all fetch a healthy price from collectors, and the street value of the drugs is multi-millions."
"You think my brother was helping bring these into the country?"
"Probably not knowingly, until he figured it out. Looks like he was gathering information to turn his superiors in."
"But something happened, didn't it?"
"Hard to know for sure.
But this all makes me less likely to believe he would have killed himself. It looks like he was preparing to blow the whistle."
Peter nodded, then tapped one of the pictures he'd pulled out of the stack.
"Who's this guy?"
Barrett did a double-take, unsure if his eyes were playing tricks on him. "That looks like Rear Admiral James Becker, who's directing a pallet of this contraband to be stacked behind that bulldozer."
"A rear admiral is involved?"
"Not just any rear admiral. James Becker is a well-respected military icon, especially based off his leadership during the war, and it looks like he was more than involved, but complicit at the very least."
"You think this is why Tim's dead?"
"I'd bet the farm on it." Peter collected all the papers and pictures and then replaced the safety deposit box. The banker emerged from the shadow, eyeing Barrett carefully, and then closed the box.
"Is there anything else I can help you with?"
he asked.
"I think we're good,"
Peter said, before thanking the man. As Peter drove them to their hotel, Barrett had more questions tumbling around in his head, and nothing answered. In a way, he felt like they'd gone backward in their search to learn more about the Marja 6. When Barrett related what they'd found, the information stumped Watts and Stone as well. Neither one of them had any idea why Rear Admiral Becker was in the photos, but it was clear he knew what was happening. They were in the middle of a robust discussion, tossing out ideas and theories, when Barrett's phone rang with a call from Grace Gordon. "Hang on," Barrett said. "I need to take this." He stepped out of the room and walked toward the hotel lobby as he spoke. "Is everything all right?" he asked. It was Grace Gordon, Slade's younger sister.
"Have you spoken with Slade lately?"
she asked, her tone edgy. "You still haven't heard from him?"
"Not since I spoke with you last."
"He's probably still out on assignment."
"What kind of assignment?"
"You know he doesn't give me all the details. He can't." She pressed.
"But you know, don't you?"
"Sometimes he drops a clue here or there. Maybe it's intentional. Maybe it isn't."
"I saw him, Blake. And I saw you, too."
"What are you talking about?"
"The news played some clips from security camera footage related to some incident in Hong Kong. Then there was something in Switzerland. And Finland, too. It's really freaking me out. Is he okay?"
"I don't know, Grace, but worrying about it won't make it any better."
"I need to see you again. I need to talk to you about some stuff."
"What kind of stuff?"
"Well, someone came to my apartment this morning and had some questions. About you."
"What'd they want to know?" Barrett tried to stay calm.
"I don't know. I just told them that I hadn't spoken with you in a while and that we were just long-time family friends."
"Good. Don't tell anyone anything. At least, not until we have a chance to talk about it."
"I'm free now."
Barrett walked out of the lobby and began strolling the streets in front of the hotel as he spoke with her. He thought he noticed someone watching him from a car parked along the side of the road, but he couldn't be sure. When she finished telling him everything, he stopped and rested against the side of the building. He sighed and rubbed his temples with his left hand. He wasn't sure how long he'd continue the ruse of pretending to be Slade Gordon, both for her sake and for his. But he had no choice, at least not until he put more of the puzzle pieces together and determined the relationship between the Marja 6 and Rear Admiral James Becker's involvement in illegal activity in Afghanistan. Barrett could only hope that figuring it out would help him determine the reason why someone would want him dead. Keep your ears open for The Shadow Protocol, a Blake Barrett thriller, Book 3, coming soon to audio. This has been a production of The Renegade Agent, a Blake Barrett thriller, Book 2, written by R.J. Patterson, narrated by John Pirhalla. Copyright 2024 by R.J. Patterson. Production copyright by R.J. Patterson. All rights reserved.